From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Stop number 1 has officially begun of the Firehouse Tour. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt is fist pumping. We got RJ Choppy on the scene as well. And we are here at Firehouse number 9 in Grand Prairie. Feels like we're in Oxnard with this breeze.
It's great.
You kidding me? Where's this coming from in here?
I think this is what they call the jet stream, right? You get a couple of doors open back to back.
The wind tunnel effect.
The wind tunnel effect, man.
Spittle was like, hey, just grab a C4 to stay cool. I don't know what the temperatures are going to be. I was like, we'll be fine. We'll be fine early on, at least. But this is beautiful. This is the best DFW weather I've felt in 3 months.
Yeah, this is good. This is very, very nice. You're not in a hoodie because you usually rock the hoodie. Bobby somehow is wearing a hoodie today. I don't know how he's doing it.
I'm in a hoodie and I'm in a Marcus High School hat. Now, if anybody around here in Grand Prairie wants to bring a Grand Prairie or a South Grand Prairie hat, I will swap it out. But I'm starting the day in a Marcus hat, much to the dismay of people around here, I'm sure.
That's the rivalry? That's how you're trying to start a fight?
That's not a rivalry. That's not a rivalry with Marcus.
No, what you're trying to do with the local schools?
It is a rivalry. So I found this out yesterday from the fan text. And then I talked to some friends who went to Grand Prairie. Is that, the Grand Prairie, South Grand Prairie thing is not a joke. Like, it's legitimately a little tense. And specifically, if you refer to Grand Prairie High School as North Grand Prairie, they will be very unhappy with you. That's very much a South Grand Prairie thing.
315 West Polo Road to come on out, get breakfast, get drinks. Well, C4 Energy right now. You can put what you want in it. 315 West Polo Road here in Grand Prairie for Firehouse number 9 and Lewis the electrician. Cody, our sales guy, who's been crushing it. He's quickly moving up as the number 1 seed for 105.3 The Fan. He was amazed. He couldn't believe that we already had a Tolo stop by on the way to work in Arlington. Lewis the electrician, who RJ Choppy knows, dropping off the 12-pack of donuts already.
Already gave us some donuts. He set up my backyard for the TV and drilled it into the brick, and then did the speakers, the surround sound, went through the attic, dropped the line. Fantastic, dude.
And I was like, wait, I need an audio guy.
Yeah.
So he's walking out. He's getting his Tolo stickers, which, by the way, I'm getting a ton of requests for these already, so I may have to go and jack a number of them.
There was I got text yesterday from like 4 people who are like, I can't make it out. Can you like grab me one, or can you hold on to one so that I can send a family member to come pick one up later in the day? So, yeah, people are watch out, G-Bag. We're going to move these stickers faster than your flags.
That's right. So he's walking out. I'm like, wait, Louie.
Hey, hang on, man. That's what you're saying. Like, hang on, man. Like, give me a second.
I thought you were pumping the brakes and I was catching G-Bag.
No.
Catching the G-Bag flags. I was like, I need an AV guy, man. People are always like, oh, you have Tolos? Like, you hit them up to do. I'm like, why would I get a... The door's closing on us already. They're shutting it down. Get the fan cam on that, Bobby.
I gotta turn it up.
You got the fan cam right there. No one touched that. That's what's a little concerning. Is it just started closing with nobody touching it? I don't know, Chop.
Well, we got the little thing. I'll just hit the sensor, right?
The motion sensor.
Hit the motion sensor. Right.
That's right. We might need to get a Tolbert garage doors out here. Might need to get old Colby out here.
It's
with
like
the garage doors.
Yeah, it's just it's just like the sliding doors at Kroger, right? You just gotta make sure you kind of wave your hand or whatever, keep it open. It'll be good. What I'm more wondering about as we are.
Why are you whispering?
Am I whispering? It sounds
Yeah.
loud
Yeah,
in my
I'm
ear.
like DJ. Either his microphone is low, which I don't think, or I think he's trying to like talk like he's
No, I'm gonna
in
project.
a library.
I'm gonna project
You're
now
loud
a
as
little bit.
S every other day of the week and every other second. No one's out here. We're outside, and you're like, well, maybe
I
C4,
didn't.
and then maybe
I,
the Tilda
I had
stairs.
no idea. I had no idea I was quiet. But no, what my concern is more. We're sitting here in this this bay, which it's very easy. By the way, if you come out to 315 West Polo Road, you're gonna pull up and you're gonna see us sitting here. It's gonna be very easy to find us. But we're sitting in this bay next to the fire truck. So if there is a call, we are going to hear this thing screaming
front
right
center.
next to us. We're going to be right next to it. I mean, we're literally, you can see it in the background. It's right over my shoulder, right there.
How loud do you think that initial sound will be?
So they don't start it in the garage, right? Don't they normally kind of pull out on the street and then start it, I guess? So I'm guessing it won't blare us right away, but I guess I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't know. That's interesting. 'Cause I've seen like usually their stuff is like I've seen like everybody like just leave their gear like right by the truck in the garage. But I mean I don't know. I mean it's interesting.
I'm jealous that my son is not here. Fire trucks is his thing right now.
Oh, yeah.
So that thing, I mean, every little kid has a fascination with
They
fire
all
trucks
do.
to come out and bring your kids to stop on by.
Yeah, the like every now and then they'll just have everything out and people just stop by. There's like special days and they got food out there. My kids used to love it. Now they've gotten older. They don't have the same infatuation. When they were like 2, 4, 6, dude, they wanted to go like every weekend. They wanted to go all the time. Every time we drove by, can we stop in? Can we stop in?
You let your kids ever see one, or is that too, joyous?
What is,
of an
what is
occasion?
that supposed
He
to
doesn't
be?
allow fun.
Have I ever let
We know
my,
things in red. You don't let them celebrate.
have I ever let my kids see a fire truck? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have. No, in
No,
fact,
you're
I actually,
taking them there.
I have. In fact, one time, this is not fire truck, but to show my commitment of their dreams, the middle one, all of a sudden last summer, decided her dream was she wanted to drive the Wienermobile from Oscar Mayer. That was like her future job. Which, by the way, they don't call it that anymore. They call it the Frankfurter now.
Oh, you
which
mean
I don't like.
They didn't think that it was appropriate to call it a Wienermobile.
I mean, it's been
and having
60
little
years.
girls get in
It's
there
been-
with their hands all over it.
It's been.
Why do they
it's
just call
been
it dong
60
on
years.
wheels?
It's been 60 years or whatever it is. I'm just saying that I would think they could. But we drove 2 hours to like Lufkin because that was the only place that was stopping there. So yeah, I drove 2 hours to go walk in the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile for 5 minutes and drive back to Dallas.
Tell these Tolos to roll up here. I think they
Roll up, Tolos.
No, these two
up.
I
standing
am
right here.
I'm saying it. There's speakers right there.
No. Okay. It sounds like you're telling the community, telling the people
Oh.
to roll on out. All right, truckwork.com. Text line is open at 877-881-1053. Stop by, grab some donuts. Rudy's of Arlington is bringing breakfast burritos as well. And this whole entire thing is brought to you by Central Roof and Restoration. When's the last time we've been out like this? Non-event.
I think the last remote they allowed us at was the day where, like, it was the Kaepernick Jerry interview
Oh, my God.
at Men's Tea Clinic or something.
Yeah.
I think that was it. Now, we did a firehouse tour years ago, but I think that was before that. I want to say we're looking at like 2017, 2018.
Yeah. The day of the Jerry interview, I'm trying to find that. That was a humongous moment. We're sitting there hoping that all the mechanics and all the technicalities work out. But, yeah, that was a long time ago when they decided to blackball Kaepernick.
Yeah. You guys, this is the very first remote, obviously, for me. Also, but it is the first post-COVID one. I know that. So this is the first time in at least, I think Gavin said it was at least 4 years. And so it's been a minute, so you got to come out.
All right.
Say hey.
The Mavericks get rejected. We may have the new super couple in sports. There's a seismic NBA move that people are talking about. We are here set up in Grand Prairie Firehouse, number 9, 315 West Polo Road, to stop by for breakfast, say what's up to hopefully your favorite morning show. But, man, that was a depressing inning last night for the Texas Rangers. They're bleeding. The Rangers are bleeding. We need the All-Star break. We'll talk about it next on your home for Rangers baseball. Thanks for waking up with us on a Friday.
on left. First pitch. So we're going to chop her right side. That's going to be tough. Simeon charges. Suicide play, and he has none. Even if he fields that cleanly, Yoshida beats that out. That one was chopped high in the sky like we were playing to the Metrodome or something. Another run scores for Boston. They have put up 6 in the inning.
You know, we may have to change it to something having to do with 5:30 versus 6 a.m. club. Because the Tolos are rolling out already here in Grand Prairie. Oh, did you hear that C4 snap?
I heard that.
That was a snap right there. Artemio, Tiffany stopped by as well. We got Nicholas. We got Aaron coming by for the donuts. We're going to have breakfast burritos from Rudy's in Arlington. Who knew? I was telling Bobby, I was like, this is kind of on a side street. I don't know how many people are going to stop by and find it.
Here.
And here we are, already bringing more people than the KMC Masterpiece when they go out.
Yeah, if you build it, they will come. That's a thing people say, right? That's what they're talking about right here. Yeah.
So thanks to everyone for rolling out. Let's keep it going throughout the entire morning and do it while it's cooler, while we got the breeze. Everyone's stopping by on their way to work. I should have known the other day when I was talking about how bad my child is and the possible evaluation of him behaviorally when you said the fan text blew up that the 5:30 Club was representing. And
yeah,
we have it.
They were up. They were definitely awake. But you gotta help out the fellow peeps when it comes to parenting.
That's right. Texas Rangers disaster. 6 runs, 7 hits, over and over and over and over, RJ. It kept happening as they lose to the Red Sox yesterday, 10-6.
I've seen better innings. I've seen better innings. That was not one that you want to put in your resume tape. If you're any part of this organization, that was just, and some of that was quirky. Some of it's a little quirky of a stadium. You get balls on the left field line, it hits that little careens off that jutted out part of the stands. You get a pop up that hits off the wall. This was bad fielding. This was a little bit of lucky bounces off of a plate where it's a high chopper and all of a sudden Simeon can't get to it. It was ugly all around. It wasn't just a little bit of luck. There was a little bit of luck thrown in there for Boston. They also got some hard hit balls, and there's some bad defense too.
It was pretty much deserved.
Yep.
Base hit after base hit after base hit. It was Spores. It was John King. The magic of Grant Anderson is gone.
Ugh.
And there was a moment in the 7th right before this. I tweeted out, what a horrible missed opportunity. They're up 5-4. They got second and third, no outs. And here come your all-stars. Adolis Garcia grounds out to second base, run doesn't score. Josh Young strikes out, obviously run doesn't score, and then Duran grounds out to second. And they eventually left the bases loaded for the second time in the game, did not capitalize at all, and then the disastrous bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, the runners in scoring position thing is becoming a real issue, and we always knew it was unsustainable just how dominant they had been in those situations. But usually a regression to the mean, you get an average. You don't normally expect it to plummet so aggressively on the back end like it has recently for them. And then the other thing that's sort of regressing to the mean here that we're seeing is Josh Spores. Like, my goodness, he went, I think it was 19, over the course of 19 relief appearances, he had allowed 6 earned runs. He's allowed 6 earned runs over his last 3 since then. I mean, he is just getting rocked lately.
I mean, look, he's had a very up and down career anyway.
Yes.
Like he had a really, really good 2020 in very, very limited time. 2021 wasn't bad. Last year he was not good. Like, and again, that was relatively limited time too. But then there's also the issue, like, you can't have a reliever who you can't necessarily rely on back-to-back days, can you? I mean, I don't think that you can truthfully rely on him in 3 out of 4 days. It seems like they try to give him a day off or so between outings, and that's just not something you can rely on long term, especially in the postseason.
What are you thinking of your Chris Young?
Well, you need bullpen help. We know that. I mean, he knows that. They know that. I think offensively you're okay. The bottom of the lineup has to continue to hit. I think offensively that's not their number one priority. If you're going to the trade deadline, which is coming up here in about less than 4 weeks, if you're going to the trade deadline, your obvious offense is not your priority. That's not something that you're going to say, man, we've got to get this. You'll be like, okay, if we get it, great. If we add it as part of this, great. If we use the offense to get a reliever, some teams try to get rid of contracts. Great, but it's bullpen help right now.
Yeah, I mean, bullpen help is the top thing, but I mean, it's also I think so. I mean, consistently, it's been bullpen blowing leads for them. I mean, the frontline starter is still going to make a big impact for them if they can find one, if somebody's willing to trade one, if they're willing to give up the capital for it, that would obviously help, because there is a little bit of this same sort of question with Spores that you're looking at with a lot of the guys in the rotation right now. Dunning, Evaldi, to an extent, John Gray, where you're wondering, okay, how much, when is that come back down to earth?
Yeah.
When are we going to see that, like we have with Grant Anderson and Spores and some other people here? And that's the tough thing, I think, if you're Chris Young, is that you're looking at this and going, I don't know how much I need to add versus, how much does this next month tell me how good are my guys really? How good is my team? How much of this was real, and what are we going to look like here at the end of July?
Yeah. So, short of being the Astros when they had Verlander, Cole, Greinke, Urquidy, short of that, where you have at least 3 frontline starters who can go 7 every night in the playoffs. And short of having that, it's really hard to advance in the postseason with a bad bullpen. Especially when your starter, this is not a dominant starting staff. It's not.
No.
Like, John Gray doesn't,
That's why I was a little hesitant. I'm
Yeah.
like, is bullpen definitely one, or is it starter?
Well, ideally you would rather have, if you had to choose, would you rather have elite starting pitching or an elite bullpen? I mean, I would take elite starting pitching any day.
Right.
But, are they really going to get, are they going to be able to get Scherzer and, just pick another guy, right? Are they going to be able to get, and Stroman? Now, if you can tell me they're going to get Scherzer and Stroman, I'll leave the bullpen where it is. But short of that, you've got to lock down this bullpen because you do not have a lead starter. John Gray is not striking fear in a hitter's eyes. He's a good pitcher. He's a good MLB pitcher. But, come playoff time, are you going to sit here and be fearful? Oh, my God, we're going up against John Gray tomorrow. This is just demoralizing. No, you're not going to be like that.
You wouldn't be able to add 2 starting pitchers, but I mean, you would be able to add potentially in a trade with the Mets or one of these other teams. If you can find one of these deals that gets you a frontline starter like Scherzer,
yeah,
and then you can grab a bullpen arm in the deal as well, like if you can get David Robertson or Adam Ottavino, similar like when they made 2 moves at the deadline a few years back when they went and got Lucroy and they got Jeremy Jeffress. Like they tried to address 2 things in one trade. That would be, I think, ideal for them.
12 batters and 4 relievers in the inning. 12 batters, 6 runs, 7 hits against 4 relievers. Bochy looked pissed. He was just like, give me the ball, Grant. Just give me the freaking ball. And Grant's just like, here you go. Head down, defeated. And he wasn't the only one. Spores, John King as well. The only good news is that the Astros lost. That's the only good news. The lead is still 2. And you have to take advantage of the Washington Nationals. Please. As that's going to be the series before the All-Star break. So that is your Ranger recap, as it's feeling like a free fall right now on your home of Rangers baseball. We talked about this in Crosstalk, so I'm assuming 540, a little bit different audience. Bobby, what is Threads, and why are all of our news makers and reporters going to it? Kevin Durant with the tweet of the day saying, I got the Threads burner account. Follow me over there. Come find me.
Yeah, come find me. So Threads is basically the Meta, which is the parent company for Facebook and Instagram. It's the Meta response to Twitter. And so, I mean, it looks very much like, if you look here, right at the Threads, it looks on the fan cam, it looks very much like Twitter. Like, it's got that same sort of feel. It's a little bit stripped down, but it's basically their response to Twitter, where they launched it, I believe, on Wednesday, and it's with the idea of there's a lot of people who want to bail on Twitter with all the changes that have gone on since Elon Musk took over. And I think they felt like, all right, now's the right time to launch it, especially after this past Saturday and everything that happened with, the slowing, the scraping, where he was trying to slow down how many threads you could read. But look, I don't know how long this thing's going to be able to really compete competitively when you're not allowed to have a timeline of just people you follow, and you're not allowed to have it in chronological order. That's kind of the point of Twitter.
I wonder, because you say how much it looks like it, how long, because there's a lawsuit. There's a lawsuit. So I wonder how long it's going to be around.
A lawsuit for what?
Because Twitter is saying that they
copied,
basically stole their trade secrets and stuff like that, and copied it and hired all the former Twitter engineers who know the intricacies of Twitter's engineering process and algorithm and everything like that. And they've already kind of started this lawsuit. I wonder what's gonna happen with this, and whether or not it's gonna allow it to keep going or not.
I need it to go away. I am notoriously late on all the social media things. MySpace, I never got a MySpace.
You never got on MySpace?
Never got a MySpace.
Oh, man.
Facebook, I was so late. Twitter, I joined really, really late. Instagram, really late. I'm like, too lazy. I got enough stuff. I don't have to figure it out. And then it just becomes so big, I have to eventually catch on. So I'm hoping that this crashes and burns quickly so I don't have to get involved.
But wouldn't it be easier, like don't even start it? Because you can literally start the account with your Instagram account. So wouldn't it be easier just start it? That way you could claim you were in on the beginning, even if you don't use it until later.
But I don't even know what to do. I
would assume it's the same thing as Twitter. Like you would just
post it to Instagram. I do that anyway.
Don't worry, Dad. I'll show you during the break. I'll teach you. I'll teach you how to check your email.
Careful,
and we'll get you straight.
Like, even TikTok was too much for me. I started it for a second. My wife said she was going to run it for me. She bailed on that, so my TikTok is dead. It's too much.
Oh well, I mean, Cody will teach you about TikTok. He's Mr. TikTok superstar. He does all the dances, has a bunch of followers.
So there is this though. Be careful.
Look at this. Look at this crowd.
I know.
5-4. The real workers.
The real workers.
The real workers on their way to work, stopping by.
On their way to work. Be careful though. They're saying that the people who try to delete the app have also had to delete Instagram.
So if you delete your account, not the app, if you try to delete your Threads account, it's linked now to your Instagram, and you cannot, and it'll delete your Instagram.
Yeah, that's it for me.
All right, stop on out, y'all. We have I got to see the Tolo stickers, these fire patches.
Oh yeah, I'll go grab you one over
I
there.
have to see these because how many do we have? Are we going to run out?
I'm not sure.
Whatever
I need
the
to go
number
get a
is,
number over there.
subtract 2, because Sean and I are taking one.
Firehouse number 9, Grand Prairie, 315 West Polo. We always say the farther we get away from Uptown, the better it gets.
Yes, sir.
That probably doesn't do anything for the Uptown listeners, but it is what it is. You get farther and farther away from the station, and the more representation, the Tolos showing up. We got donuts. We have breakfast burritos from Rudy's in Arlington. People are getting their morning started with C4 drinks, and it's all brought to you by Central Roof and Restoration. The Dallas Mavericks get rejected. What do you do now with the mid-level exception? Britney Spears got rejected as well. And apparently a seismic move is about to happen in the sports world. 6 a.m. headlines are now the second best listening audience of the show after the 5:30 Club. Next on The Fan.
DFW. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shout out to the latest batch of Tolos that just stopped by here in Grand Prairie, Firehouse number 9 for Sean and RJ. Back out again. They let us out of the cage. 315 West Polo, Firehouse number 9 in Grand Prairie, brought to you by Central Roofing and Restoration. This time we had Edward from the Irving Police Department, Detective from the Irving Police Department. Rhonda stopped by as well. We had Frank and 2 Adrians as well. And I wrote down. Oh,
we got an Andre too.
Adrian had the Tolo gear as well, and Andre on top of it. Bobby, hold up the Firehouse Tour stickers on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I didn't realize we had Sean and RJ shirts out here.
No, I didn't either. I'm going to steal one of those,
Look
too.
at
those.
If you could stop by, roll on by C4. We got the donuts early on. Breakfast burritos brought to you by Rudy's in Arlington. And come get the Firehouse Tour stickers, as my wife was getting hit up for requests from family members to go ahead and bring some of these home.
And I am going to be keeping track all day today. Now that I know about the high school rivalry here, I'm going to be keeping track all day today of which alumni actually shows up. So South Grand Prairie versus regular. Look, if South Grand Prairie is all that shows up today, which so far the people that have shown up have been South Grand Prairie, then I'm going to have to refer to them as North Grand Prairie, I think.
I'm going to get my car wrapped in this. How much do you
I think
it
it's a
is
good
to
idea.
get a car wrapped?
Oh, that's a great question.
Can I get some type of write-off on that? Is that a fan expense?
If you have an
Yeah, I
LLC,
think so.
you got the old Sharif LLC.
That's right. I need to create an LLC.
Yeah, you might be able to.
You'd be a driving advertisement for the station. I think the station should not only pay for it, but then pay you extra to drive around with it.
Look, we're lucky enough they made us stickers. All right. Okay. The Dallas Mavs got rejected swiftly yesterday when it came to Matisse Thybulle. RJ, they tried to trick up this contract. 3 years, $33 million to be a defensive stopper for the Mavs to go ahead and add to Grant Williams and Seth Curry and the re-signing of Kyrie Irving in the offseason. And the Blazers said, nah, we'll keep him.
Yeah, so the Blazers matched that restricted free agent deal 3 for $33 million, not dollars, but $33 million. And it had what they call the poison pill. The Mavs used a technique called the poison pill in this one, which they included. So Portland has to match word for word the contract. So it had a 15% trade kicker, whatever the hell that is, a player option, and a 50% annual salary paid by October 1st. So 50% of the annual salary must be paid by October 1st. This is what was reported by NBA and TNT and Bleacher Report. So the Blazers were like, yeah, we'll match this.
He also has veto power on any trade and cannot be moved to Dallas for a year. They gave him some Bradley Beal veto power in this contract. The Blazers are $3.5 million below the tax, and now we have the full mid-level exception at $12.5 to still use.
Yeah, so the Mavs were going to like basically handcuff themselves a little bit by just taking him on, right? Like that. That's a strange contract. Why would you? You know what I mean?
I mean, I think it speaks to the fact that there are a couple things there. A, they really believed, I think, in the projection of his jump shot that you saw start developing while he was in Portland. I don't think you try to make these sorts of investments unless you have that feeling. I think it says how much they really are valuing. They need a really elite wing defender, and they think that that's something that they're missing, and they thought this is our best option to do it.
That's number one.
And the restricted free agency aspect of it, it's a little bit like, you pay the tax or you pay the upcharge on something. When it's a restricted free agent, you're going to have to put those sort of restrictions in there to discourage the other team from, matching the offer. And I got to give them credit for that at the very least. It's frustrating that they didn't end out getting this deal done. But, I mean, it sounds like the Mavericks did everything they could to make it as little a desirable contract that Portland would want to match as possible, and Portland still did it. So, I mean, there's not much more you can say in terms of what the Mavericks did here in terms of their effort.
What's the area code in Phoenix?
602.
Okay.
480.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah.
602 and a 480. Can we pick up the phone again? Can we kind of
with the DeAndre Ayton thing?
a little
They have to.
Little mid-level, little JaVale McGee adjustment.
Yeah, I'm fine with them not getting Thybulle. Like, I'm okay with it. Like let's. How many non-offensive players can you try to get in one off season? Like, Grant Williams is not an offensive player. He can shoot the three, but nobody sits there and says, man, he is a threat. He can be certain games, yes. They drafted one inept offensive player, and the other one is a good offensive. He's more of a project a little bit still.
Yeah.
In Omax, like, how many guys can you get in one off season? Like, this is like we're sitting there like, oh man, we're gonna be tough. Well, you still can't score.
How many of those guys are ready right now though? Like, is Omax Prosper ready to step in and be a wing defender for 28 minutes a night? Is Derek Lively ready to be in there the entire night? Like, if you're talking about winning now and trying to improve, and look, they were an awful defensive team last year. It got even worse when you introduced Kyrie and Luka into the rotation together. And so if that's your struggles with defense, they needed to completely overhaul it because, like Mike said yesterday, you've got to have basically a top half of the league defense if you want to go anywhere. And I think that's what they're trying to do is they're trying to make sure they get at least to the middle of the pack, and there was a lot of work that needed to be done.
Yeah, Chris Mannix told us that.
Oh, Chris Mannix, sorry. Mike and Chris Mannix, same guy, basically.
But to RJ's point, name me the offensive players, the offensive threats and scoring options on the Dallas Mavericks. We got two. We got Seth as a shooter, Grant Williams for some shooting.
Yeah.
Who else? Are we putting Jaden Hardy? We got to put Jaden.
Yeah, Jaden Hardy is a guy who can ISO and break things down.
Not a top-level, established, consistent scoring threat in the NBA. Flashes. And then...
Do we count Seth Curry? I mean, he is.
He said him.
You said Seth Curry.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then
I've kind of put Seth Curry in the Grant Williams category. And
we're making Seth Curry have to be his brother here.
And then you talk about guys who can create their own shot. There's three. There's Jaden Hardy after Luka and Kyrie.
Yep.
If you are counting Tim Hardaway is gone, like I am.
Right.
So that is a limited number of offensive players as well.
It is, and look, I mean, they're a better team. I believe they're a better team than they were last year, just by the fact that I like Grant Williams. I think he's an upgrade over Reggie. I like Seth Curry. And I'm intrigued about Omax. Very intrigued about Omax. So I think they're a little bit of a better team. But I mean, like, I'm not sitting here saying, oh my God, like, if we got Thibault, it's a championship contender, like, or not yet, at least,
Given everything that they need still on offense and defense in all likelihood, and given where they're at with their cap situation, given where they're at with their draft capital that they have to move, when was the last time you felt like a DFW team was this stuck? Like, just stuck in who they kind of are, with not much ability to get that much better.
It's always
no
the
how hard
Mavericks.
they want it.
It's always the Mavericks.
They're
always stuck on the treadmill. Cuban's treadmill.
For me, it's like the early 2000s Cowboys. That's the last time I can remember a team feeling like they don't have picks. They're in a bad cap situation. They don't have enough good players. That's kind of how you feel about the Mavericks right now.
877-881-1053. Seismic move in Boston coming.
That's what the reports are. The seismic move is reportedly coming. Now, it's not going to happen right now, okay? But there is a report out of the Boston Globe, not a lightweight, out of the Boston Globe. They're not expected, they say, to be in the mix for Dame Lillard, for starters, okay? Not expected to be in the mix for Dame. Jaylen Brown's extension remains on course. Talks expected in Vegas at Summer League. And then there's also intel that says they are ready to make a massive move. All this, the Grant Williams, getting Porzingis, getting rid of Marcus Smart. Porzingis took like a $17 million pay cut. All that is them gearing up to make this absolutely massive move. And I can't think of what it could be. Is it Trae Young? Are they going to try to trade for Embiid or Paul George, Kawhi?
I thought we got Grant Williams because they didn't want to pay him because it was a money crunch. Who's reporting this?
Boston Globe.
Boston Globe.
Well, and it specifies they're gearing up to make a move this offseason.
It says not right now.
So I'm guessing
could mean anything, right?
Look, I mean, they have been. Boston has been the Howie Roseman of the NBA, the way they've operated in terms of just the maintaining competitiveness while also stockpiling enough capital to be able to, whenever you need to flip it over and reset, do it. So I'm guessing that Boston's setting it up right now to say, look, we've got Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, which we've tried to make work now for 6 years, however long it's been. and that they're probably looking at it and saying, if this coupling doesn't work, or if Porzingis comes here and Porzingis reverts back to who he was in New York and who he was in Dallas, then we're going to need to kind of blow this up. So I'm guessing it's a big move that they have in place in the event that they need to.
So Matisse Thybulle rejects the Dallas Mavericks, and we continue to wait on Dame. I need to call out some of these Tolos who are acting like health freaks, health nuts around here. We got 12 donuts dropped off, 4, 5, 6, 7. We probably had 20 people at least roll out here, and everyone is rejecting the donuts. They're on the RJ Choppy Fit plan. We need some media members to come out here and eat these things in half a second.
You want fat people out here to get to the media. My gosh, they'll eat anything.
Need Eric Chiafalo to come
They will eat anything.
Everyone coming up, maybe it's too shy, but no, you can tell they're like, I need to go ahead and head to my job.
It's River Weekend. I got to look lean. I got that for me.
Man, the donut though, like it can be like if you have one or two early in the morning. I mean, depending on the morning, it can slow you down. So if you're heading into work a little bit, you're like, man, I don't want to lag heading into work.
Oh my God, if we had real jobs like where physical activity, I'd be terrified of a real breakfast or a real lunch. Terrified.
Oh, because of what? The bathroom break?
No, we're just lagging, continuing to work after that?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
You would.
And how bad do you feel when you're driving by? I mean, we got Central Roofing and Restoration. How bad do you feel, how emasculated when you're driving home and you see the roofers out there?
In this summer heat.
In the summer heat. You see them up there on the roof doing real work.
There's people in my neighborhood putting like wire, like Fios or fiber wiring in, like on every house. And I'm just waiting for them to come to mine. I think they're going to mine last. And I'm going to nitpick where they put it in the yard. So like, hang on a second, okay? That's a good spot of the yard. Put it in this dead spot where I can't grow grass. I want them to put it there. I'm like, man, but you poor guys.
Yeah,
middle of the day.
It is a little easy so far here in the first 40 minutes that we've been here.
I'm starting to sweat right now.
To feel a little bit like a little bit like a POS, because you're looking at it and you're going like, oh gosh, look here, roofers, we're on firefighters, we got all these people who are heading into work for their real jobs, and then it's like it's kind of stuffy.
Enjoy it because we got about another 20 minutes. I see the sun right there.
Then what?
Then what? Then I'm going to go to the car and get the sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
It is right there. It's going to hit me.
What's the Grand Prairie high today?
Oh, no, I already look. I made sure. We're not going to get above like 81 until 10 o'clock.
Simmer down.
Shut up.
Yeah.
81?
By 10 o'clock. Like 10 o'clock, it's supposed to be 81.
Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That's a fire hose. If it goes 82, you get the fire hose.
Yeah, you get the hose.
Damn it.
Out here, Firehouse number 9 in Grand Prairie. Okay. This Wembanyama Britney Spears thing. Victor Wembanyama is sitting here giving Britney Spears press conferences after his security apparently backhanded and slapped her the other day while Victor was getting ready for his Vegas debut tonight. Here's Wembanyama talking Britney.
What happened last night is I saw the news obviously this morning. I woke up to a couple of phone calls, and there was something did happen a little bit when I was walking with some security of the team to some restaurant. We were in a hall. There was a lot of people, so people calling me obviously, and there was one person who was calling me, but we talked before with the security. Don't stop because it's gonna make a crowd. So I couldn't stop. So that person was calling me, sir, and that person grabbed me from behind. So I didn't see what happened because I was walking straight and we told don't stop. But that person grabbed me from behind, not on my shoulder. She grabbed me from behind, and so I just know that the security pushed her away. I don't know with how much force though, but security pushed her away. I didn't stop to look, so I kept walking and enjoyed a nice dinner. That was fun with you guys.
Person really grabbed you from behind, take the Britney Spears.
So actually, I didn't know for a couple hours. But when I came back to the hotel, I had forgotten about this event. But I didn't forget about this, but I thought it was no big deal. And the security of this person told me it was Britney Spears. So I was like, no, you're joking. But yeah, it turns out it was Britney Spears. I know. But I didn't know because I didn't see her. I never saw her face. I kept walking straight.
When I said that's enough, that means let's cut the audio off. Stop. That's enough. Stop. This is insane.
It's crazy.
And Brittany's like, she's taking this to the next level.
She has. The cops have said, according to TMZ, the police are going to meet face-to-face with Brittany to discuss this. They were going to do this. They were supposed to do it yesterday. They also say that the sources say it's not being handled as a criminal matter. Okay, the cops determined Damian Smith is the Spurs director of security, was not trying to hurt her, but rather defend Wembanyama, to the point where it said they reviewed the security footage and they showed that Damian Smith pushed Brittany's hand away and that her hand, not Smith's, struck her face. And the cops did not note the velocity of the force of the swing.
The velocity of the
So they got like a radar gun on it,
Yeah.
trying to see what the velo is.
Hey, man, just because you're Britney Spears don't mean that you can't be touching other people either.
Especially the current form of Britney Spears.
That's right.
Yeah,
Why
and
is she obsessed with Victor Wembanyama? You know, I can defend the security here. I didn't see the video. I don't know if there was a backhand.
Why is she obsessed with dancing shoeless in her house?
Yeah.
She always does every day.
She
on
might have been the
Instagram.
girl on that American Airlines flight.
Could have been.
She could have been.
Could have been. 07 Britney, man.
Victor Wembanyama, welcome to the NBA. Britney Spears press conferences. The debut is tonight.
Yeah, and look, I understand you've got to watch out for aggressive fans because Wembanyama weighs like 140 pounds, can bruise very easily. The Spurs need to protect their asset, and so that's something that they got to watch out for.
The Cowboys have made a signing. Are they going to make a mistake? We got proven wrong last year at training camp. Are we going to get proven wrong again? And the Rangers are in a free fall with what happened again last night in Boston. That's next with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But Tolos, we want to say
the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
1-2. Swinging the ball, hit on the right side, through to right field, a base hit. 1 run scores. Hernandez hits third. He takes a big turn but stops. And it's an RBI single for Christian Arroyo, and the Red Sox lead is now 7-5.
Sandman with the call, a disastrous 7th inning for the Texas Rangers. They lose 10-6, but they fell apart with 6 runs allowed, 7 hits for the Red Sox. It was over and over and over and over. 12 Red Sox came to the plate against 4 Ranger relievers. So Aroldis Chapman not fixing the bullpen yet. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto out here at Firehouse number 9 in Grand Prairie. Cannot keep up with the Tolos who are coming by. And one of them,
So many.
had to correct. She came out here. She said, "Where's Roberto? Where's Robert?" And yesterday, Bobby was asking the Tolos on the fan text and Twitch and YouTube, what do we need to know about Grand Prairie? And it was about the rivalry.
Yeah, I was told the Grand Prairie South Grand Prairie rivalry is a serious one. And so I was like, all right, I need to keep track of that today. And I was told, all right, if South Grand Prairie really represents, the way you're going to get Grand Prairie High School out there is call them North Grand Prairie on the air, and Grand Prairie High School alum will show up.
And Kalita comes out here. She goes, "Where's Robert? Where's Bobby?" What did you want to tell Bobby?
I just wanted to correct him because there is no North Grand Prairie.
That's right.
It's only Grand Prairie High, the home of the Gophers, and I'm here to represent all day, every day.
So she's late for work. Just
I
to come
am.
up here.
Okay.
I've been working 6:30.
She's late for work. She stopped to go, I need to correct this. That's how important this is. So that's how meaningful it is to Grand Prairie.
Absolutely.
Are you really loud in the stands?
I am.
Okay. Do you
I
bring
am.
like a bell? You bring
No, I'm not that loud.
Okay,
but
you're not that
my
loud.
voice I can get up there and cheer everyone on.
So who's the best team around here?
Grand Prairie High Gophers.
The Gophers. There you go. Kalita, thank you. Get to
Thank
work.
you.
Don't get in trouble. Thank you for being a Tolo, turning it on, leaving it on. Who else did we have stop by? We had Jay, we had Zach, we had Dylan, we had Joe, our boy Dave Swavey. I told Bobby that's the guy you need to know.
Yeah,
Dave Swavey is the best party in town.
Best
Tommy
party
came
in
out
town. He's got a great tailgate set
Let's
up.
finish talking about Dave first.
He's trying to get me out on his boat. We've been just not being able to hook up, but he is the party man, dude.
Cigars, Rangers tailgate, got the barbecue, got the grill, got the pit going as well. Layla came up. She goes, "Oh, you guys are complaining about broadcasting outside today at the Firehouse." She goes, "My building has no air conditioning, no AC."
Sounds like my high school.
I said, "Choppy will get that fixed."
Yep, A#1 air, baby.
A#1 air for Layla's place of work. What do you mean? Sounds like your high school?
We had no air conditioning in high school.
Throughout your years?
Throughout, yeah, nothing. Now they do now. They got a new school,
What?
but we had no AC. We used to get let out of school, and because we would go to late June. Once June hit, if it got over 90 degrees by noon, let you out of school.
We had
Half day.
Bob from Royce City. He's I've been with you since the new school days. So that was awesome to hear. Tommy stopped by. EJ, what did I write down here? I wrote down EJ and then something else. But then Adrian came up in his FedEx outfit, and I was like, man, I got jumped by the mail Tolos the other day as I ordered barbecue sauce. It's, what the hell is the name of this barbecue sauce? Meat Mitch. It's like the best barbecue sauce
All
ever.
right.
They sent it to me from Kansas City.
Well,
And the box is smashed. And
FedEx.
there's
FedEx.
glass. There's barbecue sauce everywhere. And I tweeted, thanks, UPS.
uh-oh.
And it was USPS, I think. United States Postal Service. Oh, the Tolos came quick. They're like, correct yourself.
So was it was FedEx who delivered or USPS that actually
It was USPS. I accidentally put UPS, but when I saw the FedEx, I was like, dang. Y'all got the gang out there,
Yeah.
like the cyclists in town.
Yes, well,
like the bike riders.
They're look, they got did you hear the thing about UPS? They just approved air conditioning in the trucks.
No.
Yeah, for UPS, those poor guys just driving around all the time, getting without AC. FedEx at UPS, you're going to get the mob coming at you, man.
You got air conditioning in your truck?
Oh,
18-wheeler.
Sorry,
Well.
All right.
Man, the scrubs don't have the AC. So thanks all the Tolos for rolling out.
All this Firehouse Tour has done so far is just make me feel very emasculated about my own work that I do every day, because all these people are like, oh yeah, I'm working in no AC, I'm driving trucks, I'm
and stopping by on the way to work. Can you imagine if someone asked you to do something on the way to work? Like, I have a humongous wasp's nest that I got to kill. And my wife is like, maybe you should get the wasp spray on the way home. I'm like, ugh. And these people are coming out here at 4 o'clock in the morning. But, yeah, I got to deal with the wasp nest.
You got to do the gasoline trick.
Oh, my God.
Have you seen that?
I got in a fight with her yesterday over that.
You going to burn it?
I got in a fight. No, the gasoline trick. Explain what it is, Peyton.
So you get like a cup or a glass of gasoline. You just fill it up a little bit, and then you stick it up to the wasp nest, and they just drop like flies, and it kills them instantly. So I guess the smell kind of just makes them drop, and you kill them.
They just drop into the thing of gasoline. So my wife,
really,
so obsessed with TikTok, does not give a crap about my safety at all. She's like, do the gasoline trick. She said it like twice, and I was like, ha, whatever, da-da-da, where's the wasp spray? And she keeps going on and on about this gasoline. I said, we don't have gasoline sitting in the garage. I don't just have a cup. I don't just have a pint of gasoline I can pour out of the keg. She's like, well, go get one. I said, I'm not driving to the gas station, getting a special container. I'm going to end up smelling like gasoline. And I'm not raising my hand to the bottom of this humongous wasp net. They make the wasp spray for a reason.
Like 20 feet.
20 feet with the laser force that comes on it. And she's so obsessed with getting a viral. She thinks you'll go viral. I said, just stop. Just stop talking. I don't want to talk about the wasp anymore, because she wants a viral video versus my right hand getting blown up. I guess she wants me to have a normal size hand.
Maybe. Look, the wasp spray is fantastic.
How do you get the nest down though? It's not just it's not taking down the nests. Like,
no, you got to get like a broomstick or something like that, knock it off, depending on how high it is.
Yeah.
And it's there's babies in there or whatever, if you want to call them that. Larvae.
I want them dead too.
But they'll be dead. You spray it. You coat it, everything. They start dropping like flies, and all of a sudden the white, sticky substance just drops down there.
Yeah.
Stop it, Bobby. And then you got to knock the nest down a little bit later when it dries up.
Yeah.
You're good.
Gas.
Well, if you don't want
gas.
If you don't want to smell like gasoline, apparently I think you can do the same thing with dry ice. Like if you do dry ice in a container.
I don't have dry ice.
Where am I going to buy
I'm
that?
not Nick and
It's more
Sam's.
obscure, but if you don't want to smell it, just call Samir. Just be like, hey, can you send somebody over with some dry ice?
Gather the
Send some
foreigners.
sushi grade tuna while you're at it.
I'm not tuna and dry ice. 877-881-1053. So the Rangers lose again. They need this national series to recover and then get to the All-Star break with only the 2-game lead over the Astros.
Yeah, you want to get to the All-Star break for 2 reasons. 1, to stop your little slide, and 2, hopefully it cools the Astros off a little bit. The last thing you want to do is be red hot going the All-Star break, because if you're red hot going the All-Star break, you got 4 days off, you get fat, you get happy. That's not great. You would ideally, like to be playing just normal baseball, not super hot, not super cold going the All-Star break. But if you're cold, you want this break to come as fast as possible, and they are cold.
All right, our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is here. He's not our Grand Prairie insider, obviously. We got a kicker.
We do have a kicker. It's actually a former MLS player, Brandon Aubrey, who had been in the USFL last year, had a really good year. They had a lot of success last year with a USFL special teamer in Cavante Turpin before he made that peculiar turn into the San Francisco kick return unit and ruined the season. But other than that, Cavante Turpin was a success. But, that's fine. You bring in a kicker, you address things, you bring in some competition for Tristan Vizcaino, that's fine. What was interesting to me was Todd Archer's note about this signing, where he says the Cowboys did not take a hard look at the veteran free agent market, which includes Robbie Gould and Mason Crosby. Okay. And last year's kicker, Brett Maher, was not inclined to re-sign with the team after putting up a franchise record 137 points, but struggling in the playoffs by missing 5-point after attempts. And after the Tampa game, I remember how just uncomfortable it was. That he stood up there like a man who was just like, all right, I'm gonna answer all these questions. But I remember how uncomfortable he looked standing up there answering it. There was obviously the embarrassment of the mic'd up segment of Dak kind of throwing his helmet and saying, go for blank and 2, and Robert Prince going, you got to be kidding me. And so the fact that it says he wasn't inclined to re-sign with the team and he hasn't gone anywhere else yet to this point, that sounds like he just got a bad taste in his mouth with how everything got handled during that playoff run.
Why would you not?
Yeah.
I mean,
So he was just quit, though? Quit the sport?
I mean, I guess, or wait around for another opportunity. He's been given several opportunities. He knows somebody's always going to need a kicker. He'll probably always have an opportunity to go out there and compete. But, I mean, Jerry came on the air with us and was not totally ringing endorsement.
Well, I don't blame the Cowboys for how they handled it during. You were a disaster. You were melting down. Now, unless they still had you go out there and kick. They didn't bench you, but afterwards they completely cut the tie. I was surprised with how fast the Cowboys cut the ties, but this is one of those things that's impossible to answer of do they think he's psychologically fried and done?
Right.
We don't know. There's no way for us to know. I don't think there's any way for Maher to know. There's no way for anybody to know, and they're like, we're not going to go through this again. They were held hostage. I remember us having the debates. You bring in a second kicker. Do you bring in a backup against San Fran? I was a major advocate of it. We had on former kickers. Beeler came on, and he's like, we were getting perspectives on whether you just let that guy go out there for the confidence. But afterwards, they're like, see you later. We want nothing to do with this anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, look, they've shown they're not afraid to move on from kickers who look like they've broken. They'll make that decision real quick, unless it's Greg Zuerlein, of course, unless you have a close, tight relationship with Bones Fossil, then you'll hang around for 2 years. But, I mean, Dan Bailey started having issues the last month, I think it was, of the 2017 season, and training camp 2018, they cut him. And they stuck with Brett Maher, and it's because they had made that determination based off of 4 games at the end of the season. In the preseason, they were like, he is mentally broken, and we can't fix it.
They are a tad overreactionary to kickers, and it seems like they just base the next year on the end of the previous season, not the totality of the previous year.
Oh, so the Bobby rule. But to their credit, were they right about Dan Bailey?
Yes.
They were right in making Maher their kicker. They've been right except for Zuerlein.
Yeah, I mean, they were wrong on Zuerlein. They were wrong on Jonathan Garibay, the kicker they drafted or signed as an undrafted free agent last year. I mean, so they've been.
Yeah, but Garibay didn't go out there and play.
They've been wrong about some things, and so I mean, I just think that Maher's shown enough during the time that he's been here and shown he can be a genuine weapon for you. In terms of the ability to make some of these kicks. How valuable is it? You don't want the guy who's necessarily going to cause you to punt or kick a field goal on 4th and 2 from the 38. But if you need a field goal at the end of the game and Brett Maher can get you 15 yards more than your average kicker, that's valuable.
My most hated person in all of sports is apparently just sad and very, very upset. He's got to cancel his show for a little while, and RJ Choppy versus Mark Cuban when it comes to NBA ratings. Next, stop by, say what's up. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, Firehouse number 9, 315 West Polo to get the Sean and RJ stickers. Have breakfast with us and some C4 Energy. It's all brought to you by Central Roofing and Restoration in Grand Prairie. We continue on The Fan. But look, there are More Tolos rolling out. We got Xavier, we have Aaron, we got Colton, we got Cody. School of Preaching. I just love looking at not you, Cody. You suck.
Wow.
You set up the account,
Wow.
so good job. Tolo Cody rolling
Sean
on
Sharif.
out here. Firehouse number 9, 315 West Polo in Grand Prairie. I love looking at everyone's shirts to see what everyone's dealing with. Fire and maintenance and prevention, but Cody's shirt said School of Preaching, and it sounded like he wanted to have a nice, calm sit down with Mike Bassick.
Oh, yeah. Look, see, here's the thing is that, as we know.
That's a badass title, by the way.
Yeah.
Where do you work? The School of Preaching.
I wonder how he liked my my Wimbledon take yesterday about where you would have relations in certain
Yeah, well,
facilities.
now you can add the School of Preaching to your list,
Yeah, good.
Chop.
No,
No,
ask Dave Swavey in a second wearing here to do it.
he said, he told me, he said just before he left, he was like, hey, I want you to know, even though everybody else wants to punch you most, Mike Bassick's number 1 for me. And I said, okay,
The
cool. Thank you.
preacher?
Yeah, the preacher.
And Mike's the most religious guy in the building.
I know.
As well. Dave Swavey, Guns and Hoses, big-time partner of the radio station. You're the one who brought us Rudy's breakfast?
Yeah, they're a big partner with us, and I made a phone call and was able to get that done this morning. Had to drive out to Arlington to get it, but those guys were nice enough to open the store an hour early.
Thank you, brother. All right, rank us 1, 2, 3 of who could handle this lifestyle the longest.
Oh, dang.
I'm the least.
How would we drop like flies?
He's 4.
Bobby?
4. Yeah. Peyton's 3. Yeah.
Now, I would. I'm going to go with you. You get up early enough, probably, and
get up early.
they'll keep him completely out of the kitchen with his small hands. He's
No!
not.
Wow!
They don't-
Wow.
And then Choppy 1. I'll take 2. What
What are they going to do though? Like, because here's the problem. Like, it's 48 on, 72 off, typically, like that kind of a schedule. So, Choppy, what's going to happen with queso night? Like, are they going to be cool if you're just like, hey, I got to leave the fire station because I got to go do queso night?
You can make it right here.
That's true.
You can make the queso here.
These are the best cooks you've ever found.
Really?
I mean, my wife, when she first became a firefighter, when we married some 40-something years ago, she couldn't boil water without it sticking to the pan. And once she became a firefighter, the food, I mean, the sauces, the barbecue, the things that my wife was able to accomplish because these guys teach you. I mean, you can't beat them.
Choppy and I walked through there earlier. It's
a good kitchen.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
The kitchen, the setup, everything. It's like cribs in there. It is awesome.
Now, you did notice they have 3 refrigerators, right?
Yep.
A, B, and C shift? Yeah, because they do not appreciate each other getting into each other's stuff. And there's locks on the refrigerators.
What would happen with some of our station issues?
Yeah.
People taking a water.
Oh,
Do they mark it, or it's just known?
It says A shift, B shift, C shift.
So one of the Tolos out here is a firefighter in Fort Worth, and he was telling me that July 4th was absurd, through the roof, which you would expect, but I didn't know Fort Worth didn't allow fireworks in city limits, which I love that rule. I love that, but people were still doing it, and dry fires everywhere, nonstop. What is like how do I say this without the pun? Like what's the hot season for for these trucks to be rolling out of here? Is it Friday night, Saturday night, time of year, July 4th, insanity? What is it?
Well, believe it or not, used to be that a cowboy loss would be a high one.
Are you for real?
No, I'm not.
What do you mean
serious.
used to be? Because they still lose.
No, they
Quite a
don't.
lot.
12-win season.
Yeah,
one
but
of the
I think
craziest
there
men.
was an expectation of a victory. But actually, domestic assaults were actually up higher after a cowboy loss.
That makes sense.
Now the full.
I thought you meant
moon
like someone
thing-
setting fires after.
Yeah. Oh, hey, if we ever got a World Series or look out, right? Detroit, Chicago,
Yeah.
right? They burn half the town down after they win something.
Isn't Thanksgiving, like, because people don't know how to fry their turkeys? That's a big one, I think, because they end up, like, setting the oil on fire.
4th of July is obnoxious, because it starts 3 days prior. Somebody buys $1,000 worth of fireworks, so you start running those calls early. But yeah, 4th of July and New Year's Eve for that hour.
Oh, yeah. All right, if you're heading out to Rangers, tailgate, hand-rolled cigars, apparently the pitmaster as well, and bringing us breakfast from Rudy's in Arlington, Dave Swavey, Guns and Hoses. Thank you, brother. Love you.
Love you too.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto out here, Firehouse number 9, 315 West Polo. Stop by, say what's up, and get the Firehouse Tour stickers along with some of the leftover T-shirts that we have. All right. Skip Bayless' show is getting shut down. How about this?
Thank God.
He said, well, shut down for a little bit. Oh, yeah, the magic pin from Dave Swavey. The magic pin, which we will not elaborate on too much right now. But I know what that means that he just gave us. They're taking off for 2 months, RJ.
Yeah.
And Bayless is spinning this as LeBron's not the only one in the lab. Can't wait to unveil the new Undisputed. The reports are that they can't find a Shannon Sharp replacement. And Skip is so depressed and he's so frustrated that they got to shut that show down for 2 months until the start of the NFL year.
Man, look, it is also like what the absolute worst time of the year to start a show if you're a debate show. What is there to debate today?
Yeah.
Like, what are you debating?
Luka or Dak.
Yeah, like you're making up topics, right? It's much easier to hit the ground running come football time. But also, it's Skip, and like I think it's come to a point where it's like, do you really want to work with him? Well, yeah, I mean, if you're
$3 million a year.
Yeah, he's targeting former athletes. Former athletes may not need the aggravation. Does Keyshawn Johnson need the aggravation of Skip Bayless, or does he have enough money to be able to like be a little bit more picky? Now, if you want to pay me $3 million a year, I'll shine his shoes. I will give him a sponge bath every night, naked. I don't care. I will give. It doesn't matter for $3 million. There's not a thing I wouldn't do. So like, I think it's partly who he's going after. They don't want the aggravation right now.
Front Office Sports reports, Bobby, in his heart, he doesn't want to work with anyone except Stephen A. Smith. And yesterday, I'm not even going to play this, Peyton. I appreciate you putting on the cut. I'm not going to play it because it makes my skin crawl. He's so pathetic in begging Charles Barkley to come join him. But the source inside FS1 said Shannon's exit moved way faster than they expected. They had no choice but to go on hiatus. Skip has never done anything like this during all his years. Not being on the air during all these NBA moves is killing him. And it's making me high as a kite. I love it.
It's funny too because
what happened to Lil Wayne? Go get your little buddy Lil Wayne. Throw him on there. Why don't they rotate hosts like Stephen A. is doing?
Give him a milli and it'll be fine.
I wonder a little bit. You know, we had talked about how mad really was Shannon at Skip over the course of this thing, and how offended did he become by it? Because look, Shannon is still in that fraternity of athletes, and I wonder if Shannon not wanting to work with him anymore or anything else, if that's made it difficult to find any of these former athletes that want to play with him. Exactly. Like does it make it to where some of these guys are like, well, look, Shannon, that's somebody I respect, that's somebody in our brotherhood, and he's out on him, or he has negative things to say about him. He probably needs, if not Stephen A. Smith, he needs a Stephen A. Smith, somebody who's just a commentator, somebody who can ping pong back and forth with him. There's just no obvious person who can do that right now.
It shouldn't be this dramatic, though, to shut it down. Like, stick LaShawn in there. Stick Nick Wright in there. Do something for weeks at a time and rotate them. It shouldn't be that tough, but apparently he's distraught. He's a control freak, too. So he wants things his way. All those spineless bosses over there at FS1, they let him do whatever he wants. So he wants Stephen A. or bust. Meanwhile, Mark Cuban versus Clay Travis when it comes to NBA ratings debate.
Yeah, look, I got to wonder which side RJ Choppy's going to fall down here on the war between Mark Cuban and Clay Travis. We need the the Clay Travis RJ Choppy picture up. But yeah, yesterday Clay Travis effectively drew Mark Cuban off sides, asking him about hey, what's up with all these ratings? What's the problem here? And Mark Cuban was effectively drawn off sides. He said, the NFL is more popular than us, but our ratings were up as well. Let me ask you two questions. Why was the NBA more watched than every other TV show on TV, particularly in the young demos and the most popular on social media? And what happens to your show when AM radio is taken out of all cars and trucks? And so Mark Cuban, fresh off of not getting the defensive starter, Matisse Thybulle, that he wanted, was not figuring out. He was not figuring out how to use that mid-level exception, not figuring out the rotation. He was worried about let me get Clay Travis with this sick burn about AM radio, and that'll really show him.
So Clay Travis and some political commentators like him, their narrative that they love to stick with is because the NBA went woke, they got destroyed forever. They're still suffering because they went woke in the bubble or COVID or all the different things that we've talked about over the years. So that's where Cuban went back at him.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be fair. Any TV rating not named the NFL is down.
Yes.
For the most part.
Yes.
There's so many more things to consume. World Series TV ratings were at like 25s and 30s during the early 90s. NBA TV ratings in the 90s were super, super high. Everything else is down. You don't have to watch them. It's just the reality of it. So, yeah, they're all down. That doesn't mean, you still win the night. The NBA Finals still win the night. The World Series still wins the night.
Yeah.
It still does. The Rangers over the weekend against the Astros had 93,000 homes in DFW watching their games. That's a pretty solid number. Like, really good.
Look, I hate Clay Travis's guts. If Bayless is my one, Clay Travis is a close two. He's actually, the Bayless of news commentary, because stick with narratives, rile up your base, rile up your crowd, and you make money off of that. And to his credit, he has built, a mini empire. Empire may be too strong, but the fact of the matter is, in my opinion, Major League Baseball and the NBA, we got regular season problems.
They're the same
We've been
sport.
saying this forever. I got bored with baseball. You got bored with the NBA. It's a perfect example of guys who have to talk about it and work in the business. I got bored with the regular season of baseball. They made, I thought, a lot of great changes to fix it. And the NBA is trying to do the same thing with their in-season tournaments and anti-tank things. So I think it's an old, tired, not desperate. It's a purposeful narrative for Clay Travis to just bring politics into it. The National Football League went woke as well. What's his answer to that? The NFL got involved in a lot of these issues, and they're dominating like always. It's the NFL and everybody else.
They had a blip with Kaepernick in like 2016.
Yep, and they blackballed him.
And they had a blip in the ratings. They blackballed him. Their ratings went down a little bit.
They needed Trump to be quiet.
Trump
was hammering them.
And their ratings rebounded. The NBA and Major League Baseball is the same sport. It really is. They both had about 12 million viewers for their finals last year. NBA Finals and the World Series were both in the range of 12 million viewers.
And by the way, regular season college basketball's dead.
Dead.
They didn't get involved.
They didn't
do anything. We have shorter attention spans. The National Football League is our favorite, and the regular seasons are too long.
Yep.
We need things at stake. We need playoffs. We need postseason. That's my opinion.
And that's why college football still does very, very well. Every game matters over the course. Now, there are some crap games throughout the season. Like, you're not going to sit there and watch every single Georgia or Alabama game because a majority of them are going to be 3 to 5 touchdown margins.
Yeah.
But the big games, man, you're going to watch.
All right, the Rangers lose again, but RJ's going to get you ready for the MLB draft. Who are the can't-miss names at the very top? Bassick has been all over it as well. We got Summer League intrigue, and the Texas Longhorns are back, Bobby, for the 50th time. Actually, just back in the standings. Headlines with the Mavs getting rejected as well. Next on Sean and RJ.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Headlines on a Friday to get you ready for your weekend here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, 105.3 The Fan. Every commercial break, I got a whole list of Tolos who are rolling out. Michael driving from Terrell. We got Alex in Arlington stopping by. But we got some more Grand Prairie rivalry talk as Corey brought his kids out here. Tolo Corey, Nima's playing softball, Miles played football, and she said Grand Prairie, blue and white, not the old red color, blue and white. So Bobby, you have stoked the rivalry with the Tolos coming out.
Okay, good. Well, look, it is still a count by my count today. South Grand Prairie is still up. It's 11-8, and we are in the heart of South Grand Prairie. So, look, until Grand Prairie takes over the lead in terms of Tolos who have shown up, I've got to call them North Grand Prairie until all of Grand Prairie High School shows up.
Keep booing him. Keep booing him.
I'm getting dirty looks from Grand Prairie alum. North Grand Prairie, sorry.
It's time for headlines. We're out here at Firehouse number 9. I just went in there because I know they have coffee at a Firehouse, and Bobby said there's an ice bath that they're trying to talk him into. I know Chiafalo would do it. Eric would do it. And
I've gotten in the ice bath before. It's not fun.
There's an ice bath back there, but I walk in to get the coffee. They have 9 ceiling fans in the living room. They got decked out chairs. I'm like, why do you guys have 9 fans in here?
I didn't notice that.
And 11 lights. Yeah, you can't miss it.
You know why?
Because it's fire.
Well, there's how many guys are in there? How many guys?
There's only one that I saw.
Right, but how many guys are generally in a firehouse?
A lot.
How many guys pass gas during the day? You need the fans to air circulate. That's what happens.
Okay.
Interesting theory. I was going to say it's because it's station number 9. They have 9 ceiling fans.
That's another one.
Mine.
I like mine better.
Seems a little quirky. All right, the Dallas Mavericks are going to have to use the mid-level exception elsewhere, as the Blazers yesterday matched the contract for Matisse Thybulle. It was 3 years, $33 million. Portland matched. The Mavs tried to put some poison pills in here, tried to make it very unique and challenging, and it didn't work. They matched a 15% trade kicker, a player option, and 50% of his annual salary must be paid by October 1st. And Bobby Marks from ESPN said, look, Dallas put all the bells and whistles on the offer sheet, but they were just limited, Bobby, on what they could offer in starting salary.
Yeah, and so I at least appreciate the effort to make this as difficult as possible on Portland to resign. Like, this isn't something where we can sit back and say, oh, the Mavs twiddled their thumbs here, the Mavs didn't do enough. It sounds like from the reports of this contract, the Mavs did absolutely everything they could to try and convince Portland not to sign him, and I think that speaks to just how much they wanted him here and how crucial they thought he would be. So this has got to be a big blow to them and their roster plans because there's not going to be a defender of equal ability out there that they're going to be able to get with the mid-level exception. So this definitely throws their plans off.
You're not crushed, Choppy.
I'm not crushed. I mean, look, he's a nice player. I would love to have him on the team. This offseason has clearly been about defense. But, I mean, it was getting Thybulle going to take this team from the 11 seed to the 2 seed. I don't know about that, right? They're better today, no doubt, than they were at the end of the season. The draft made them a better team. I love Max. I like getting Grant Williams. I like getting back Seth Curry. But this wasn't an over-the-top piece. This was a nice little complimentary role. It was going to make them a tougher team. But they already are a tougher team than they were this time last year.
Well, he would have been their best defender. And that would have, been a nice immediate, addition right there. Best defender. They still need defense. So now what do you do with the mid-level? You got $12 million to spend out there.
You probably end out spending it on somebody, maxing out somebody, and overpaying for somebody that you didn't really want to spend that money on. It's going to be a little bit like, the taking the consolation prize. And so there aren't a ton of really good options out there. And I think when you see, even though, Chop, I know you say you're not broken up about it, I think when you see the Dylan Brookses of the world going for $20 million a year, and you see what Bruce Brown gets, the idea of getting a all NBA defense type of performer for $11 million a year, when you paid guys like Maxi Kleba and Reggie Bullock $10 a year, I think was an intriguing possibility. So now they're probably going to end up with somebody who is not of the same caliber, and you're just not going to feel as good about your team, your structure as you did. But make lemonade out of lemons at this point.
I thought you had something else.
Well, I mean, yeah. Look, it is a good deal. $11 million a year for him compared to Dylan Brooks. I mean, that is a really, really good deal.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that. And again, I would love to have him, but I don't think if you were to go look at the teams in town, like nobody overhypes their players. The guys coming in that year more than Mav fans in DFW. None. Ranger fans protect their players more than any, and Mav fans overhype their players more than any.
People forget about Frank. Yeah, Mav's front office does the same.
Chris Mannix, who we had on yesterday, reports that Jeff Van Gundy, who already turned us down for an assistant coach position, has been actively exploring a return to coaching. Previously had talks with the Celtics as well, and there's mutual interest in Van Gundy becoming an assistant on Wes Unseld's staff. Where does he coach?
Where did Wes Unseld coach?
Where does Wes Unseld
Washington.
coach? Good job.
Right.
You knew that because of Wes Unseld Sr., I bet. So this feels like a Larry Brown love of the game thing. He's not seeking out the big chair.
Right.
He's talking about assistant jobs. And your boy, Mad Dog Chris Russo, man, is he going to get in trouble with ESPN over his theory on why Jeff Van Gundy got let go from ESPN?
That leaves me to the conclusion that somebody in the league office must have told ESPN, I want Van Gundy out. We all know he's biting. We all know he gets on the officials. We all know he doesn't hold back with his NBA opinions. He tells you what he thinks, which is what a great broadcaster is supposed to do anyway. And what is going on right now in the negotiation scenario? ESPN and NBC and TNT, what are they doing? They're all negotiating with Silver and the NBA. So if you're asking me, little talk show host who may not know a thing, this is just my opinion, Silver is the one who fired Van Gundy.
Ooh.
Say that somebody.
I no, it's not gonna hinder his job because Stephen A says so. And Stephen A handpicked him. And that's why he'll be
Handpicked
fired.
who?
Russo. He wanted Russo for that. They're buddies. Not gonna hinder his job.
Yeah, but what about the theory? What about the theory that Adam Silver got rid of Jeff Van Gundy?
That's garbage.
Because he was a little bit too critical, like Bally, right? You can't say anything too bad on Bally or negative. They just don't allow it.
There's one of two things going on here, I think, with Russo saying something like this. Either he knows with absolute certainty that is what happened, and he's just saying, I think this is what happened. Or he's literally got no clue, no inkling, and he's just saying stuff like he does sometimes.
I would lean towards that.
I think that's what it is. But that's a pretty gutsy move to say something like that, given ESPN's relationship with the NBA. I mean, that's similar to if, Michael Irvin or somebody like that had gone on TV and said that, oh, yeah, they're trying to push somebody out because Roger Goodell told them to, and the league would hate that, I know, in the NFL.
Bobby, you have joined me now in some summer league excitement.
I am ready, okay? You got 3 potential rotational players for the Mavericks, especially now that, Matisse Thybulle's not going to be here, and Omax Prosper's going to need to play 42 minutes a night. You've got Omax Prosper, Derek Lively, Jaden Hardy, 3 genuine rotation players for the Mavericks that'll be involved in summer league. And I'm excited to see now that the Rashawn Holmes trade has officially gone through, Omax Prosper will be able to play this weekend against the Oklahoma City Thunder Summer League team. And I'm excited to potentially see what Derek Lively gets the opportunity to go up against Chet Holmgren. If it's, on the perimeter, if it's in the paint, just get different opportunities to do that. But, yeah, I'm incredibly excited to see them go up against each other.
And the Wemby debut tonight.
There it is, the Wemby debut.
With Britney Spears courtside.
I was at, the KP debut in Vegas, where I saw that dude go get a ball. I was like, there's no way that lanky white dude's going to go up there and get that. I was like, oh, my God. He went up there and got it. It was something cool. Summer League's fun, man. It's a fun trip out there to Vegas.
The Texas Rangers have a nightmare of a 7th inning. They screwed things up in the top of the inning with 2nd and 3rd, no outs, and the heart of your order up. They got nothing out of it, and Boston made them pay the price in the bottom of the inning. 12 batters going through 4 Ranger relievers. They scored 6 runs on 7 hits, and you lose to the Red Sox 10-6. Fortunately, the Astros lose, so it's a 2-game lead still in the American League West. But, man, Chris Young has to be thinking about even more bullpen help after last night. It was Spores and John King and Grant Anderson again. And, RJ, let's just go ahead and deflect and pretend like that didn't happen to get set for the MLB draft.
Yeah, that's on Sunday night in Seattle. They're going to do this at the All-Star game, which they usually do in June, but now they've started moving this thing around All-Star weekend, making it just this big festivity. The Rangers will have the 4th pick in the draft, and a lot of the mocks have Walker Jenkins, the outfielder from North Carolina, high school kid, going to them. A lot of the big boards have them as like the 7th best player. Paul Skeens is, Dylan Cruz out of LSU. They're both on LSU. Those might be the 2 best players overall in the draft, but whether they go 1-2 is a big. We don't know. If Skeens falls to 4, they don't take him. I'll be very disappointed. I don't care what who they like better. Skeens they're calling him the best pitching prospect since Garrett Cole. I don't know how you say no to that.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like just when you hear the chatter about who the Rangers have been interested in, some of the stuff that's been out there, it sounds like even if Skeens were there, they might take somebody like, Walker Jenkins or Max Clark. It really does sound like they've targeted some of these high school outfielders, which they're having a lot of success with. I mean, right now the top prospect in their system is Evan Carter, who is a high school outfielder that they gambled on and got some success with. And so I think Walker Jenkins, Max Clark, those are 2 guys that they'd be looking at. And, man, I think there'd be a lot of unhappy folks, not just you, RJ, Mike Bassick, some others who, if Paul Skeens were to somehow miraculously be there at 4 and they took a high school outfielder, there'd be some upset people.
Yeah, I mean, look, and they have over the last 15 or so years, especially under JD, they have gone after a lot of prep players. They valued the prep player, the high ups, and the thing that the high school player has is they've got the high upside. There's a lot of unknown there, and they valued that.
RJ wrote in his email, just for you. First, it was the naked Longhorn quarterbacks, the shirtless ones, I should say. And now, some real news. They're back in the rankings.
They're back. They are atop.
I think that's my number 1 saying I get sick of in DFW sports. That's it.
We're back.
Longhorn Nation.
800 and all these 41 first-place votes were garnered by the University of Texas. And for the first time since 2009, the Longhorns are expected to win the Big 12. They are atop the Big 12 in terms of the preseason poll.
Enjoy it.
There you go, Bobby.
Enjoy it while you can. For getting your ass kicked in the SEC.
I can't wait. I can't wait to bask in the glow of this July championship. And I'll lean on this time the memory of this moment when they lose to Kansas.
And they lose to
Kansas. When that inevitably
Don't say
happens,
that.
I'll lean on this moment as I'm crying.
Headlines on a Friday. They let us out of the studio. Firehouse number 9. I can't believe the amount of Tolos. I think some of the salespeople came out here and they're like, "Oh, this is why you guys have been around for 12 years? Oh my gosh!" 35 people have shown up already before 8 o'clock. 315 West Polo Road in Grand Prairie. We got donuts. We got breakfast burritos from Rudy's in Arlington. We got C4 drinks. I was like, "What's that Starburst over there?"
Oh, it's
I was
C4,
like, what did
man.
they put on a Starburst can?
Yeah, they got a Starburst one here. They've got a couple
Skittles.
Starburst ones here. They got Starburst Cherry. They got Skittles. They've got strawberry watermelon, and I've got the frozen bombsicle that I'm chugging right now.
We got the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour stickers that are freshly created, so come get them while they last. And, of course, it's all brought to you by Central Roofing and Restoration, making it happen with the Firehouse Tour. We're going to be hitting up one a month, and thanks to all the Tolos who have stopped by so far here in Grand Prairie. Let's get Bobby a little riled up. Is this the worst quarterback list of the entire offseason? Get the hose out for Bobby Belt next on the home of America's team with Sean. It is now time for the Expressway here on Sean and RJ. We're commercial free up until 8 o'clock with the Friday edition coming to you live from Firehouse number 9 in Grand Prairie, 315 West Polo Road. This has been a monster turnout.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
Monster turnout.
Great turnout.
And we got to shout out to Tolos who are taking the time to stop by. We got Dustin in Grand Prairie. We got Michael from where? South Grand Prairie.
Yes.
He made sure to drop that in there.
Yeah, we do have South Grand Prairie. So South Grand Prairie continues to lead over North Grand Prairie. So until Grand Prairie High School shows up in more numbers than South, which it's close. It's about a difference of 4 right now. Then they're going to have to be referred to as North Grand Prairie. I just owe it to South.
And then we talk about feeling emasculated while being here around real men and women who work real jobs in 150,000 degree temperatures. I also feel lessened as a father because Tolo Steven came out. He's like, yeah, man. I was like, we got to hang out, man. My wife, kind of set up a high school reunion and socializing. And I met him there. And I was like, we got to hang out again, man. We had fun. We were out at the Tolos, Club 303. He's like, yeah, sorry, been a little bit busy with the kid, the newborn. And it clicked in my head. I was like, that's your 7th baby.
Yeah.
And here I am complaining about 1, terrified of possibly 2, and he just sitting here juggling. Easy peasy. And I was like, Choppy, he's got 7 kids. Choppy goes, why? He yells it out here at the firehouse. Just why? What was his answer?
He said he's Catholic. I do remember they did teach us the rhythm method.
Oh,
jeez.
They did teach that.
Okay.
That wasn't really a Catholic thing, but yeah, that's where you got to plan along the ovulation calendar.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Only 16-year-olds can get pregnant like every day of the week. Normal people get pregnant like it's like 2 days a month.
I'm glad one of our
quarterbacks.
Glad one of our bosses.
My 13-year-old kid will probably just touch a girl and all of a sudden be pregnant.
Okay.
Okay.
Serious.
We'll move on.
I've tried. It doesn't work, guys.
We'll move on. We'll move on from teenage pregnancy here and move on to quarterbacks. Easy transition.
Yep.
Glad Tim Collins, one of the bosses, was here to witness that. That was not under my control, Timothy. Choppy, QB list that
All right.
people are roasting and destroying. Wait, actually, you know who wrote this list?
Yes, I do.
This is Bobby's drinking partner from the Super Bowl that we just went to.
Yeah, this is Will Brinson. And normally, if I share a beverage with you or I share a drunken evening with you out somewhere, we're bros for life. Not after this list. Will Brinson can go to hell.
Well, I will say this. You're looking at the list incorrectly, and I'll explain.
I don't believe I am, but go ahead.
He put the quarterbacks in tiers.
Uh-huh.
Now, the tiers
This is CBS?
This is CBS's Will Brinson. The tiers are Tier 1, the big 3. Tier 2 could join them next year. Tier 3, intrigue with question marks. Tier 4, you can win with them. Tier 5, future potential can win with them, guys. Tier 6, no clue. Tier 7, the rookies. And then they skipped Tier 8 and Tier 9 and went to Tier 10, which is just in case. Okay? We start with 1 or Tier 10?
Let's go 1. Let's
Okay.
go 1 on down.
Tier 1. You have no, there should be no debate on this one. Tier 1, the big 3, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen.
No problem.
Well, I think Choppy could have a legitimate problem and argument. Tier 1 belongs to one guy.
I could easily say Tier 1 is Patrick Mahomes. And then the other guys are Tier 2 by themselves. But if you want to lump them all together, I have no problem with that. I think, Joe Burrow has been to a Super Bowl and a couple of conference championship games. Josh Allen's been to a conference championship game. So I have no problem with this.
Okay.
Anyone? These are the elite of the elites?
These are the elite of the elites. Real quick on the Mahomes on his own tier. So you view Mahomes in relation to Allen and Burrow as similar to LeBron in his prime to anybody else in the NBA? Because I don't believe the gap between Mahomes, Allen, and Burrow is as big as LeBron in his prime and the rest of the NBA. That's your own tier to me.
Who would you say was second during that LeBron run? Kawhi?
Well, when are we considering prime? Like the end of Cleveland, beginning of Miami? So, a lot of people would have said Dwayne Wade at the time.
That's a good question.
Kobe was still one of the top players at that time.
I don't think Joe Burrow is barely behind him. I don't. I'm still Allen over Burrow, but that's just me. And, Allen has to put it all together when he's running, and he can be this ultimate weapon. But that's a good question. Is Mahomes have that type of separation versus the rest of the field like LeBron did?
For me, he does. I mean, I think Joe Burrow is great, but I think the gap between Mahomes and then either of the other two is as wide as it is between those other two and, say, Justin Herbert.
So, like the name that I just came up with, 2012, LeBron and Durant. You think that there's a bigger gap between Mahomes and Allen Burrow than LeBron and Durant?
It's similar.
Okay, all right.
Tier 2 could join them next year.
Could join the elites.
Could join the elites next year. I think this is the first heart palpitation that we're going to get from Bobby. There's an EMT, at least one on site here.
Good. I'm going to need it.
There's multiple names in this that will do it.
Justin Herbert.
No problem.
Trevor Lawrence.
Nope.
No problem?
No problem.
Jalen Hurts.
No, not allowed in this tier.
Not allowed in this tier, too. Could join them next year. Okay. If he repeats last year?
Yeah, I mean, sure. If, if unicorns exist, sure.
Okay. And then Lamar Jackson.
Could join him as if Lamar's like in his third or fourth season,
Yeah.
He could join them. He could continue to grow.
Yeah, he could.
New offensive
coordinator. He absolutely could join them.
I mean, he absolutely could. Look, if he has experimental surgery to replace his throwing arm and they're able to swap it out for someone like Josh Allen or something like that, absolutely, he could be on that tier.
Why can't Hurts be in this if Herbert is?
Because I think that, obviously it's just a take I have, and we'll have to see if it plays out this way, but I don't think Hurts is ever going to duplicate what he did last year, and I still think a lot of what he did last year was some smoke and mirrors.
It's going to be tough to duplicate it. I mean, that was a fantastic season. It was an MVP year. It's going to be really tough to duplicate that.
Who do you think is fair and unfair amongst that second list?
Well, look, can Justin Herbert, win a playoff game before you put him close to this? Trevor Lawrence, I think there was a point in the last year, in the middle of the season, we were about to have a Trevor Lawrence discussion.
Yes.
As to whether or not he was a bust or not. I think it's a little bit premature on him. I think Jalen Hurts is clearly the one that's closest to that top tier. Although I agree, Bobby, I wouldn't put him there. I mean, I think those other three are on their own tier. Lamar, I like Lamar. I think Lamar's a good player. I think he's a really good player, actually. But, I do think that it's more likely than not that he'll never repeat 2019. That was super special as well.
Here's what has to happen for all those guys to take that next leap, in my opinion. Jalen Hurts has to repeat the last season and be 3/4 of what he was in the Super Bowl, which was, many people thought a superhuman performance and effort. Lamar Jackson, we're going to have to say that the Baltimore Ravens held Lamar Jackson back for years because they're going to let him throw more with actual receivers in Odell Beckham and company. That's what's going to have to happen. The John Harbaugh game plan that has won them a ton of regular season games was short-sighted, and they should have put better weapons around him a long, long time ago. Herbert's got to actually win something that matters instead of all this golden boy hype that he gets. And I'm a Justin Herbert guy, but I'm starting to slowly turn a little bit. And I think Trevor Lawrence is overhyped and overrated as the great one. I've always felt that. Yes, 2% of that is to trigger Mike Bassick and tick him off. But let's see what happens with Calvin Ridley there. Is this a match made in heaven with Trevor Lawrence? I just haven't. The biggest problem for me to have with Trevor Lawrence is Andrew Luck and Peyton Manning and John Elway comparisons. So that kind of scarred things for me.
Yeah, when I hear could join them next year, I think of that as meaning they have it, the potential, they have the ability, they have the skill set, and their growth is TBD. And I think when you look at Herbert and Lawrence, we see the flashes of they can be elite. Do they put it together? We don't know. Do they start making better decisions, especially Lawrence at times, which hasn't been great? We'll see. And so I think that's more what that's about, is these guys have shown flashes to potentially be in this tier, and it's yet to be determined if they have the ability to reach it.
All right, this is the Will Brinson drinking buddy from Bobby Butt of the Super Bowl quarterback tier list from CBS. We have named 7 quarterbacks already in the top 2.
Well, get ready for half a dozen more or so. Now, this is where I think, Bobby, that this list took a turn. Now, I do not. Tier 3 is intrigue with question marks. I think that is just. I don't think he's truly believes these quarterbacks are better than the ones below. I think these are guys that could be, but have too many question marks, and he just put it as a tier. I think this is not necessarily an order of quarterbacking. But here we go. That's my opinion.
What are tiers though? Tiers are stacked in order.
Well, everyone has to do these lists, so they have to change it up with their own titles,
right?
And their own, try to be creative.
Because he doesn't. Nobody would believe that Daniel Jones, who's on this list, intrigue with question marks, is better than Dak Prescott.
By the way, do you believe that Dak should be in the tier 2? Could join the elites next year?
I think that's just a weird title for what the list is.
Yeah.
I think that if you consider Mahomes on his own tier, Dak is tier 3. If you consider Mahomes, Allen, Burrow on a tier together, then Dak is tier 2. Okay. That's how I view it.
Okay, so tier 3, intrigue with question marks. I already said Daniel Jones. There's an intrigue. There's a question mark. I get it.
What's the intrigue?
His athletic ability, I think.
Okay.
The measurables that made him the 6th pick in the draft.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers.
Definite guy that belongs in this category.
Yes.
Not for Bobby, for me, yes. He's the definition of this category.
Yes. Matthew Stafford.
Is the question, does his arm work?
Yes.
That's the question mark. Yeah, for sure.
He belongs in this category.
Yep. I'm intrigued by that.
Yes.
Tua.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Can he stay without a concussion?
Yeah.
Justin Fields.
So this is where the internet look. This is where Pepe. He tweeted about this. Peyton, what was your tweet about this yesterday?
Well, it was about Justin Fields, of course. I saw he was ranked above Dak, and I just said that this proves that there are people on this earth that don't have brains. There's no evidence out there that Justin Fields should be anywhere above Dak on any list at all. No way.
See, this is where these people trick us. This is what you were talking about at the beginning of the list. The category, right? The way these lists usually come out, we're just thinking in order. They're ranking them.
They're getting you on a technicality.
But they're getting us on technicalities, so Dak can be lower on a list so that we all talk about it. I swear to you that I know that's what they do with the Cowboys on all these different lists.
Right.
It's Dak Prescott is behind, blah, 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 without looking at the actual categories. It's tier 4.
Yeah, you see the tier, but you don't read the category.
Yeah.
So, this is...
Although it's kind of insulting, the next category is you can win with them. Is you can win with them a better compliment or the same as intrigue with question marks?
Intrigue with question marks shows higher upside, maybe? Because, what they're saying is this is a combo of younger stars and veterans who have won at the highest level but can't be trusted.
But this Justin Fields train, whoever started this, they should be the head of a PR company.
Yeah.
My God, this has gotten out of control. The Justin Fields MVP conversations that are out there even.
Yeah. Now, look, I do think his upside's fantastic. He's a great runner. He
can't throw. He can't throw the ball. He's a worse thrower than Lamar or Jalen Hurts.
Put him up there in tier 2 because he is Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson. Honestly, if you look at the throwing numbers from last year, Justin Fields was better at throwing the ball than Lamar Jackson was, and he rushed for almost 1,200 yards.
Played pretty decent against the Cowboys too.
Yeah, he did. Daniel Jones already said him. How about Deshaun Watson?
Absolutely. And he's my sleeper quarterback.
Yep.
People are discounting the Browns.
And Russell Wilson, another one on this list.
So we got to make a determination, and we got to be bold about it. Is there legit intrigue with Russ, or are we ready to pronounce him done like you have with Rodgers?
It's Mr. Unlimited.
I wrote him off when he said that. That's when I killed Russ's career. No, Russ, I thought the intrigue with question marks was last year. People were going, was the decline at the end of Seattle real or not? And then he went out there in Denver, and he was awful last year. That was the answer we got.
There's two kinds of quarterback, I don't want to say evaluators, but people who, when they look at quarterbacks, you either look at the ceiling or the past, the intrigue or the history. If you're looking at the ceiling or the intrigue, you're aggressive. If you're looking at the past, you're being a little bit more conservative, right? You want the safer pick. It's just a matter of preference there, right? And look, I think if you were to sit there and say, would you rather have Dak Prescott or Justin Fields, That's the perfect example of the two types of people. The people who want hey, he might be great, would go to Justin Fields. If people are like, I want a quarterback I know will win me 10 to 12 games every year, don't know what's going to happen beyond that, but we know what he could do, you go with Dak.
Russ is done. I'll be in that camp. I'll be in that group. Russ is done, which I'm like, Sean Payton really an offensive genius? Did he take that job for other reasons rather than thinking that Russ can come back? All right, next tier, CBS Sports with the quarterbacks.
Tier 4, you can win with them. The best way to describe these guys, they get you to the playoffs. Everything about them breaks in their favor. But you can't envision a scenario where they take you on a deep playoff run or win you a Super Bowl without a really stout defense or run game or the stars simply aligning.
Okay.
Jared Goff.
You answer that one. That's your boy. I think I think last year was overachieving.
He'd done it before.
Yes.
He did it with the Rams.
Yes.
So I think what last year showed is that it wasn't Sean McVay. He's inconsistent, but he can still do it. So, I mean, it would not surprise me if they go 6-11 this year.
Does he belong in this category? You can win with them?
Yeah, I think this is the category he belongs in.
And where are you on Goff?
Yeah, I think he's probably around 15, something like that.
All right.
Dak.
Okay, so he made this list on the night of the Super Bowl media party when he was stumbling out of there, all 4'11" of him.
Oh!
Wow!
And he just held on to it till July 4th. Okay, all right, this makes sense.
Geno Smith.
This is ridiculous.
You putting him in the same category as Dak Prescott, Geno Smith, after one season. You're Mr. Judge by last year, Bobby. So it's your own criteria.
No, I'm not. I'm judged
Yes,
by
you
the
are.
totality of it all.
No, you're not a totality guy. Choppy, back me up.
You're not a totality guy.
He is. You can't be inconsistent.
If you're a totality guy, then Jared Goff has to be ahead of Dak.
Yeah, give me an example of one where I judge based off of 1 year.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is not 1 year. Look, you've got to put it in the context.
He was the MVP the year before.
But you got to put it in the context of what happens with quarterbacks when they hit that decline age. Peyton fell off of a cliff.
What's the decline age?
Fell off of a cliff.
What's the decline age
When you
now?
get up to around this age, generally we do not see quarterbacks fall off a cliff and then bounce back again. That's not what happens.
See, there are, to me, 4 guys, maybe 5, but I would say 4 that are linked, that are on the same level. And if you try to separate them, you're only separating them based off of fanhood.
Okay.
All right?
Who are they?
Kirk,
Yes.
Carr,
Okay.
Goff, Dak.
Woo! Woo! Where the fire hose at? Where the fire hose at?
With all the same teams.
Look at him on the fake.
Yeah, I mean, they're the same guy. They're very good quarterbacks. I believe largely underrated.
Why Skip got to take off 2 months? He's got his co-host right here.
Listen, they're underrated players. They're very good, but they're also the worst things for your franchise. The worst thing for your franchise is Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff, and Dak Prescott. Because they win you enough games to think that you might have something. But they're never going to beat Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Joe Burrow. They're never going to be able to consistently win you championships.
Woo!
The worst thing for your franchise is a really good quarterback. You either want a crap one or an elite one.
The worst thing for your franchise is a quarterback who, since 2019, when he has played, if you just take the games that he has played, so you discount what happened around the league in the weeks that he was out, just in the games that he played, it is the number 1 scoring offense, and it is the number 1 offense in terms of yards in the NFL. That's 4th tier. That's Derek Carr. Derek Carr is putting that up here in Dallas. If he's here, he's the number 1 offense over the course of 4 years.
Did I say Dak is not a tremendous quarterback? He is.
You just said he's on the same level as Carr, Cousins.
They are. They're on from in terms of being able to win you championship standpoint. They absolutely are.
Which one of those that he grouped together, pick them apart? That's offensive.
Yeah, like who's had better help around them, Dak or Derek Carr? It's Dak, not even close. Of course he's had better numbers.
Right, but I'm saying if you put Carr in this offense over the last 4 years,
they're similar to the same thing.
You think they are the number 1 offense in scoring and yards?
They're
over
very,
the course
very,
of
they're
4
very,
total
very
years.
similar. Do you think the Raiders would have been if you moved Dak over there?
No, I don't think the Raiders are the number 1 offense, but I think they performed at a much higher level.
All right, what about Cousins?
The closest one to Dak on that list is probably Cousins.
Is Goff offensive to compare?
Yes, at this point.
It's offensive, I think, for them. He grouped Tannehill in here, too.
I don't think Tannehill belongs in there.
And Garoppolo is there.
And Jimmy, I think, is a little bit underrated, but I would put him below.
To me, Dak is much more of a playmaker than Garoppolo. But I don't like Derek Carr or Goff as much as Choppy. I'm not totally offended or outraged by the point that you made. I always kind of grouped Dak and Cousins together, but that was fun to watch.
I wouldn't group Dak with either of those three.
Look at the EMTs on standby.
But
we got
they're on standby,
we got the
man. They're
EMTs
ready.
on standby for Bob.
Yeah, I got 220 over 110 blood pressure right now. And so I look, here's the thing. Cousins is the closest one. I don't think Cousins is on Dak's tier either, though. Cousins is the one who's close to him. Cousins has been incredibly underrated his entire career, I think.
It would not surprise me. It would surprise me if Carr won a Super Bowl with New Orleans. It would surprise me if Cousins won a Super Bowl with Minnesota. You know, Detroit's iffy because they got a great O-line and they've got a good team. It wouldn't surprise me if Dak wins a Super Bowl with the Cowboys. It wouldn't surprise me at all. It would surprise me if they won 3.
So
Stun me.
Just to be clear, let's say you're GM of an expansion franchise, and it gets to you, and the quarterbacks available who are unprotected or whatever else are Dak, Carr, Goff, and Kirk. You're telling me that you view them all similar? It's just like, well, just close your eyes and pick
He
one.
just said he'd be surprised if all the rest won a title, and not with Prescott. Would you take Dak 1?
I would take Dak 1 for 2 reasons. One, I think he's slightly better than the rest, but also he can move. And as an expansion team, I think you need that.
All right, the rest of the list: Will Brinson, tier 5. Future potential can win with them guys: Mac Jones, Kenny Pickett, Brock Purdy, and then no clue. Kyler. How about Kyler? Kyler's dropped down all the way into this category with Desmond Ridder, Baker Mayfield, Jordan Love, and Sam Howell. No clue? That's a little harsh, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's harsh. He still has an incredible skill set, and I'm interested to see what does it look like. Cliff Kingsbury was very dysfunctional with him. What does it look like with a stronger hand at the lead? Because that's one of the biggest things is that I don't think Kyler wants to lead, and that's asking him to be the guy in charge of everything, including the tenor of the locker room. I think has made it difficult for him to succeed at times.
877-881-1053. What are the Tolos saying on the DetroitRec.com text line?
They're saying Bobby Basic and his tier 10 quarterback takes at it again. Dak is the best quarterback in that tier, but still belongs in it. Y'all need to stop being homers. Dak is going to suck this year. 214. Dak is Tony Romo 2.0, except not as good. And all that.
2.0 then.
Yeah.
That'd be 1.8, 1.7.
Ooh.
What?
2.8. Well, I like that. 1.8.
Thank you. All right, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on your home of America's team. It is time to clean up the leftovers from the week that we didn't get to. It's the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
All right, we have Missing in Houston. Hotel soap was my favorite one. Guest etiquette as well. What's this story out of the armpit?
Yeah, this is weird. This is something that had come out over the weekend. There was this, it was a story that had been picked up by national outlets that this man in Houston who had been missing for 8 years was found. Yeah. And everybody was like, oh my gosh, where's the Dateline episode for this? What happened? Where's this guy been for 8 years? How could this have occurred? Well, Houston police yesterday gave a press conference, and they're telling everybody this miracle discovery after disappearing for 8 years is not quite what you've been led to believe by headlines. And so the Houston Police Lieutenant Christopher Zamora at a news conference on Thursday said that during the 8-year time frame where this man was missing, investigators followed up on many tips and leads and collected evidence proving that he wasn't missing at all. And what they discovered is this man who was 17 at the time, Rudy Farias, that he was found the next day, and his mom was hiding him and giving them false information every time they'd come over. Police interviewed this guy while he was at home, and they kept giving fake names and saying, no, this is somebody completely different. And so this mom was hiding him, giving him a different identity. The specifics of why this occurred is not clear because the Houston police say there's an ongoing investigation. But what was at first a national headline for, wow, this guy disappeared for 8 years and he shows back up and he's safe, is Houston police saying, no, this guy was missing for about a day and we've been getting lied to for 7 years and 364 days.
So you paying taxes like during this? Like, what else? I'm trying to think of the benefits, like the great reason to just be wiped off the face of the earth, but not really. Is this a crime?
I mean, he was 17. I don't
Are
think
you evading?
I don't think you
Yeah, it
can.
could be.
I don't think you can Machiavelli yourself. Like, I think you have to, like,
Illuminati?
Yeah, you can't fake
All
that
through your
you're.
body?
You get well, no, not that, not Tupac. That's not what I'm talking about there. I'm talking about the actual guy.
God, you should have heard Tupac pulling up here to the firehouse this morning.
Oh, where's
That was
your
not
car,
too-
by the way? I didn't even see
I
his car.
parked back there. That was not Tupac. That was Drake.
Man, I pull up and bumping through the.
And you know what happened.
What DJ Jazzy Jeff beat was that?
You know what happened? He turned that on about a quarter mile away. he was listening to Leif Garrett on the way in
It
here.
was so loud, and I turn on my car, and he's just bumping and blaring out of this thing. I'm like, "Good Lord,
Yeah.
Drake! Way to show up with the street cred." You're right, though. He turned it on.
Yeah, he was
Drake is a
You,
lot
you,
of
were-
street
you were going
cred.
on 360 bumping Gordon Lightfoot. That's what you were doing.
Yeah, the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Yes,
That's what
good-
I was
good
doing.
song.
No,
Solid
yeah, you
song.
can't fake your death. That's not allowed.
All right, Chop, where do you want to go?
All right, let's go some soap.
Yes.
Now, I bring my own body wash to trips, when I go to the hotel. I don't use the hotel soap.
You don't?
I do not.
Why?
I feel I get a better clean. When I get the bar soap, I don't feel I get a very good clean.
Do you use any hotel soap, conditioner / lotion?
I will use the hotel shampoos.
Okay.
And then the hand soap.
Okay.
And I'll also use the hotel lotion, although the hotel lotion I don't find to be very good.
Are we getting a call?
We got a call here.
getting a firehouse
they're
call?
all listening. They're all listening.
Guys, put your phones on silent, please. tell the fireman. Put your phones
It's not
on
important. They'll be fine.
Yeah.
Somebody else will pick it up. So they found out, though, Science Insider pulled back the curtain on what hotels do with soap.
Dude, there's no way this is true.
Now, hotels throw out millions of bars of used soap every week.
Good.
But they don't necessarily go in the trash. What they do is they basically used bars of soap placed in a machine called a refiner.
No.
Which grates the used bars, cleans the dirt and hair.
Oh, my God.
Left off the top layers, and then pushes out even noodle-like strands are then heated, mixed into water, bleached for 7 to 8 minutes to kill bacteria. That sanitizing batch travels go to another refiner.
Oh, no.
Before being molded into, quote,
No.
good as new individual bars of soap.
No. Reuse? They reuse it? They turn it into new soap?
Yeah, you and Tyler Durden making their used soap.
From the liposuction clinic,
Yeah.
like Tyler Durden did. You know what?
Come on.
I'm the biggest, I feel like,
Germaphobe.
germaphobe and most OCD about this. This does not bug me.
What?
Like, they just talked about, like, bleaching it and, like to me, it's the same as whenever they take, like, creek water on one of these, like, Bear Grylls shows or whatever, and they're like, look, here, we've created this
filter
process
straw,
of
yeah.
filtering it or whatever, and then they can drink it. Like, it was gross at one time, but, like, bleaching it for 7 to 8 minutes, I feel like that probably should kill
That could have gotten rid of COVID, right? Is that what they said?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe the articles you read.
Choppy Fauci. Chop Travis over here. Yeah, that's
disgusting.
That's messing with my mind.
It's
Although,
disgusting.
what's the difference with silverware in a restaurant, glassware
Yes,
dude.
that you're touching? That probably goes through less of a process. But just thinking about the hair, I try to I don't want to gross out my wife. I try to scrape off whatever little hair I'll have on the soap bar after I use it. I don't want her going in the shower and seeing like any hair on the soap bar if there's a soap bar.
So you use bars of soap at
Sometimes
home. You don't use
sometimes
like
I
body
use the
wash.
lotion,
Yeah.
whatever's there.
Puts the
Sometimes
lotion
bars
on
of
its
soap.
skin.
What?
does.
I said it puts the lotion on its skin. No, I've never been. I don't feel like the body wash or whatever is as thorough. I just don't feel as clean.
Got to get a lot of it. Got to get a loofah.
Body wash? Yeah, you got to get a poof.
Got to get a loofah.
Yep.
A poofa. All right, final one. Who wants it with the junk drawer? I wanted the dirty soap. Bobby has the missing man in the armpit.
All right, I'll do house guest etiquette. Now, we're going out of town this weekend. We're going to go to Oklahoma, be a guest over by Wesley's. But an etiquette expert has said some tips for being a good house guest.
Okay.
All right. First,
I feel like I'm an expert in this, and we may not have enough time.
Do not enter. You want me to push it back to another time?
How many things are there?
Quite a bit.
Oh yeah, we'll hold it back. We'll hold it back. How about the dad kiss?
Oh.
Because I was doing this with my 3-year-old yesterday. The original Tom Brady rule, who may be dating Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
Brady and Kardashian. Here's my favorite quote from the gossip websites. Tom is just her type.
Yeah, right.
And I was like,
A 6'10" scrub basketball player?
Infinity? ...
Yeah.
Her type.
Her type. What does that mean?
A 6'10" scrub basketball player. But apparently they were cozying up on the beach and on the dance floor at this white party that Micah and Dez attended.
11 shots that Kim Kardashian had reportedly. 11 shots.
11 shots of alcohol?
Of alcohol.
She doesn't
yeah.
drink either.
Well, she did that night.
And apparently people were tweeting me, oh, my God, Tom, what are you doing? Yo, let's not get it twisted. Kim Kardashian's freaking hot. She's smoking hot. I think a lot of times their Kardashian annoyance kind of interferes here, but everyone in that family is generally freaking smoking hot.
I'll take a little
It's an
sip.
attractive family. Yeah, it's a very attractive family.
I would even mess with Chloe. I mean,
Sure.
she's got like the Michael Jackson body dysmorphia thing going, and she's looking good.
She looks very good. They all do.
She looks very, very good.
I've always been Team Courtney. I thought Courtney was the best looking one of the bunch.
No,
of the original
she
three.
She got RBF. She got too much RBF for me. But Kim Kardashian, we agree, is a smoke show. I mean, she's got the fake butt and everything, and
Very
may not be into that, but she's hot.
Yeah, to make an analogy here to the grandest of prairies where we're hanging out today, like I'm sure there are times that like Mountain Creek Lake out here in Grand Prairie looks nice, but I would never like dive into Mountain Creek Lake.
Okay.
Is my point. So yeah, she can look good. There's a step too far though.
Real quick, is 5 years old too old for your son for you as a father to kiss him on the mouth, on the lips?
You tell us.
I would not. I tell you,
I don't think I'll be able to answer this until I'm in the moment. Right now, I give him a little peck to mess with him because he won't kiss me. He'll dodge his head, but he'll kiss his mother, but he won't do it to me. So I do it to more mess with him, but I'm not opposed to it.
My youngest will not let me kiss him at all. My oldest, he doesn't care. I would never kiss either one of them on the lips.
Ever.
No, Julian will not let me kiss him ever.
No, but 2, 3 years old.
2 3 years old, I kiss him on the cheek.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever kiss him on the lips.
Okay.
Hey, do you need a kiss on the lips? Because Tom Brady does it.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever kissed my kids.
Was that Mike Inster?
Yeah.
No, it's
That was Mike.
That was Mike?
Yeah, it was a drop. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know it was Mike. I was asking if he was on the mic or it was a drop.
I don't know. I think like the way I approach this is like I think most people do it with like 2 and 3 year old or whatever. So like at that point, it's probably just kids' own comfort level when they get, because I feel like kids tell you on their own. Like my daughter, like she turned 4 and all of a sudden it was just she'd kiss me on the cheek and she'd turn her cheek to me, and that was without it ever being a discussion. So I think it's kind of like their level up until obviously like maybe they hit like, I don't know, whatever age that may be, 12, then you got to go like, okay, this has to stop.
Why was this being asked?
Some father was being criticized on social media for kissing his 5-year-old son on the mouth. And they're like, he's too old, it's not appropriate.
I don't think you should criticize what others do.
Yeah,
unless the kid's uncomfortable with it.
Especially different cultures. Like, it could be in different, like, there are people, like, in other countries that breastfeed at, like, 5.
How
It's,
much
like, different?
How much more do the Rangers need to spend after what happened last night in Boston? Bobby says, be careful, Chris Young, before you spend for even more. That's next on your home of the Rangers. We are at Firehouse number 9 in Grand Prairie. Stop by for breakfast and to say what's up. Brought to you by Central Roofing and Restoration on the Fan.
But we are out here, like Sean said, at Firehouse number 9. And thanks in part to C4 Energy. I got one in my
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Left on left, first pitch. So we're going to chop it right side. That's going to be tough. Simeon charges, suicide play, and he has none. Even if he fields that cleanly, Yoshida beats that out. That one was chopped high in the sky like we were playing to the Metrodome or something. Another run scores for Boston. They have put up 6 in the inning.
Man, that was part of the nightmare 7th where the Rangers had it get totally out of control. Spores, Grant Anderson, John King, you name it. They all lived through a nightmare, and Bruce Bochy was not too pleased after the Rangers gave up the lead. They lose to the Red Sox 10-6, 12 batters, 4 relievers, 6 runs, 7 hits, all in the 7th. And Bobby's saying maybe be careful on continuing to spend. And we'll get to it in a second here on your home for Rangers baseball. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto out in Grand Prairie, Firehouse number 9. 315 West Polo is the address. And we're brought to you by Central Roofing and Restoration along with C4 Energy. Shout out to the Tolos. There's this freaking hoss over here. And I'm like,
yeah.
He walked over here. He was wearing those Danucci hats. And he was talking about the hats of Bobby, and I was like, "Oh, did Danucci give you that? You look like you played." He goes, "Yeah, I play Garden Center, Old Dominion right now. Went to Dartmouth.
Look at that.
Got in the transfer portal, and
Smart
then
kid.
Michael Flores playing offensive line, looking like a monster over there. Also had another Mike stop by, but the MVP for the Sharif house and the little man birthday party is Rick coming by with some Wasp and Hornet spray.
Can't beat it, man. You got to have at least 3 cans in the house at all times.
That's the power of the Tolo right there. I was talking about the wasp nests that have taken over, and Rick said, I'm stopping by with the delivery. Bam, there it is.
I got one in the garage, and I got one in the back. You got to have multiple cans.
Got to. There's another mic here that I wrote down, and W-I-S. I don't know why I wrote this down, but I wanted to give the proper shout-out. But
we also had Tolo Lisa out here that we said hi to, and we're close on the count. All right, North Grand Prairie has closed the race. We're now down just 1. But South Grand Prairie is still represented more, and so I'm going to have to keep calling you North Grand Prairie until Grand Prairie High School shows up.
Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour stickers. We got T-shirts. We got breakfast from Rudy's in Arlington. Dave Swaby brought them by. We'll have an actual real firefighter on at 8:30. Let's see if we can get him to pressure Bobby into the ice tub. Wireless? Do we have a wireless here?
We
DJ?
do.
Oh, yeah, we do.
A wireless mic possibly into the cold tub. And that's going to have to happen, before Steve Phillips at 9:20.
Yeah.
If we can pressure Bobby into
And assuming
it.
Steve answers his phone this time. But whatever.
That's right.
Yeah, we got to get Bobby in the cold tub. The cold tub, it's exhilarating, man. It is exhilarating.
Maybe you want to do it.
No, I can't. You can't do that before the gym. I'm going to the gym today.
Oh, you can't do it before?
No, I can't do it before.
No, okay, can't do it. Why is money not winning in baseball?
Yeah, this was something from Ben Lindbergh over at the Ringer over the July 4th holiday, and the headline was interesting. It said, money isn't winning in MLB this season. Is that good or bad for baseball? And there's typically been some variance over the course of the last 20 years of how much spending is associated with winning games in the MLB. Obviously, the Rangers back in the early 2000s used to spend a ton of money. They spent a ton on Alex Rodriguez and Chan-Ho Park and others like that, and it didn't add up to winning at all. But every year it kind of varies a little bit. It kind of, jump ropes over the median line. But what's interesting this year is it has taken an aggressive dip, a 30-year low in terms of the winning percentage of the highest spending teams in Major League Baseball. And they point out, they say the high payroll Mets and Padres are flailing right now. The low budget Rays, Diamondbacks, Orioles, Reds, they're thriving. And that this has really kind of turned upside down the standings a little bit. They say back on opening day, the league's most expensive teams projected to be among the best. Like we just named them there. Teams like the Mets and the Padres. More than halfway through the season, it's become commonplace for MLB's high rollers to, roll over. The Mets and the Padres, who combined for 190 regular season wins last year, squared off in the playoffs and then claimed 2 of the top 4 slots in offseason spending, are in 4th place in their respective divisions. The other 2 offseason splashers, Yankees and Phillies, along with the Angels, they're in 3rd, while the perennial powerhouse Dodgers have just a 1.5-game lead over 3rd place San Francisco. With the exception of the Rangers, this season's surprise team, all have payrolls that place in the bottom 10. The Rays, Orioles, Diamondbacks, Reds, and Marlins are all bottom 10 in spending this year.
Wow. And
only 2 of the majors' 6 first-place teams, Texas and Atlanta, have higher than average payrolls. So simply put, spending big hasn't brought the desired results. So while we're sitting here kind of saying maybe Texas has sort of spent their way into some success here with Seager and, Evaldi and Simeon and these different guys that they've acquired, that's actually a bit of an outlier this year. Most everybody else is getting burned by the spending.
So the misnomer in baseball is that, just spend and you win. Like there's a lot of parity in baseball. In fact, I think there's been obviously more teams win the World Series than win the NBA championship, and there's a ton of turnover in baseball from a playoff standpoint. Money doesn't buy you championships necessarily. What it does is it buys you mistakes. It's easier for now the Padres, maybe not, because they're a smaller market. But if the Yankees and the Dodgers sign Ohtani and he gets hurt tomorrow and he never plays again, they can recover from that mistake easier than Minnesota. Right?
Yeah.
They'll just do it again next year.
I just have a hard time, saying, okay, this is the way.
Yeah.
This is the way. Now, Bassick has preached for years, and everyone does it in any sport. You got to draft, develop. Is this version of the Rangers an example of that? Not really. Josh Young.
Young, Duran. I think those two stand
But those
out.
were traded. Duran was traded for. Heim was traded for.
But still
That's
prospects.
development,
It wasn't guy. You still, developed. It was still prospects. The fact that Jonah Heim, Josh Young, Ezekiel Duran, Adolis Garcia, you could say was developed. It was late bloom, but he was developed in this system after the Cardinals had given up on him. And so, I think that it's been a blend of spending, and I think that's the way it's got to be. I think you've got to build a system and build a young core that can succeed or can contribute, and then you place around it veterans that you feel confident in. It's just tough to always feel confident in the veterans that you're spending on.
Let me simplify it. Does that list of non-spenders who are thriving this year make you say, we shouldn't go out and spend or get Scherzer or a big-time reliever if we can? Does that list make you hesitant to spend more?
No. I think that that's where teams sort of put themselves over the top, is when they get to deadline time. I think this is more about the spending that you would do.
Like what we want the Cowboys to do.
Yeah.
We want the Cowboys to do what they've done to get this to this point, but we want the finishing over the top piece that they don't spend on.
Yeah, this is more about like the December spending can impact you, because I think when you look at, in 2010, that's one of the ones that we always go back to, where you look at the Rangers needed something to push them over the top, and so they sacrificed what was their biggest prospect at the time, Justin Smoke, and in the end, probably a deal they won, even though they only got half a season of Cliff Lee, because they don't make the World Series without Cliff Lee pitching like he did during that run. But, that's when you make the move of, let's get this to push us over the top. 2011, when they make the move for Mike Adams because they need the bullpen piece, and Koji Wahara did not work out, but Mike Adams did, and was somebody who helped them late in ball games along the way. That's where I think spending can make sense. You just have to weigh the balance of how much is our young core ready to compete that we can then give up some of the guys in the minors, versus if you give up some of those guys in the minors and then you find that your young core can't compete, now you've sacrificed your future and you've kind of reset everything. That's the balance I think that people are looking at.
Was the biggest badass move of the year performed by Ellie De La Cruz, and what happened the other day, RJ Choppy?
Man, Ellie De La Cruz. So, backstory here. On the knob of his bat, the bottom of his bat, he had this little kind of silicone white thing that was a knob that was attached to the bottom of his bat. Now, anybody who's been around youth baseball will know that there's a couple companies that make this. One of them is like Blast Motion, and basically it records a lot of swing speed and swing path. It's basically like a TrackMan in golf. And you use on the knob of your bat. Well, Ellie De La Cruz had this on the knob of his bat. Davey Martinez, the manager of the Nationals, in the second inning, had the umpires come out and check this thing out. And was like, yeah, man, what is that? Ellie strikes out. Next time at bat, he comes up, and he absolutely mashes another 450-plus foot home run. Looks at Davey Martinez, points to the knob at his bat, and then at the umpire, and then throws the bat away and runs the first and, trots around the bases.
And Davey Martinez was asked afterwards about the embarrassment.
I've never seen them wear it before. I don't know what's going on with it, and they checked it, and they came back and said that, it was legal, and I said, I'm good, no big deal.
Is that the kind of thing that at some point you feel the need to mention that to David Bell, your side of it, or do you feel like what happened tonight is fine?
I think they understand. I hope they understand. I mean, I play with Freddie. Freddie knows I'm not. I'm not trying to penalize this kid. I'm not. I mean, I love the way he plays the game. I don't like his antics. After he hit the home run, we could do without that. He's only got 2 weeks in big leagues, but he's going to be a good player.
Oh
man. So, like, look, I highly doubt Davey Martinez had never seen this technology before. There's no way to be around baseball and have never seen this technology. Now, maybe he didn't know if it was actually allowed to be on a bat during a game. But, the umpires, I guess, said it was okay. But, like, we're in the age of information in Major League Baseball. There's no doubt about that. This is weird on David Martinez's part.
And Ellie De La Cruz, I'm guessing, is taking over youth baseball everywhere. Is he the guy?
He is. He's one of the guys. Yeah, I mean, Shohei really is taking over. Trout's number, the best player on most teams that I've seen today now wear either 99 or 27. Those are two major numbers right now. 27 that's Trout's number. That's usually the one that is, the best player on the other team usually gets that.
And
number.
Speaking of Davey Martinez, bet online with the odds. He is the favorite to be the first manager fired in the National League. Derek Shelton's second in Pittsburgh.
They have not had a bad season at all.
Right. But overall, well, I don't know why they split this up. This doesn't make sense. But, okay, here we go. The first manager fired, the favorite is Buck Showalter. Then the Cardinals manager, which is who, Choppy?
Marmol.
Marmol, good. Then it's Dave Martinez. And you move on to Bud Black, David Ross, Alex Cora. But Buck Showalter, the favorite to go first if someone is fired. And then we may as well throw this out here. Dame's next team, if not Miami, is the Brooklyn Nets, followed by the Knicks and the Celtics. James Harden's next team, the favorite, the Knicks, the Clippers, and then for some reason the Dallas Mavericks are listed as third.
No way.
For James Harden.
I don't see that happening at all.
All right, so there it is. Little recap around the Diamond Cavs with RJ Choppy on your home of the Rangers with Sean, RJ, and Roberto live at Firehouse number 9, 315 West Polo in Grand Prairie. What do the Mavs do now? They're not getting their defensive stopper. They got rejected by the Portland Trailblazers, and let's see if we can force Bobby into the ice tub here at the Firehouse next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to number 1 air, the Super Summer.
Matisse Thybulle is not going to be a Dallas Maverick defensive stopper. Yesterday, the Portland Trail Blazers matched the offer. They tried to mix it up. They tried to throw some things in there to scare off the Blazers, but they're like, no, even though we're going to trade Damian Lillard, we're going to keep this guy around here in Portland. So you got to do something else now with the mid-level exception. It didn't sound like they were totally in love with DeAndre Ayton. So you got Grant Williams, you got Seth Curry. You know, how much better are the Dallas Mavericks?
They're better. They're better.
Okay.
They're better in terms of, like, for the past 3 months I've been dealing with this cough, and every time I would hack a loogie, I would say, I'm getting better. It's breaking up. That's what they are.
Yeah.
They're like they've gone from a green loogie to a yellow loogie. That's what they've done here. It's still crunchy. All right,
Gross.
it's still hard to get up, but they're a slightly more yellow loogie.
Okay.
Why are you still sitting? See, this is my theory on Choppy right now. He said he was going to move hours ago with the sun coming up there, but I think he's trying to work on his baseline tan.
Oh no, I've got a great tan already. Why
are you still sitting right in the sun here at the firehouse?
Well, truth be told, I'm skipping the sauna after the gym today. I figured I'll just do it right now.
Okay, so you're gonna go. I knew there was a tactic.
Yeah,
I knew there was something he was thinking.
Because I don't have sunscreen on, so I can't I don't want to get burnt.
How you think? How's my tan compared to Choppy's, Bobby? What do you think?
I think Choppy's is a little darker.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm like a Greek god right now, just golden nut brown tan.
All right,
let's bring in a real man. Brian Gregory sitting down with us here at Firehouse number 9, 315 West Polo in Grand Prairie. And it's all brought to you by Central Roofing and Restoration. We got C4 Energy. We got donuts. We got Rudy's in Arlington with the breakfast burritos. So is it Greg or Brian?
It's Brian.
It's
Gregory,
Brian.
Greg, whatever you want to call me.
Well, normally it's a nickname, but like first name, last name. Okay, so Brian. Brian.
That is my first name. Yeah.
What do you do here?
I'm a driver here at Fire Station number 9, so my job is to drive that fire engine that sits right behind you.
Okay, so let's just say you all got a call right now.
Mm-hmm.
What would happen in terms of that vehicle turning on sound-wise, noise, getting out of here?
Lots of noise, lots of lights, lots of sirens.
Okay, so you couldn't turn it on right now?
Not from right here. I don't have a remote
No,
start.
but like right now without a call, could you just go turn it on? And would it be loud as hell? Would it blow us away?
I could turn it on right now.
Okay, let's turn it on here in just a second. Now, Bobby came up to me in the commercial break. He was supposed to. He's the new guy on the show, so he's supposed to get initiated. Which normally he's down to do all these dares. And he said y'all have an ice tub back there, and we were pressuring him to get in there. But then in the commercial break, he comes over to me. Hey, man, I don't really think I can do it.
I don't.
I'm on Adderall. I got C4 in me. And I think that – what was your medical explanation?
No, I just said that the Adderall, the C4, my heart rate's up. My blood vessels are probably a little constricted, so the ice bath is going to constrict it even more. I think that's going to shoot my blood pressure up.
Now, you also have EMT on your shirt.
I do.
Okay,
I do.
so is this a legit explanation?
It could be.
Could be?
Could be.
Could we hook up the defib on him now? What would that do to him?
What is the defibrillator?
Isn't that what shocks your heart back to
It
life?
does. It does shock. I wouldn't recommend hooking it up to you right now.
Is that what Madonna got?
Only whenever you need it.
No, she got Narcan.
Which isn't
Narcan what they give you on an overdose?
For an overdose.
Yeah.
Wow.
But they said hers was like septic. She was septic in something.
Why do you guys have 8 ceiling fans?
To keep air moving around in here.
What? No.
Are you talking about in the day room?
In the day room, in the lounge area, you have 8 fans.
It keeps air moving around. It gets hot in there.
You can't
stale
get
air.
3 fans.
No.
You couldn't do 4 fans.
No.
You got 9 lights.
It's a tall ceiling, man. You got to have more fans.
Okay.
You can never have too many fans.
All right, Bobby.
I agree.
You have your list. Oh, you had a very important question you wanted to ask?
Yeah, in terms of the ceiling fan thing, who? Is there somebody here that will clear a room more than anyone else? Is that when they walk in that if they've had certain things to eat, just don't sit next to them?
There has been guys at this station that could clear rooms a little bit more than what the guys out here do now.
He thinks it's because you have all the fans to clear out.
To help
gas.
clear it out, to circulate it out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good theory. I mean, that could be the reason why.
Could be. You never know.
All right, Bobby, you got your list of questions?
Yeah, there's just a couple things I'm curious about. First off, the ice bath, since we already mentioned that, let's go there. It's not just an ice bath you have there. It's next to all the stalls.
Well, that's just where they store it. They usually bring it out here.
So you don't actually sit in the stall and ice yourself.
Not next to the person or anything like that, or do your
going.
stuff and then move over to the ice bath. No.
Just tell them your rule of thumb: shower, bathroom.
Well, okay, so I wouldn't have as big of an issue with the ice bath, but my issue is I cannot shower in a bathroom where somebody has done their business within 2 hours of them doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Because I feel like the particles in the air then mixing with the steam, I feel like I'm just getting coated in residue. It's like nuclear fallout. And I don't want any of that. I don't want the acid rain thing, that whole factor. So that's where I'd skip it. So I got a little bit of anxiety seeing the ice tub in there and thinking that everybody just kind of sits and hangs out in there while, everything's going on.
So candidates for the ice tub are in there because of what? Like they just come back from a hot fire? You need to cool off from the hot fire, or you're working out, or what?
The one that uses it the most is from after he gets done working out here in the sun and stuff like that. He'll jump in and kind of cool his body off
In the
that way.
sun, working out in the sun. Is he like a show off around here?
Yeah.
Is he here?
Yeah, he's here.
What's his name? Where is
Austin
he?
Nix.
Where's
He's
Austin?
right
Raise
there.
your hand.
Yeah.
He looks like a show
Well,
off.
I mean, look at the sunglasses. That's a dead giveaway as a show off. Right?
Look at him.
Are you Lance's brother?
No, he's PC principal. South Park.
So he works out in the sun and then goes in the cold tub.
Yeah, to show off for all of us old guys. You know?
I hear
Okay.
that. Yeah.
So sometimes I know, like, covering the Cowboys, we find that athletes don't always love when we're in the locker room. They're kind of like, you losers. You guys get kind of the same feeling watching us sit here around your workspace. Or you
Not
like,
at all.
I don't want you here at all.
Not at all.
What have
No,
been your
not at all.
thoughts about us here so far?
I've enjoyed it. I mean, it's something new, something
Were
different.
you
so.
surprised by a legion of fans who came out and showed up?
No, I'm not at all.
Okay.
Do you guys have any tips for removing like a chirping smoke detector out of an apartment? 'Cause they make it really hard to just pull it off of the wall. So that'd be one where I call you guys and you just come and remove
Contact
it.
your maintenance department.
And then they would just remove it because it chirps really loud.
I'm not
It's
going to say they're gonna
really
remove
annoying.
it. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna say
What is
that.
the call that you get where you're like, wrong department, you don't call us for that? What's the most consistent call you get? Cat in the tree?
I can't recall ever going on a cat in a tree in my career.
Where did
but
that come from?
It's a good question.
But what's the biggest mistake where it's like, no, we don't address that?
Car seat installation, is that it?
We do get some of that coming up here, yeah, and that's something that we actually do not do up here is the car seat installation.
You don't?
Because we're not certified.
Okay.
My mom, she told me like to get rid of her smoke detectors, right? And then she said that I'm gonna have the fire department come out and put new ones in. I'm like, I don't think they do that.
Did you just miss the last 20 seconds?
No, I'm just saying that. She wants them.
We just addressed smoke detectors.
No, you address it, but not like installing them in a house.
He just said, call your maintenance department.
That's exactly.
No, but in a house, you don't have a maintenance department in a house.
You're the maintenance department.
I'm not a maintenance department. I'm not doing that.
She can't call you to do it, right?
Yeah.
They can call us out. I mean, if it's something that we can help and fix, then we'll be more than happy to do so. But
Man, I
We
didn't.
don't
I thought you
technically
guys
do
just
that.
put out fires, not like fixing homes and life help.
Yeah, maybe that's how the cat stereotype started. Like somebody just asked them to do it, and they're like, "Okay, I guess." And now
we'll
people are like,
just do
"That's what they do." Have you guys ever had to like put out a fire that was caused by like a gender reveal?
no, I've personally never been on a gender reveal fire.
What is the physical training? I have a family friend. I know you're surprised we have all these questions lined up. I have a family friend who went to Austin and was like, I got to go through the rigorous training and everything to pass my test. What is entailed physically besides from Rambo back here in the sun?
With that specimen of a human behind
Yeah.
me.
What do you all have to do?
So for ours, I mean, we do hose drag, you have to do a dummy drag, you have to do stair climbs, and it's all time. So there's various different exercises that you have to go through.
You have to keep like redoing it like a driver's test, like every 3 years.
Oh, no, sir.
Really? So you can just get
Do it once.
gluttonous and sloppy, and you're just gonna trust that they can still get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, look at this guy standing out here in this black shirt with the badge.
Man.
Wow.
Wow. You just swerved 3 lanes of traffic to run over him.
My God. What a drive-by.
How often do people usually pass it the first time?
That's probably a pretty good high percentage rate that they pass.
I'm like, is this harder than the Cowboys opening conditioning test in Oxnard?
Absolutely.
I would hope so. I would hope
What do they
so.
do? Run 100 yards and then it's a half jog.
Some people fail it. Are you a Cowboy fan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because that sounded a little insulting.
What do you think about Dak?
He's good.
Oh, I think he heard me
Better-
yelling earlier.
Better than Romo?
No.
Oh,
yeah.
No. Okay, I'm curious. What percentage of the fires that y'all respond to, just frankly, and without like assigning what it is, are responsible for just people being dumb?
Next question.
Wow, we got Drew Rosenhaus sitting down with us here on the fan. Okay, can we fire this thing up?
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and grab the keys. I assume they're keys. Is it a button? We a push starter for the truck?
Key fob?
Yeah, it's a key. It's a key fob. All right, let's hear how loud this thing actually is and see if we can scare some people here. DJ, get ready for the board
Oh,
controls.
Man. I don't want to hear the horn.
With the levels right here, and let's see.
Oh, this is gonna be loud.
Hey, turn your turn your mic down, Sean.
Turn my mic down?
Your headphones.
Oh, my headphones?
Your headphones, yeah.
Well, how loud is it going to be? Oh.
Loud.
I mean, blows the
that's
air
weak.
horn.
That's not the horn.
That's weak.
That's
Look
not
at Bobby.
Just wait.
That's it?
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, that was the horn. I missed it.
that's
No,
it.
there was no horn.
You can uncover your ear.
No, go to the horn. Go to the horn. Go to the
Oh, yeah,
Can you
the
do
horn.
any horn
Oh,
or
no.
siren noise? Let's hear it. Oh, they're covering their ears.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
don't wanna-
They
They
got it.
just covered their
They
ears.
got it. They covered their ears, too. They were
getting
scared.
afraid. They were
They
getting
were
scared.
terrified.
They were
Oh, my
terrified.
gosh.
All right, so that
Yeah.
apparently would have been bad. All right, Brian, Greg, Brian, whatever your name is. Anything else that we should know? Any message to the people getting ready to start their weekends?
No,
I'm
I
not
give a
being
shout out to
stupid
my-
or not calling you guys.
Just give a shout out to my wife, Lauren, and my daughter,
Do we have
Samantha.
his mic up? Or is mine
Yeah.
just way
Yeah,
down?
no, yours is way
Oh,
down.
Choppy
Down.
made me
He's
turn mine
right
down.
there. Yeah.
Sorry, go
Oh,
ahead. Give
you're
your
good.
shout outs.
So wife Lauren and daughter Samantha, her little friend Aubrey, they're all going to gymnastics right now. So
And are they listening?
I hope they're listening.
Well, then why you don't give a shout out if they're not listening?
Yeah.
I mean,
They're
they got to be
wasting time.
listening.
You know,
Odyssey
I gave them the
Rewind,
time,
man.
but
Odyssey
if they
Rewind.
choose to turn in, that's on them.
Hey, man, thank you for being a good, edgy guest, and thank you for having us out as well.
Thanks, guys.
Gregory Brian Gregory here. Firehouse number 9, 315 West Polo in Grand Prairie. I can call him to get my wasp nest down.
Do it, man.
I can call him. I got some door gaps. There's
Door gaps.
Mr. and Mrs. Fix It.
Door gaps.
Everywhere. What is a superstar and how many Cowboys fit that description? That's next. And below the belt right here on The Fan. But look.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Why the Grand Prairie Gophers are the greatest high school in all of North Texas. They showed out. We've officially, Clark and Erica showed out here and officially put Grand Prairie High School over the top. They are now
Eric and Raina.
We've now had more Grand Prairie High folks show up than South Grand Prairie. So I can no longer call Grand Prairie High School North Grand Prairie. So I got to come up with something to pull more South Grand Prairie people out here to keep the rivalry going. So they are now Grand Prairie High School, and South Grand Prairie is going to be North Cedar Hill. So North Cedar Hill High School is playing second to Grand Prairie High now. All right, so another list to make me mad and to get my blood pressure up. We've got this list from Dan Hansis over at NFL.com.
What's going on with you right now?
What do you mean?
Just...
My throat got hung up, and I was trying to figure out a way to just talk through it, and then I had to stop and clear it. So
I saw your hand trembling over the mouse. Your left hand is going. Your right hand is going.
Because
hey, your throat is all goggled up. It's
your thumbnail is way too long.
Well,
holy crap!
You know why that is?
Yeah, that's supposed to be a pinky there.
Oh, you pick locks with it?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yep.
Dude.
Old sheltered Sharif here, chop,
Sean.
right? Am I right?
To have a long nail?
Yeah, anyway, let's move on from that topic. 2023 NFL Superstar Club.
I didn't know it was a cocaine reference.
For the booger sugar.
Okay. All right, let's Dan Hansis from
cocaine making you uncomfortable? We're talking about the White House.
I love Eric Clapton. All right, so Dan Hansis over at NFL.com has the 2023 NFL Superstar Club. And this is a bizarre sort of just floating definition. Do you guys, either of you, have a definition of what a superstar is?
No, it's just like porn.
Yep.
Is it?
Thank you.
It's just like
you
porn.
know it when you see it.
Yep, that's what it is.
Is there anything that, or when you're considering somebody a superstar, do you think it has at all to do with your ability? Like,
of course.
Yeah.
Like, I think that
you can't be a superstar without ability.
But wouldn't you say somebody like Russell Westbrook's not good anymore, really? Wouldn't Russell Westbrook still be a superstar?
Not still.
Not still.
He was.
Okay.
Russell Wilson, what was he a super? Is he in the Westbrook category?
It's a good question. To me, it's like if somebody walks into a room, does the room stop?
Right.
Even though Josh Allen is a great quarterback, I don't think the room stops when he walks into a room. He's too generic looking. He just looks like every other dude out there.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like there's certain guys though when they walk into a room,
a superstar.
Yeah, and you could be a superstar. Like the 50th best player in the league could be a superstar with the personality.
Sure.
Maybe not the 50th, but you know what I mean?
Dylan Brooks, for instance.
Not a superstar.
Big old superstar.
Not a superstar.
So this list from Dan Hansis kind of just goes through the guys that every year he does this list that says the current season superstar list where guys come off the list, he adds guys, and he goes through each position. And we're going to save quarterback for last. And I think you can guess why. All right, so on this list, he has one kicker, Justin Tucker, he thinks is a superstar. Would we include Justin Tucker as a superstar?
I mean, he's a kicking superstar.
I think by the nature of that position, you can never be a superstar.
I don't know, man. Sebastian Janikowski kind of was. His personality, right?
He was a partier. Marquette King
Was
punter.
Vinatieri in his prime a superstar?
So Vinatieri, maybe. Vinatieri was at least notable.
I'll say no to Justin Tucker. I have a high standard for these things.
Yeah.
Very high bar. I'll say no. Not a superstar.
What I think is interesting is the tight end list, which includes one player, and that's Travis Kelce. And I think if you're talking about notoriety, and again, I've already acknowledged I lost the debate on Kelce Kittle with you. That's fine.
Okay.
But if you're talking about notoriety and ability and personality, isn't George Kittle all of that?
Oh my
God!
You
went around about 5 minutes for George Kittle.
No,
Thank
I'm just
you.
saying, isn't Kittle all of that?
Travis Kelce is a superstar. George Kittle is not.
Well,
George Kittle maybe is a star for you wrestling booger eaters because he loves WWE so much, but George Kittle's not a superstar on the level of Travis Kelce from a notoriety
The only
standpoint.
thing good he does is he sang Miley or one time or whatever it is.
Yeah, well,
You think George Kittle has the same level of fame as Kelce?
I mean, like, now that you guys have put up such resistance to it, I'm going to say he has more, and that Travis Kelce is Stephen Baldwin.
Okay.
And he's being carried by his better brother in his media career.
Well, you've
now.
lost 2 tight end takes there.
All right. The wide receiver.
We all
group-
agree Travis Kelce is a superstar, though?
Yes, Travis Kelce is a superstar.
Okay.
The wide receiver group is an interesting one because there are guys here who I think are really, really talented that I don't think I would consider a superstar because I think some of it's about brand and notoriety. So here are the names: Devontae Adams, A.J. Brown, Jamar Chase.
A.J. Brown's not a superstar.
I would tend to agree.
Jamar is more in the category. Devontae, has Devontae Adams reached? He's got superstar game. He's got superstar skills. Is he that from a recognition standpoint?
I don't think so. I think that from a wide receiver standpoint.
Is Jamar Chase more of a star than Devontae Adams?
Yes.
Yep.
But you know what? I don't think Justin Jefferson's a star. I couldn't tell you what he looks like. I don't know what he sounds like.
That's interesting. Yeah, I don't.
Tyreek Hill, I think, is more of a star than he is.
I might agree that Jamar Chase would pop in my head as a superstar, whereas Justin Jefferson, you could maybe argue, is a better receiver, but I wouldn't consider him a superstar. But the rest of this list has Stephon Diggs.
What do we think about Devontae?
It's tough because you've got to be like an elite quarterback, I think, to spend most of your career in Green Bay and be a superstar just by the nature of where you play. And so I just don't know that Devontae's risen to that level yet. I think a lot of people don't have any clue what Devontae's personality is.
Which is awesome.
So that's tough. Yeah, he is great. He's a great quote. I just don't think there are a lot of people that are aware of it. Stephon Diggs.
Absolutely not.
I think, right. I don't think that you would include him in superstar conversation, even though he's a good player. Tyreek Hill is a superstar. Justin Jefferson, no. Cooper Kupp, no. First Cowboy.
Hey, this guy has all them on his superstar list?
Yeah.
Way too kind.
First Cowboy, CeeDee Lamb.
No.
I think CeeDee Lamb is just too, like, again, if you're talking about, he's a great quote in the locker room. He's awesome to deal with. I don't think anybody nationally has an idea of who CeeDee Lamb is.
What is CeeDee Lamb best known for?
It's snatching the cell phone.
Carrying Kyler Murray to the number 1 pick.
It's snatching the cell phone from his girl on draft night.
Yep.
I will say that he's shown a little bit of the swagger before. That, like, the Patriots game, when he scores the game-winning touchdown against the Patriots and he's waving in the guy's face. Like, that's the kind of stuff, being a Cowboy and that sort of stuff.
Oh, he got dress swag, too. I saw him in Paris.
Yeah.
I think he's got capability of it, and he's letting it out more and more.
DK Metcalf and Deebo Samuel round out the receivers list.
I thought DK had a chance to break out as one.
And then Russ got old.
And then, Russ got old. Superstar. I don't think Debo is a superstar. Those are 2 really good ones. I'll probably lean no. DK had a chance though, and then it kind of got stunted a little bit.
Yeah, I think again a lot of this you have to include like personality and brand recognition. I don't know that anybody knows what Debo and DK even sound like. If you played their voice, I don't know that anybody would go, "Oh yeah, that's DK Metcalf." So I don't know. I think we may have hit a point in the NFL where running back doesn't have superstars anymore. And
was Zeke a superstar?
Yes. So that's actually what I think. I think the closest person left is maybe somebody like Zeke, who everybody does know what Zeke sounds like. Everybody knows the branding of doing this. He played for the Cowboys. He got paid a ton of money. The names they have here are Nick Chubb.
No.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Who made? What was the website? Who did this?
This is NFL.com.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, stick to basketball.
Derrick Henry.
Ooh, Derrick Henry is a superstar.
Henry's close because he's got the brand of people call him King Henry.
He's also like larger than life, right? He's big.
Alabama. There's a meme of him standing next to Mark Ingram,
Yeah.
so he's been memed into eternity. So that's a good name. Is Christian McCaffrey a superstar?
No.
Well, he's dating Olivia Culpo. Is that who he's with?
Yes.
That's superstar. You don't date her without being a superstar of some kind.
I'll say no.
I have no idea who that is, by the way.
She's hot.
Jonathan Taylor.
No. There's only been one person in the history of the world who was able to play in Indianapolis and be a superstar. Maybe two. It's Peyton and like Reggie Miller.
Got that, Reggie.
Is Andrew Luck a superstar?
Edgerrin James, I think he was a superstar.
Andrew Luck is Bobby with a better arm.
Ron Artest.
Big neckbeard guy.
Ron Artest, superstar?
Yes.
I think he was.
Yeah.
All right, so before we list the quarterbacks here,
For the wrong reasons.
If I were to say who in the NFL, what quarterbacks are superstars, who comes to mind?
Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
Let me go to
Mahomes, obviously. Burrow. I don't know that, he's one of the best, but does Allen have
No.
the public presence to put him in there?
I don't think so.
No.
I think Dak's a bigger superstar than Josh Allen is. Not better,
Yeah.
but Dak walks into a room, everybody knows who he is. Josh Allen walks in the room. I mean, I think you can make a case that
Like Dak's a bigger star than Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
I think you can make a legitimate case that more people know the name Dak Prescott than Patrick Mahomes.
Ooh.
Wow.
Why? I mean, I know the cowboy tie,
The
but
cowboy tie.
But
He's. I mean, like now maybe it may
is
be
Dak
close.
a superstar? No doubt.
Dak's a superstar.
I mean, if you're the quarterback of America's team, I think you're a superstar.
Tony Romo was a superstar.
Yeah.
Chad Hutchinson was a superstar. I was kidding. But you know what I mean? Like the Cowboys, the name, the brand, it resonates.
Was Baker Mayfield a superstar?
Yeah, his
Yeah,
rookie season.
he was.
Because he had such a huge personality at Oklahoma, and then he did all the Hulu commercials and feeling kind of dangerous. Everybody knew Baker Mayfield. Well, here are the list of names.
Jesse Holly, by the way, chiming in. Skills may not be anymore, but there isn't a receiver with more star power than OBJ. That might be true.
Ooh, Odell Beckham Jr. probably belongs in that conference. Look how he dominated everybody's attention when he had zero chance of playing last December. All right, so here are the quarterback names on there. He gives 7 quarterbacks.
I'm having a hard time coming up with 4.
Josh Allen.
He's not a superstar.
Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Getting close.
I think he's there because the LSU carryover, the smoke and the cigar, he's
okay.
He's
been there.
turtlenecks, the curly hair.
Justin Herbert.
No.
Jalen Hurts.
No.
Not yet. No.
Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Closer. Yes, I would say probably.
Yes.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. Well, he's boring.
Yeah, he's
Aaron
boring.
Rodgers.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And that's the end of the list. There is no Dak Prescott.
Oh my God, Bobby!
I know, I'm just
Boycott!
saying-
Send him a virus.
No,
send
'cause
send NFL.com a virus. Quit! You should quit. NFL Network.
It shouldn't be that
Oh my
difficult.
God.
Maybe that's what I'll do. Instead of just quitting, I'll have them force me out. I'll take one of Chop's degenerate bets and just let them force me out. But no,
Cash in.
I think that honestly, it's just when you talk about this, to me just looks like who are the players that you love the most, because superstar is a completely different question.
This is another example of a website. Look, these lists are started be the editor. All right, boss, what do you got for me this week? What do you want me to come up with? What list do you want me to do?
I want you to come up with a list that includes as many Dallas Cowboys as possible because they get clicks.
The first comment or question is, how do I include or not include a Dallas Cowboy to get the attention? This man gave all these freaking mediocre notoriety people this love and put them on this list, but he kept Dak off of it.
Yeah,
that's intentional. It's a joke, and that's why I like to keep media watchdog names like Gavin Dawson does or used to do. You're discounted. You're a headline whore. That's what you are.
To quote,
come on, all these other people.
Port to storm.
To quote
This
Jesse
young
Holly,
lady walked by. Young lady, I was not talking to you. Don't take that personally, my bad.
To quote Jesse Holly, you gots to go. That's exactly what happens there. Now, last name here that I think is interesting, somebody that fell off the list, because I think you may be able to say he's still a superstar, even though he's not playing well anymore. Russell Wilson, I think, still could be classified as a superstar.
Could.
Yeah, he could.
And he fell off the list. So Russell Wilson and Dak Prescott being off the list, I think is kind of hilarious if you're then going to include somebody with as little notoriety as Justin Herbert.
Below the belt every single day at this time here on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto. Final hour. Let's see if Steve Phillips dodges us again.
Man.
Former Mets GM. Let's try and get Max Scherzer on the Rangers. Let's preview the MLB draft. But Choppy needs some etiquette advice as a house guest for his road trip. Oklahoma? The Oklahoma road trip right after this show. Choppy needs your help with the Oklahoma road trip tips next on The Fan.
Let's get you healthy, boys and girls. QC Connecticut.
studios secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time in Grand Prairie. Final hour Firehouse number 9. Stop by, say what's up. 315 West Polo Road. Brought to you by Central Roofing and Restoration. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Jane Slater will be in for Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40. Former Mets GM Steve Phillips to talk about the fading Rangers at 9:20. But we got to do a little Tolo roll call for everyone who just rolled up in the commercial break.
Yeah, it's gotten tied up here. We've tied up Grand Prairie and South Grand Prairie.
By the way, my wife texted and she said people say SGP instead of the whole South Grand Prairie thing. So she wanted to correct us, SGP, according to Mrs. Sharif.
All right. I will trust Amanda on this one. So it's Grand Prairie and SGP are now tied up. I can't call either of them by alternative names because Madeline came through, and she represented SGP. She was sent by her dad, Benny. Benny couldn't get away from work, but
Props
he's a
to you,
big-time
Benny.
listener.
Benny said to his daughter, get over there, get a picture with the guys. So props to Benny sending Madeline over for the photo.
And then Dallas Wings superfan, Lori, she came out here, and she is also SGP.
And she's also been with us. That's the second news school that got dropped on us today. So that's a day one listener with Lori. My boy Chris, who I was told to save one of these Firehouse stickers for, he rolled out with his crew as well. And I also wrote down Jordan in Irving. A lot of Irving. Irving took it personally the other day when I criticized them.
Yeah.
When I said they got the weak turnout, they took it personally, and they've shown up here. And my boy Cedric, who I did not know. So this is one of my barbecue buddies.
This is South Irving. This is South Irving representing.
South?
Oh, yeah, this is definitely South Irving.
And my boy Cedric, I said, damn, you smell good. That's the second man I've told that publicly after Roger Staubach. And normally he's smelling like hickory or some mesquite or some type of smoking wood. Dang, I don't know what it was. Him and Corey Majors. Corey Majors smells fantastic as well. But my man Cedric with the food truck rolling up here.
Mark at least 3 or 4 of those things Sean just said, Peyton, please.
I'm not ashamed of it. So stop on out if you get a chance. A lot of Firehouse love as well, as we got some hats dropped off to us.
Yep.
But fellow firefighters to firefighters stopping by and saying what's up. Hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Whoa, the diva move from Bobby
I did
Bell.
not ask for this.
The diva move from the
That
new.
was the, hey, can you get me a cup?
Making
to fire
DJ
those
go
on
and
it?
get him a glass of ice cold water.
This is not diva. This is DJ being a fantastic human being and going and just getting it on his own. I had no idea he was going to get that. I didn't ask for
Put
this.
your mic on, DJ. Why did you feel like you needed to get Bobby water? Why? Oh, we don't have the mic set up.
Because
after Bobby criticized your engineering work at the Super Bowl,
I did not.
And
you did too.
We've moved past that.
Okay.
We're
Have
good with
you?
that. We've hugged.
Have you?
We've spooned.
Why did you honestly feel like you needed to get him water?
Because he was about to blow his throat out this last segment when all this energy hit him.
Oh.
And then his throat closed up. He was over-modulating his microphone and everything. I'm like, he's struggling. He
Oh.
needs something.
Okay, so he was being bad at broadcasting.
I wanted to make the show better.
Okay, there you go. All right, that makes me happy. That makes me happier because he thinks he's like, Mr. Sound Guy over here, Bobby.
He thinks he is.
And I knew last segment something. I was like, "What's wrong with you?" And he was starting to fade, but we hopefully have it fixed.
Not fading at all. Dried out throat. It happens to all of us, okay? It was all Sahara in my throat, and that's it.
All right, Chop, set us up for what you're doing after the show. You got the day off on Monday. Where are you going? And let's get to how good of a guest you need to be.
All right, so we are heading up to Tahlequah, Oklahoma. So my boy Wesley. He's actually the dude that's
Wesley.
Wesley. Well, I call him Wesley. It's really Wesley. I had a Z.
Okay.
In there 'cause I'm cool
He doesn't
like
go
that.
by Wes.
He does go by Wes.
Okay.
I don't.
Is
Call
it?
him. It's Wes.
Just give me the damn regular name.
It's
not the
Wes.
chopping.
It's
cute nickname.
It's Wes.
All right, I
It's
just wanted to
Wes.
make sure there weren't adults who were going by like Wesley, Bobby, stuff like that.
No, I call him Wesley.
Okay.
I'm right here.
He's actually the gentleman who set Sarah and I up.
Oh.
Yeah, which she initially rejected with great prejudice.
We met him. He came in studio.
Yeah, he was the guy that came in studio that one day.
She rejected it initially. It's like my wife's swiping left.
She
Kristen
said
rejected me initially.
She said, "Hey," he said, "I've got this guy for you," and she said, "Let me see a photo," and she said, "Hell no."
Wow.
And
did you have a hat on?
No, I didn't.
Well,
I have a
there you
hat. I don't think. I said, well, it was the duck. It was the duck face that I made in the photo I sent. Well, I was being funny. I was being jovial.
So instead, she fell for your guacamole queso line.
Yeah. So she said, "Hell no," and then he said, "She's in," like a good friend. And she said, he said she's in.
Oh, so you were messaging her, not realizing you had gotten rejected.
And I slid into those DMs with the amazing salsa queso guacamole line, and the rest is history. So he is inviting us up to float the Illinois River, or I call it the Illinois. It has nothing to do with the state of Illinois.
Illinois River in Oklahoma.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Illinois. It doesn't connect to the actual Illinois River. This is a completely different river. It's like, I don't know, 3 feet deep all around. It's a great river. We did it last year. Going to do it again this year. But, I saw this etiquette, this etiquette article. Etiquette West expert William Hansen, Emily Post, rest in peace, I think. Anyway, he said, what do you do as a guest? Well, the first thing is you never arrive on time.
What?
So my kid's baseball coach says on time is late.
Right.
All right.
Way to steal that line, Coach.
Yeah, but as a guest, you want to be 5 to 10 minutes late. You never want to show up on time. 5 to 10 minutes late, traditionally, is still considered on time. You're not too eager. You allow your host to have an extra 5 minutes to collect their thoughts, prepare.
Okay.
When it comes to dinner, come 10 to 15 minutes later than that.
Oh, man. No.
He advises that if it's a quick chat or a cup of coffee, tea, whatever, coming 5 minutes after the agreed time is acceptable. If it's dinner, 10 to 15 minutes later.
So this is thought to be a courtesy towards the host.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit more time.
Okay.
You're usually scrambling, right?
Yes.
So
now, for me, I'm usually trying to, cook dinner. You're messing up my timing of things.
Right.
I'm resting a steak. I'm foiling a brisket. I'm timing something out. So you're screwing up my timing a little bit. And when you have kids, you all know this, I need you there when I say to be there. If my kid's birthday party is at 2 p.m.,
yeah,
I need you. We are scheduling naps,
right,
and we are choreographing everything.
Yes,
that's me.
Especially if it's a party at a location, you usually bought it for the hour.
Oh yeah. So
you've got to have it on time, Deb. But if you're just coming over for a house dinner or whatever, he said if you arrive early, go for a walk, sit in your car, scroll Instagram, TikTok. The next one, when a host prepares a beverage for you, you should offer to help clean up after the visit's concluded, but if the homeowner says, no, I got it, that means no, and get the hell out. That means they want you to leave.
Okay, say that again. This is to get people to leave.
If the host ever prepares anything for you at any time of that night, offer to clean up at the end. But if they say no, it means they want you out. Get out.
Okay. I'm not offering to clean up if you're making me a drink when I first walk in the door. Those two don't go together. If I'm a straggler behind, and I'm one of the final 2 or 3, I'll offer and say, do you need some help cleaning up? Not if you're making me a drink. And if you don't make me a drink, I'm not taking that 3 hours from now you want me to leave as soon as possible. I don't get it. That sounds dumb.
Yeah, I don't see why somebody pouring you a drink, which in all honesty, they're probably going to pour a conservative amount of liquor for what I want anyway.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not gonna do like my wife's job because you skimped on alcohol, right? You
Right.
guys worry about that yourself.
Now, another thing with a drink. He didn't pick up on that. Another thing with a drink.
Or he tried to move past it.
If they offer you a drink, you have to accept it. Accept it with a smile.
Yes.
Don't say, no, that's this. I don't want
But
to
who's
have
just
that."
handing out drinks? Like, I'm asking you what you want to drink.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, if it's a beer, you get whatever type of beer. If it's something in the punch bowl, if it's a margarita, I'm making the margarita. I'm not specifying it.
Right.
But otherwise, what do you want to drink? And you just can't hand out drinks.
Like,
you
if
want a
there's
seltzer, you get a seltzer.
If there's a tray of food and they bring the food over, just take something. They say in some cultures it's incredibly rude to say no.
No, sometimes I'll be like, nah, I'm good right now. I like to get buzzed before I eat.
Yeah, I do too.
I like to get drunk.
See, but that's also the thing. Like you're chancing who is the host. Like for instance, if I'm the host and somebody comes over, I am trying to get people to just do shots all the time. So the polite thing to do is to match me drink for drink because I keep pressuring you into doing shots. Is what you're saying?
Depends on who's driving as well. Got to factor that in. Who wrote this?
This
guy
is,
sounds like a loser.
William Hansen. He's an etiquette expert. Okay. Here's one. There's one I disagree with and one I agree with. The one I disagree with is you should take your shoes off when entering someone else's house.
Oh.
Now, generally, yes. I mean, I take my shoes off at my house, but like, and now they ask, I'll obviously do it, but if you're at a house party, people don't walk around barefoot at a house party.
Right. Now, what if it's been a humongous storm and there's mud everywhere? Or it's a brand new house. Like a brand new house. Otherwise, no one is taking shoes off at the party.
Here's the thing. I think you maybe need
and
to
I would
ask.
judge you tremendously if you asked me to. I'd be like, who do you think you are?
I'm not asking you to take your shoes off.
Yeah. Even my wife, I judged her. She threw this fit of where's the sock covers at the airport? And I'm like, where did this come from?
Oh, she put the booties on?
Yeah, she wanted the booties. And she was like freaking out about it. I'm like, well, you're not a germaphobe. You're not Bobby. What are you freaking out over this for? People have those little buckets of sock booties for their house parties. You better be real rich. You better have some material on that ground.
Maybe marble.
You better have some marble.
I think the polite play is you ask when you enter, like, do you want me to take my shoes off? I don't necessarily think it can be a little uptight, just everybody take their shoes off and like be like crazy about it. But you also shouldn't just assume.
Life hack: if you want them to take their shoes off, line up 6 of your shoes by the front door.
On a mat.
Sets the tempo, sets the pace.
Yeah, it does.
That everyone's taking their shoes off and they walk in and they're like, oh, where's everybody?
Now, next one. I love this one. Now, unless you're allergic, always pet their dog. Acknowledge the existence of the children or the dog.
Does anyone view you as rude if you don't pet their animal? Like, maybe if the dog... There's some dogs that, I don't want to get in a pit bull Rottweiler debate or whatever. But, I don't know if I want to put my hand out there. First off, your dog should be put away.
White.
I don't think that had to do with color at all, Pepe. First of all, I think you should put your dog away. My brother, one of the all-time undercover rude moves at my rehearsal dinner, which RJ attended.
Yes, it did.
Him and his wife brought the freaking dog in, running around all throughout the whole property and the party. And it was like everyone's dressed in white or, their nice clothes, and they're just letting this stupid dingo dog run around all over the place. Put the freaking dog away. Get a vet. Get a kennel.
Yeah, I think a lot of people generally put their dog in a room away when people if there's going to be a party.
Yeah,
especially if the dog gets spooked easily. I love this one. It's common sense though. If you're the host, if you're there, always return the favor and invite them back to your house at a later date. Oh, we should do this again sometime.
Fake.
Why don't you come on over to our house? That's always one.
The fake female lunch.
The fake lunch, absolutely. And then the other rule is never ask for a tour. They'll give you one if they want to.
Ooh, no, I break this. If I think you have a nice house, I think that I am placating you. I'm complimenting you by being like, can I see this? I just did this at the place where Ollie blew up our July 4th party. This guy had a nice little Lakewood house in a cul-de-sac, and I'm like, wow, what is this? What is this? This island material? Is this quartz second level? What's the backsplash? What is this? What's this patio in the back? And I feel like I'm telling them, you got a really nice house.
Yeah.
That's me.
No, that is telling them. But like say, oh, can I see the third guest bedroom?
Right.
Or whatever.
Oh yeah.
That's.
If it's a new house and I know the person's proud of it, I'd be like, show me around. Let me see.
Yeah. Now look, if it's like your best friend, then you do whatever you want.
Is Wesley's house new or big or nice?
It's on a farm, so I love it. Yeah, it's great.
Oh.
Yeah, it's on a farm. It's
All
on
right,
a lot of land.
RJ's Oklahoma etiquette for floating the Illinois. Coming up right after the show here on DFW Sports Station, former Mets general manager Steve Phillips. That's bold of you to play that. That's bold of you after what he did to us.
I'm confident.
Okay, let's see if Steve Phillips actually shows up to help the Rangers stop the bleeding next. But
accidents happen, Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
He is the former GM of the New York Mets. He's all over MLB Network Radio, Baseball Insider, MLB Network. He's Steve Phillips, joining us on the home of the Rangers on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good to be with you guys.
What are you thinking this morning if you are Chris Young after what's been happening with this recent slide and what just happened yesterday to close out the Red Sox series?
Yeah, so obviously I'm a little concerned, and yet you understand that this is just what happens in baseball. I mean, the Tampa Bay Rays, who seemed unbeatable all year, have lost 5 games in a row right now. They're losing at home, which is something they've not done. And, this game is just, it's so unpredictable, and what goes up does come down at some point, and what's down does go up. I mean, the Oakland A's, believe it or not, won 7 straight games at one point this year, right? And so this is kind of the nature of the game, and sometimes it's who you play. Sometimes it's when you play them. And so, this is just, look, they're still a good team. They've got some holes that they need to fill. I think they need to fortify their bullpen a little bit. And I think they really need to really pay attention to the bullpen, only because I don't know how much to trust the starters, because I didn't trust them all that much coming into the season just because of health. I mean, when they're healthy, they've been good starting pitchers in their careers, but the health factor has been one there. And now with DeGrom down, obviously Dane Dunning's done a great job coming in, filling in. But I do have some concerns. Of all these had health history. Heaney's had a health history. And so you may want to add some depth to the rotation, but I think not necessarily impact, but just some additional arms, and then also some depth in the bullpen.
Steve, do you think teams generally overrate how they're playing at the deadline, like how either good or bad, and then wind up overpaying at times for players?
Well, look, my view is that you just don't know about next year. And if I have a chance to be a playoff team this year, then I'm going to go for it. I always had that mentality in New York. If we were a playoff team, I wanted to make moves to help us get there because, you think about the Mets, think about the Padres, think about the Cardinals. They all came into the season with big expectations. Playoff teams last year were going to be even better this year, and they disappeared. Well, maybe they'll make a run to get back into it, but you just don't know what next year is going to bring. And so I think that there's so many teams on the bubble this year that evaluation about whether they're in or out is going to be so interesting as we get close to the deadline. And that's why I think it's going to be a late developing deadline, because so many teams just don't really know who they are yet. But I do think that teams, if I'm always in favor of going for it if you think you have a shot at it. And so I don't know that anybody ever overrates themselves. I think it's just about understanding that if you've got a playoff position within reach, you might as well try to go for it this year, because you just don't know what's going to happen next year.
You brought up the Mets. They've won 5 straight, so I don't know. And they're not, they're 6.5 out of the wild card. Do you see them getting and dealing Scherzer at all, or would you hang on to him?
I don't think they're going to deal him. The idea that he would opt out just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Maybe somebody would give him a 2-year deal, at $30 million per year, and that's better than the $43.5 million for 1 year, maybe. But I don't think the Mets deal him. And look, I think they've won 5 in a row. I think they believe that their best baseball is in front of them. And I will tell you that watching them over the last several days, they look more like the team from last year. I mean, the dugout has come to life. There's some energy there that was lacking all season long. The pitching's getting locked in a little bit. And so just like a year ago, we saw the Phillies go from the end of June where it looked like they were dead. Bryce Harper breaks his hand. He looks like he's out. They're already not in the playoff. They had changed managers. Next thing you know, they make a run. I think, people believe that they can still do that. And so I think the Mets are going to take the rest of this time before the break this weekend. They're going to take the coming out of the gate next week and really see where they are at that point. And if they can carry the momentum, the worst thing for them is if they win in 5 in a row, they might sweep the weekend, have 8 in a row, and then have an all-star break where they'd want to keep playing, right? They don't want to take time off. But they're going to have to wait until after that, and probably not until about the 25th, 26th, 27th of July, till they really can label who they are.
Former Mets GM Steve Phillips hosts the leadoff spot every weekday morning, 6 to 9 a.m. on the MLB Network radio channel on Sirius. Who do you think will be some of the best starters available, Steve, on the market? And if you're the Rangers, you have starters a higher priority or more bullpen help?
Well, I think that yes is the answer. I look at it and think that definitely bullpen. Like Will Smith's done a great job at the end of the game, but I would love to get a David Bednar from Pittsburgh for the Rangers, right? I'd love to get a guy like that down there, and just get another guy who can save the game in the ninth. And maybe Chapman can grow into that, do that for them too. Although I'd like to have a right-hander that could be that guy for me right now. And so I'd love to fortify the bullpen to shorten the game to where it takes the pressure off your starters. They're going deep into the game. That third time through the lineup becomes something that you can try it, but if there's any vulnerability, you've got options every day to bring somebody in there. I mean, this team offensively can score a lot of runs, and so they create some margin for error. But what you want is your starters to be locked in too. So I don't know that I would go out and get an impact starting pitcher, but I would like to get some depth protection on the back end. Whether that's you've had Lansman in there before, whether that's a Giolito, whether that's a Jack Flaherty from the Cardinals or Jordan Montgomery from the Cardinals, that sort of a guy. But I think that a starter that doesn't necessarily have to be an impact guy, even a Drew Smyly from the Cubs wouldn't be the worst thing. Just to have somebody that predictably can take you 5 innings. Not going to shut anybody down, but he's going to give you a chance to win. I'd like that kind of guy just for protection and some depth in the bullpen. So I do think it's both, and I think that they've got enough in the farm system to be able to do that.
You mentioned the farm system there, Steve, and on that topic, when you look at a team like Texas who has played so well, and we're kind of wondering, all right, have they played above their heads a little bit? Are they coming back down to earth at all? What do you think the approach should be for the Rangers in terms of trying to decide how good are we right now and how much of our future capital are we willing to give up to improve this team versus just standing pat and letting some of these high prospects sit another year and get up to the majors?
All right, so I'm a believer that teams really need to evaluate their own talent well and to understand who you have, who you don't, and if you trade somebody, what are your chances of getting burned by it? And so I believe that there are always upper-level prospects that other teams like more than I might like on my own team. I used to say that in some ways prospects get general managers fired. That, so I've got a chance to make the playoffs, and I think to myself, well, boy, I can't give this guy up. I can't give this guy up. And so I don't make the move I need to help my team get to the playoffs. And then the prospect that I was hoping would be a star sort of fades away and fizzles out. And I'm like, why didn't I trade him? And so, and I look at it too, that if I can get a guy and he helps me get to the playoffs, then it was worth me giving up talent in a prospect because here's the thing. When my team made the playoffs in 1999, during the season I had changed coaches and, it was a big controversy, and we were 27-28. And Bobby Valentine at the time said, well, I guess, we'll see if he was not happy with the move and the coaching moves that I made. And he said, I guess we'll look at the next 55 games and decide whether it was a good thing or not. We went 40-15 in the next 55 games. And the owner said to me that was a $30 million decision. He said that the money that we made by being better this year than we were, by getting to the playoffs and the impact that it was going to have on selling tickets next year, was a $30 million decision that worked. And so I look at it and think, if I have to give up a prospect and that prospect is going to give me a player that's going to help me get to the playoffs, then that could be a $30 million. And so what, for that extra $30 million, I'll go find another prospect somewhere. I'll buy another prospect somewhere. And so I look at it and think, you give up what you have to give up to get there, even if it's a guy with an upper end. And from your upper end prospects, pick the one that you like the least and make sure he's the guy the other team takes in the deal.
Where is Shohei Ohtani playing on August 2nd?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say the Angels. I think it will likely be baseball malpractice that he's still there. Like, I mean, they're fading fast. No Mike Trout. And Rendon's down with another injury. They don't have the pitching really to sustain it. And so for my money, I think you have to trade him. I mean, if they were going to sign him to an extension, he would have been signed. And it doesn't seem like there's even some conversation around it. And the likelihood is they're not making the playoffs again. And if I'm Ohtani, I don't really want to go back there again. If I like Los Angeles that much, I might as well go to the Dodgers, and they're going to have money available for him. So I think it's malpractice if they don't trade him, but I'm not sure they're going to trade him. I'm going to say Angels, and I just don't understand why they won't move him. It's the right thing for the organization to do it, and there's no shame in trading him and say, well, we brought him in. We don't want to be the ones who trade him. Why? Trade him and get the prospects. And then if you want to sign him in free agency, go out and sign him and bring him back, because you're going to need those prospects to play with them, because you're going to have to be able to afford younger players because you're going to pay them so much money. So I would trade him, but I don't know that they're going to.
Steve, give us your GM view on his next deal.
Yeah, I think I think it's going to start with a 6. I think it's going to be $600 million. Yeah, I think it's going to be $600 million. And here's the thing: if it's $550, $575, $500 million, I'm not giving it to him. I don't sign him. Right? I'm not giving him $50 million a year for 10 years, $60 million a year for 10 years. Like, he's a $30 million pitcher, and he's a $30 million hitter. But I can't do that deal. We don't do 10-year deals for pitchers. And so, the likelihood is at the back, and nobody's ever done what he's doing, and it's unbelievable what he's doing. And we've all been shown that it's really impossible what he's doing. And the idea that he's going to do it for another 10 years, I don't know that he can. And so I think it's such a significant risk. I mean, it's one thing to give a position player a contract for $500 million. It's another thing to start doing that for a guy who pitches and hits, and because his arm's going to give out on him at some point. And I hope it doesn't, and I hope I'm wrong, and he has his next 10 years after this are historical. But history says it doesn't work that way. And so it's a risk that I wouldn't be willing to take. Somebody else would sign him. I'd rather sign 3 $20 million players than one player for $60 million.
Steve, what else does he have to do to enter the GOAT discussion?
Oh, I think he's in it. I mean, I say it, people, pull back. He needs more years. It's only been a few years. I mean, I get that. But we're seeing something that's like Babe Ruth didn't do anything close to what he's doing. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, Ohtani is the only guy who has struck out 100 batters and hit 20 home runs in a season. He's now done it 3 times. All right, Babe Ruth didn't do that. And so Babe Ruth, was more of a pitcher than a hitter. Then he became a hitter, and he pitched 1 inning or something, 1 game for the Yankees in his time there. So this is absolutely unbelievable. And there's not really words to describe fairly and accurately what he is. And so it's pretty phenomenal. And I'm amazed every day, because I was dubious coming in that anybody would be able to do this, because it's not just the physical part of it, which again I don't know how he does it physically, but it's the mental and emotional part that has to be so draining. And yet he has a smile on his face, and every time he's out there, he's a good teammate. He doesn't seem fatigued in any way. It's absolutely remarkable what he's doing.
Steve, we got a teammate here at 105.3 The Fan by the name of Mike Bassick, somebody that pitched for your New York Mets for a couple of years there, was involved in the Roberto Alomar trade. Basically, I just wanted to give you the chance, the platform, to express how much Mike really hampered your teams those 2 years, and how much you just wish he would have never been with the team.
I mean, unbelievable. I mean, listen, people don't know this, but Bassick was the main player in the deal. Robbie Alomar was the throw-in.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Bassick was the target of that trade. We sort of camouflaged it with interest in Alomar, but we gave up all those prospects who listen. Bassick was the key factor there going after it, and then he was so underwhelming when we got him that he didn't last very long with us. And Alomar was somewhat underwhelming too. So Bassick, so what we did, we thought, we thought at some point Bassick might give up a record-setting home run somewhere along the way. Which is why we really targeted him as well. Figured, we want pitchers who are going to set records, even if they're sort of the dubious records. We want that guy.
You just made 4 promos for the station. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Steve. We hope to have you on again. Enjoy the weekend.
Okay, guys. We'll see you. Thanks.
Awesome. Former Met. I didn't want to tell him we kind of grew up on him, but watching him in baseball tonight, studios, ESPN, former Mets GM Steve Phillips hosting the leadoff spot every weekday morning, 6 to 9 a.m. on Sirius XM's MLB Network Radio. I'm being told there's a little surprise in the KMC crosstalk. Find out what it is next on The Fan. But look, do not be surprised when you go and check your no better way to end the avalanche of Tolos who rolled out here. I think we were all like a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
Choppy, we hadn't done a remote for like 3 or 4 years.
Oh, I think more than that. I think like 6.
Yeah, it has been more than 3 years, I guess. And we hadn't been out and about, and 5:30 a.m. Who's going to stop by?
Yeah.
I think Cody, our sales guy who set this up here, Firehouse number 9, said over 80 people. So thanks to C4, thanks to Dave Swaby bringing Rudy's in Arlington for breakfast, and thanks to Central Roofing and Restoration. I'm pretty blown away by the Tolo turnout and everyone who rolled up.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome. This is the Bobby Belt difference for your
is that what it is?
Your remote.
Could be.
I just you don't have to thank me. You're just the way you handle me on this show is enough.
And there's no better way to finish it out than young Avery. So I knew as soon as they rolled up, they were talking to you last night on Facebook. This family comes out. I'm like, they have been listening definitely for over 10 years. And I remember the father recorded his young daughter in the car once, and we played it on the show. And bam, you want to feel old, right?
Yeah.
Here she comes, a sophomore at Arkansas in sports photography. And as soon as I saw him, I was like, bam, been listening for a decade. We put her on the radio when she was young, and now she's a Razorback like Nick Eatman.
I thought I felt old this week when I saw Michelle Wee was retiring. It was really that.
Yeah.
That was it that did it.
All right, thanks to everyone who came out, sincerely. And we're going to do this once a month now. Do we have the next location, Cody, already? DeSoto. DeSoto for the next time. And thanks to everyone for letting us invade. Everyone who does the great work and service in here at the Firehouse. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. And I'm being told, little guest appearance again from Derek Holland today. Is this with Hagee, Kevin?
That's true.
There it is.
You do, in fact, have me and Reginald, and joining the show today, Derek Holland. And in honor of y'all's tour, we might order Firehouse subs.
No, we
That's
are.
the best
100%
can
we
do.
are. That is lunch.
Okay.
Is that
It's
the go-to? Is that the go-to for the sub order?
That's just because of you guys to honor
You guys
your
inspired
Firehouse
us.
tour.
All right, Kevin, tell me what's on your sub.
Meat and cheese. I don't need any other nonsense on my
What? No other nonsense like, I don't know, lettuce,
Ew,
tomatoes, onions, peppers?
Onions? No.
Mayo,
Pickles,
mustard?
mustard, mayo.
No.
Oil and vinegar?
Is it even
Bread?
worth ordering a sub from somewhere if you're just going to get the meat and the cheese? White bread, I assume.
You know
Meat,
who-
cheese, and bread are delicious. Yes.
You know who does
it's worth
this?
it.
My 10-year-old. You eat like a child.
What would you order? What would be your sub order?
So I mean, it would depend on where I'm getting it from, but if it's just a generic sub place, it'd be probably turkey, ham, lettuce, mayo and mustard, onions, maybe depending on the day, green peppers.
See, and they hate y'all at the sub place. The sub place is the only place that the way I eat is honored, because everywhere else it's like, hey, can you take this off? Can you take that off? If you go to Firehouse or anywhere else and they build it, that's all I need. They're like, this person is a hero. And then the next person in line is the person who needs the knife to close their sandwich because they got 8,000 things. They hate y'all.
It's like the Chipotle wrap, the tight Chipotle wrap.
Yes.
You would go to, what's that famous New York deli? Cat's Deli, and get turkey on white bread. That's what he is. You would shun all the other delicious salted cured meats.
Oh, you know what? This brings up one more clip we need to play. This is perfect. I want Holland to answer this first. This is the delivery pizza.
Oh, yeah.
All right, set this up real quick.
So this was on social media. This DoorDash guy delivers a pizza to a woman, and then she had already tipped him, right, because she did it all through DoorDash. He delivers the pizza, and she caught it on the Ring doorbell camera.
Hi.
Hello.
Come here, Max. Max.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to say it's a nice house for a $5 tip.
You're welcome.
Wow,
And he was
that guy
fired.
is the worst.
He was fired. It was
Good.
a $20 pizza. It was a $20 pizza, and she gave him a $5 tip. If my math is correct, that's 25%, Bobby?
There you go. You got there, Tennessee.
So let's ask Derek Holland, who probably is a bigger tipper than Roberto. What are your tipping rules? And being a celebrity, did that change your tipping at all because of the fear of getting publicly shamed or like your signature on a receipt getting put out there?
I'm not worried about that whatsoever, but do you guys not remember when I went to pick up a pizza and I didn't give a tip and I got criticized on Twitter for it by the person? Yeah, it was someplace in Plano. I went to my parents' house. They ordered pizza. I was like, I'll go pick it up. And went and picked up the pizzas. Didn't leave a tip, obviously, because I was just picking it up. I've never done that in my entire life of ordering pizzas. When I go pick it up, I don't leave a tip. So I go in, and this dude blasted me on Twitter saying I was a big piece of dookie because I didn't leave a tip. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's pickup. Now, when you come to my house and you deliver a pizza, I take care of you. Now, I'm going to give you a prime example just to let you know what I tip, just so you can figure it out, because I always do this. They'll come. I'll probably order at least 5 or 6 pizzas. We'll probably get around, I don't know, it's probably close to $150. I will give them a $100 tip.
Oh my gosh!
Because you're bringing my pizzas to me. You're keeping them nice and warm for me. Everything's good to go. I get the process. I know what they deal with, so I always take care of those people. Same thing when I go to a restaurant. I take care of the people because I know that the crap that they deal with, I want to make this as easy as possible. I'm not afraid to say it. Yes, I'm a great tipper. I take care of the people that take care of me.
Unless you're that poor schlub in Plano who just wanted a little bit of cash thrown his way.
Yeah, but Derek, you're not shaming the $5 tip on that, right?
No,
Even though you
no,
go
that's
way
the
overboard.
right tip. Like for me, yes, that's way too less for. I probably would have gave him a 10 because I'm not just gonna have $8, sitting around.
I don't keep these fives around.
Yeah, that's too small of a bill for me. But no, that to me, no, I love the way she did it too, and like I would have, as soon as he would have said that to me, I probably would have chirped him too, like saying something back. But at the same time, like, well, hey, thanks again for bringing my pizza. I hope you have a great day.
Kevin, what's your protocol there?
Yeah, I think $5 sounds about right, especially on $20.
That's plenty.
Completely reasonable. But I'm also not familiar with ordering pizza through like DoorDash and stuff. I guess every time I just get some boring chain pizza and just get it through the place.
I go right through the app,
yeah.
the actual
$5
place.
seems reasonable. It also is just shocking to me that a DoorDash person would just be like, hey, you're a piece of ass. F you.
Yeah, Derek, you know that place Moxie's?
Yep, I'm.
So
yeah, never mind. We'll
you're
leave that
a
alone.
frequent flyer there?
No. Well, yes and no.
What were you about to say?
I'm an investor.
Perfect. Yeah, I got humongous beef with y'all.
I know you do. I've already
Y'all
heard.
are the first place to sit there and charge included gratuity on drinks. So I'm like sitting at the bar, that's like your pregame spot. You try to go there, you go to a game, go to a restaurant, and like I go there, get 4 or 5 drinks, and they're giving me the gratuity included on the bill. And I have a major problem with that.
We got
Were
to
you
take care of
involved in
our.
that?
No.
Did you ever say?
I'm not involved with that. But we got to take care of our beautiful waitresses. How great are they?
You do have
What are they called? Servers.
Excellent
Whatever.
selection of waitresses. But look, people are going to take care of them anyway, don't you think? I mean,
you'd be surprised.
Do you tip on top of the included
Hell no.
gratuity?
Hell no. No. I tip with
Additional tip. The additional tip spot.
Yeah.
It's a very tough.
No, those
decision
crooks
to
at
make.
Citizen, another one of your places, got me on that. Those 2 crooks. I was drunk. I filled out an additional
That's your fault.
tip.
That's your fault right there.
Crooks wouldn't give it back after they included it, and
Yeah.
I was trying to be nice writing down the tip, and those 2 losers wouldn't sit there and call me back. So I'm like, no, I'm trying to ban that place forever.
You skirted
do
the
that.
dude at the airport.
That was intentional. He was a jerk.
He was a jerk.
Yeah, he was a jerk. Bobby saw that.
Yeah.
he was a smart aleck. But
I'm okay with that. If a guy's or a person's a jerk, I'm okay with the tip being less.
Yeah, have you
Yeah.
ever not
You should
tipped at
definitely.
all?
Yeah.
Kev, what-
No, I've never done that. I've made it a very small tip.
Okay.
I knew that was coming
Yeah, I
too.
bet you have.
Yep.
Kev, what else is coming up on the show?
We might talk more about that because I actually have a couple of friends that
My
have
tip?
written on the receipt multiple times, and it makes me super uncomfortable about why they didn't tip. And I'm like, you could just not tip.
I did that.
We've got Derek Holland for Baseball Nuggets. We've got Forgiveness Friday and the Rangers' history of drafting in the top 5. And I did a statistical breakdown for what that means about their odds of success on Sunday.
Derek, you have to bet $100 pizza tip on who wins the West today. it would be who?
Texas.
Hell yeah.
Still Texas.
Yes.
Why?
Hey, we'll discuss that later on the show where the
whoa.
panic meter is.
That was an $8 question I asked.
It was.
Okay, well, you know what? I gave you $100 tip for it.
He is Derek Collin and Kevin Hagelin. Thanks to everyone here in Grand Prairie. We are back on Monday. Choppy, have a good trip.
Thank
floating
you,
the
sir.
river. We're back Monday. It's the KMC Masterpiece. Everyone have a great and safe weekend. KMC next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Reginald Atatula, who will attempt to run the board, train somebody, and participate in the show all at one time.
Failure is imminent.
And you're not getting trained today, buddy. We've got Derek Holland with us. Now, Derek, there's a lot of pressure on you as you're replacing not only Mike, but Corey today. Are you good enough to replace two people at one time?
Yeah, this is going to be called the KD show from here on out.
Oh, my gosh.
Winner,
Get
winner,
your
chicken
burner
dinner.
accounts ready, baby. It's the
That's
KD show.
I mean, why not shoot for the stars? Why not the DK show?
That's true.
Ooh.
You know what?
I am a fan of Donkey Kong.
That's good.
It's a fun game.
That is a fun game.
Wait, wouldn't it be, how could we do it?
Are you struggling
KDR.
with these three letters?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Nah, we don't want that. I don't know.
All right.
We
well-
want you in there.
Thanks, man.
No,
I've heard that often.
No, I don't want you in there. You have your own other show, The Get Right. You're on that show.
Am I?
And sometimes Rangers season is not uber conducive to
Are you
that.
guys like on vacation?
But you should.
Does it look like I'm on vacation, Derek? I don't know. That
Where's
was a little
KG
aggressive.
though?
I'm sorry.
Where's KG?
We don't have to talk about that.
He still does a show at his house, even if it's not on, just to build a reel. No, I'm just kidding. All right. It is a shout out Friday, but also I think you just got a 2-minute glimpse into what this show could turn into.
Wait, shouldn't we shout out the guy that's in the studio?
Yeah. What's
The
his
trainer?
name?
I don't know.
He
That's how
trainee.
bad
He's
trainee.
a trainee, yeah. If he was training, it would be a little bit tough right now.
Oh, okay, trainee.
Uh-huh.
Gotta be careful.
Is
how
he
you say
ready
that.
to just take over the board and you can just come in here for a segment?
Hey, Ross, do you think you're ready to take over the board?
Oh, his name's Ross.
100%.
There he
Oh,
goes.
wow.
Wow,
Do you
he's
believe
ready
that,
to-
Reggie?
No, not at all.
Oh, boy.
Oh, okay. Well, shout out to Ross, who just got some mic time already.
Doesn't know how to work everything, I guess.
Yeah, but you couldn't figure out how to put letters in a show.
That's
so
true.
I don't know if you get the high ground already this morning.
I got more time.
All right. 877-881-1053 on a shout out Friday. Also, if you want to get involved, we'll love to hear from the Twolos, the YouTubers. We want to hear your shout outs. Not a shout out to anybody associated with pitching in the Texas Rangers 7th inning, because you know what? I could pick a whole bunch of different clips. For now, let's go with cut number 3. Though again, we had other clips we could have selected.
Left on left, first pitch. Swinging a chopper, right side. That's going to be tough. Simeon charges, suicide play, and he has none. Even if he fields that cleanly, Yoshida beats that out. That one was chopped high in the sky like we were playing to the Metrodome or something. Another run scores for Boston. They have put up 6 in the inning.
Now, this felt like a game that you needed to win. I realize, Derek, it's July, so that might be too big. But this felt like a game that you needed to win, take the series, carry some momentum into Washington. Not a great team. But you gave up a run in the 6th, pushed Eovaldi out of the game, and then it was a catastrophe in the 7th inning.
I feel like I've seen people talking about this too. Do we have a curse of the 7th inning? It seems like that's when a lot of the damage is happening to us. But on top of that,
That's an interesting question. I'm going to go investigate.
we need to dive into it.
Yeah.
But the other thing too is, now I just lost my train of thought with what we were just doing.
Because you're thinking about how crappy it went.
It was,
in the
yeah, it was
7th
very.
inning. I
It's
got it.
tough, but it's like you're also thinking we did use a lot of pitching. First off, that's the thing. This is a series that we needed to win.
Yep.
You got to get it. Boston's not the greatest of teams. They're not bad, but they're not great. And you needed that momentum going into Washington because now there's more pressure going into Washington. You have to sweep. You know, we were talking about this in the elevator. You have to sweep this.
And that's a lot of.
This is a
road
bad
sweep
team.
is a high bar.
100%. But this is a bad team. This is a team that's almost as bad as Oakland and Kansas City.
Oh yeah, no, they're terrible.
So you cannot drop down to their level of playing.
They have the 4th worst record in baseball.
Who's the 3rd?
The Colorado Rockies.
Okay,
So
so
those two are pretty close.
But that's my point. Like going into that, this is a team that, I mean, you can't lose to them going in there. And Boston, that's a team that you really needed to beat just to get things going. Like I said, to head into Washington and then the All-Star break. You need this.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised, but some people have said maybe it's not the curse of the 7th inning. It's the curse of not having a good bullpen.
Yeah, bingo. That's where I was going to go. It's like, what happens in the 7th inning? You're usually into your bullpen, but not your, not your high leverage situation, guys. You're into some of the weaker parts of your bullpen.
I will still investigate it, though, because now it's the bullpen's been so bad out of just pure fascination. I want to go research, like, hey, what is the statistical breakdown of when we lose this plethora of leads? But I think Reggie is onto something.
But I think it's also, that's when we give up the most runs. That's where I'm trying to look at the most is in the 7th inning. I feel like that's it. Because like Reggie was saying too, you're not sending out there. Well, maybe we are now, but you didn't have Spores, Chapman, or Will Smith coming out around that time. So that's the other thing. Those are your 3 guys that are your most dependable guys.
Or at least they had been, but this is the second time in the last 3 outings that Spores has S the bet. And it cost you, well, look, a lot of things cost you. It in part cost you that game against Houston, and it definitely was part of the reason you lost last night against Boston.
But remember, we talked about this too before, is when the team's going good, we had everything working. Both the pitching, the hitting, everything was good. It was flowing. And then, obviously, we were going, and I knew this was going to happen at some point. And to me, this is why I'm happy it's happening now, especially before the All-Star break, because you get that time off, clear everybody's heads, and now we come back and we're good to go. But you're running into the point right now where, okay, offense is fairly keeping us in it for the most part. They're putting up the runs. The starting pitching has been, for the most part, pretty consistent of keeping us in the game. For the most part. I see you're about to kill me there.
No. I was going to say, I think some people would argue about the offensive point, but we can move to that
It's been going back and forth.
Yeah.
Like, it's been like one game, the rotation's been lights out and the offense was dead. And then it was the other way around where the offense was lights out and the rotation was dead. So that's where we're at right now is we're getting everything's not clicking at the same time, which, again, this All-Star break is going to be huge, but we have to end this first half by sweeping Washington.
Okay.
Can I bring this text to the 4 here on the text line, 877-881-1053? It is not about my hair.
I did see some people texting in about your hair.
Someone said that I look like I'm trying out for the Mavericks, and you know what? I absolutely am. If I can get a $250,000, $500,000, no. But
what's the league minimum?
I'd need to go and double check, but whatever it is, I want it.
You would have to get that
now.
Like 700.
I can wave a towel. I'm a great locker room guy, No, but it was brought up from the 214. They say the pen is being mismanaged. Anderson, they say, isn't very good in that high leverage situation. That should be a Aroldis Chapman.
Okay, I want to argue that though.
Please
How do
do
you get those guys those situations? You're never going to know if you don't put them in those situations. So you can sit here and say that they're mismanaging the bullpen, but how would we know if we don't give him that opportunity? He needs to show that he can get those people out in that situation. And how else is he going to do that if you don't give him the opportunity?
And then also, I guess the question that I ask is Aroldis Chapman is it even the right way to play him to just bring him in the first high leverage situation that you get and just utilize him in that instance and then figure out the rest of what you're going to do? Because, I think that we had this conversation, what was it, a couple years ago, Kevin, when we were doing should you have a 9th inning closer every time, or should that best high leverage situation be the way that you utilize him?
Because I definitely think that people ignore the 6th and 7th inning save. Like, it doesn't get it registered like that. I know you get the hold, but you can definitely look back at situations when you're like, the 7th inning, that was the save.
Yeah, I like that, but at the same time, you need him at the 8th and 9th inning. We got to be able to see if we can stretch him out too. He's only been going 1 inning every single time. He's a guy that he's got enough experience, enough time.
We're talking about Chapman now?
Chapman, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, Chapman should be a guy that we could possibly use in the 8th or 9th inning. The thing is too, with him and Will Smith, we're still kind of going back and forth is who's going to be the true closer. It's Will Smith's job to lose right now because this is his team. Spores is going through a little bit of a funk. I know that we need to try to, get those save situation or the holds in those earlier innings, but do you want to burn that guy? You want to burn Chapman in the 6th and 7th inning, and then now what?
Yeah,
Then you got to go to your other guys and see if you can rely on them too now.
You're right about that. It's tough because I agree with that text in terms of last night. I don't know if I agree across the board just because I thought there was a long period of time when you had so many struggling pieces in your bullpen. But I think that would have been a logical time to use Chapman. But then again, Bochy had said he was opening him up to pitching in the 9th inning. And so maybe that's what he had in mind, and it just didn't work out. It's a disappointment across the board.
It's very frustrating, but two, let's not forget, though, that we still have first place. I get it where the lead is getting shorter and shorter, which, the panic meter is kind of climbing and climbing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we at least still have a little bit to play with here, and we can go from there when it comes to the whole pitching side of things.
And somebody did ask this, and I wanted to talk about it for just a second because he's an awesome dude, great friend of the show. Somebody asked, what's up with Taylor Hearn? Where is he? He finished last year almost unhittable. Could he be an option? So one of the issues that I know Mike and I have talked about this a couple of times is he's struggling with some control issues.
That's in AAA right now?
In Round Rock.
Okay.
Yeah, like it's not a disaster or anything like that, and at times this bullpen does feel like a disaster, but he doesn't have the breakaway or I guess breakout stats that you would hope for, or the control stats that you would hope for down at Round Rock. I still think he's a consideration, but I don't know how the current management feels about him is the best way
I think right now they definitely want to see him prove that he can get things back. He's kind of in that funk. But the other thing, too, is I think about this as well, and this is where I wish Mike was here because he's so good at knowing the prospects. What do we have that we can actually replace right now that's maybe being successful, whether it's in AA or AAA? Mainly, you want to look at your guys in AAA just because it's a lot closer to the competition of the big league level. Do we have any options besides our 40-man guys? Or are our 40-man guys actually performing?
I actually think there's a couple of options in the 40-man group.
And let me say this, too, then real quick, too. Why not take – I get it. There's some of the guys that are starters that are down there that are on the 40-man. Do what they did, like, to me and Neftali. Start them off in the bullpen. Let them get their big league time in the bullpen. And it could help, too. It could help them. One, it's going to show them how to get themselves ready for a game a lot quicker. And two, it could be a piece that helps them get their confidence at the big league level because you're getting ready a lot faster. You're not really thinking as much compared to as a starter. You got a lot more time to think.
Is that what they were trying with Cole Reagans? Like I'm not saying that I'm not saying if it didn't work with Cole Reagans, like you have to take it off the table because everybody is different, and I get that. But I wonder if that's what they were trying to try out with Cole Reagans, and that hasn't gone super great.
I mean, yeah, I would say they are because it's more of trying to get somebody comfortable. Try to get him to feel better about himself while he's out there on the mound in those situations. Get him that big league time too. It's just tough because when you're not performing, though, whether it's coming out of the pen or getting that starting opportunity, it's tough.
I will say the one positive, and I'm having to search here. So if you're upset, if you're angry, if you're worried about the Rangers, I get all of that. Yesterday hurt. The 5-3 loss to Houston, I felt like that one hurt pretty well, too.
I think the bigger one, what was it, 11 to or 12 to 10?
12 to 11, you're right.
That one hurt.
Like, for as much struggle as we've had as of late with runners in scoring position, man, oh man, did the offense show out that day. And then just to lose it after you had taken the lead, you're right. That did feel like a punch in the face. Is if there is any kind of silver lining, and again, I'm having to work for this, is this is coming at a time when the Rays and Angels are also falling apart. Now, would you prefer that the Astros are falling apart right now? Well, yes. Yes, you would.
George Kirby helped you out in that regard.
Yes, he did. Yes.
Yeah.
But the Angels are spiraling, and clearly the Rays,
that's injury-based,
who have been...
Doesn't matter why it's happening, Derek. It's happening.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Exactly.
Sorry, I'm aggressive today.
And then the Rays, who have been the best team in baseball for most of the year, though clearly the Braves have taken that mantle, they've been spiraling as well. So if you're looking for positive, is good teams can run into struggles. And obviously, this has been a struggle for the Rangers.
And that's the thing, too. Houston may be winning right now. They struggled at the beginning. They're going to struggle again. It's going to happen. Yeah. Every good team goes through the climb. The Braves are going to struggle at some point. They're going to hit a wall. They're not going to. Nobody's ever.
It just ain't right
stays
now.
Good the entire year. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're totally right. And that was one of the things that we tried to caution a lot when everything was great for the Rangers is you're going to get into a garbage run of baseball. where you're just like, what are we doing right now? Somebody did ask from the 630 about Jack Leiter. That is not a possibility.
Nope.
No,
whatsoever.
not at the major league level.
No,
Yeah,
not with the amount of walks he's throwing up.
This last month was atrocious for Jack Leiter, and I know the month before was good. First of all, I don't think they would use him like that to begin with, and second of all, he is not performing at the level that would lead you to believe, hey, we got to get this kid up on the big league club somehow, some way. So unfortunately, that is not a viable option right now either. It is a shout out Friday from the 817. This is a lot for Ross to live up to. Shout out to my trainee riding with me today. Alex is doing great. Reggie, is your trainee doing great?
Doing pretty good. He's asked some really good questions. It's worth noting it's only his second day training when it comes to this. So, he's early on in this, but he's picking up pretty good, yeah.
Okay. But that's not great. So, feels
yeah,
like
but do I think anything's great?
Man, that is
That
a
tea was
good-ass
great.
point.
It's a great chai tea latte, Derek.
Yep.
From
You're
the
welcome.
469. Ooh, this is an amazing shout out.
I
Shout
love
out
it.
to my sister Reese. She moved to Boston for a heart transplant. I love you. I mean, obviously.
It's a very nice sentiment, Kevin.
I mean, sure. Yeah, I feel that way too. I hope it works out. We will throw up our prayers for you as well. Coming up next, how would you grade the Mavericks offseason thus far? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you again by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Randall nearly stolen. It is by Grant Williams. Williams inside. Layup is good.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Also on a shout-out Friday, if you have any shout-outs that you want to drop in there at 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers if you want to get your shout-out on. Let's talk a little Mavericks right here. What grade would you give the Mavericks offseason thus far? Because the very first grade I see is a B+. Moving bad contracts, drafting well. One of the other reasons I wanted to bring this up, besides the fact that it's obviously an easy segment to do, I'm not going to lean on just that, is Bleacher Report gave them an A. Sports Illustrated put the Mavericks as one of their winners from winners and losers of the offseason thus far. It feels like people are pretty positive, but I wanted to see, is that how local people feel as opposed to just the national people?
I would go as far as to say I'm going to go with a B right now, a solid B, not a B+ or a B-, a B, just because we know that one of the things that we needed was defense.
Yep.
So they went and got that. They moved some contracts around, got rid of some guys, got more players to come in. You got Derek Lively coming in as well. I think that was big to go and get the defensive side fixed, and obviously bringing Kyrie back. I think that's big too. But now I don't think we're finished. I think we finish off and we will become an A.
Okay.
A-, actually, not A. A-. A little step below.
Dude, was I too excited about getting an A? You were like,
Yeah,
nah.
Kevin can't be that happy. Nope.
I know. As soon as he did it, I was like, all right, nope, we're not doing that.
Well,
we don't want an A.
As long as we're downgrading things, I said the Bleacher Report gave him an A. Bleacher Report gave him an A-. So as long as
What happened? How did it just change?
They heard Derek.
Wait, they just changed just
no,
now?
it was always
Oh.
an A-. I just read it incorrectly. All right, Reggie, what say you?
Reading is hard.
That is true.
I'm going to be a jerk, as I often want to do.
I was going to say C+.
Incomplete.
Boo!
If I am forced to give them a grade for what they have done thus far,
You are.
Yes.
I give them an A- on what they have done thus far.
That's so high.
It is, but it's because I thought that this was a treacherous offseason to navigate for them. Right? They did not have a lot of assets, and they had a lot of overhauling that they need to do with this with this roster. And I was excited right from the jump. You probably heard the audio from the Get Right on draft night when they managed to take the number 10 pick and extract value out of it and get 2 draft picks out of instead of just 1. 2 of them that are also like obviously young, but also profiled to really factor into this team over a long period of time. 2 guys that are defensively inclined and have a lot of upside, both of them, right? So that is a huge thing. Then they were able to utilize, we saw recently, they were able to go and trade for Grant Williams and maybe use that future first-round pick, not entirely get rid of the first-round pick, turn it into a pick swap, but then also get a couple of second-round picks out of it, right? They managed to
they need
bring back Kyrie Irving, like they've managed to get into Rashawn Holmes as well, who I don't know if he'll end up playing for this team, but also if he doesn't, he ends up being a piece that helps you move on to something else. However, there's still the big hurdle to be achieved, which is figuring out what you're going to do with the center.
And that's why I was a little surprised to hear you say A-. And from the 6A to A-, did Mark Cuban make you say that?
No, but what they've done thus far, it has taken some creativity.
Reggie says what he wants to say.
That's right. It has taken a lot of creativity to get here, and I want to acknowledge that creativity is there. Would you have expected that a Mavericks front office would have accomplished what they have done thus far over the last couple of off seasons?
No.
And so that is what the A- reflects. However, if they do not figure out the center position and you are starting Dwight Powell for 20, 25, 30 minutes, then this is going to fall apart. And that's why I'm inclined to say incomplete, because it's really going to hinge on, do you have that final piece to make all of this work?
I totally understand. My grade is going to be higher. as well from the 972. As of right now, B, the only starter they got was Grant Williams, which is good, but this team is no more than a 7 to 10 seed with what they've done. And by the way, I can agree with that point and still be high on their offseason. Like, I'm not here to argue that A to A plus means they're challenging the Nuggets. Like, I'm telling you, they've turned what they've got into their best version of chicken salad right now.
Is everybody grading on the scale that one of my mom's professors did? My mom always tells me this story of there was a professor and in his class, in the orientation, he said, A plus means you're God. A means you are me, the professor. So the highest grade that you can get is an A minus. And like, that's your starting point.
If that's the scale, then I need to change my grade.
And that's what I feel like some of the folks are. I feel like some folks are grading the Mavs on that scale. And I'm not saying that this grade has to mean that they have figured everything out, but I think we have to, accept the fact that Nico Harrison and the front office have done some good work.
Let me ask you guys this, though. I'm curious. If they had done the Ayton trade, would that have given you guys a better grade?
Okay.
Now, I hate going back on it. I'm sorry. I know it's not happening. But to me, I think it's something that, man, if we would have done that, I go up big time.
If that trade was constituted the way I first heard it, with no draft compensation, I damn sure am telling that professor that the Mavericks are just as good as them. Now that I know the scale, I can't say A+. That feels wrong. But if you would have gotten Ayton, I would have been at an A because now you would have handled your center position. Look, I get it. DeAndre Ayton comes with this whole other set of baggage. I would much rather deal with that baggage.
But him and Luka, like, they're always talking together.
By the same agent.
Yes.
Yeah. And
I think that's good.
I would have much rather dealt with that baggage than the baggage you are with your hodgepodge center position that you're doing. But to Reggie's point and the excitement that Thursday night on the Get Right is you had the number 10 pick. Everyone assumed you were going to pick Derek Lively. You did pick Derek Lively by dropping down and getting rid of a god-awful contract. You also picked up another pick.
Oh, I forgot about Davis Bertans.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got, that's when you're making the chicken salad. And you got rid of Davis Bertans, and you can only do so much incrementally. And so I'm not here to tell you that the Mavericks are ready to get a home playoff series to start. But I don't think that's how you get a high grade. You got off one of the worst contracts in basketball. For people who didn't want to keep Kyrie, not only did they keep Kyrie, they kept their position to have the full mid-level exception. Now, I know that's not going to work out with Thibault, but you picked up Omax for nothing, essentially, as an extra bonus while moving off some other stuff.
And it looks like Omax is going to be a rotation player for you because trading away Reggie Bullock, I'm like, is your only small forward Josh Green right now outside of Omax?
And I wasn't sure what they were going to try, if that's what they were thinking they were going to do with Thibault. I know he can move some. I'm not sure if that's what they had in mind. But you still have your mid-level exception, by the way, and I still think they're going to try to do something. But it can be more difficult than, hey, bundle Tim Hardaway Jr. up with some crap and get something really good. Like, that's easier said than done, but that's why I give the Mavericks a B+, because I think they have made that trade twice this year in the offseason. They've bundled up some crap, and they've gotten usable stuff out of it.
I agree with that. I like that. And again, that's why I also think, too, we're not done yet. There's going to be another move. There has to be, at least in my opinion, I think they're going to. I think we're going to try to dump Tim Hardaway's contract, which, as a Michigan guy, I hate to see that.
I know. I can see it in your face.
It hurts.
But you can kind of see how that doesn't fit with Curry.
Right.
On the
No,
team,
I know.
right?
And it's the business side. That's the thing is I know this is a business. That's where it comes in. And I do like the Curry pickup. I think that's big. I liked him when he was here before. I hated to see him leave, but now we got him back. We need a big man. I'm with Reggie on this too. We cannot have nothing against Dwight Powell. I know he's a great human being, but we cannot have him be the starting guy.
And it's not even just Dwight Powell. Even Rashawn Holmes. Did you guys realize that he's 6'8"?
Yes.
For some reason, I always thought he was 6'10".
Oh.
No, he is 6'8". No, he is 6'8".
Does it say it on the car? Does it say it on the sheet?
Oh, that's a great point. We got to
because
go.
remember, we do that with pitching. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not guilty of it, but my thing says 6'2". I am 6'2", but there's other guys that are not.
Well, and remember the Josh Green height debacle we've run into of the last 2 days, where there can be a discrepancy of like 2.5 inches. Which
you're telling me about
yeah,
it.
I know. I talked to your exes. I did. This is another positive. and I want to make this very clear.
Oh, this actually might help. He's 6'8" without shoes. He's 6'9" with shoes.
Okay.
Hey.
I like the quarter.
All right. Absolutely. I'm not saying that everybody is going to work out, but let me just pitch you out these 4 names. Josh Green, Jaden Hardy, Omax, and Derek Lively.
Youth movement.
How long has it been since there have been numerous young players on the Mavericks that
remember
really
2 years
dug?
ago, it was a really young team, Kevin.
Yeah, no to that is, and I'm not saying that they're all going to work out, and some people might already have some qualms about the progression of Josh Green, but I can at least see an attempt, and those are damn sure better tradable assets than Davis Bertans was. And so, I can see a world in which, obviously, Hardy is probably already a nice little asset. I think he could get something out of Green. We'll see about Lively and Omax, but the point is, I like the odds of moving those guys a lot more than I do, hopefully we still have JaVale McGee. Hopefully you can move off of that. But your Hardaways, McGee's, and Bertans, and they've already gotten rid of the worst of those deals. So I still believe they can get rid of one more.
And I mean, Kevin Gray of the Get Right, he firmly believes, and I believe with him, JaVale McGee is not going to be on this roster. Whether they can manage to move it or whether they just end up, kind of. I wouldn't say it in those terms. Okay. You remember, this is the KNC masterpiece.
I know.
But,
is that because of the other conversations we've already had in the same segment?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
That's right. No, but they might, stretch and extend his contract, which allows them to kind of pay off that debt in longer terms, and so that it doesn't harm you as much on your cap. But it seems like he might not be on the roster either way.
From the 469, C+ to B-, still no big man or rebounding help. I'm really intrigued.
Derek Lively's not a big man. He's not a starter, but he's going to get some time. Remember, we talked directly to Nico Harrison, and Nico very quickly said his defensive know-how and those things and his athleticism is going to get him on the court. He's just not the starter, and that's fine.
Mike and I have talked about this. We disagree with this. I think that the shot block tool that Derek Lively has is an NBA tool now. I'm not saying it's where it will always be or it's going to be perfect, but I think that will get him on the court. You saw him improve the last 2 months at Duke. You still need a lot more. You need a lot more. But I understand their concern when they say no big man or rebounding help. I think everyone comes at this from the space of, is Dwight Powell my starter? Then I didn't fix it. And I do have to say, I understand that line of logic.
Do you think the Mavs are trying to go quick, move up and down the court a lot faster? And that's why also you look at Luka too. Luka's lost a bunch of weight from what we saw in his pictures.
Yeah.
Do you think that was the whole thing? Kid came in and Cubes and all those guys came in. They're like, hey, look, we need to go fast. Actually, it'd be coming from Kid more than anything.
That conversation just needs to happen with one person because, I'm not saying that I fundamentally do not believe that body issues are the only reason that lead Luka to playing slower. I feel like that is his preferred pace at the NBA level. Now, if that can pick up because he's like, hey, I've just been waiting for the horses around me. If that's the case, great. Let's see what happens.
But didn't Kyrie say that that's something that he wants? Kyrie is a fast-paced guy, and I know we don't know if this is necessarily true, but the rumor was that we heard that he wanted to go fast. Luka wants to go slow. That was the little controversy between those two. And then Kid goes out and they get these guys. And it seems to me like the guys that they went and got are built to go for speed.
Which is always a good thing, right? Transition points can help a lot. We saw, the Memphis Grizzlies, was it last year or the 2 seasons ago, where so much of their offense was transition offense, and then when you got in the half-court offense, it was a little bit tougher. You can make some things shake by just getting up the floor quicker than the other team and getting easy buckets. If you add that to the half-court prominence that you get from Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving and the offense that those guys generate, you could push yourself to another level. So having the athleticism and the speed is going to be helpful.
And that's why I feel like, too, that Kyrie was making the point of, hey, we need to go faster. And then Luka was kind of like, okay, I'll lose this weight or whatever it is, if that's the case. And you just got to make sure Kyrie comes back. And we'll do that way of style of play.
The X factor remains for me. I know it's more logical that the X factor would be the draft picks. It's Rashawn Holmes. Because first of all, I don't even know if he's going to end up on this team. And also, I've seen people text in, 2 years ago, you're damn right I wanted Rashawn Holmes on this team. I don't know what he's got left. I'm not saying he'll be good. I'm not saying he'll be anything. I'm really intrigued to see if he stays on this team and what he can bring to the table. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Derek Holland.
Oh, this is my tease time. Well, is pitching the only thing that the Rangers need?
Look at that. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we send
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with a once-a-year July 4th savings. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. That's right. The KNC Masterpiece right back here.
You've never skipped the line when you were reading?
105.3 The Fan.
Never happened to you?
I just pretend it didn't exist. Just keep on moving. From the 214, this is the danger of the Shout Out Friday. Shout out to myself. Birthday coming up on Sunday. Tolo. They didn't give their name.
Oh, well, happy birthday, No Namer.
Yeah, there you go. Right now.
To the guy with no name.
It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, guys, as Mike would say, I want to keep this tradition alive for Mike.
It's not Mike, Reggie, it's Derek.
Wait, what?
It's me.
By the way, Mike and Jared are on a sightseeing tour of Washington, D.C. right now. I know they've already seen the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial.
Jumanjiment.
It's Jumanjiment.
Yeah, it's part,
Yes.
part Jumanji, part Monument.
This is my segment.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's very
I
Mike
just
of me
wanted to
right
rep
there.
Mike.
Yeah, I know. I'm happy for them. I'm sure they're having a great
Wait,
time.
can we get Mike on the phone later to describe the Jumanjiment tour?
We could.
He's probably listening. He's like, I heard
You know what? This is typical of his segment anyway. You guys always kill his segment.
That's true.
So I'm curious, what's your panic meter like right now for the Rangers? We have one is nah, we're just chilling. 2 is poopy. And in the middle is all right. And I feel like we're in between that right now. We're getting close. It's All-Star break. We're still in first. We've had a first place run for a long time. I don't feel like we should be panicking as much as we are until the results of this series against the Nationals lets me know where we're at.
Hold on. How are you going to say don't panic, but then after the next 3 games, I might be ready to panic?
Because you're playing against a very bad team. And if you do not sweep this series, because this to me is a sweep series, you have to do it. This team is playing for who knows what, just pride, I guess. So I just feel like there's no need to panic unless we see how this goes. If this doesn't go right going into the All-Star break, that is something that's going to linger. The All-Star break, though, is very, very important.
I'm probably closer to the poopy. Just because.
So like a 8?
No, or like a 6.5, 7.
Right, so you're just past all right.
1, 2, and 3.
No,
so
I went 1 through 10. I went 1 through 10. 1 is we're just chilling. 10 is poopy. And 5 is you're all right.
I don't know if I
give you I didn't hear that as well.
Yeah, see? All right.
Honestly, I thought it was a 5-point scale. I was like, I don't know what we're doing
just skipped through it like you did about our show.
Wow, man. People are settling vendettas today. I'll say a 6.5, and one of the issues that I've run into, it's not just the losses, it's the combination of things in the losses. Like Evaldi last night was mediocre, and he's usually been our stopper. Then issues with runners in scoring position, and also the omnipresent problem with the bullpen.
So I love that you brought that up, because when you pitch against a former team, you turn things up a little bit more, and that's what happened with Evaldi. Like,
tell me what you mean by that. Like,
so when I got to come back and play against Texas, I really wanted to beat Texas so bad, because it's just one of those things, like you can just have that, I won. I beat my own team that I played for. Like, it's just a cool feeling. It's nothing against Texas by any means.
You're not trying to show them just a little bit?
No, well, you're definitely turning it up a notch. There's no doubt about it. Like, you want to do that. And that's what I feel like with him is like, it's one of those things you kind of look at, you're like, man, you guys didn't want me, so, well, here, I'm going to show you why you should have kept me, kind of thing.
Okay.
And I feel like with Evaldi, nobody's like that, but that to me is one of those things, like, because Evaldi's been lights out for us this whole year.
For sure.
And then this is his one time that it's like, you don't have your best stuff. And I think I give credit to it as he was definitely hyped up to be out there pitching back at Fenway, where he played a lot of his career, excited to be back there playing against them. I think he just got a little too overhyped, overthrowing some stuff. Not a big deal. I know he's going to bounce back, so I'm not worried about that at all. But that was the one thing, is pitching against a former team that you played for, you tend to turn things up even more than you would. It kind of becomes a bigger playoff game in a way. But with that being said, is pitching the only thing that the Rangers really need?
think that is where I would fall because I think it's a starting pitcher now and at least one more reliever. I still feel pretty comfortable despite some of the recent struggles with runners in scoring position with this lineup.
Yeah, and maybe it's just like hyper-focusing because that's where, for the entirety of the season, we've been focused on the bullpen, and then now we've seen some starting pitching happen. So maybe I'm just super focused, but I've been content with the offense of this team, and I guess I should be, more focused on the idea that, as Kevin brought up, maybe slumping with in batting with runners in scoring position. But no, I'm definitely keyed in on pitching more than anything else. Also understanding that what the market is starting to look like, it doesn't feel like there's a ton of sellers, so I don't know how greedy I need to be in my desires when I'm starting to look at what the trade deadline can hold for the Rangers.
Well, that's where I feel like, yes, you're right, 100%. We definitely do need pitching. We need at least, I would say, one, maybe two starters, just because of the inconsistency of what's going on. We don't know what's going on with Martin Perez. There is a panic meter with that. We talked with Boch a couple of days ago, and he was even feeling a little insecure about it. I also feel with the bullpen, that's obviously a big factor as well. But I think, too, we continue to keep running into the problem of getting runners across in scoring position. We don't score enough runs. We saw it last night. We had, I think it was runners second and third, one out maybe, and we couldn't get the job done. That hurts. That kills the momentum. So to me, and we also need, I think, another outfielder. That is something that stands out to me is we could use another outfielder.
Are you replacing Duran?
No, you don't want to replace him. I know he's kind of been our guy. That he's kind of the utility. To me, he's like a Ben Zobrist. He's playing everywhere, which is great. But I still think we need a true outfielder. Remember, this is a new position for him to technically learn. We're not going to send him down to the minor leagues to learn this position. So that's one thing that stands out. So why not go get possibly another outfielder? And the other thing I thought about too is possibly Nelson Cruz reuniting.
Yeah,
now,
he was DFA.
I get
recently.
it. Yes. I know.
Why?
But
What's so upsetting to you about Nelson Cruz?
No, I'm not doing that. We all know what it is.
Not sure.
I want to hear it.
No, you
I'm
don't.
sitting right here, and I would love to hear your
I
reasoning
have
why.
Don't do it. He might punch you. It's a trap.
If the catch is one of them, I don't want that to be it.
No,
Can't use the
Of course
catch.
that's the reason.
No, we've already discussed that. We can't continue to keep visiting that. There has to be a better reason that you don't want him.
He's 43 years old.
And he's still dropping bombs.
Is he?
Yes.
Didn't he get cut because he's not doing that anymore?
Bigger ballpark.
Okay.
And I mean, look at the whole Padres lineup though.
Isn't
What
that
have
an
they've
issue
spent a
last
lot of money and they're not performing at all.
But
1 through 9.
He wasn't very good last year either.
How bad?
Not bad. He played 124 games. He had 10 home runs.
Okay.
Is that good?
No.
10
What?
more than what we had.
Did you say yes?
I didn't say it was good.
Okay.
I was just throwing it out there. We tend to bring a lot of other guys back, so why not? That's why I was asking.
Well, the one question I ask when we talk about outfielders is how much is
He's not going to play outfield.
No, I understand, but you were mentioning outfielders earlier. How much is a consideration of Evan Carter and how ready he is to play?
Don't want to rush him because you don't want to start his clock. That's the big thing. You got to look from the money side of it. You bring him up now, that clock starts ticking. We get closer to arbitration, all that good stuff too. So they're going to hold off on that. Let's get him up to AAA first and see how he performs. AA, he's lights out. He's showed it. And to be honest, I think he's going to move up after this All-Star break. That's my prediction is give it a week or two, and I think he'll be in AAA.
And then real quick, coming back to like the recent slump with hitting in with runners in scoring position. This was a question that was asked on the text line. Do you guys think it's fatigue from the 469? Do you think it's fatigue? Because obviously he's only had, 1 day off in the last 30
A little
days.
bit. And it's not even just because of that. It's something that Mike said too, although I know every team goes through this, is when he kind of described the dead arm phase for pitchers and stuff like this. This just feels like an easy time to, not to say that the Rangers have checked out, and clearly every team is still playing, but this seems like an easier time for a letdown than you've seen at any other point. Well, plus with runners in scoring position, I don't want to make it sound like this has been a problem all year. They were literally at a historic pace at the end of May to do something we've never seen in baseball history. So for several months of the season, they were freaking unbelievable, just not this recent month.
And that happens, though. And on top of what you said, too, Reggie, is you can only play in baseball 21 straight games, and then you have to have an off day. That will take a toll on the players as well, so that's why an off day is very huge, and to me, the All-Star break is going to be big. But leading up to it, remember, we have 3 games left. We have to make a statement in these 3 games, knowing that we got all this time off now. Granted, we do have a few guys. We have, 6 guys going to the All-Star game, or is this? Yeah, it's 6.
6.
Okay. So those guys, and now, granted, those are modified innings, so it's kind of like a spring training game, so they're still getting plenty of rest too. But the rest is going to be crucial. But you have to take care of, and I guarantee Bochy is making this known, we have to take care of this series. You cannot take a team like the Nationals lightly. Go out there, make a statement. I think this is where we're going to see the offense really bounce back. They're going to put up plenty of runs, and then on top of that, too, the pitching will get things right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Gunnar Henderson, Fenway Park, and Duke's Kyle Filipowski. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. And more of your shout-outs next right here on The Fan.
Nighttime on The Fan. by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a shout-out Friday, but we're also about to do Forgiveness Friday. Luckily, I have found one text to encapsulate that all from the 817. Shout out to my wife who passed the first trimester last week. Definitely was stressful since we went through IVF, and she's listening to The Fan, and that has helped. Amazing shout out. From the same 817, does Kevin deserve forgiveness for not reading my shout out?
In your face.
Boom! Read your shout out. Actually, that is super cool. As people who have gone through IVF know, that can be a very, very stressful situation. So congratulations to you guys. And now it's time for some Forgiveness Friday. Please forgive me. Derek, I'm going to start with you.
Wow, I like that.
I know we covered a lot of ground very quickly.
Oh, I forget. You don't get to experience Fridays typically.
That's right.
It's all a whole new world for you.
Okay.
Only Wednesdays. That's all I get.
Well, then the question, that's all you're ever going to get, is,
Wow.
dude, you're here right now on a Friday. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, because it's my first one. And I guess it's my last one.
We'll see.
Okay.
Do you have anything you need forgiveness for, or anything people need to ask you for forgiveness for? Have you been wronged this week?
Yeah, my road rage. Please forgive me.
Is there any particular...
For honking at you.
Why do
He
you
didn't see the
normally
setup.
honk at people? Yeah, he doesn't seem sorry at all.
It's fine.
I'm not.
What is the most likely reason you'll honk at somebody?
Being in the fast lane going slow.
Okay. I hear you.
And then getting over, as you see somebody's going faster than you decide to get in front of them and
cutting them
stay
off?
going slow.
Ooh, real passive aggressive.
Man, I saw something like that today. I was like, what are you trying to accomplish?
Yes, road rage.
When I come in off of 30 there's like this exchange, and it was really poorly thought out, where everyone who's on the left side is trying to get over to the right side to get to the main like road, and everyone on the right side is trying to get over to the left side to eventually exit back onto the 75. And it just is, everyone is jockeying for position. So somebody in front of me was trying to get over to the on-ramp to get on 75. They had plenty of space, and right when they started moving over, the car behind them decided to speed all the way up and try to block them.
Yep, hate that.
And it didn't work out for them, and I thought, well, why? They didn't interfere with your part of the road whatsoever.
They just want to be a NASCAR driver for a little bit. You haven't want to be a NASCAR driver before?
Or they didn't get over early enough for them. You're like, oh, you had plenty of time, so you didn't do it. Now I'm not letting you.
And look, maybe, did they have to cross part of the double line? Maybe. But there's no wall there. So they had plenty of room. That person just wanted to be a jerk by trying to speed up and, I don't know, scare him or whatever. Does Gunnar Henderson need forgiveness? Because we've got more information. Because the cameraman that he hit with his wild throw on Wednesday night has suffered a fractured orbital bone because Gunnar's throw was so far off.
Do we have video of that?
Yes. You want to see
Good
that?
question.
Yeah, I wanted to see it.
Why?
I mean, you got Google.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do the Googles.
All right.
No, don't distract him in the middle of the segment.
Nope, you did it. Too late.
Oh, sorry.
You might need forgiveness for that, Rick.
Probably. Someone also said I need forgiveness for not telling everybody where KG is. But am I his like GPS? I'm supposed to keep tabs on him all the time?
I mean, you guys have the show together.
Oh, well, you know what? Good counterpoint. Thank you for that.
But that doesn't mean you know where he is at all times.
Excellent counterpoint. Thank you, Kevin.
Unless for some reason you do. And then I have more questions.
I don't have more
about...
counterpoints,
Okay.
Kevin.
Okay. Wait, this is confusing. From the 817, Derek needs to ask for forgiveness for tipping too much, you jerk.
What?
Wait, why would I forgive that? Isn't that a good thing?
Has anyone ever gotten mad? Because you know what?
Oh, man, you tipped me too much. Take it back.
Jerk. And they rip the credit card slip up and it doesn't make
I thought you were about
valid
to say they
anymore.
ripped my credit card.
Man, that is crazy.
Have you ever had someone cut your credit card because?
Nope.
Well, I mean, clearly not you.
No.
Yeah, but I mean, I've never seen I've actually
sad.
never seen somebody cut up a credit card. I've seen an ID get cut up, but it was a fake ID.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's wild if they're like, nope.
Was it
I was
your
like,
fake
oh,
ID?
nope, no. Isn't it crazy though? Like that was your big moment. Like you wanted to rush to get like, man, I can't wait to be 21. I can go buy soda. And so, yeah, I just had to throw that.
That
out
only
there.
happens at 21, Kevin.
I had to. I'm trying to be like.
Hold on,
you know,
just 1 second, Derek.
Here we go.
I have a very
I knew this was
serious
gonna
question.
happen. Yep.
Whatever
What
you tell
soda
me,
are
I'm going to
you buying?
believe you. Do you or do you not think you need to be 21 years old to buy a soda?
It's just for the show. I was trying to be like nice,
Okay.
respectable.
So you don't want to say a beer?
Yep.
Okay, that's nice.
Okay, so anyways, yeah, you were trying to rush to get that, so you get a fake ID. You felt super cool, and then all of a sudden now you're like 21, over 21. You're like, it's cool. I can go buy
Wow.
some alcohol.
Okay.
Cool story, I know. Let's go ahead.
Does
Who else
Fenway
needs?
Park?
I need forgiveness for that.
You
Terrible
do
thing.
need forgiveness for that. I don't know what that was.
Terrible.
Do you need forgiveness, or excuse me, does Fenway Park need forgiveness? Because the last 21 times the Rangers have played there, this is courtesy of Mike Peasley at Pease Radio, the Rangers have lost 17 of those 21 games and have not won a series the last 7 times they went to Boston. Ouch.
Yeah, that
Plus,
hurts.
Fenway Park is really small.
Is Fenway Park overrated?
No, absolutely not.
It was a question. It was a question.
I know, and I said no.
Thank you.
I love that ballpark. The atmosphere, I strongly recommend, if you've never been, go and experience Fenway Park.
What do you think about the song Sweet Caroline?
Awesome. It is the coolest thing you get to see or hear when you're there. Did that just cause him to walk out of the room?
Oh, no.
No,
Reggie might walk out of the room.
I'm probably what he's mad at. He'll be all right.
Oh, no, that's, to me, there's nothing like it. Like, you get there, 7th inning, take me out to the ball game, 8th inning rolls around, you just start hearing the music chiming in slowly, and then the whole fan base takes over, and it's awesome. It's such an electric atmosphere.
What do you think about people like, I don't know, Reggie, who think that song is overrated?
That's okay. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
No,
I'm not going to hate somebody just because of that.
So I think I do need forgiveness, not because of that. I'll stand on that one.
No, you do.
I constantly, whenever I think of Fenway or Wrigley, get those trapped, like mixed up in my mind, and I am liable to say either one in any particular situation. And I don't know why that is. I guess it's just the historic, ballparks. And one of the things I was thinking about is, Kevin, you went to Wrigley, didn't you? And
I've been to both of those.
I think it was like the outfield bleachers at Wrigley.
Yeah.
You were saying that, I don't want to say that you said they were underrated, or overrated. I think you said that there was just like an experience. It wasn't living up to the experience that you anticipated.
No. Here's the deal at Wrigley Field. When you're walking to your seat, you might be like, this place is kind of a dump. But once
it's history.
Yeah, no, I know. But I'm saying, once you get to your seat, doesn't matter where it is, you look at the field, you see the atmosphere, it's incredible. But like just walking to your seat, you might be like, oh, I see this part hasn't been renovated. But like once you get there, it is truly amazing. And I will say the pre and post game atmospheres around Wrigleyville and obviously Fenway are incredible. That's something that Texas has been looking to replicate as best as they can with Texas Live, but the before and after around Chicago and Boston are incredible as well. Now, this one could be a little bit divisive. Forgiveness Friday for firework narcs. Or is it the people shooting off fireworks where they shouldn't that need to ask for forgiveness? Because I feel like this is an issue every single year, is some people shoot off fireworks, like little fireworks, that they shouldn't in an area that they're not supposed to, and it causes the neighborhood to melt down in an argument. Where do you guys fall on people shooting off fireworks in an area where technically or legally they are not supposed to?
I feel like you probably should stay away from it. Look, I'm not here to like harp on anybody's fun, but like, didn't we see somebody in the Metroplex have her house burned down because of fireworks?
Oh,
yeah. So like that'll always be on the other side of it, making me go, yeah, is it really worth it in that way? Even though I understand, like, doing bad things is fun sometimes. But
can you mark that?
Sure. The consequences of your actions, like I'm becoming more responsible, unfortunately, and I think that one is like but this could really turn out bad for folks. So let's not.
Okay. Now, Derek, I know you would never break the law, but
Never.
Do you have an opinion on firework narcs? Or do you think they should not be called narcs because that is supposed to be a derogatory term for some people?
So firework Karens?
Oh, but that also feels like a derogatory. What are law abiders? Would you call them firework Karens or law abiders?
Firework Karens.
Okay.
I mean, everybody wants to have fun. You got to shoot off some fireworks. That's fine. But I think the bigger issue is the time of when you're doing it. That becomes the factor. And like we were talking in commercial break, when is it necessary to stop shooting them? After the holiday, after 4th of July, is it okay to stop? Because obviously before it's okay, like, oh, okay, 4th of July is coming up. We get it. It's kind of like putting up Christmas lights. Like, oh man, Christmas is coming. Lights are up.
Yeah, and somebody brought this up, is their issue is it's the people who shoot off fireworks every night until midnight from July 1st to July 6th. I feel like even if you want to shoot off fireworks where you're not supposed to, surely we can come to some sort of accord. I don't know if that just means the 3rd and the 4th until midnight. I don't know if it means the 3rd until 10:30 and the 4th until midnight. I don't know the specifics, but I hear what you're saying there. If you're shooting off fireworks every day for an entire week, like, give it a rest, buddy.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, I don't think that you should have the cops called if you're just doing some little fireworks stuff in your backyard.
Yeah, I agree. I think unless if you're shooting off those big, huge, explosive ones that light up the entire neighborhood.
And that's like whenever I would go to Alamo or whatever fireworks emporium you prefer, I'm not looking at things that are going to cause the biggest ruckus in the world where you're like, wow, did somebody shoot off a real firework? Mine are significantly lower key.
Yeah. Yours are like bottle rockets.
Yeah. Or I like the ones that spin up in the air and like they're significantly lower key than that. And then I wanted to throw this out there. Do you think Duke's Kyle Filipowski needs forgiveness? Because this is an actual thing that he said. He was asked about, like, do you get the Duke hate? Have you experienced it? And he said, that's what happens when you're a really good player playing for a really good team. I use it as fuel to the fire. It makes me laugh because I'm like, you guys are talking S to me while you're watching me play. You're spending your money to watch me beat your ass. That's very entertaining to me. Did he just step up to become the next great hateable Duke player?
Probably.
He is white, which helps with hateability for Duke players, from Christian Laettner to Grayson Allen. That helps.
Do you think that college basketball is at a level of like visibility across sports enough for that to even happen? Like, I just don't know that there's enough people that are in on college basketball to go, I hate Duke, and let me find the dude that I hate on that team.
I think you're probably on to something there. Like, because 30 years ago, and it's really, not to sound like I'm a million years old, but 30 years ago, college basketball really was like a happening. Is you didn't have to convince people to watch your rando Michigan game in February. Like they were probably already like, oh man, Fab Five. You know they're not going to win anything, but they're really fun to watch.
That was me.
Oh wow!
All right, don't forget.
They did. I know. Time out.
They talk
Time
trash.
out. We're out of them.
But like it used to be a happening, and you're right. Now it just doesn't seem to matter that much. So he could say stuff like this all he wants. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near even the Grayson Allen levels of hate. I mean, look.
Yeah, but he
helped with that
player.
a lot. You're right. He helped with that a lot. Sometimes I felt like Christian Laettner like just had an attitude, and obviously the stomp. I feel like Grayson Allen went out of his way to make people despise him at every turn. When he's like, "What? That was a basketball move."
And then the crying.
Yeah.
It was a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not that you can't cry and have emotions. It was just like, dude, you keep tripping people.
Yeah, you're gonna play dirty. Like, don't be a little crybaby. That's how I look at it. Like, you can't be a little crybaby if you're gonna go out there and step on people and play dirty like that, and then all of a sudden start crying because something didn't go your way.
I would just like to test my theory real quick, Kevin.
Okay.
Derek, do you remember the name of the Duke player that Kevin was just talking about?
To start this interview or this thing?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Fantastic.
But here's my thing though. I hate Duke. Period. Like that's just, to me, that just gives you a certain player now that I can really despise. Because think about it. If a team that keeps winning, everybody hated the Yankees. They still hate the Yankees because they were winning. That's what it really comes down to, is you always hate the teams that are winning the most. Like you continuously keep winning. It's like, man, I really hate that. Like I know people hated Golden State. They were winning for a while.
Sure.
Everybody hates on LeBron. Everybody hates on like guys that are being super successful like that, like, or teams. you always want to go after him. Like, man, I really hate that until somebody new comes along.
And I know we're going to have to go, but could we perhaps carve out time for Derek Holland? Does he also need Forgiveness Friday for this amazing attempt at a tease on Wednesday?
Reggie, Mike, and Derek in with you today. And speaking of Derek, it's time to go inside the oven with Derek Holland. What you got for us?
Oh, we're starting now. So for me, I was curious. Obviously, 4th of July, everybody was watching the fireworks. And actually, here in Dallas, we had some drones. We had the drone show.
Ooh.
So I was curious, as people that I'm assuming we all celebrate the fireworks and 4th of July and everything. Would you rather see the drone show or fireworks?
We'll talk about that and more next.
All right. Thanks for that 1 minute tease, Derek. That was awesome.
Oh, my gosh. Did you know it was a problem until they said coming up next? And Mike goes, thanks for that 1 minute tease, Derek.
Well, it all hit me as I was looking at Mike, and Mike was making faces. Then I looked back at Reggie, and Reggie's kind of just like staring at me like, all right, where are you going? And then finally, once he jumped right in front of me to end it right there, I was like, yep, I screwed up. And then Mike let me have it.
Forgiven. Coming up next, it's time for some Masterpiece Theater, the biggest cheating scandals in sports movie history. What is it for you? Plus, if you got some shout-outs, we'll get back into that at 877-881-1053. Next, right here on The Fan.
We have your latest Dallas.
Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have a lot going on in this segment. First of all, shout out Friday. Now this comes with some forgiveness as well. The 903, I want to shout out my girlfriend and also ask for forgiveness. I made fun of her yesterday over her Britney Spears obsession and told her that she just wanted attention from Wemby. But shout out to her for being the best girlfriend ever. Love ya. Also, we're going to do some Masterpiece Theater scandals in sports movies. But before we get to that, this morning, Steve Phillips former GM, was on with Sean, RJ, and Bobby as they started their Firehouse tour. The question was asked about trading for Mike Bassick, who's famously known as being part of the Roberto Alomar trade. This is what Steve Phillips had to say about all things Mike Bassick.
Steve, we got a teammate here at 105.3 The Fan by the name of Mike Bassick, somebody that pitched for your New York Mets for a couple of years there, was involved in the Roberto Alomar trade. Basically, I just wanted to give you the chance, the platform, to express how much Mike really hampered your teams those 2 years and how much you just wish he would have never been with the team.
I mean, unbelievable. I mean, listen, people don't know this, but Bassick was the main player in the deal. Robbie Alomar was the throw-in.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Bassick was the target of that trade. We sort of camouflaged it with interest in Alomar, but we gave up all those prospects who listen. Bassick was the key factor there going after it, and then he was so underwhelming when we got him that he didn't last very long with us. And Alomar was somewhat underwhelming too. So Bassick, so what we did, we thought at some point Bassick might give up a record-setting home run somewhere along the way, which is why we really targeted him as well. Figured, we want pitchers who are going to set records, even if they're sort of the dubious records. We want that guy.
You just made 4 promos for the station. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Steve.
I did love that answer from Steve Phillips. You want to do a little Masterpiece Theater? 877-881-1053. The biggest scandals in sports movie history. Now, I was reading an article about this from The Ringer, and I wanted to throw out a couple of options. If we can go to cut number 20 right here. This is from the movie Blue Chips. Does this count as a scandal?
A foul is not a foul unless the referee blows his whistle.
All right, now Nick Nolte gets caught up in the world of boosters and buying players, and I believe that was the amazing Alfre Woodward there. And she is fantastic in pretty much everything. I think that Blue Chip scandal, not that big of a deal because all these other teams were doing it, and it just basically predicted the future where they were like, that's totally fine.
Huh. Interesting perspective. So if everybody else is doing it, you're cool with it?
You might have me there.
No, I was just wondering if that was the official stance of Kevin Hagelin.
Well, you know what, Reggie? You've bested me on this one. That's not a good look. I just don't think it's as big of a scandal as some of these other scandals because everybody else was doing it.
Yeah, no, I often tend to lean that way as well, right?
But still against the rules for that time. Eventually, they were like, that's fine.
I mean, what are rules for, right? Competitive balance in that instance.
Yeah.
So, look, I'm trying to help you out here. I don't know why you're running away from it. Stand on the tape, Kevin.
You know what? If I'm gonna go all the way down in flames, here's a question. Is Angels in the outfield a scandal? Can you convince deities not of this world to help your baseball team win? Or do you think that's wrong?
I don't think you can do that.
Okay.
It shouldn't be allowed?
No, you can do that, but I don't think that's going to dictate anything.
And is your
but
family,
if you could.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
But is your family really that great if you need a baseball team to win for y'all to be a family again?
Are you attacking that child?
That's not the child's fault.
Kevin needs
no,
forgiveness
that was
now.
not directed at the child.
Nope.
You have misplaced that.
He needs forgiveness. Going after children.
I get why the kid did it, but like your family's not going to work out.
But
right?
it's the only one you got, right? Like, what? You're just gonna go pick a whole new family, Kevin?
You know what, Reggie? I'm going to tell you something.
Uh-oh.
Look, I said if I'm going to go down in flames, I love my family. I love Jess's family. I do not believe that it should be frowned upon to cut your family out if they wrong you. Like, if they are terrible to you or systematically do awful things to you, like, I get it. Your family's the only one you got. But if they treat you awful, I think you should be able to move on with your life.
Not a bad take. But also, if you can get divine intervention to make it better.
Sure. But like,
I thought you were a man of faith, Kevin.
Was this not wasted divine intervention to help the then California Angels? We couldn't have done something bigger with this?
No.
Okay.
It's a sink answer.
What do you think about the scandal in the movie Ladybugs? A scandal which they got away with free and clear.
I don't even know what that is.
You're kidding me.
Nope. I'm like Pepe in this one.
Reggie, do you know what the movie Ladybugs is?
One of my favorite bugs of all time, ladybugs. Mm-hmm.
But are you familiar with the movie Ladybugs?
I don't know what you're talking about.
They're good luck if they land on you.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
I've heard that too.
They're fun to play with too.
How do you play with the ladybug?
All right.
You just kind of like push it around a little bit.
You might kill it.
In 1992, Rodney Dangerfield and Jack A took over the soccer team. All right. Now, there's a whole bunch of complications why it happened. Don't worry about that. But Rodney Dangerfield's no good, soon to be stepson was a soccer player. They just didn't get along. They had nothing to bond over. So somehow Rodney Dangerfield's like, what if you put on a wig and joined my company's girls soccer team? And he said no. But eventually he said yes. And he was awesome. And then the soccer team got to be really good. But then, you know, you have to learn a lesson along the way.
Sure.
Lessons were learned. They didn't ever get caught at all.
Little did they know that could happen nowadays.
Oh,
how'd you not see that one coming?
Goodness.
You didn't see that one coming?
I really didn't.
Yes! Sorry.
I really didn't.
Would you consider the plot of The Replacements like having to deal with the scandal? Like, you know, scabs, labor, all those things?
It's like the strike, and then they came in.
Because, like, aren't we glorifying undercutting, a strike? You know, where, employment is trying to get better from employers?
Okay, and that's an interesting point. I see, because that's based much more in real life situations.
Sure.
Because the one that came to my mind that bothered me was Teen Wolf. Now, look, you're on to something there. Is players are trying to make their lives better, and they're getting undercut, and this goes into unions in general and labor conditions and everything. Mine is like...
And Orlando Brown is using sticky substances?
Yeah, you can't let a wolf play basketball. Like, I think there should have been more time spent in Teen Wolf on, hey, did that kid just turn into a wolf and he's just going to play basketball? I don't know if I've ever seen any of the Air Bud movies, but please tell me there's at least part of them when they're like, hey, that dog can't be playing basketball.
Yeah, I don't even know if he took a foul.
I can't remember any of the plot points of Air Bud.
Yeah, I just know the dog could shoot.
And he had little shoes. It was
Yeah.
fantastic. That's the most important part. If you know that he had little shoes, you got it.
Okay, there has to be something in those rules that, like, that dog can't just play basketball. That wolf man can't just play basketball without a further discussion. Why didn't we get a rules meeting or something?
He had 4 legs. That counts as 2 people.
Oh, he's got to be traveling all the time, right?
Yep. Well, he didn't get to dribble.
Why not?
He's like Klay Thompson.
Yeah, they. Hey, he's wide open. Shoot it. Shoot the 3. Okay.
Is this where you anticipated the segment going?
It went really well.
You know, I don't know if I did. From the 214, they said 8 men out. Okay, that is at least based on a true story, which might be factually inaccurate, but a true story nonetheless. From the 214, what about Rookie of the Year? Did that kid get performance-enhancing surgery?
Also child labor
I've
laws?
got that same surgery.
Nice.
I don't know if that's true.
Do you think he would be able to throw the ball to home plate from the stands at Wrigley Field?
Yes.
Also, what do you think about the moment where he throws the ball onto the field from the bleachers, and the guy tries to slide so he doesn't get tagged, as if that ball were somehow still in play. Because that's the bit they do. I'm like, well, he's still safe either way because that's a home run.
Yeah, that is interesting. But I'm not going to lie. I would love to do that one day, just be out in the outfield or the stands in the outfield and get a home run ball or something like that and just chuck it back there. And then everybody's like, what? Who did that? Now, I've seen, I think it was at Fenway Park, somebody threw a ball and it hit Stanton when he was running around the bases.
Oh,
what? I don't know if you guys remember. You could YouTube that, but he or Google. But yeah, that's to me. If I'm ever in the stands and I catch a home run ball, you better believe I'm throwing my arm out to get to home plate. See how far I can go.
Okay, I don't know if that's the best idea.
Also, we've got people on the text line trying to confirm for us from the 214. There was a scene in Air Bud that said there isn't a rule saying dogs can't play, so they did address that, Kevin.
Really?
Did they change those rules after the fact? Like, I know no one's going, like, to watch Air Bud 2 logistics. And, like, he went on to play football.
That's right.
I'm pretty sure. Maybe soccer. I'm not 100% about
Definitely
that.
He played every sport.
Wow.
Except for baseball.
But I know no one's there to watch that movie.
Bocce ball.
I just wish the writer could tell me, yeah, Kevin, don't worry about it. They had a meeting later that year after the season was over.
You are the bad guy in any kids movie. You're like, I am going to stop the dog from playing basketball.
Yep.
I'm not saying you need to stop it. I just feel like more time and consideration.
More
should have been
litigation
put in.
is necessary.
I just think more time is, hey, can that wolf man play basketball? Can this dog play basketball? That feels like a relevant conversation. If you were watching the Rangers tonight and all of a sudden a turtle hit a home run, wouldn't you be like,
whoa,
wouldn't you be like,
turtle?
Hold on. How is that turtle eligible to play?
That's your first question. Your first question is, where in the rule book does it say this turtle can play?
What's his strike
You're going to
zone?
worry about the power for the turtle. I'm
Actually,
guessing,
the turtle
right?
probably walks a bunch. That's a great point, Derek.
So,
Literally.
like, how did the turtle swing the bat? How does he have so much pop? There's lots of questions. But I think part of the discussion should be, how is that turtle eligible to play baseball?
He's got a permanent helmet on.
If I watch Rangers Red Sox and I do not see a turtle, I'm going to be disappointed. Thanks a lot, Kevin.
Well, you won't be watching Rangers Red Sox, so
that's right.
You are going to be disappointed.
I don't know what day it is anymore, man.
To Rangers Nationals right here at 105.3 The Fan.
I'm actually going to be watching it because I don't know if you've heard this. Someone I know is going to be on the broadcast.
Mike Bassick, who, by the way, started the year as a radio host. Then he did an internet broadcast of a Rangers game. Then he did a radio broadcast of a Rangers game. Then he's doing the TV broadcast of the Rangers game. What an amazing run for him.
What's next for Mike Bassick?
Ooh, he gets picked up by Peacock or Apple TV.
The
do their
bird?
national broadcast. Not the actual bird.
Oh.
I know that's confusing.
Well, we were
given
talking
all the
about turtles
metaphors.
batting.
Yes, I understand that.
Peacock picked up Mike.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do the Cowboys have the best secondary in the NFL? That and more of your shout-outs we'll do next right here in The Fan.
Tired of picking between cousins?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop at Classic Chevrolet. Shop new Silverados with once a year 4th of July savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
And second down and a long two. Goff with play action back to throw. Deep ball down the left side. Intercepted. It is Diggs at the 15. Up and running to the 18-yard line. And did he pick a good time for that?
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to talk about that Cowboys secondary as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Buttermilk biscuits.
Like that.
Now, we're going to get to gridiron in just 1 second, but it's also Shout Out Friday, and this is an exciting update. Shout out to you guys from June 9th. You guys did a shout out for me, telling everybody I was proposing to my girlfriend that day at the Fan Expo. I now have a fiance who's a Tolo. Love you guys, and thank you for making that day so special. Can't wait to show y'all pictures at the next fan hang. That is from Nicholas. Congratulations. So glad she said yes and happy for y'all. Now, in the gridiron space, I saw this article from a one. Hollywood, David Hellman.
Nice.
And it was interesting. Do the Cowboys have the NFL's best secondary? And his article is they have a real case. Now, the interesting thing about Hellman is, look, I know he covered the Cowboys and worked at DallasCowboys.com, but by no means is he any sense of what anyone I would think would call a homer. He is very matter of fact and honest about the good and the bad on that team.
Right. In fact, if you're, really drilling down into it, sometimes you might wonder if he's leaning away at times. No.
Sure.
Yeah, that's not his inclination by any means. So he's often pretty fair about these things.
And if you look at the group of Jaron Kearse, Malik Hooker, Donovan Wilson, from the safety perspective, you picked up Stephon Gilmore and Trayvon Diggs, both of whom I think are top 10 betting odds-wise to lead the league in interceptions. That does kind of feel like a hell of a secondary. Not that you're ever comfortable, because one injury here, one injury there. It feels the same way about offensive, defensive line, starting pitching. It can have problems, but as it's constructed right now, feels pretty damn good.
Yeah, and they've kind of tried to insulate from injury a little bit as well, considering that Jordan Lewis and Deron Bland are there when it comes to cornerback as well. And then I don't know how strongly we should feel. Is it just like we are close and we know the names of Bell and Mukuamu when it comes to the safeties, or are they guys that you feel comfortable filling in for a game if necessary?
I think I do with Mukuamu.
So
I do.
Yeah, I mean, like you've got what I would point to 4 guys in particular of the 5 that you mentioned, and that I go, oh no, I'm really excited when I see them on the field. When we talk about Kearse, and then Wilson is just willing to throw himself into any level of contact, and then the cornerbacks are just, it goes without saying the quality that you have on the outside. Now, this is a really, really good secondary.
I know while people were focused on bringing back Pollard and then the trades you made for Cooks and Gilmore, is that signing of Donovan Wilson. I really liked that move. I know some people are weary about how much money goes to the safety position in general, and then specifically considering what Donovan Wilson does, but man, I'm pretty stoked to have him back.
I feel pretty happy about the Cowboys defense, though. I'm looking at some of the stats too. They top 5 in turnovers, sacks. I'm trying to look at their yards allowed, but I feel like they have a pretty strong defense. If they're already in the top 5 from last year and they've made some good improvements for this year, I think you just made the team that much better.
And the sacks part is interesting because that does work heavily in I think it goes both ways. Like if you have a really good secondary, that gives you that extra half second if you're up front. But also, if you don't need that extra half second and maybe you get half a second less to throw, that's going to make life easier for the secondary. So I definitely think those things work hand in hand.
Was absolutely the first thing I thought of when you were starting to lay out this, best secondary. I was like, I wonder how much just the help up front and getting that pressure, particularly which starts with Michael Parsons, helps those guys on the back end as well.
I believe that 1,000,000%.
I was going to say the only team that really scares me from the division is the Eagles, because they are literally, you look at the sacks, they were almost 20 more sacks last year than the Cowboys.
And that came on.
And they improved too.
In the back half of the season, is because for a good chunk of the first part of the season, the Cowboys were like dealing with their own historical pace. And then you just saw the Eagles blow past them. So I think you're onto something there. Let's talk about DeAndre Hopkins. I don't want this to make it sound like, I don't want it to sound like I'm making fun of him. I'm just seriously asking. He said, I'll retire from football when I'm not a 1,000-yard receiver. And then people were like, right, like the last 2 years when you weren't a 1,000-yard receiver. And then he pointed out he was on pace for 1,400 yards last year before he got hurt, which is, that's part of the deal, right? Like you get hurt in football. DeAndre Hopkins hasn't had a 1,000+ yard season or even an 800-yard plus season since 2020 because of various issues. Does he still have it in him to be a 1,000-yard receiver? I'm saying for injuries or any other reason.
I say yes. I understand what you're saying is football injuries are somewhat inevitable in a way. But I think the idea is do you have the kind of production that a 1,000-yard receiver would have? And that would probably save him a lot of the heckling that he got on this if he had posed it in that way. But he still absolutely has that level of play. So, I absolutely see it. And I understand he's a little bit aged in that way. But no, I still think the value is there when you talk about the capabilities that he has, injuries included.
Obviously, suspension was part of the issue.
Yeah,
around there as well.
Does that ever give you hesitance when you see a guy get popped for PEDs and then afterwards you see a little bit of a?
It does. This one might not, and I don't know if this is fair or not. This one might not fit that category just because age comes into play. But I definitely think that, like, not to pick on this person, but when we talked about, Nelson Cruz before, who got popped later, I also think there were issues before when he just all of a sudden got a lot better at the age of 30. I have issues with that in general when somebody just spikes sometimes seemingly out of nowhere, or they have issues once they've been busted for that. I think that deserves just at least a conversation.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, as much as I love Cruz as a teammate, I mean, it's still in my mind, you cheated.
Yeah.
But again, at least he came out with it and like admitted to it, like versus some of the other people that have been caught that don't.
The one who jumps to mind is Andy Pettit.
That was my idol.
What's that?
That was my idol.
I know, and he I'm not saying the world forgives everything.
Correct.
But they're much more likely to let you move on with your life if you cop to what you actually did. And Andy Pettit's like, what? I've never done steroids. No, you definitely did. We have a positive test.
Don't you feel like people have been a lot kinder to Pettit than some of the other guys like Clemens?
Which is crazy to me, because what happened next with Pettit was he still didn't admit it. He was like, okay, like this one time. And they were like,
well, I thought he said he did admit to it because he was using it to rehab to get himself back on the field quicker.
For like that one season.
Yeah.
And then it came out that like, we actually have multiple tests from it looks like spanning different years. And you're like, oh.
That hurts.
Right. And so I do think it is interesting that he gets a pass compared to somebody like Clemens. I don't know if that's just their demeanor outside of the rest of baseball.
Is it because they continue to keep denying it, though?
Yeah, you might be right.
I mean, think about it. If I continue to keep denying that I took steroids, wouldn't you be like, and you've got the actual proof?
Assuming that you had. We want to make it clear.
Well, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Well, clearly, if I did, I'm getting screwed, ain't I? I'm a little scrawny for that. But that's like, if you keep denying it like that, don't you think like, okay, we have the actual proof, the evidence right here.
Yeah, I think you make a fair point there. All right. I just thought this quote was amazing. Carlton Davis with the Bucks is said that the Bucks are going to, quote, wreck ass without Tom Brady, and the NFL is in for a rude awakening. Are these things you think he should have said? I'll give you one more part of the quote. Tom was a great addition for us, but obviously it's a team sport. You need components to be successful. We still have those components, and I'm only getting better.
Ooh, and they got Baker Christ too, right?
Yeah. So they're screwed.
They're going to win.
I mean, yes, he should say it. And you want to know why? He's about to go through a football season. If you can't lie to yourself to get yourself up for that, then you should not be playing. Like, football is so tough. You have to go into every season believing you're going to win, right? And that you're going to do good things. Because this is why I think tanking is, like, deplorable in football. The things that you're putting your body through and you're putting these bodies through, you can't do that and just say, well, we don't anticipate any level of, like, get back on this in the short term. You've got to think that you want to do
You're
this.
right. I believe in a certain level of confidence, but anybody who feels like we lost Tom and lost something is going to be in for a rude awakening.
Mm-hmm.
That is a fact. Look, I am well known as not being a liker of Tom Brady, but that's a fascinating statement.
Well, you think he's going to open himself to ridicule? The type of ridicule that he would maybe have if they were bad at football? Yeah, no, he was going to get that regardless.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, think about this. Like, if I go into a season with whatever team I'm with and I go in there and say, yeah, we're going to suck. This is going to be brutal. I don't know. Like, you have to have confidence. You got to.
I agree, but
because then the media is going to ridicule you for that.
There's Kevin being the media again.
I think there's a difference, though, to be like, we have a lot of belief in our team versus saying people thought we lost Tom Brady. They're in for a rude awakening. I think there's a difference between that and, heck yeah, I believe in my guys.
But that'd be like you saying, well, you know what? We may have lost Mike and Corey, but man, we got Derek. We're going to do great. Like, you're showing confidence to me and believing in me.
The truth.
I know that. Well, you know what? You got me there. But I just think you can't sit there and say, well, you know, we lost Tom Brady, but don't worry, we've got Jim Boogerloo as our quarterback. Man,
Jim Boogerloo.
He better not
quick
be
question.
terrible.
Which one of those is your Tom Brady? Corey and Mike are both out. Who do you qualify more as Tom Brady?
Corey.
Wow.
In your face, Mike.
Take that, Michael.
I guess so. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you were wondering why Derek is here, both Corey and Mike are out. They'll both be back on Monday.
They quit.
No, they did not quit. They'll be
I
back
don't know
on Monday.
if this Mike TV thing goes really well.
He quit.
That's fair. I can't guarantee he'll be back. Coming up next, the Rangers' history of drafting in the top 5 and what that means for their odds of success on Sunday. We'll do next right here in The Fan. to you guys. Keep up the good work. And as always, what's up, Reggie? Also, from the 575, shout out to you guys. Your show helps pass the time working out in the farm all day. Tolo, love that and appreciate that very, very much. Now, I wanted to run through a little bit of a history project with you guys and see what this means in terms of Sunday. Major League Baseball draft gets started on Sunday. It is, of course, a 3-day affair, but the Rangers will have the number 4 pick, and that will be going down on Sunday. 10 times the Rangers have picked in the top 5. Now, we're going to go ahead and rule out Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker because that feels preposterous to go ahead and jump to any conclusions about what their careers will be. Okay? So let's take the other 8. All right? 8 times the Rangers have picked in the top 5 that we feel like we can fairly break them down. So what I'm going to do, tell you the year, tell you the player, and tell you who they could have got, just to have a little fun. 1973, with the number 1 overall pick, the Texas Rangers select David Clyde. Now, this turned out to be a mistake. Partially, it was a mistake because Robin Yount was picked 3rd and Dave Winfield was picked 4th. But it was also a mistake because of the way the Rangers handled that whole situation. We just had David Clyde on, I want to say 2 weeks ago, and he walked us through all of that. But I'm going to count that as a swing and a miss, though partially because of the Rangers' own hubris. 1974, the Texas Rangers select 2nd. They take Tommy Boggs. Now, I know you might be wondering, is this a nickname for Wade?
Yeah, I was like, that's Wade's brother, isn't it?
I don't know about that.
Cousin?
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if any of that is factually accurate.
He's part of the Boggs.
Yeah.
But have you ever heard of Tommy Boggs in your life?
Can't say that I have.
You could have selected 2-time MVP Dale Murphy.
Oh, yeah, no, let's do that then.
So I'm going to go ahead and put that down as 0 for 2.
We can't change it?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry. While I have the ability to tell you what could have happened, I do not also possess the ability to retroactively change such things. Okay. I apologize. 1983.
Apology forgiven.
The Texas Rangers have the 3rd overall pick. They select Jeff Kunkel, the shortstop. Now, I will say, I've at least heard of Jeff Kunkel. However, he did not ever play an entire season with the Rangers. He struggled to get on the field, and just a few picks later, you could have had Roger Clemens.
Well, I mean, we were just talking about how that went. Do you really want that,
hey,
in front of Congress and everything?
Yeah, look.
Hey, before he did steroids, though.
He was still really good. And I think, honestly, the same thing with Barry Bonds is what I think about Roger Clemens. I don't think it's only the, admitting to it and forgiveness part. I think it's people like, hold on, you were still really damn good before you used steroids, all right? I'm mad because you are already good, and you decided to get even better.
Can I circle you back to your blue chips take?
Ooh, so you think Nick Nolte's program?
Everybody, look, there was a lot of people. There was a lot of people out here doing the roids, as the youths call it.
That's true.
And
hey,
things happen.
I already conceded. You got me on that point. And just because other people do it doesn't mean that it's okay.
Okay, fair.
1985. This one's going to be a little tricky. The number 3 overall pick. The Texas Rangers select Bobby Witt. He spent 16 years in Major League Baseball, had nearly 2,000 strikeouts. He spent 11 years with the Rangers. That sounds like a hit.
Yeah, did good.
Correct?
Done good.
Yep.
All right. So we'll put that down in the hit category. Don't worry about the fact that they could have got Barry Lark. All right.
Why would you do that?
That was probably just rude. You're right. We qualified as a hit. Why would I say that? I don't know. Get ready for the next draft, though.
Yay.
The next draft.
I don't think that's a yay.
The Rangers are still no good. They pick 4th. They take Kevin Brown. Now, Kevin Brown was really, really good.
Yep.
Sure. Am I going to tell you could have taken Gary Sheffield? Yes.
Come on.
But I still think this is a hit.
Yeah, I'd go with you.
Yeah, but
he was an all-star with the Rangers.
For sure. This is off topic, but just Gary Sheffield. I saw a hot take yesterday that Gary Sheffield's swing was more pleasurable to watch than Ken Griffey Jr.
I don't know about that.
It feels sacrilege,
doesn't it? But
they're both awesome swings.
Great swings.
How about just look at it this way? Griffey had the best left swing, and Sheff had the best right swing.
Cool.
That seems like a very reasonable conclusion.
Thank you.
I like it. All right, I qualify this as a hit. He made the All-Star team. He was the first Rangers pitcher since Fergie Jenkins to win 20 games. I know once he got really good, he left for the Dodgers and got use of their private plane, and that made me sad. But he played here for 8 years. That
counts.
That feels
That's
like
good.
a hit. All right, so look, 5 times, 2 hits,
3 misses. That's
We're moving
that's a
in the
punch
right
out.
direction, though.
That's 1 out.
That's about to take a pretty hard turn. In 1989, with the number 5 overall pick, the Texas Rangers select Donald Harris. I know you might be thinking, who the hell is that? That's fair, especially when I tell you, just a few picks later, you could have had Frank Thomas.
That one I would definitely switch.
That hurts a lot.
The big hurt. I see what you did there.
Yes.
That
No, the big hurt is actually
big
how
hurt.
Rangers fans feel, knowing they could have had Frank Thomas. And
that
they
was a
got
big
Donald
hurt
Harris.
right there.
Now, I have great news for you. That's
Okay.
a miss.
All right.
Guess what? 2001, no notes. You did it perfect. With the number 5 overall pick, you took Mark Teixeira. You could probably argue, I'd have to go back and double check again, he's the best player in that first round. So, he was a good player. He was a really good player here for the Rangers. He got you a haul that included Elvis Andrus, Neftali Feliz. I feel like that is the trade by which all future Rangers trades were judged by.
Yep.
And that feels like an unequivocal hit.
Yep, that's a hit.
Then the final one.
Oh, boy.
Because remember, we're not talking about Jack Leiter and Kamar Rocker because that just feels too early. 2015, number 4 overall pick, Dylan Tate. Dylan Tate never played a single major league game for the Texas Rangers. In that same vicinity is Kyle Tucker, who Kyle Tucker can make life miserable as part of the Houston Astros. He is coming off of 2 awesome seasons, and he is having another excellent season right now. When you were talking about, I know it's not as simple as this, and I don't want to be like, everything would have magically worked out. But when you talked earlier about adding a bat, and I think, oh, what if Kyle Tucker was in your lineup right now? Now, that surely would have changed some other things, but there you go. So my point is, I would argue of the previous 8 attempts at this, the Rangers have succeeded 3 times. So that's a great batting average.
Yeah, but how many times did we miss?
5.
We almost struck out twice.
So what does that have you in terms of optimism for Sunday? And I can hit you with a couple of mock drafts because it seems like it's down to sort of 2 players for the Rangers.
So it's 8 total.
Yep.
That you did 3 of 8. It's not the greatest.
It's a 375
I mean,
success
it's
rate.
still. I mean, that's good.
If you were at the plate.
But but if you're picking in the top 5, do you feel like not even getting half of them is good?
No.
Okay. So this
That's
might make people a little nervous.
Sure, but I mean, also, we got to judge the people who are making this, who are taking the decisions.
It's a different crew now.
Yeah, and it is. Does that give you any solace here, especially with the way that you've seen that it's a short sample, the way that this season's gone? But do you have more trust in Chris Young than the history would kind of indicate?
See, I have more trust in Chris Young than I do Kip Fagg, though. And that's my issue, is the scouting department has been, I think, the bane of a lot of Rangers fans' existence for a while. And if we're just going off of that logic, I know it is ridiculously early, but your early results off of Jack Leiter don't look super promising. I'm not saying that means he's going to be this or he's going to be that, but there was dreams about him starting in the 2024 rotation, if not making it up this year. He could get that, but it won't be off of earning it. It'll be off of where he was drafted.
I would go ahead and rule that out. That ain't happening.
Yeah, and I don't think it will either.
He's got to show way more success in AA, and then he's got to show success in AAA. So,
and
hate to say it.
So
no.
I think your point is right. I think your point is well made. It's like what happened in 1973. Probably, I just thought it was a fun exercise. But the more concerning part is I do not necessarily have the most trust in the world in our talent scouts. I do love our GM, but when it comes to our talent scouts, and this might make people nervous, it seems like we're circling around two players for the Texas Rangers. Now, if you can get one of the big three, because Pittsburgh does something sketchy with the number one pick, great. But Paul Skeens, the pitcher out of LSU, Dylan Cruz, outfielder out of LSU, and Wyatt Langford, the outfielder out of Florida, all of whom we just saw prominently in the College World Series. Those are the big three that I refer to in terms of people seem to be of the consensus that any one of them would be a worthy number one pick. Fortunately, you have pick 4. So let's say the big three go off the board in whatever order, and you're not going to get one of them. It seems like it's down to Max Clark, a center fielder from Franklin Community High School in Indiana, or Walter Jenkins, a right fielder from South Brunswick High School in North Carolina. If I had to wager, my wager would be on one of those two selections. And then that ties in the scouting department that Reggie brought up is, do you believe in the Rangers to do well on this pick? And I don't want to be unfair. I do want to point out is the Evan Carter pick that they made that was mocked incessantly. That looks, at least as of right now, a lot of time to go, like a phenomenal pick. So they've definitely had their hits in there as well.
Right. It also feels weird to, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong in any means, because I also have a little bit of trepidation when it comes to the way that this team is developed. But it also feels weird to, be, I don't know if panning is the right word, but be negative when it comes to the farm. When you look around, and the farm is pretty healthy right now. You can look around and see the talented players making it to the top. It's just when you're talking about the high selections, the ones that are taken in that top 5 area, it's been unfortunate.
And that is a great point, but also part of my issue that I've had with the Rangers about the way the old regime did things. It seemed like we excelled at picking pitchers up off the junk heap, but when we made big time signings, it worked out poorly for us. So if we're crushing these other rounds, those seem like the logically more difficult things to get right. I don't understand the struggle with the first round, because you're right. Like, the Rangers do have a consistent top 10 farm system for like the last, I think, 6 cycles, and it's usually 3 cycles per year. And so for the last couple of years, they've had a top 10 farm system. Looks like they crushed it with Evan Carter, but we have struggled with these top picks, especially in the top 5.
Yeah, but I also think, too, when you're getting these guys that you're going to pick up, you got to have the expectation of we're not going to see them for a few years.
You're right about that.
So that's the other thing, too, is wow, they look great now. We still got to let them come here and develop with professional ball, which is different than, obviously, you're talking about the high school guys. That's a big jump, first off.
Yeah.
So it's going to take time to get them there. More than likely, a guy like that, you're not going to see him for at least 3 to 4 years,
especially
minimum.
If it's one of the high school kids, yeah.
And then you get a college guy, like, you're probably not looking to see him for, hopefully, 2 to 3 years. That you want it to be quicker, but that's usually how it pans out.
I would say Walker Jenkins is who I think the Rangers will end up with, but I know there's been a lot of steam behind Max Clark as well as potential pick at pick number 4 on Sunday. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. We got a giveaway for you. We'll go inside the oven with Dutch. Plus, the Combo Platter National Rock and Roll Day. Give us a sports opinion, and then who is your favorite rock and roll band of all time? We'll do all of that next right here on The Fan. Here on 105.3 The Fan. We move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. We got Inside the Oven with Dutch coming up. We also have a giveaway. But right here, right now, it is the National Day of Rock and Roll. So I wanted to try a combo platter. You got to give us a sports opinion. And then, who is your favorite rock and roll band of all time? From the 903, this is the year Dak shut up the haters. Deep Purple is their favorite rock band. Much more good stuff than just Smoke on the Water. From the 817.
Wait, can we stop there for a second? What do you think is necessary for Dak to shut up the haters, considering like how polarizing America's team and the Cowboys are, and just like some people are entrenched in feeling that Dak Prescott isn't good and are entitled to their opinion, but like what would it take for folks to be like, you know what, my bad, I was wrong on that?
I feel like, and I don't personally think it has to be this way, but I think if he gets to the Super Bowl, I think that'll shut up a lot of people.
But, see, even that I don't think is enough. I think they have to get to the Super Bowl because of him. Like, that's wild. And there are some people that you just move the bar all of the time. I think if they get to the Super Bowl, like let's even say they win in the divisional round 45-30, but then they win in the conference championship 10-7, people are going to be like, we didn't make it to the Super Bowl because of Dak. He's a bum. And I'm just like, what about the round before? And I just want to give you an example from the 469. Prescott will get hurt this year as an excuse for being bad again. And they also said the best rock and roll band is Snoop Doggy Dogg, and said he does count as rock because he's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Oh, I don't know. Because I was like, I think we're talking about the genre itself as opposed to like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which, I mean, there's a lot of incredible acts in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but I think we're just talking about the genre of rock and that.
And that's where I'm at too, but I think that also speaks to the Dak point, is unless they win at a high level and he is the driving force behind it, and even then, I'm sure some people will be like, okay, well, yeah, because you got Brandon Cooks and CeeDee Lamb, Tony Pollard. Like, for some people, their mind has been made up, and I don't think anything's going to change it. Other than that, I think you need to probably win the Super Bowl, and he needs to be the Super Bowl MVP. Which, that sounds crazy, I know.
I still feel like even if he does win the Super Bowl, there's going to be some kind of hate, like you said.
Sure.
It's not that good.
I agree with that for sure. From the 682, Dak would have to win NFL MVP, the Super Bowl, and Super Bowl MVP to shut up some of the haters. See, and I think you're probably right about that. And the best rock and roll band of all time is Queen. I love that answer. We will swoop back around to that, hopefully. Would you like, Derek, to give us a sports opinion? And then your favorite rock and roll band of all time.
Yes, I'm going to say that the Texas Rangers will win the division this year. And I'm going to go with two different just because I want to give the shout out to my dad. He wanted me to have Queensryche Hurricane as my walkout song.
Okay.
So I put
forgot
that
to get
there.
that music.
That's okay. That's okay. But then I went ahead and put, for me, I grew up always listening to Linkin Park. So that was that is it.
Linkin Park, I like Linkin Park a lot. And I think there are several bands that fit this bill that if you're not in like a specific age, I could see how you completely missed it.
Yeah.
Like if you're listening right now, you might be 20 years old and love Linkin Park. But if you also told me you're 20 and you've never heard of Linkin Park, I would get that. If you told me you're 40 or 35 and have not heard of Linkin Park, I'd be like, what? You didn't hear about them at all? You're pretty darn big.
Can I give the shout out here for my brother? My brother's put this out there. He sent me a text, and I know this is going to ruffle some feathers.
Uh-oh.
His sports take is everybody knows that the Eagles will win the Super Bowl, and Pearl Jam is his band.
Pearl Jam, great band. Everybody
Awesome band.
knows that the Eagles win this. Come on now.
That's
First
what
party
he put out.
was
He's a
Chucky's
huge.
band.
Yeah, there you go. You guys can say whatever you want. It's just my brother.
Just kidding. I've actually met him. He's super nice.
Don't say that. Don't try to.
In most cases. This
Okay.
time, he's a piece
jerk.
of trash and
Yes.
he needs to shut his mouth.
He's a bum.
But also, thank you for listening. Look, I can't take on the mic role entirely when I'm like, well, hey, Nimrod, you're stupid.
No, it'd be
Like,
fart knocker.
Yeah, hey, fart knocker. Have you ever watched a basketball game? Like, I don't want to be that person because I like
No, you
everybody
can.
that listens.
You can.
I want them to continue.
It's just my brother.
To listen.
He is not going to turn it off
But
and
yeah,
leave it off.
Your brother.
Is that a dare?
Yeah, don't dare.
because he won't.
Okay. Well, but see, that feels like a dare.
Even if you
It's
dare
not a
him, he's
dare
not. He's gonna
because
be like-
you won't.
No, because then he's going to be like, man, I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss him saying something, so I better keep it on.
Yeah. I'm not actively going to dare him to do that.
Good, because he won't do it.
Okay. Excellent.
Glad we came to a conclusion there.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Somebody said something defamatory. Nope, I don't think I got that right. About
Derogatory?
Here we go.
At least it came from you, not me.
There we go. About a band I really, really like, but they didn't give a sports opinion. So I'm not going to read it. My sports opinion, in case you missed it, is it's down to two people. Rangers will either select Walker Jenkins or Max Clark in the MLB draft. And
Those were both high school kids,
Those
right?
are both high
Okay.
school kids. And by the way, I think that is my belief, even if Pirates try to pull some funny business.
Oh, wow.
Because
So, you just think that they were not going to be swayed by the College World Series.
I think those are the guys, because look, I keep saying the big three. Most teams on their board have one of those guys at the top. I don't mean all teams. And so I think even if, because there's been rumblings that the Pirates might try to do something to save some money with the number one pick. And if they took like one of the high school kids and that bumps one of the big three down into your slot, I still think that the Rangers prefer either Clark or Jenkins to the big three.
Let me ask you guys this. Would you rather have the college kid who's, to me, he's closer to being ready than the high school kid? Or would you rather have the high school? Because if you get the college kid, it's less time till he can possibly get up to the big leagues versus the high school kid. I'm sorry, but it's a minimum probably 4 years till you see him.
See, I would most like to take Paul Skeens because I can see a Steven Strasburg path to quickly getting to Major League Baseball and helping the Rangers one way or another. And I realize that's probably a flawed way to look at the MLB draft, is like you have to take the best players at each particular spot, even if you have somebody who's currently playing at that position. But Paul Skeens would be my number one selection over either one of the high school kids. The LSU pitcher.
Okay, I was going to say, I don't know enough about, that's the one thing I got to.
He has a sweet mustache.
Ooh, I like that.
It makes him look like he might be 38 years old, but my goodness, can he throw that baseball?
Fantastic.
Yeah! All right. And my favorite band of all time, my favorite rock and roll band of all time, Reggie, if we can fire this off, is this band.
She's killed a man, put a gun against his head.
Is Queen
I love Queen. I loved them before the movie. The movie made them too big that I don't even want to buy Adam Lambert and Queen tickets because they're too expensive.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like just going full hipster there, but it's just like the concert tickets.
Yeah. Like I would love to go see them in concert, but the AAC, they're like $350 in the top level. You're like, what? That is not sustainable. Well, I guess it is perfectly sustainable and they're doing just fine, but yeah, I'm kind of a cheapskate, so I didn't end up doing that. From the 972. Oh, this should get some attention. Jack Leiter will turn it around and will get called up to the bigs at some point in 2024. And the best rock band ever is Nickelback. Do you ever feel bad for Nickelback? Like, I'm sure they got lots of money.
Yeah, it's like they made a good amount of money. So.
But like in terms of, they have become synonymous for some people as just garbage rock. Like for me, it's Maroon 5, but like...
Man, I like some Maroon 5. I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of people love Nickelback, but I also feel like there's maybe an equal amount of people who just, doesn't matter what they do, they automatically have slotted them as garbage.
Yeah, it's a like a cultural phenomenon that Nickelback, when you hear that, it's like, nope, revolting against that.
Well, to go along with that, from the 903, Micah will win Defensive Player of the Year, their favorite rock band of all time, Nickelback.
Well, there you go. At least they've got some fans. They've got some people that are willing to ride or die, and that's great.
From the 214, on National Day of Rock and Roll, Pollard will have 2,000 scrimmage yards and Metallica. All right. I like this one because it's super positive. I also like the next one because it's super positive, and we can talk about them both. For the 817, the Rangers will go to the World Series and Van Halen. Hell, if the Rangers go to the World Series, I'll rock out to some Van Halen, whatever it takes. But I like that. Rangers go to the World Series, and Pollard will have 2,000 yards from scrimmage. If that happens for the Cowboys, I feel like that will lead to very good things for them this season.
That's going to be a Super Bowl and a World Series.
Oh, my gosh. But we always fail. I don't know if...
But I'm just trying to get the typical Cowboy hype. Let's go.
Yeah, man. Look.
Super Bowl.
It was really weird. Earlier today, we had somebody accusing us of being Mavs homers. I was like, have you ever heard this show before? Cowboys, I get it. Because there's been a lot of years I've believed. But that's why I'm not this year. Mike says they're going to the Super Bowl. And I'm like, I can't predict it until I see them get past the divisional round. I just can't.
Well, I do it every year with Cleveland Browns.
They make it. That's true.
We believe.
I predict that the Cowboys will make it to the divisional round and lose because that or short of that is frequently what happens. Reggie, have you come up with a sports opinion and greatest rock and roll band of all time?
I have. I'll probably disappoint some folks as I am wont to do as well.
Is it Nickelback?
No, it's not Nickelback.
Korn.
No, it's not Korn. No, my sports take is that I truly believe the players that give sports fans the most like joy over time are kind of like just the middlemen, journeymen. Like, and this is generated by, I've been playing what is called Immaculate Grid.
Okay.
Which is there's 3 teams. It's a grid of 9 spots, 3 on the top, 3 on the down the left axis or whatever. And you have to, for each row or each column, find the player that has been on, both teams on that row or column correspondingly. I'm not explaining it well, but I think you kind of get what I'm saying. And I have had a ball just remembering random names, both in like the baseball one, but more for me, like the basketball one. Like Eduardo Nahara came up earlier, and I was just like, I am having a blast right now. And how many times have you been playing like Name a Ranger or Name a Maverick, and just the names that make you happy aren't Adrian Beltre. Yeah. The names that make you happy are like ones are along the. Well, Derek, are you want to say you're part of that?
No, I just want to see if you're going to use me. That would have been cool.
Holland. And see, I always thought about like Dat Wynn. Now I get he went to A&M, but like he was somebody who I feel like maximized everything. I kind of feel that way in terms of the current Rangers team, and I hope this doesn't sound like a slight by any means, is I think I'm more excited about like Jonah Heim and Adolis Garcia than Simeon and Seager, just because they proved their worth, they're awesome, and they got all of the money. Meanwhile, Jonah Heim, a lot of people did not predict anything close to this. I don't even know if they thought he would stay on the team. And Adolis Garcia got thrown off the Cardinals for nothing, man. And so thank you very much for that, St. Louis. So I think I take more joy in those people because I'm like, look at them go, man.
Yeah, coming into the year, did you think we'd have this many All-Stars or this many guys making names for themselves?
No chance.
You had your 2 All-Stars, Seager and Simeon. Those were the guys you were like, yep, this is great. And then now all of a sudden it's like, holy shnikes, we've got all kinds of players on this team.
And that's the problem with sequence of events and raised expectations, right? I go back to the beginning of the year. I tell you, going into the All-Star break, I know they still have 3 more games, including Mikey B calling the game on TV tonight. I tell you that the Texas Rangers lead the Houston Astros in the AL West. They're in first place. They're 51-37 and have 6 All-Stars. Wouldn't you be like, get the F out of here? What happened? How is DeGrom going to win the Cy Young? No, hurt. He's going to miss most of the year. What? But it's because they started off so great at 40-20 and this 11-17 run to finish it out that I feel like has unfortunately muddied a lot of people's appreciations for how fun this friggin' year has been. And so it's not because I'm a homer. It's because it's true. I love the Rangers, but I can see clearly the problems they're having. This team has been awful for 6 years. And so I still appreciate this has been a fun season.
Shout out to Steve DeBerg.
When was that last good year?
That was probably when you were here.
Oh, it was 2016.
Oh, wow. Was that a humble brag? Or not even humble. It was just a brag.
Yeah, I just want to throw it out there.
When he said, when I came back, I definitely wanted to beat the Rangers. Like, you can feel it.
That's true.
I mean, because they let me go. This is home.
It's the thin line between love and hate theory,
Sure.
right?
And this was love.
He loves the Rangers and could simultaneously in that moment hate the Rangers.
Just for those 9 innings.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't make it even close to it. I only got maybe 4 innings in.
Just to throw my band in there without going outside of the genre. Steely Dan.
Oh,
huge fan of Steely Dan. I know, like, that seems like dad yacht rock, but absolutely love
Yeah,
it.
you are
Yacht
not
rock? Is that what you
necessarily
said?
in the age group that I would immediately think Steely Dan.
I like that.
Good. Okay, and I do have to correct the person who did say negative things about Queen. They said Queen is their Nickelback. That is, but they did give a sports opinion. I just didn't see it in that same text.
Ah, I got you.
Is from the 682, not a Cowboys fan, but this is the best Cowboys team there's been since the Super Bowl era, and their favorite band is Metallica. And then they went on to say the Queen is the most overrated band. So multiple votes from Metallica now. What about this from the 360? Darryl Strawberry has the best left-handed swing. And the best rock band of all time, 9 Inch Nails.
Is it better than Griffey's, though? I'm sorry. Griffey has the
That might be a product
most
of your
beautiful
age
swing
as well, right? Because I got into baseball when he took over and became like the poster child for all things baseball. So it's hard for me to say somebody has a better swing than Griffey, even if like you, I don't know, used AI to figure it out.
Yeah.
I'd
Well,
probably still be like, Griffey's the guy.
I should ask AI.
Oh, okay.
Why would Allen Iverson be
I
something
knew you were
going to
do that because he likes baseball.
Nice.
Big fan of Philly.
From the 817, this is the year the Mavs, Rangers, and Cowboys win a championship. Oh, please let it be
Oh my
so.
gosh.
And their favorite band is Pink Floyd. Look, all 3 of those teams win a championship this year. My favorite band will become Pink Floyd.
I'll
all right?
join you.
In the next,
I think this whole station would join you.
Hell yeah. Would you never? Oh, man, I don't know.
You got to change the intro to
You
Pink
might
Floyd.
be the wrong person to ask, but I'm going to give it a shot, Reggie. Would you never listen to Steely Dan again if it meant those 3 teams all won championships this year?
How long has it got to last for?
He said never.
Oh, ever.
Ever.
Yeah, it's so difficult, but I think I'd put it aside for the good of the Metroplex.
Yeah, I would too.
I think I would.
Rangers have never won a championship, so that would be freaking amazing.
Thanks for the reminder. Would that would that make this the city of sports, Dallas?
Yeah.
Sportstown, USA.
Sports. Yeah, that's what I was trying to
Love
think
it.
Yeah, then Mike can start throwing octopi on the hockey rink.
Octopods?
Octopods? That doesn't sound right. Maybe
Why not?
I don't know. You know what?
Octopods.
You might be right. Octopods. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to go inside the oven with Dutch in just 1 second. But before we do any of that,
let's give something away.
Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053 will win a pair of tickets to Peak Fighting Championship. That's next Saturday, July 15th at the Comerica Center. There's going to be 9 fights, including a welterweight championship bout. You can buy tickets at comericacenter.com, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. And now, you're right, Derek, it's not a tease. It's time for the content as we go inside the oven with Dutch.
Oh, I was looking at what happened in history, and I wanted to pick something out for today, but unfortunately, I loved what yesterday was, and you guys didn't invite me to the show, so I'm going to bring it here today. Forrest Gump came out, and with that being said, I'm curious, which fictional sports figure do you wish was a real story? And to me, Forrest Gump is, just an awesome movie. It's a classic. I love it.
They don't have to be a sports figure. They can just be.
It could be, yeah. As long as it's kind of sports related,
That's
obviously,
true,
with what
the
he
ping
did.
pong and football.
Yeah. So to me, I've got Forrest Gump. That's who I pick as the guy.
Okay.
Reggie, Kevin, who would you pick and take? We'll go with you though, Kevin. First.
That is a good question. I sort of wish
You look at all those movies out there.
Waterboy
Ooh.
was a real sport. And look, I know you can make some arguments about certain players, but I wish there was somebody who did not give a damn about dropping back into coverage or anything like that. And they just ran head on and got to the quarterback with like an astonishing efficiency rate and maybe screamed out every single time. I would love to see that play out in big time college football or, of course, the NFL. I'm going to go Waterboy.
So sticking with him, though, what about his character from, what was that? Is it The Longest Yard? No, it's the one where he's in jail.
Yeah, that is The Longest Yard.
What about that? That's kind of interesting.
That is interesting, but can I use a different
of course
football
you can.
one?
Yeah, this is your show.
Is Paul, I can't remember his last name.
Revere.
From not Paul Revere.
Oh.
He is real. Is Paul whatever his name is. Help me out. From
Rudd?
Necessary Roughness.
Oh.
He was like a high school hotshot, and then he quit playing football and was on a farm for like 15 years, and then he came back to be the quarterback again when he was like 35, 40 years old. I think seeing a version
Joe
of that
Falco?
right now. No, that's Shane Falco.
Or Shane, yeah.
From The Replacements, not to be confused with Joe Flacco of
yeah.
the Super Bowl champion Ravens. It was Paul something or other. I know the fan
What was
text.
this movie?
This Necessary Roughness. Have you never seen Necessary Roughness?
I think I have, actually.
What? Man, you guys are really letting me down on the movie front today. But it was also partially filmed at North Texas. Paul Blake, thank you very much from the 214-972-512 for helping out with that. 214, you were the first one I saw. Good job. But yeah, so like Sinbad's also in the movie, and he's a chemistry professor, and then he comes back and plays football because he has a year of eligibility. It's amazing. It might not hold up totally great from like, quality, but when it came out and I was the kid, I thought that movie was amazing.
What about Happy Gilmore?
Would you want to see him
I want to see him go out and succeed like he did. Hit those
at
mile-long
golf, or
drives.
do you
Yeah.
want him to make it as a hockey player this time?
The story of how it is
Okay.
perfect. I mean, he was just a fighter. He was a goon when it came to hockey. So let's just stick to golf. I think I like that. It's a cool story. Like, he couldn't succeed in hockey, but he dominated in golf.
Would he have thrived?
I think he would create a lot of attention.
In the LIV tour?
Oh, yeah,
I know now that they've
100%.
comboed it up.
100% he would. How could you? I mean,
Can you imagine Happy Gilmore at the Waste Management Phoenix Open?
That tournament feels like it was made for him. Okay, so just a couple.
There's a lot of good ones out there.
A couple more things about Necessary Roughness. Kathy Ireland was also the kicker, and somebody said it was Scott Bakula. Now I know that's his real name, but Paul Blake we're talking about like fictitious characters that Derek wishes were real. What about The Natural? Robert Redford.
Roy Hobbs?
Yeah, Roy Hobbs. I know
Yeah,
some
I mean,
people
that's
thought that was a version of Josh Hamilton for a while. But
Yeah, it's.
you need to watch Necessary Roughness.
I
That's what I'm taking
surprised,
away.
I'm surprised
from
nobody's saying
Fantex.
Rocky.
So Rocky's a little tough because like it is kind of based on a real person, Chuck Wepner, but he never had like that level of success. His level of success was going the distance with Muhammad Ali, but like he didn't go on to be like defeat Muhammad Ali in the rematch and everything like that. So that's true. And there are some come on.
Yeah.
Air Bud?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
That's cool. It's a great story.
Do you really want to see a dog play basketball?
Why would you not want to see a dog play basketball?
I just want to see the dog go up for a shot and LeBron just swats the crap out of it. Got him.
That would be pretty amazing.
Dogs can't play basketball.
You're the issue. You realize that you're the problem.
I was just throwing that out there.
My question was going to be, how many times have you seen the Air Bud movies? Okay.
I saw it a few times. What about Ricky Bobby? I think that would be awesome for NASCAR. That would bring some so much excitement. Yes.
Wait, but I feel like there's a good amount of personality in NASCAR. You're just probably not inclined to like get into all that. Like they be fighting in the garages and stuff.
100%. But this one, you would see more. I feel like it because he would be just a national headline because of his interviews, everything he did. Like, yes, I think that's up there. What about Jesus Shuttlesworth?
See, okay, and I think that is there have been, and you could probably argue this about several sports movies. I think there's been a million versions of Jesus Shuttlesworth. Some who have made it, some who have not. Like, not to put aside like actual Ray Allen, but I think there's been a bunch of versions of that. And yes, I also saw the people who texted in Teen Wolf. Look, man. Okay, I'll concede to Air Bud and Teen Wolf if you'll concede to me. If you're sitting in that gym and a dog starts playing basketball, you're gonna be like, oh my God, what is that?
I'd be fascinated.
Kevin, in following with your Teen Wolf obsession today, do you think Teen Wolf is one of the best, if not the best, basketball movies? Because it's a pretty slim category.
I mean, I would take He Got Game over Teen Wolf, and not just because of what that guy in the crowd does at the end of the movie.
What's that?
There's a guy after they win, I don't know, the city championship or whatever. He's just in the crowd and he just takes his pants off. And he's like, dee, 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 dee. And like, how did that not get edited out of the movie? Just like Reggie will edit this part out.
Well, I gotta add this though,
podcast,
because this came from the Twitch. Space Jam. With the way the world is now, aliens could come here and we have to battle them to whatever cartoon land.
See, but like,
real.
I don't know. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And I was also going to maybe shout out Love and Basketball. I don't know if the best basketball movie, but that's a really good basketball movie. I don't know if do you want basketball determining the future of our society against the people who came over in a spaceship?
Especially if they're going to cheat and if we only have to pick one player.
Yeah.
I would like to put together a team, please.
But if they said, we're going to annihilate your planet unless you play us in basketball, then I'm in.
All right.
Because I'm like, well, I hope that we survive.
Who do we put up now?
Okay, that's
because of LeBron.
That was a more it was more prime Michael Jordan than LeBron
I get that, but
right
we
now.
also did LeBron for that too. So
but right now we're getting year 20 LeBron.
I'm already putting Wemby on the team.
What?
No, I'm
That's
just kidding.
too early.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, who would be the guy?
Obviously, I'm putting Jokic on the team.
Giannis.
We're creating a team.
Oh, Giannis might be it.
Giannis is on my team.
You didn't even think of him.
I only said one person.
Well,
but it wasn't Giannis.
It wasn't him.
You got me there.
I got to give Wolchuk his shout out here. He said Gordon Bombay, so the Mighty Ducks, or the kid from the Rookie of the Year.
Okay, you get the chance right here, right now.
Oh boy.
You get to see a wolf man play basketball, a dog play basketball, or a 12-year-old who can throw the ball 102 miles an hour and pitches in Major League Baseball.
Is it Danny Almonte?
No, he was not. He lied about it.
I don't know.
But he's legitimately 12.
Okay.
And I have somehow confirmed that in my fictitious scenario. What are you taking?
The dog, Kevin. I am taking Air Bud.
I just think it'd be really cool to see the kid throwing 102. Whatever he's throwing.
I don't know. I'd start thinking about the other ramifications. We were just talking
about child labor. Is that what you're caught up on?
Yes.
Okay.
And then also just like the child being in like a, but also he's a kid. I would like him to be in like kid environments instead of like.
So you want him to go to Little League and throw 120 to those kids?
That's a great counter. I don't have a good answer.
You're mean, dude.
I just want to see a dog do cool things.
You don't care about the
Does
kids.
Hoop Dreams count? I know it's a documentary. Can I count that as a basketball movie?
Nope.
What about Hoosiers? That has to be pretty high up there, right?
For some people.
Oh, you know what movie I really like is the original White Man Can't Jump. Like, I'm not telling you it's the most like
That was on there.
cinematically well made. I would put He Got Game, White Man Can't Jump, and probably Love and Basketball pretty darn close to the top if I can't count a hoop.
I can't argue. I mean, I gave my statement. I want to see the kid. But then in the Twitch, they're all like, no, Derek just wants this kid so he has somebody else to join him for Tommy John surgery.
Wow. Oh, my gosh. And didn't that kid come back, like, really fast?
Yeah, I think he did. I think he had surgery, and then like a week later, he was back on the field.
Let's get to it.
Man, I wish it worked for me like that.
Yeah. Sorry about that, buddy. And also, people giving us some teams. Dame, Tatum, Luka, Jokic, and Giannis. That's your 5 to represent the Space Jam people.
That's a pretty solid team.
Yeah, I like that team.
Benny the Jet Rodriguez.
I did see that. That was up there.
That is a good one. And yeah, somebody asked if Forrest Gump counted. If you missed the very beginning of the segment,
he was the number one.
That is the basis.
Coolest story
for this entire segment was fictitious person that from a movie that you wish.
Think about how much he did. Dude went to war, played ping pong.
Met the president. He was an all-American football player.
Drank 50 Dr. Peppers.
He came up with the slogan, S happens.
Yep. Wasn't that the shirt that he wiped his face and it became a smiley face?
Oh, yeah, that too. And then he had
ran across the country.
He had a genius kid
Yep.
with a lady who had AIDS. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, MLB Midseason Awards, the best and worst players and performances of the season thus far. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. Got a lot we're going to try to get done in this segment. MLB midseason awards, the best and worst players and performances of the season thus far. But first, I'm going to cede it over to Derek because he's been doing research to fix this team. Because he said that this team is garbage right now.
I definitely did not say that. I just I said
they
were dookie. I'm just kidding. I didn't say that. What the Rangers really should try to target, in my opinion, this is what they should go get, is obviously starting pitching. We know that they need some of that. We also need relief pitching.
Is this a combination of both then?
Yeah, well, we know that we need pitching.
Yes.
That we've stated that earlier, and we didn't get to really talk about it inside the oven. We kind of spent some other time. And on Baseball Nuggets, we talked about the outfielder and all that. But to me, right here, a big thing that we should try to go after, and this is my number one trade target, is Dylan Cease.
Okay. And just real quick, and I wanted to throw this out there. We didn't talk about this a bunch earlier, is Cody Bradford is going to start against the Nationals, then Andrew Heaney, then Dane Dunning. They're skipping Martin Perez this go-around in the rotation.
We talked about that, too, with Bochy on Wednesday. Wednesday. And he was saying, too, that there was a little sense of urgency, a little insecurities of Martin. You know, they want to get him right, but they also were a little concerned because of how the past performances have been. And to me, I think this is a great move. You're going into an all-star break. You got time. It's not going to hurt. You're going against the Nationals. The only thing I would say that I kind of wish they would have done because of it being the Nationals is go ahead and let him ride it out. Ride this one out just because this could be a good confidence booster going into the all-star break.
That start was particularly discouraging for me because even when he struggled, he had been awesome at home.
Correct.
And to see that, I was just like, oh, man.
And that's fine. But back to trying to get
Dylan
some
Cease.
Targets. Yeah, we want to get Dylan Cease. And obviously from the White Sox, the other pickup would be, the other two, I should say, is Kendall Graveman and Lucas Giolito. Now, for me, Joe Kelly was a target too, but since the injury, I think that kind of scared a lot of people off, especially with it being the forearm. But if it's me, I really want to push hard to get Dylan Cease, and if we can, get Graveman. I think that would be good because then you're getting not only a starter to help out with the bullpen, and you get to keep him for a little bit longer.
Two more years.
Yes. And then you got Kendall Graveman, who is he's been a closer before. He's a solid reliever, good late inning guy, something you could add to it. You go get Lucas Giolito. It's kind of a rental. I would rather you go get Cease just because you got more control of him.
Would you then do you feel comfortable knowing that this is going to be a big trade package in terms of send back? Like with Aroldis Chapman, that one didn't particularly sting. Yeah. But with what I like the players you're mentioning, are you comfortable knowing you're going to have to dip into the farm system?
Correct, because one, you're getting pieces for now. We are at win now mode. So you got to go ahead and do it. You got a strong enough farm system. It's okay to let those guys go. You can continue to keep building up. So it's worth it in the long run. Go get that. Another guy that stands out, Max Scherzer. I know people are talking about, well, he's not having the greatest of years. It also changes when you come and play for a team that's winning and doing things. That changes the raw emotions of that pitcher, gets him a little bit more into it more, and you have a better, nothing against their catching, but you have a great catcher behind the dish that's calling great games. You got a veteran guy that's going to also help out. Maddox has also worked with Scherzer before. I just like that combo too. You might have to give up quite a bit, but you also want to hope that the Mets will pick up some of that contract too.
And the buzz is that the Mets, their owner came out and said, hey, look, we're willing to do some stuff. There has been some speculation. Now, I think it's mostly media speculation at this point that this is a move that makes a lot of sense for both teams. Yes. And Scherzer has shown to be far more durable than DeGrom, because that's the thing I keep seeing coming up is he played the whole portion of the season he could in 2020 with COVID. He played all of 2021. Like, I'm not saying he wouldn't miss any starts, but he's more durable than DeGrom, or has historically been.
Agreed. And the other one more of the starting pitching, I don't know. This is a tough call, but we did talk about Shane Bieber before. I do like that. But with the way that the Central is, it's such a bad division. They're 2 games back from first place. So I don't think that's going to happen, but that is a guy that, maybe keep an eye on, see how it goes.
Because what you really want to see right now, if you're the Rangers, is you want to see like the Tigers, the Guardians, the White Sox all continue to you want as many teams as possible to be falling. Like, I get why it's good that the Rays are losing in terms of like who's the best team in the American League, but otherwise you want the Rays to win because you want them to beat up on other teams and make them want to sell.
Correct.
By next month.
And since you did mention Detroit, their relief side I think would be huge. They've got some good arms that we could use. A big target that, for bullpen help right out the gate, Jose Cisnero.
Yeah.
He's been lights out. He has closer stuff. He's been in closer for a little bit with the Tigers while I was there too. A guy that can basically be your utility pitcher too would be Tyler Alexander. He's another good one that he may not be having the greatest of numbers, but you also got to think about where he's playing, how that team's doing. You got to look at those kind of stats when it comes to that.
How much, I don't know if you know the answer to this, and if you don't, I apologize. How much of the scouting is based on right now this season versus, we've been watching him intensely for the last 2 years, and I know what he can do even if his numbers are down?
I think you get both. You see what he's done in the past, so you have that as part of your, okay, I know what he's capable of doing.
Okay.
And then you also look at, okay, this is what he's doing now. So you can kind of combine the two. Like, he may not be having the greatest of a year right now, but I know what he's capable of doing, and it probably helps when you surround him with, what we've got.
And
that helps out too.
If we're talking about that, Cisnero is having the kind of year you would love to see.
Yeah.
He would come over
and he's been pretty consistent too.
Yeah.
So that's the big thing with him. And I mean, you also got 2 young guys with Jason Foley and Alex Lang. Those are 2 guys that you could throw into your mix. With Detroit being on the losing side of things, they're kind of still building. It would be, I think, you're not going to have to give up too much for those guys, but you do have a lot of team control with those guys.
I know it doesn't work like this, and you already pitched out a combo package of a starting pitcher and a reliever. If you only got the choice of one, though, you're going starting pitcher just because of how much impact they would have. Again, you don't have to choose, but if you did.
Yeah. If out of all those guys I named, I'm 100% going straight after Cease.
Yeah.
Because you have a lot of control of him, and I think that's going to be a big pickup for this rotation. We need rotation help. We need bullpen help too, though. So it's a no-win. Like, you got to pick it's a win-win. You're picking one or the other. You're going to get some kind of help from either one.
We got someone on the text line from the 817 asking, any chance at Blake Snell, you think?
It's possible. I mean, the Padres are going to be, if they continue to keep doing what they're doing, they're going to be losing a lot of guys. I'd rather go get Hader than Blake Snell. That's just my opinion. Or you could try to get both. I mean, we do have a somewhat relationship with Preller over there with the Padres, so I could see a trade of getting the younger guys to go over there, but you're going to have to give up a lot for both of those guys. Or just one of them. You're still going to have to give up a lot. Those are both All-Stars, a Cy Young winner. I mean, that's a lot to give up for those two. Or one of those two.
So you're just here to crush that dream?
No, I see it being something possible. I think we just got to wait till we get a little bit closer to the deadline to see what happens with the Padres. That's why they're kind of a team you just kind of are glancing at more than you're looking at, the White Sox, who are not doing good at all, and you also got the Tigers, who are also not doing good at all. It's hard, like we were talking about the outfielders too. There's not many options because of a lot of the teams that you want to go look at are actually contending. So you kind of look at the back end of the standings, and it's like, there's not much there.
Look, if you're talking about, like, personally, I understand how it's much better for the fun of the game and keeping teams in competition, but expanding out the playoff field is bad if you're a perpetual buyer, because that keeps the number of teams who are still thinking, hey, I got a shot. It keeps them high and makes teams less likely to sell.
Same thing. I mean, look at the Pirates. We want Bednard, and I don't know if we can do that because they're still kind of in the mix.
Oh, because of
that's what makes it hard.
Yeah, no, that is true. Let's go ahead and mark that.
Yep.
As well.
Woo-wee.
All right.
Make it hard.
And just to your point about Pittsburgh, is they're 7.5 back.
But what about the wild card?
Of the wild card.
Oh, okay.
But they can still be like, hey, we've got a shot, especially because they're 8.5 back in their division. And so I'm not saying that means they're gonna make a run, but that might be what lets them hold on it an extra week and a half from making the deal that we would love to see the Rangers.
Yeah, that's why you got to wait till we get a little bit closer to the deadline.
Is that the completion of your scouting report, or are there more people that you want to get into?
That's kind of it for now. I don't want to dive too much into it because we still got to wait. Things are going to open up a little bit more as we get closer to the deadline with a lot more to choose from.
Now, I wanted to go through this list because I thought it was fun because it's the best and worst players from Major League Baseball's first half of the season.
I think we should do the Rangers. What do you feel so far? Who is the best and the worst right now?
The best, it feels like I'm going to say Marcus Semien, just because he feels like he's been your rock. Like, I know Corey Seager might have flashier numbers, but he also missed time from
what about
a team.
Adolis? He could be up there too. I think he's the bounce back candidate from last year.
And he's worthy of being an all-star. I think I would go with Semien, though.
I mean, I'm with you on that. It's hard to say no.
Then again, if Evaldi would have been lights out last night, I might have said him.
He's still, one outing though.
No.
You could say you could have the same argument
as my choice. So I'm going to give the slight edge to Semien over Evaldi, but they're both very worthy of their all-star status. All right, for the AL and NL, because we can do both of these along the way. Who's your AL MVP? You better get this right. And who's your NL MVP?
Shohei is definitely
good.
the
I would
AL.
have thrown something at you if you got that wrong.
That's good. NL, I don't really know where I would go with the NL.
How about Ronald?
Acuna?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's go there.
Especially,
I don't pay attention to that as much. I guess it's weird to say that, but I'm more watching teams that we're going to really see.
Right.
I get it. We play everybody this year, which is
that's what I was
going
to ask. It's like there's
it's
baseball.
different.
Watching baseball historically, you kind of watch your league, but like, are we getting to a point where maybe that's breaking down a little bit as the NL has adopted the DH, and obviously you're playing the entirety of the majors?
Yeah, but I'm wondering how long it's going to last that we stay playing every single team, because at the same time, like, that was kind of your advantage when it came to playing, is you played nothing but the American League, and then you got to play one division, and then that was it. And then you might run into somebody from the other divisions in the World Series. Now it's a whole different animal. So I'm kind of, I don't know. It's weird to me. I'm still adjusting to it because, like you just said, I'm watching the Rangers. That's my team. Like, this is where I grew up with it. And I want to watch the teams that they're going to play against. And so it's different to see, like, for instance, we're playing the Nationals, like, because we play everybody now. That's just new to me. I know.
No. I was laughing at a text because we've also got the least valuable player, and somebody texted, it's all of the bullpen. Poor Will Smith. He's giving it his best. But the thing is, it feels like it rotates. There was a time when I felt like Spores was on there. And then I took him off the list because I was like, you're doing a great job. Now, after the last couple of games, he's back on the list.
Yeah, I get that.
I hate to point fingers at individuals, right? But I feel like because of the leverage of situations that he's been in, is it Jose Leclerc?
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, he got hurt because...
What was that thing you just did?
That was an air quote,
Phantom.
because I believe he went on the Phantom injured list.
The Fanta?
Yeah, he went on the Fanta injured list.
That sounds so much better than the Phantom.
Okay, well, that's
IRL.
fine. You can have a Fanta while on the Phantom injured list, but I have some questions about that. But if you want to enjoy the miseries of not just the Rangers, the Athletic said the AL least valuable player is Jose Abreu with the Houston Astros.
Yeah, they thought that was going to help them a lot.
I did too.
$58.5 million of the 151 players who have qualified for the various offensive titles. He is 141st in OPS, 141st in slugging, 136th in on-base percentage. Not only is he not great, he's terrible this year. They're paying him $19 million.
3 and 5. Simply stunning.
Yes.
I mean, it is crazy to see Abreu. I thought for sure, like Reggie said too, man, that's a big pickup. I was like, wow, watch out. But never mind. Watch out. He's not doing very good.
And then just to throw in another team I don't like, Wilson Contreras with the St. Louis Cardinals is the least valuable player in the NL.
His catcher's ERA was through the roof. It was like a 12.
You know he's excited about robot umpires, right?
Sure. I don't know. Who? Okay, since we have to at least do it. Who is our least player?
I mean,
or least.
I thought that was the Leclerc.
No, my vote's not Leclerc.
Oh,
see, that's why we
is it
needed
the injury?
to discuss this.
Is it because of the injury?
Jacob DeGrom.
But okay, can we really pick him though? You can't predict injuries.
Well, there's a lot of people that would say you could have there.
Okay. So a couple of things. I'm not saying Jacob DeGrom is a bad person because he got hurt. I'm saying he has been the least valuable player to this team because he makes the most amount of money and he can't play for the next 2 years or the next year and a half. And when it comes to predicting injuries, I'm with Reggie on this. Sometimes, yes. This one, it wasn't the most shocking thing we've ever heard, right? You don't have to agree with me. I'm just telling you. My least valuable player is Jacob DeGrom. Would you like to offer a different one? Are you sticking with Leclerc?
I only want to do this so I can motivate this person to coming out and having a extremely strong second half. I love you, Martin Perez. Let's get you going again.
Yeah.
Let's get you back on track, buddy.
That's fair. From the 817, come on, Kevin. He at least got us some wins. Leclerc definitely got us some losses. Look, there are multiple people from the 817. It's Leclerc 100%. Yeah.
And I feel so bad because like when it does seem like it's like kind of between the ears. Like that's not somewhere he wants to be by any means, right?
For sure.
No, 100%.
And again, I'm not saying bad person.
Right.
Just least valuable to this team. Those are the two primary options, and unfortunately, I'm going to Grom.
Well, I want to say this because I've got to see him and be around him. I know how much this means to him. DeGrom is very motivated. He wants to be out there. I promise you this hurts him more than anything to, one, have this injury and not being a part of this organization right now. To him, it's a letdown. He knows that he's let the fans down, but he wants this more than anything. I know that.
This might sound odd. I appreciated the emotion that he showed right after he got hurt because I think it gave us all a great look at how much he cares. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Home Run Derby betting odds. And man, do we got to talk about that amazing trophy. Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. It's the fastest segment in all of radio. Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
Sports.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's soda. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan on a shout-out Friday. I wanted to shout out Four Corners Brewing. They had yesterday dropped us off some of that spicy lager, and they have their Independence Day celebration tonight from 7 to 11 p.m. in their tap room if you want to go check it out. We appreciate them very, very much. But I was going to talk about the Home Run Derby. So I don't want to talk about something totally different because we got Derek Holland with us. Earlier we were watching the Stefanos Tsitsipas match against Andy Murray. And I was curious, Derek, what's it like being in a stadium where pretty much everyone in that place wants you to lose? Because I have to imagine pretty much everyone was cheering for Andy Murray, and it did not work out for him in the fifth set. But what is that atmosphere like when everybody there wants you to lose except the people on your team? And this is an individual sport.
It's definitely different. I mean, it's you hear every bit of what they say. That's for sure. Before you go into, I mean, that's one that sticks out to me. That it's just a cool little story. But facing the Phillies with the Cubs, and Bryce Harper's up, getting ready to come up, and I'm about to go face him, and I mean, everybody is just all over me, just telling me how bad I am. I mean, you hear everything before you go out into the game, and then once I get out there, it's obviously a whole different animal. I don't hear anything. But, I mean, it's a whole different atmosphere of just, man, I really want to shut this crowd up.
Do you think most people are motivated further, or like that kind of throws them?
It's just that moment. Like, they want to see that big moment. For instance, like, think about Derek Jeter's last game, and he was facing David Price. Like, his last at bat, everybody wanted to see something big happen. Actually, I don't think that was his last at bat when he hit the home run, or was it the base hit, the walk-off?
Yeah, I think it might have been that one.
Well, I named two.
No, the second one.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I meant the second one when you
the
said,
base
or
hit, yeah.
was it? Yeah.
So it's like things like that. Like, everybody wants to see that moment. I mean, I know David Price doesn't want to see it because he wants to be like, well, look, I got to end. Like, his last moment was me punching his ticket. Those kind of things, that's just how it is. Everybody lives for the big, big moment.
And then I have an update from a story from yesterday.
Uh-oh.
You recall the drama surrounding the security teams between Victor Wembanyama and Britney Spears. Which is, like, that's just a weird thing, by the way. I asked my wife,
It sounds like a Mad Lib.
Yeah, I was like, hey, did you hear about that thing?
AI generation has gone too far.
So TMZ reported that Britney Spears allegedly shouted, "I thought this was effing America."
Is that South Park?
In the midst of this, it feels very South Park-esque. And then today,
I thought this was America.
The police, come on, what are you gonna do? Is today the police have said, this is per them, not me. Britney Spears struck herself in the Wembanyama interaction, and no charges will be filed.
She just punched herself?
I think the idea is that she bumped into him, and like that's why the hand came back and like backhanded her, as opposed to one of his security guards. So yes, in our bizarre time of things that you wouldn't think go together, Britney Spears, who may or may not have shouted, "I thought this was effing America," will not have her charges proceed against Wemby's security team because the police have decided in their investigation she most likely struck herself. These are all things that are happening in the real world surrounding the just drafted #1 pick.
I mean, who amongst us hasn't,
I never punched myself.
You never hit yourself in the face?
To get in trouble? Or to get
No,
somebody else
like
in trouble?
just on accident or whatever. Come on.
Walking into people? Oh, hit myself?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
You have.
Yes.
for the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, fellas?
Hey, Reggie. Were you watching tennis today, too?
Unfortunately not. I wish I could have watched more tennis, but yeah, no, a lot of things happening on this fine program of the KNC Masterpiece, or the Kevin and Derek show.
Yes. Oh, man.
You're a part of it.
Would you be excited if we had Shawn Michaels on the show on Wednesday?
Actually, yes.
That would be cool.
He seems like a good personality, and I think that you are enough of a fan and enough of like a, I guess, amateur historian that you would be able to get a really good interview out of him.
He's a good dude. We've had him on the show before.
There you go. But right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week. It's a segment that we do every week on this show where we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on the program. Now, Kevin, you know what I'm about to ask you, right?
What happens when people are not here? Reggie picks on them. Mike and Corey are both not here, so I don't know if that means both of them get buried.
We will begin with Michael Bassett.
Yes.
Because you're not getting, I like that package.
What?
Okay. That's Mike's, we're picking on Mike there. Now let's juxtapose it with Corey Majors.
I just accidentally licked my microphone thing.
Oh, great.
Immediately after Choppy was used. How many people use that mic and don't cover it?
But this is mine.
Oh, okay, cool.
This is my cover. I take it with me. Yeah, I don't need to get tested.
Are you sure Choppy's germs don't?
I don't know how germs work, dude.
See, because I thought it was the microphone, but it was Corey defiantly yelling he doesn't know how germs work. That
I just like Mike's laugh in the background.
He loved that.
He did.
Great.
Is that how he normally laughs? Now I'm trying to remember how Mike laughs.
Sometimes. Sometimes.
All right. Well, enough of that. Now it's time to pick on Kevin. What do you think, Derek? No?
Yeah. Oh, no, I was waiting for the
I was like,
audience.
I would like more support for this.
Yes, there is plenty.
Let's do that. Kevin said this.
This might sound weird. Could he get sucked down at all by the rest of how terrible the Rangers bullpen is?
I even caught that right away in the background. You can hear it. What?
Yeah.
What do you have to say for yourself?
I think did he get pulled down is probably what I was looking for, because I think we were talking about like the all-star prospects of maybe Will Smith or whatever. And I was like, well, everyone just look at the Rangers bullpen and be like, they're all terrible, even if he's been doing pretty well. That was a poor choice of words. I regret that.
I'm going to have plenty of poor choices here.
Of words or just in general?
Both.
Okay, I was like, look, man, it's America. If you would like to make poor choices, that's your God-given right.
But sometimes you don't want to make the poor choice.
No, of course not. But you know what? Sometimes you have to accept that poor choices happen and give yourself a little grace and an opportunity to move forward. Now, Kevin, I wonder if you will give yourself grace on this word choice.
I just want to know what the lead up. Oh, yeah, that giraffe's being kind of aggressive and like bumping it. And that other one just let its neck fly.
Look, if you have never been caught up in the pure intoxication that is giraffe fighting, I watched that video because people texted in, it's like, have you never seen a giraffe fight? And I thought, I don't know.
It's the best thing in the world.
Yeah, and then I saw that one giraffe fight where the giraffe ducked out of the way and then looks like it like tripped the other giraffe. I don't know if those are hoofs or whatever's happening there. It took out one of the giraffe's hoofs and the other one just like went tumbling down the mountain. It was crazy.
All of that was an accurate representation of what happened.
Yes!
100%.
Thank you. I know some of these things we play.
It sounds nonsensical, but that is 100% what happens.
You link up my audio with watching that video, I think you'll be like, that was pretty spot on. I know some of the things we should be embarrassed about, but I remember that.
You should be embarrassed by this. It might sound at first like it's a Corey clip. No. Listen for the sounds of Kevin Hageland.
They're just hanging around the porta potty.
Hey, Daddy.
I remember saying that. I wasn't sure.
Oh, yeah.
If anyone caught that. But he was talking about like
porta potty prostitutes or something. And so
Good alliteration there, by the way.
Yes, thank you. And so that's what I was thinking is one of them's like hanging out there, and that's like what she says to try to get you to come on over.
This is a good one.
A porta john makes sense too.
Ah, yeah.
If you think about it.
There you go. A little wordplay there.
Porta John.
Yeah.
I got you.
Makes you wonder.
Is there an age limit for like people that understand the dual meaning of the word John in that instance?
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no way a young person knows what that means.
That's true. Kevin, do you regret saying this?
He wants to chew on my hand. He likes to put his hands in my mouth.
All right. I don't regret that, and I have been fighting.
Do you regret doing that then?
No, I have been fighting that battle this week. That's about Baby Noah. Baby Noah wants to put his hands in my mouth, and he wants to take my hand and bite on it. And he's such a cute, nice little baby that it's hard to be like, no, Baby Noah, because he wants to chew on cords too, and we have to tell him no. And he gets all pissy about that.
I mean, I get it.
I feel bad.
You're not using that cord.
And that might be why I ended up getting sick. It was because,
might be?
Yeah, because we do not have sanitary habits. I get it. I shouldn't let my baby chew on my hand, but he's freaking adorable.
Derek, do you agree with that sentiment?
It's wild. I don't have a baby, so I don't know.
You know what? I appreciate that.
I can't argue that.
More of us should be better at like just not inserting us and inserting ourselves into like the problems or the situations of people that we can't fully relate to.
You win.
Thank you.
I should be more like Derek sometimes.
I thought you were gonna pick on Corey and Mike.
You thought wrong because
like
it's Kevin
pick on me.
Hagelin. It's the Hagelinster piece of the week. I don't know if that works. I'm trying. How about this?
Do you think I look like a Mildred?
Get to the teddy bears. What the hell? Oh my gosh! Hold on.
What caught your attention there?
What? Why did I say that?
I've been asking myself this all week.
Okay, it's weird because I think that was like his primary story or one of his primary stories in C Block, and he was like talking about this other stuff, but I don't know if like we didn't get to the teddy bear content soon enough is a legitimate. If it was like we didn't get to the Cowboys thing soon enough, or we didn't get right into Rangers, that makes more sense than why didn't you get right to the teddy bear?
I think you were excited about the teddy bear story because do you remember what the like intriguing part of
like
the teddy bear?
AI Teddy.
There
Ruxpin,
you go.
Right?
And you apparently you were really concerned for Baby Noah.
I am. I don't want to get him an AI teddy bear.
There you go.
You can turn him against me.
Would you gentlemen care to vote?
I am gonna vote.
I didn't make it?
No, not yet. Wait for next week.
Yeah, but don't you go by this week?
No.
These are things that happened this week?
If we were better at broadcasting, he would. We're terrible.
There's so much. There's like a backlog. I'm trying to get through like 2 weeks ago.
That's why I kind of got excited. But sorry, Kevin.
Let me write that down.
From the 210. Noah can't even read. Fact.
Still
can't read or
But
walk.
he can chew on cords.
He tries to.
Are those correlated? If he could read, would he not chew on
man.
cords?
That's a good point. I feel like we stopped him from chewing on cords, but you make a good point. I don't know why it amused me to no end. I'm going to vote for Corey defiantly saying he doesn't know how germs work. Are you sure Choppy's germs don't?
I don't know how germs work, dude.
See, I want to go with whatever one has Mike's laugh because that laugh is just hysterical.
I think that's
the
And I
very
think it's
same
that
clip.
one.
I
Yeah,
will start it from the
'cause
beginning.
You hear it.
I just accidentally licked my microphone thing.
Oh, great.
Immediately after Choppy was using. How many people use
Well,
that mic and don't cover it?
But this is mine.
Oh, okay, cool.
This is my
Need
cover.
to
I
get
take it
tested.
with me. Yeah, I don't need to get tested.
Are you sure Choppy's germs don't?
I don't know how germs work, dude.
Oh my gosh.
His laugh is like it's like fake, but I need to add on to it every single time. Just get a little bit more.
Yeah. Reggie, what would you vote for? Even
I
if we
still
have
love the
voted.
way that Kevin yells, "Get to the teddy bears."
Do you think I look like a Mildred?
Get to the teddy bears. That's so stupid. Why? Oh my gosh, hold on.
Oh my gosh,
Is
hold
that-
on.
Just real quick, is that the same clip?
That
or
is all the same clip.
Okay, play that one more time.
Let me just prep everybody one more time. There's 3 distinct parts, and they don't feel like they go together at all. You've got Corey asking about someone named Mildred. You've got Kevin yelling about teddy bears, and then you've also got Kevin being distracted by something else entirely.
Do you think I look like a Mildred?
Get to the teddy bears. So stupid. Oh my gosh, hold on. I don't understand.
Those are 3 completely different things
Oh
happening
my
right there.
gosh.
And yet they all happen live in that clip.
Holy cow.
That's how we do Masterpiece of the Week.
What a fun edition.
love that.
Excellent work right there, Reginald. Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with a once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. I wouldn't think I would be saying this, but I had multiple Tolos and Twolos send me the Britney Spears Victor Wembanyama video so I could analyze the breakdown. And she hit herself because the security guards pushed her arm back in her face. So when the police are like, nope, we determined she hit herself, I'm like, well, right, but because somebody else's arm drove her arm into her face. So I don't know if I entirely think that is an accurate determination that they've come up with, but yet here we are. And we are here courtesy of D&M Leasing, and it's time for a chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
It's a Friday, Hagee. We're feeling freaking fantastic, sir. How are you?
All right, I'm feeling good. I wouldn't have thought that I would have to give more time to the Britney Spears Wemby dust-up, but yet here we are.
If this was 2007, I could believe that she was hitting herself. You know, but I think this security guard's hand hits her hand into her own face.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it was, I don't know, maybe, I don't know how trained the security guard was. You know, cat-like reflexes, he's just immediately going with the smash. It's like, I mean, it's clearly just like a relatively small person just like being kind of nice or whatever. It wasn't like it was very intimidating.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, what's that move in football? Get by him.
Yeah,
Swim
moves
swim
over,
or-
and you got the rip moves, and you slap the hands and dip the shoulder to get.
You think
by.
that's what he was doing?
I think
Got him.
he's trying to maybe get by her. You know, slap the hands, rip by.
Yeah. No, I don't mind
No
that.
easy baskets.
Yeah, it was more of like a forearm, like kind of
the forearm
almost like
shiver.
like an offensive foul, a little bit, like a little bit of just a push off.
Yeah, I think that is an excellent descriptor of that.
Thank you.
Today is National Day of Rock and Roll. Who is your favorite rock and roll band of all time?
Broadus, this is your wheelhouse, so I'm going to let you come out of the gates here.
I've absolutely, I love the Eagles.
Okay.
Yeah, and it goes back into there were a lot of bands when I was growing up in the 70s that were, the 60s bands were kind of, it's amazing the longevity of what we've seen with the Rolling Stones.
For sure.
And then, even with Charlie Watts passing away, it's like they keep going. It's like they're afraid that if they stop, they'll die too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's kind of like a little bit of like coaches.
That's exactly the
those
analogy
old
I was thinking
coaches,
of.
like a guy like Nick Saban's thinking, if I stop coaching, I'm going to die. And I think some of these rockers are that way. Look what Bruce Springsteen's done, with Clarence Clements and his sax player, and they keep touring, they can't stop, and it's just such a part of who they are. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the Eagles.
Old Don Henley, I believe, went to my alma mater, University of North Texas.
His son and daughter went to school with Bennett over at Green Hill, and he played at a benefit. It was like one of the usually you don't go to these like charity benefit things, and they're like
All of a sudden Don Henley's
on
headlining.
the bill, and you're like going, well, hey, how much that table cost?
Yeah, seventh grade choir followed by Don Henley. You're like, all right,
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
All right,
Well, I was gonna say, do you feel like? Because I was thinking about, I didn't want to interrupt you when you were talking about it, but guys that when they don't want to leave, for instance, a sport or music, any of that, like you have to face retirement. Do you feel like that's the thing? It's like, man, if I don't stop, I'm like you said, I'm gonna die.
I just think that people look what happened with, like you say, with coaches. I mentioned them because I go back to like Bear Bryant or Joe Paterno or those guys, and once they stop, it's like months later, gone. Kind of a thing. I know Paterno got cancer and all, but it was, you just kind of, it's that the retirement. I don't think guys, especially coaches, they're in such a bubble. They live their lives not knowing anything outside. It's always, I find it so fascinating that they're able to raise others' kids while their own at home never see their dad.
Yeah, that is
one of those, and that's the thing with coaching. There's some coaches that find balance, but there's not a lot of them that find balance. So your retirement question is, I think coaches don't know what to do with their time. And it's got to the point even when, like, some of these scouts, these older scouts, like, their families are so used to them being on the road. When COVID hit and they couldn't travel and hit those schools, it became the family, the wives and everybody were like, aren't you supposed to be on the road?
What are you doing home?
Yeah, why are you home right now? Like, aren't you supposed to be coaching somewhere or doing something else? And they get used to that. They get used to their father being gone. And I just think it's such a weird dynamic within, the family's kind of like, well, what are you doing around? And the coaches get off, like, once the OTAs and mini camps are over, they have that month. Nice. And then it's all of a sudden, it's like, okay, time to do it all over again. And the families are like, great, dad's gone. This is good. And the moms find a way to rally the house, and away we go.
Hey, shout out to the moms.
Yeah,
the moms are big in this thing. The moms are huge.
Do you guys have huge? You guys huge have a name for the Rangers on Sunday for pick number 4? Yeah, anybody in
gosh,
mind?
I want Paul Skeens, but I know that's not going to happen. So whatever.
I'm spreading bad rumors about Paul Skeens right now.
Okay, to try to get him down the board.
Him and Cruz. I'm kind of talking about. I have some connections at LSU. We're kind of we're working on some things here.
Benedict Arnold on his
I'll
on
tell
LSU,
you,
but 4R Rangers, so we support it.
But this, is it Jenkins, right?
Walker Jenkins.
I talked to a couple of different teams about Walker Jenkins, thinking that maybe he would be there for the Rangers.
Yeah.
And they said on their board he was the 3rd best player behind the 2 LSU kids.
Wow.
They feel like the 2 that I talked to felt like that Cruz, the center fielder, will be the best player in baseball. Well, like, of this class of the top ones, he will be the one that will be in the minor leagues for like little bit of time, and the next thing you know, you'll see him on a roster.
I think Walker Jenkins makes sense. Also, watch out for Max Clark. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Hagee, thank you so much for asking. We are going to mail it in historic Friday fashion.
Wow, because you're shorthanded and it's a Friday?
Oh, we're hanging on by a thread today.
Yeah, we were trying to kill a penalty right now.
Oh, my
God.
God.
Called me. I would have came in and hung out.
Rangers baseball at 5:30, boys and girls. Let's party.
Let the countdown begin. There's C4 in the fridge if you need it. The energy drink.
And beers. I saw beers.
That's right. Roll home with the GVAG Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday. Mike and Corey will be back 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Derek.
Bye. Hey, laughing too hard in the office? and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
G-Bag proper hanging on by a thread today on a Friday. Broadus is ready to carry the rock.
Yeah.
Broadus is ready to get all the carries today. You ready?
I'm ready. Man, my shirt is really showing
You are
up.
bright as the sun.
Do I
bro.
look like a traffic cone today?
You do,
It's
yes.
for the Pro Bowl, man.
for the Pro Bowl.
It's from the Pro Bowl.
When they had the ugliest jersey combos
Yeah,
ever, the
look at
worst
that.
color clash in Pro Bowl
Look at
history.
Carter
Broadus is
look at
repping
Carter
it.
putting on the
bright orange golf
This-
shirt.
This thing, I don't think the camera's even doing it how bright it is. I feel like I'm like loading bags on an airplane at Southwest Airlines.
I'm
like,
angry
yeah.
at myself that I left my sunglasses in my car.
You actually own sunglasses?
No, because I have
I knew
eyeglasses.
I knew.
You can't be the guy with the sunglasses over top the eyeglasses.
You can pull that off.
It's just
pull that.
it's a bad look. I've considered getting the ones where you go outside in your eyeglasses and they the sun changes
Yeah.
it into. But I can't I'd rather have a little sun in my eyes with my eyeglasses and still be able to see. Like I need to be able to see through these lenses.
Actually, those glasses are somewhat of a problem. I had them when I was in Green Bay, and you could go inside.
The versatile ones, the indoor ones,
and sometimes you could go indoors,
and they stay dark on you.
And then all of a sudden, you go like our guy Matt Mosley, like wearing sunglasses,
Just rocking the sunglasses
the whole
indoors,
time,
baby.
the whole time, like you're Roy Orbison or something like that. You don't even know who Roy Orbison is.
I do not.
He's a famous singer.
Larry D. Flores is in the Pim Cup shaking his head because he knows. I was just about to ask him if he knows who this Roy
Orbison
is. So we have no idea. I don't think Carter back there has any idea either.
Tim Collins will come walking in here and he knows who Roy Orbison is.
Okay, actually, Carter's throwing up his hand saying, hey, 2 thumbs up. I do know who Roy is. So he knows Roy.
Yeah.
That means 50% of our show today knows who this guy is.
He's a man that always had the indoor sunglasses on.
Okay.
Constant indoor sunglasses.
I think it's a good look. And if that's your move and you stick to it, then
okay.
I think I actually have respect for it. I become a little bit jealous of that
Okay,
guy.
what about the stars or the people, the celebrities that go to basketball games?
Yeah, sitting
and
courtside.
courtside with sunglasses on. Are we okay with that?
Yeah, I think you reach a certain level of stardom. Like when I see Justin Bieber, Floyd Mayweather sitting courtside with sunglasses on, I'm like, yeah, at that point you
Jay-Z.
you do what you want. Yeah, Jay-Z for sure. It's all about the aesthetic. You know what I mean? Like those glasses were specific to his outfit that day. He's not going to sacrifice part of the drip just to please everyone else so they can see his bloodshot eyes.
Oh, so you're saying the bloodshot eyes are the reasons why they're wearing the sunglasses?
I don't know that it's necessarily the reason, but I mean it's on the short list. I'd say
I think you're calling it the main reason myself.
Yeah, no, well, I mean you walk around with a little clear eye and you're going to be good there. Yeah. Now might needed a little clear eye last night watching that Rangers game. Even though I know you were listening,
No,
you were listening to our guy Hicksy and Jared.
Yeah, I was.
Now you've brought us over. Anyone on the show will come in here brooding. Yeah. Almost 24 hours later after the previous night's Rangers game, and he will just be sulking and he'll be mother bleeping everybody, and he's upset. He's riding that fan wave like a football fan does, where there's 17 games, but there's 162 of these, and I don't think that's what your doctor recommended when you went and had the heart thing a couple of weeks ago.
My mental health for this baseball team is not good.
I'm more looking at your heart right now, for obvious reasons.
I've tried, I've honestly. These
guys need a break, man.
I'm not trying to be sports brag guy. I think I've missed maybe 8 to 10 games this year. That's it.
That sounds like quite the flex to me, Broadus.
Broadus
is alleging of the 80 plus games.
Seriously, I love listening to Hicksy. I miss Eric. Don't get me wrong. But I love listening to Jarrett and Hicksy call the games. I think they're a great combo. I think they do a nice job. The team is exciting. That whole thing. I had the whole thing with Bally's on my phone, and then it kind of went away, and it's kind of crazy right now.
So you just punted on it?
I just punted on it. I said that is a $200 loss. That's just a $200 loss, and I'm I got to see the Mavs for a season, but it's really
somewhere Jason Garrett and Pete Carroll are smiling, knowing that you just punted on something.
Yeah, I punted on it, but I love listening to Jared and Hicksy do the games, and I get mad at them. I mean, I've been super happy in a lot of, let's be honest, it's been
an unbelievable season.
It's been a great season.
You're coming in here with a smile on your face quite a bit. You got a Chris Young Chubb, unlike anything I've personally ever seen before. I'm actually impressed,
Yeah.
But on like this last run, and it's been a bad run. They've been under 500 now for quite the sample size. They've also had like one day off, and they've played 27 games.
Yeah.
And so they look like a team that is pretty much exhausted at this point. And so hopefully this all-star break's coming at the right time, and maybe you get a get-right series versus these Nationals.
Okay, you find a way not to win 2 or 3. I mean, 2 or 3 would be even like kind of disappointing right now to me, especially with the Nationals.
You're looking for the sweep.
I want a sweep going into this thing because the second half of the season doesn't start very easily. You've got
this month is big time.
Yeah, you got the Guardians, then you got the Rays and Dodgers mixed in there somehow, some way, and it's not going to be easy. And I just don't want him to like kind of limp into the All-Star break, being down, and then all of a sudden, okay, everything's cool, we've recharged, we're ready to go, and then
I think you're limping in no matter what. This is a limp in. I don't think you can recover the leg, the lower extremity wound that we have right now as a team and as a fan base. We're limping into this All-Star break.
You think we got a pulled calf?
I think we got a bit of a strained situation. Now it can be remedied. There's still plenty of time. So I'm not overly concerned, but this has definitely been one super tough stretch. And you tried to get Chapman in here in enough time to save going into All-Star, and then try and save as much as you can throughout this next month, as you mentioned, Broadus, where the talent level of teams that you're facing, the oppositions they're pretty daunting. You just had Houston, obviously. You're going to be getting. You just had Boston, who's rocking and rolling right now.
Yeah.
And then you'll get the Rays, you'll get the Dodgers, you'll get the Astros again, and so it is going to be tough sledding. And the Aroldis Chapman thing has been basically as much of a shame as it is. When we've seen him, he's pitched his face off, but it hasn't mattered in terms of victories, and he didn't even get a chance to get in there last night because Grant Anderson. And I'm wondering.
I'm worried about Grant Anderson now. I mean, I'm
worried about all these guys.
Spores was, Spores had a run right there several weeks ago where he was probably 15, 16 scoreless innings. And in the last several times out there, he's just looked like,
he's looked like Josh Spores.
Yeah. He can't find the plate. He gives up, too many big hits. He was, for a while there, he was doing a great job of kind of setting things up for Smith. He comes into bases loaded situations, no outs, gets out of the jam. Man, that seems like months ago that those kinds of things were happening for Josh Spores. But I'm worried. And then Anderson, man, every time he went to the hill in this series against the Red Sox, that ball looked like it was center cut. Every single time he's kind of slinging it in there, and it's just, oh geez, look where it ended up. No movement, no downward movement, no elevation, just right down friggin' Broadway, and he's getting knocked all over the place, and so you worry a little bit about him. I mean, every time you feel good about an area, then something falls apart, and I hope we're not to that point where. There's just too many things falling apart. Like I say, they do need a break for sure.
Yeah, they need a break. There's no question about it. They deserve a break. It's been one heck of a season so far. Certainly going to need some help from a pitching standpoint. Need a starter, maybe need a couple of bullpen guys, and then the offense. The offense isn't really helping you right now either.
No.
All these guys left stranded. So just the perfect time to get this All-Star break, and hopefully you get a get-right series versus these Nationals going with a little bit of confidence there. And then we have fun. We got to appreciate this All-Star week, man, because we're going to be cheering on our Rangers all week long. Home run derby and then into the game. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be celebratory. And then we get back and we go dominate the rest of the month. And then Chris Young dominates the draft this weekend, dominates the trade deadline, and all is good. Baseball here in Texas is still going to be rocking and rolling, man. And I'm excited about it. But last night was a tough one. Last night hurt. And I imagined you were, at one point you threw your cell phone, you said, right? Because you were listening on your cell phone. And I
was listening. I basically stood up and dropped a couple of F-bombs in my condo. I did. Well,
at least you're not with, mom and dad's house anymore.
You know what's funny? It's funny, like the thing with Jared, I usually text him, like when they win, I'll text him and say, hey, congrats, nice win. And, he'll get back with me. With these losses and stuff, I try not to even bother him. Because I think I think Jared is just as mad as I am.
For sure he is.
I'm not trying to lump him in onto my wagon of sorrow, but when you could tell like in the post, when you listen to the post game, that he's like, man, we shouldn't have lost this one.
Yeah.
We should have won this one. Especially the one the other night or the other afternoon against the Astros where they clawed that thing all the way back. Like you could hear the excitement.
Gosh.
You could hear the excitement in his voice when Garcia hit the go-ahead homer, or the tying homer? It was a tying homer, and and they found a way to and then now you got Will Smith on the hill and you lose. That you could tell in the post. That was a gut punch.
Yeah,
and I think there's a lot of Ranger fans that are be super happy, be super elated about what's going on, but also realize though, man, like you're saying, there's been some games that they've given away. That, man, I hope they don't look back at the end of the season and you're like, oh, remember that day in June. Oh, remember that day in
Well, the good
July.
news is the Astros lost yesterday.
Yeah.
So still
Mariners
remains,
helped you out there.
Yeah, still 2-game lead there. But we'll, of course, get you set for Rangers and Nationals coming up a little bit later. Baskey's going to be on the television call.
How about that?
So that is certainly going to be fun. And Baskey might be G-Bag of the Day nominee. Actually, as a matter of fact.
For something he said?
Well, for something that got said on Sean and RJ earlier this morning.
Oh,
at the expense of Mike
about
Bassick.
this. I heard about
it. It was pretty
this.
amazing.
Yeah.
Now, Walchuk is obviously out. He's on vacation. He's going to Austin. Him and his sister are going to be watching Blink 182 tonight. Very, very jealous. And then he's going to hop on a boat, and he's going to go sail the world on a cruise ship. And hopefully he will be coming back victorious in either the Sexiest Man competition or the belly flop
He's
contest.
got to do the belly flop, right?
I have not talked to him since we made our goodbyes yesterday. We hugged and we exchanged handwritten notes, and we said we would miss each other. And then I haven't heard from him since. And then he just decided to text me while he knows I'm working, and he just said, I just hit up Buc-ee's. That's the extent of the text.
Okay.
So thank you, Walchuk. Now, I don't know, maybe he's asking for suggestions here.
No.
He already knows I'm going with the Texas Philly cheesesteak.
That's exactly what happened. He got to Buc-ee's. He's going to have the cheese.
His cheat meals have already begun.
He's already started.
Vacation is here.
It's already the process.
First stop, Buc-ee's.
The process
Good
is
for him.
rolling. He is not going to get the brisket sandwich, which is good. The sausage sandwich is good. There's where the pulled pork is good.
Bringing it.
But he is going to get the cheesesteak.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get the cheesesteak.
He has to. I hope he does, certainly. But there's a lot of good stuff to get there. The beef jerky is unprecedented. A little pricey, but delightful. So we'll see. Maybe Walchuk will follow up with what he ordered, but I guess he just wanted the people to know, if you were worried about him, he's safe and sound. He's in his happy place. It's cheat meal vacation time at Buc-ee's for the Wooly Bully. Now, a lot of people texting in about Roy Orbison.
Yeah.
And people like him. They've called him the great value Johnny Cash. Yeah, that's the 817. Great value Johnny Cash. Is that an accurate description? I don't even know who Roy is.
Yeah, he's
or any of the Orbisons.
Yeah, he's actually that's pretty well thought out right there.
That's the 817 doing some good work.
That is somebody that obviously votes at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. If you're there in Cleveland, Ohio, and you're probably voting at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame right now, we appreciate you.
I love that very much. All right, we have a Mavericks update for you and how this Cowboys rival compares to one of nature's great beasts. That's next right here in The Nation.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Well, thank you very much, Larry Flores. Getting it done. Pretty Woman.
Pretty Woman.
That's the go-to song for Roy Orbison.
It is.
Okay.
Said a lot of them.
We have been educated. Carter came in here and just gave me
Traveling Wilburys, too.
all the information.
Yeah.
469's upset. You really don't know a damn thing that predates you. Gosh dang it, Eric. Have a slot of vacant space in your brain, please. You must. That's from the 469.
There's a lot of things, though, there's a lot of things from the past that I wish I forgot. Like a lot of things.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it was funny. I was at a dinner a couple nights ago, and I was talking about working with all you young guys and how difficult it is. Like when I say something and you guys just look at me, or then you guys say something and I give you that look like, what movie is that from? You know,
that's true.
Or what are you talking about here? You know, that's the thing about our show, which kind of makes it unique, is that we've got me way back in the 70s.
Yeah.
And then you guys are like
1870s.
Like the modern, you're the modern, you're like all the modern guys.
Yeah, that's right.
And so like anytime you guys like you guys were pooping green in your diapers when I was winning playoff games.
That's right. That's right.
So,
At that point you were just pooping brown in yours.
Yeah. No, I was just I was kind of young still. I was 35 years old. When were you born?
I was born in 1994.
Okay. Like I started in NFL on my 27th birthday in 1992. So yeah, you were pooping green in your diapers when
you've been footballing longer than I've been alive.
Yeah, when me and Brett Favre were making it happen in Green Bay.
Larry, rules are rules. I don't care if he's on vacation. He just said Brett Favre. You call Zach Wolchuk right now. Larry D. Flores in for L.A. Lucius Alexander, which SD Hawkins 7 on the Twitch chat says no Lucius means this joint gonna drag. So we got some great feedback coming in already. I did want to apologize. I wanted to apologize. He was almost a Maverick, and he's not now. But I was calling him Matisse Thybulle for the last 48 hours or so.
Uh-huh.
Turns out H is silent. It's a Thybulle. Now it spells Thy bull. So I've been saying Matisse Thybulle, but it's actually Matisse Thybulle. So I apologize, but Chris Haynes...
did he correct you? Chris Haynes correct you?
Chris Haynes reported a couple of hours ago that Matisse Thybulle desperately wanted to come play for the Mavs.
Sure.
So he was a little bit disappointed that Portland ended up matching that offer sheet, and the Mavericks did a handful of things to make it as tough as they possibly could. The Mavericks' hands were tied to an extent, and they did every little thing they could to add little contractual obstacles for Portland to be able to match, but Portland decided that they were still going to go ahead and go for it. But Matisse Thybulle, with the silent H, has decided that he wished he was going to be a Maverick, according to Chris Haynes. Now, I believe we have on the hotline a Wooly Bully. Wolchuk, we will not exchange pleasantries. Brought us 3 under the bus. Rules are rules, and sorry to work you on your vacation.
Mama just gave me 8 of them flapjacks. Said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay
hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Thank you, Wooly Bully.
Yourself.
There you go, Zach Wolchuk on vacation, still putting that work in. Yeah. And I imagine we'll get a couple of drunken moments where he has to perform that. If any one of us say Brett Favre over the next week when he's cruising, hopefully he's got some good phone service because we will call him. Rules are rules.
Didn't we determine that they were not going to get the internet service there?
There was some conversation about that. We'll see if Wolchuk ended up winning. We'll see if Wolchuk ended up winning that.
We'll see about that.
Okay, so Deebo Samuel, who is a rival.
Real quick, with the player there, Thybulle, right?
Thybulle. Yeah, hard T. The
Thybulle.
H. I don't know. I don't understand what the H is really even doing in there. It's really just feels like a courtesy from the rest of the name to allow the H in there to still get some level of credit, even though it has to do zero heavy lifting. It has to do no work at all. It just gets to be there. It's the participation trophy of letters inside of words. H gets to show up, be a part of the shine, but they don't have to lift a finger at all.
Yeah.
So completely threw me off there. Sorry about that.
No
To
problem.
the entire Tybal family.
Yeah. Surprised? You're not. I mean, his attitude about wanting to be here, surprising at all? Does he? Do you feel like that's got to be a good sign that actually people want to come and play for the Dallas Mavericks, right?
Well, I think when you are if you're a self-aware role player, like he apparently is,
Right.
and he knows what he's supposed to be doing, then you look at a team like the Mavericks and you're Matisse Thybulle and you're going, yeah, I would love to play for these guys. They need somebody like me. I'm not going to get pushed down some type of bench role. Yeah. They're bringing me in because I'm going to be the best wing defender that they have. The pressure is really off of me offensively, and thank God, because he doesn't have much of an offensive game. And so he knows that he's going to get the best looks because he's got Luka and Kyrie setting him up for wide open threes. So I think if you're a guy like Matisse Thybulle, and like if you in his mind he's going, wow, they're adding me on there, so I'm helping their defense get better. This is a team that is on the path to winning much more than where Portland's at, where they're about to sell off Damian Lillard and go with the young rebuild. And so Tybulle's looking around going, man, if I'm here in Portland, I'm for sure going to be losing more than I'm winning over the next 2 or 3 years. Yeah. And in Dallas, probably the opposite.
It's just pleasing to me that players want to be here. That maybe
agreed.
That's the thing. I for years I've always worried about the Mavericks' ability to go get players. And this might be one of those times. Hey, you didn't get it with the restricted contract, but maybe things will change with the direction of stuff of the team. I think there's still a long, long way to go here. Matter of fact, I actually had a conversation with Mark Cuban. But this is my conversation. Did you see what Clay Travis did? I
didn't care enough really to read through. It was a long back and forth arguing about NBA ratings. And Clay Travis was saying NBA ratings have tanked ever since the Michael Jordan Game 6 Utah Jazz Finals game. And Mark Cuban is saying, no, that's not true.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I had a conversation with Mark about that.
So you reached out to Mark?
I did, but I reached out in a way of like I'm not a Clay Travis fan.
Okay, that's how you got in good. So we have equal, we have the same sort of enemies here.
Yeah.
So we can align together.
Yeah, so I reached out to him to basically tell Mark, I'm like, hey, F Clay Travis.
That's gonna garner a response. Kudos to you on that one,
Well,
bros.
no, and he responded back to me, he goes, actually I had fun doing it. He had fun in that interaction where I would have not taken that as fun. Right. I would have you'd have
taken that as Grant Anderson coming in and blowing a
lead. Yeah, exactly. So I reached out to Mark and I'm like, I'm kind of glad what you did to Clay Travis. I'm okay with that.
And he said, "Thanks, Broadus. Let's grab some drinks."
He was like, "Yeah, hey, let's go out and rave one night. Let's go."
You, him, and Chandler Parsons, man, it's gonna be sick.
Yeah.
All right, let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Larry D. Flores is residing in place of Lucius Alexander. It is the G Bag of the Day.
All right, I'm going to try not to mess up too much here. I'm going to try to kind of keep this in the spirit of Lucius Alexander. First up, we're going to go with the winner from yesterday. I actually listened to this live. It was pretty funny. The dude calls in to the Michael K. Show to troll Peter Rosenberg about a poster of all things.
Go to Greg in Ronkonkoma. What's up, Greg?
Ronkonkoma.
Hi, Michael.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Big fan, buddy.
Thanks.
Listen, I just looked up at my TV and I see this picture of Method Man in the background. I was going to talk to you about Harrison Beta's reception in St. Louis. I thought it was just unbelievable. But I got this Method Man in my background.
Okay. Well, that was.
What's that got to do with sports radio?
Well, Method Man is that Don, when he was singing?
It's in Peter's picture. You know, it just bothers me. You know,
Well, you know what, Greg? Then you know what? It's a radio show. Listen on the radio. It doesn't matter if Peter has a clown behind him.
Why does it bother
I'm not listening on the radio.
you? Why? But Greg, help me out. Greg, help me out. Why does it bother you that Method?
You know his arrest record. I'm here for sports information.
Oh my
Guy's
God.
a thug.
Dude, Greg, shut your mouth. Shut your stupid, ignorant mouth. You know nothing. You know nothing about Method Man.
Nothing.
He's a
Who
thug.
you talking to,
Shut
you
your
little-
stupid, racist mouth, Greg. How about that? Shut up. No more for you, Greg.
He's a racist.
You're a racist, Greg. Anyone who would look at a picture of Method Man and be offended when you look up what he's contributed to the world and you want to call him a thug, you're a racist piece of garbage. Hang up on Greg. Goodbye, Greg. Shove it.
I'm amazed that the background behind Peter is upsetting Greg.
Oh, yes. Death, taxes, and East Coast people getting mad on the radio.
Oh my
Always.
gosh! Shove it.
Yeah.
Shove it as a as an angry sort of diss or command. Is that in your vernacular?
A diss?
Like shove it. Like that's what at one point I believe
There was-
Rosenberg says to shove it.
Oh no, way back in the day, I think Johnny Paycheck had a song called "Take This Job and Shove It." So yeah, Johnny Paycheck. It's another one. We can come back with that.
Yeah, we'll circle back.
Circle back on that.
Still getting familiar.
But that's
with
an old. That's
Orbison's.
an old saying.
I think Jared Sandler still uses it.
Yeah,
I believe. I'll ask him at 5:15.
Okay, next up. So you never really like to look at anybody's demise or laugh at their inability to prosper or anything like that. But one person we can kind of all laugh at is Skip Bayless, right? He's currently looking for a rodeo partner, right, to join his show, and he's making an emphatic plea to somebody to try to join him. So let's listen to this.
I sat back 2 days later and I started thinking about what Charles said about me, about wanting this job against this damn idiot. Started thinking about my next debate partner on Undisputed, and this is what occurred to me. Charles Barkley would be my dream debate partner on Undisputed. I would dive out of bed every morning out here in Los Angeles at 2 o'clock in the morning to get to work with Charles. Please, Charles, please come and please work with me, this damn idiot. Please. What a joy it would be to do battle every day with Charles Barkley live on television.
Charles Barkley, Skip Bayless. What say you?
Dude, Lucius played some of this yesterday, and he ends up like completely just crushing and trolling Charles Barkley, and it becomes actually really, really funny. It wouldn't be something I would watch, but it would certainly be something that would have viral clips every day, I would imagine. It'd probably be good. It'd be good for ratings, for sure.
I think that Charles has got such a great gig there on TNT that he wouldn't even consider.
No,
this.
not at all.
He
Not
would
at all.
not even. He's not. And
Skip knows that.
Skip knows that, and I think it's going to be. Would you be interested in bringing Max Kellerman back?
Well, Skip never worked with Kellerman. Kellerman took over for Skip.
But he was like he was with Stephen A. Right, but I'm meaning in the way of.
But he's in that world.
He's in that debate in that debate world format.
I mean, potentially that could work. I don't know if you're Skip Bayless, if you want to just recycle what Stephen A. has already thrown to the curb. I think if you're Skip Bayless, you probably have your sights set on something that feels a little bit more fresh and less copy and paste.
I think these NBA players, these guys, and I know Barkley is a former, but we've seen so many really good podcasts and stuff from all these former NBA guys that have all
shoot and current, but a bunch of former.
I am all the NBA, the former NBA players and current ones are outstanding on these types, and I wonder how they would do on the debate stuff. But I'm sure they would put Skip in his place a couple of different times.
Agreed, 100%. Larry D, floor's yours.
Okay, all right. This next one I'm going to have to kind of set up a little bit. I'm going to just read the headline first, and I'm going to kind of set it up. Atlanta man attempts to rob a nail salon. Okay? So let me set this up a little bit. This guy's going to enter a nail salon. He's trying to rob the place, right? The people inside the nail salon could care less. So let's listen to this real quick.
Everybody get down! Give me all your money!
Guy answers the phone while
Yeah.
he's getting robbed.
Yeah.
Give me the money. Where's the money? Everybody, give me everything. Where's the money?
He looks around a little bit. Nobody's paying him any attention. He just turns around and walks out.
Gave it the old college try.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? This is not for me.
You know what? No harm, no foul.
Let me get an application or something at least before I get out of here.
I think the fact that they answered the phone and were setting up appointments while he was trying to rob the place.
Dude, this is a little nail salon that's battle tested.
Yeah. They're used to this. Let me play that first part again where you hear the phone ring just before he holds the place up and he still answers it.
Everybody, get down. Give me all your money. It's got the boxes. Give me all your money. Get down.
Hello?
The guy answers it anyways.
Yeah.
Poor guy. Yeah, he probably needs to look into a different line of work. Okay, all right, finally, let's get to the good stuff, all right? Steve Phillips, you familiar with this gentleman?
Yes.
Sure am.
Former GM.
We're a couple of seam heads in here, Larry. Of course we're familiar with Steve.
Okay, well, Steve is also very familiar with a show host that works here at this station, and he had this to say about one Mike Bassick.
Steve, we got a teammate here at 105.3 The Fan by the name of Mike Bassick, somebody that pitched for your New York Mets for a couple of years there, was involved in the Roberto Alomar trade. Basically, I just wanted to give you the chance, the platform, to express how much Mike really hampered your teams those 2 years and how much you just wish he would have never been with the team.
I mean, unbelievable. I mean, listen, people don't know this, but Bassick was the main player in the deal. Robbie Alomar was the throw-in.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Bassick was the target of that trade. We sort of camouflaged it with interest in Alomar, but we gave up all those prospects who listen. Bassick was the key factor there going after it, and then he was so underwhelming when we got him that he didn't last very long with us. And Alomar was somewhat underwhelming too. So Bassick, so what we did, we thought at some point Bassick might give up a record-setting home run somewhere along the way, which is why we really targeted him as well. Figured, we want pitchers who are going to set records, even if they're sort of the dubious records. We want that guy.
You just made 4 promos for the station. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Steve.
Yeah, that's an epic mic drop moment right there. Holy smokes, that was hilarious. All right, let's get to the voting, boys. We have a 2-time champ going down, Racist Greg. We have Skip Bayless wanting on the Chuck Wagon, I believe. We have a failed robbery and Baskey Baseball roast. I'm going with the Baskey roast for sure. Larry?
Yeah, I'm with you. That's hilarious. That one's gonna stick around for a little while.
Let's talk about this one next week. Mike Bassick.
All right, unanimous. Congratulations to Baskey and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Let's get to Krusty's Corner on a Friday.
Yeah, I was going to kind of visit with you a little bit about these offensive coordinators, good hires, bad hires in the NFL. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with a once-in-a-year 4th of July savings. All of them at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
We're going to have to circle back on this Johnny Paycheck, fella. 682 says, pretty sure Johnny Paycheck killed a man in a bar fight. So now that's obviously a bit reckless and speculative.
I do believe he sang the song "Take This Job and Shove It."
Okay.
I believe I'm right about Johnny Paycheck. I believe on it.
Well, I'm sure you're going to know that. Okay, Reggie's giving us the thumbs up there in the Pimp Cup. He's still working on a Friday. No one grinds harder.
Reggie's always working.
Always working, man.
Always working.
He, unlike Dame Lillard, he's not running from that grind.
Did you get a pronunciation correction on your basketball player?
Turns out that H is actually more apparent than I was giving credit to, and Thibault.
You know what? I wanted to encourage you just to keep calling him what you were. Because I've watched enough of those NBA shows and stuff.
I feel confident that no one really for sure knows, because I've heard credible people call him Thibault and credible people call him Thibault. And Reggie's the latest to say, hey,
Reggie's
Thibault. Pull up Basketball Reference. They kind of do the
phonetics.
The phonetics of it.
What were you going to call it?
I have no idea. Pronunciations, I guess, is probably what I was going to go to. Nonetheless, we're going to get to this Johnny Paycheck fella. Yeah. And from one crusty to another, here he is.
Appreciate that, sir. Hey, by the way, I've got to the point here, and this is going to be a rough Cowboys season for me if we're already starting on the path that I'm on right now.
Oh no.
No, it's
the game hasn't even started, and you're down 7 on the scoreboard.
Practices haven't even started. My whole.
You down a touchdown right now?
Maybe 10 points. Maybe
double digits before kickoff.
Maybe. But
I'll take the points.
Maybe I'm just about to get pummeled.
I think you're going to get your ass kicked this year.
I probably am.
Father Time catching up.
Very much so. Very much so.
You gave it a good run, man.
I thought I had a good run. I really did think I had a good run. But it's this whole discussion, we had it on the Love of the Star about our safety situation.
Love of the Star. Is that the #1 Cowboys podcast in all of America with over millions of downloads?
It's #1 because the fans are making it that way. And I appreciate every single one of you.
Yeah.
Guys and gals.
There you go.
I really do appreciate
Shake those hands, kiss those babies, bro.
You have to. And you guys have made it what it is, and really appreciate you guys. But we had a discussion about Malik Hooker, and I just as a personal, just as my own personal opinion was, I feel like that the Cowboys could do better at free safety on defense. I know we've had this discussion about.
What are you saying? You'd rather have in his prime Ed Reed?
That's somebody said, well, not everybody could be Ed Reed. And I'm like, okay, that's not the point. I'm just saying.
I'd still prefer to have prime Ed Reed.
We all would. We all would. Troy Polamalu, Darren Woodson. We'd rather have all those guys.
I think I'd take all those guys right now today over Malik Hooker. Would you?
Just playing today?
Just wherever Troy Polamalu is and his fitness and his health, I will take him today and his athletic ability.
His head and shoulders commercials and all that
4
stuff.
quarters, I don't question his hair.
No.
Everything under the hair is, up in the air a little bit on what with the status. The hair is never going to be a question for Troy. I think I could pull Troy Polamalu right now out of whatever situation he's in. I'd like to think he's vacationing. Maybe he's going to the Bahamas with the Woolly Bully. And if that's the case, then the Woolly Bully if that's the case, okay,
he's going to lose the handsome man deal. Then
he should not participate in the sexiest man competition.
No, he's going to lose
100% to the belly flop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though I could see Troy Polamalu just taking home both.
Okay, yeah, he probably could, but. The discussion was about, and it's just my opinion, I feel like, but people are saying, well, wait, Will McClay's saying this and Curse is saying this, or everybody loves the safeties and stuff. Just my opinion.
No, listen, it's fair, and would you acknowledge, because of how quality the roster is for the most part, it's a bit nitpicky?
The questions I have.
It's not like he's a glaring, oh my gosh, we're playing with 10 guys.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You enjoy numbers, right? You're a big believer in numbers and how numbers kind of maybe shape
the ones I'm familiar with.
Shape a player.
Yeah.
What if I told you that 74% of the passes thrown against him are completed?
I would tell you to go F yourself.
What if I told you that receivers average 11 yards at completion against him?
I'd tell you I might end up killing the messenger.
What if I told you the quarterback rating is 82.9?
All right. That's the final nail in the coffin. We are playing with 10 guys back there.
See,
are you kidding me?
I'm just trying to point out, I'm not saying the player sucks.
Right.
And people on Twitter will always, Broadus is saying the guy sucks. I never used that word.
No, you didn't.
Never, ever talked about. I said, I think they could probably do better at free safety with him.
Is there any chance there's someone on this roster right now better than Malik Hooker?
You know what? I talked about it. Then some guy goes to me, well, hell, you just want to move spare Jordan Lewis to free safety?
All of a sudden you perked up a little bit.
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out ways. That's what personnel guys do. They try and figure out, well, maybe maybe McQuamu. Maybe you move McQuamu because he plays slot. Maybe all of a sudden.
McQuamu's my guy. I think he can do just about anything.
That's what I'm saying. To me, I'm kind of like looking at this thing going, like, okay, maybe there's not somebody. I'm not saying that Dan Quinn and Will McClay and those guys are idiots. I'm just saying, me personally, looking at this team, on a really good defense, I would try and upgrade the free safety if I could. Mm-hmm. If you're one of these guys and gals that believe in numbers, and my comment was, I would be afraid to put him in coverage. Nine of the 17 games they played last year, he allowed his man to catch the ball every single time.
Mm.
I know he played with busted up thumbs and all that stuff like that. He plays extremely deep. People are putting up videos. Oh, he's a good tackle. I'm not saying the guy sucks. I'm just saying, as a personnel guy, I would try and upgrade that position if it was me.
Yeah.
It's an evaluation.
For sure.
But if it's going to turn into, I'm like, why already?
Yeah.
Why already?
Save this for week 12.
Save this for when nobody's doing anything. And I say, well, this is what I'm seeing and this is what I'm seeing. But if you're one of those folks that kind of like, if you like use numbers as your guide, 74% of the passes completed against him, 11 yards per completion, 82, almost 83% rate against him.
And not to mention the eye test.
I'm just saying.
That's going to be the most important test.
All right. That's, it's going to be a long season if we're doing that.
No, I'm glad. Go ahead, step off that soapbox and get into Krusty's.
All right. Mike Martz. I like Mike Martz.
Greatest show on turf.
I love Mike Martz. Mike Martz on the 33rd team. That's where all the old crusty guys go to, when you have a job.
You're in line.
I'm in line for this. He was talking about the offensive coordinators. 3 home run offensive coordinator hires from 2023 offseason. You think a Dallas Cowboy is in this home run hire for an OC job?
So Brian Schottenheimer?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't off the top of my head would not imagine him being in my top 5 of hires, but Mike Martz is a bit of a crusty, and I know the Schottenheimers, the Martzes and the Schottenheimers have probably broken bread.
Sure.
And talked a lot of pigskin together.
Yeah.
So I could see Martz being a fan.
Yeah, well, he's listed as a home run hire. He says Dallas Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy is someone who is fundamentally sound at running the ball. At his core, that's who he is with the Packers. And even though they had a great numbers through the air with Aaron Rodgers under center, that's who Mike McCarthy is. And when I watched him last year with the Cowboys, I saw some frustrations. He's frustrated that things weren't how he's used to or what he wants to do philosophy-wise. It doesn't mean that what they did last year was bad. It just wasn't what McCarthy wanted to do. He's saying, though, he says, ever since that he's made this hire, he says Schottenheimer is a terrific hire. Schottenheimer's been with 9 teams in the league. The Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator from 2018 to 2020. In 2018, the Seahawks led the league in rushing, and Russell Wilson finished with a career high of 110.9 passer rating. He's a guy who doesn't have an ego. He's not searching for a head coaching job or climbing over someone to get someplace. Schottenheimer really is terrific as an assistant and as an offensive coordinator, and that's what McCarthy needs.
There you go. That makes me feel a lot better.
I hope this guy is absolutely right about this. I hope Mike Martz is absolutely right about Brian Schottenheimer.
Me too.
And I know the defensive players absolutely loved working with him last year.
That's chicken soup for me.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Yep.
There it is, Krusty's Corner once again on a Friday here in the G-Bag Nation. NFL quotables and all-time NFL stats that sound fake, but they're actually real. It'll give us an opportunity to poke fun at the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold next right here in the Nation.
from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, congratulations to Adolis Garcia El Bombi. Not only will he be in the home run derby, where I predict he will win it with flying colors, he has officially been named a starting outfielder as well for the American League in the All-Star game, thanks to a couple of injuries and thanks to Adolis' own dominance. He will now be starting in the All-Star game. 5 of the 9 players, as a matter of fact, in the AL starting lineup are Texas Rangers, so it will be a celebratory Rangers week next week when it comes to All-Star time. No baseball, but we do get baseball tonight and this weekend, 5:30, Rangers pregame. They're in Washington. You'll have Baskey on the television call, so you'll get to see a little Baskey in the booth. I see him hanging out, taking photos with Jared Sandler, doing the touristy thing in Washington, D.C. So Baskey's getting it done. He's the G-Bag of the Day champion, and we're rocking and rolling on a Mail It In Friday here in the G-Bag Nation. There's Brian Broaddus in the brightest shirt you've ever seen. And there's Larry D.
Make
Flores
sure your bag
in the
gets on
pimp
that
cup.
plane on Southwest Airlines.
Yeah, thank you. We got the Wooly Bully is out on vacation. Same with Dawson. Same with Lucius. So we're hanging on by a thread here, but we're gonna mail it in historic fashion. Got some fun stuff planned. Of course, biggest L, biggest dub to close down this 3:00 hour. But some NFL conversation. I saw a fun Twitter thread, which is funny to say now. Twitter thread. But
did you join the thread thing?
I joined it, and we'll see if I ever open the app.
I did not. I did not. So you have to be. Is it Instagram?
Yeah, you have to. Okay. As long as you got to use your Instagram. They're tied together.
All right,
they for sure are. But Will Parkinson decided he wanted to tweet out earlier this week, name an NFL stat that seems fake but is not, and because there are some crazy stats out there. And you may have some off the top of your head. If you have a stat in your mind, maybe it's a different sport. This is particular to the NFL, but if anybody in the listening audience, if you have a stat in your mind that is perturbing to you, that seems almost fake, but it's not, please text it in at 877-881-1053. I'll start here, and you'll know this, Broaddus. Reggie White set the NFL sack record at the time, 21 sacks, and he did it in 12 games.
Yeah.
That dude was a menace.
He is absolute. He was one of the, when you start to talk about players, I was fortunate to be around some great ones. Him, Tony Baselli, Brett Favre, guys like that.
Dear God, you're going to make Wolchuk work overtime.
I know he's probably
as
driving.
Larry reaches for the phone. I mean, you are just kicking Wolchuk's ass. But he's on vacation.
But that's what I'm saying. To me, it's like Reggie White. He completely changed. We made the Favre trade. And then we get Reggie White. That completely changed the direction of the Green Bay Packers to where they are today. That him coming to Green Bay completely changed the direction of the Green Bay Packers.
21 sacks in 12 games is no joke, especially in a world where they weren't dropping back and passing the same way they do these days. So that
what year was that?
I don't even have the year in front of me. I apologize. I'm going right off of Twitter here. How about this one? Jerry Rice had 22 receiving touchdowns in that same 12-game shortened 1987. So I guess it was 1987.
Strike year.
So Reggie White that year had 21 sacks in 12 games.
Right.
Jerry Rice one-upped him with 22 receiving touchdowns in 12 games.
Yeah.
Those are some pretty amazing stats. And now we pivot to the hotline once again. I'd like to apologize this time. Broaddus is making you work overtime on your vacation, but Wolchuk, as you know, rules are rules.
Mom, is that Mama Takeaway 5 of them flat checks? I want to stay home
for the Crimson Tide.
There he is, the Wooly Bully on his vacation, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to sing his face off at Blink-182 with his sis tonight. He said he's going to go shirtless. He said he's going to do the shirtless thing at Blink. He said you only blink one time. You don't get to blink more than once.
He'll blink more than once. The first thing that came to my mind about a stat, when you started talking about stats, I believe there was a 99-yard punt in the National Football League. A guy named Steve O'Neal. Is that one of the?
No, I don't know if we'll get to Steve O'Neal. I have no idea. It's Mail It In Friday. We'll get there when we get there. We're flying by the seat of our pants. I do see something about Sid Luckman. I'm sure you get just a smile on your face every time you hear that name, Sid Luckman.
Steve O'Neill is best known for punting a 98-yard punt during a American Football League game between the New York Jets and the Denver Broncos on September 21st, 1969. This punt set a record for the longest punt in American Football League and Professional Football League history. This was it's hard to believe there was
a moonshot.
They were playing at Denver and he hammered it.
Mile high.
And it rolled and it rolled and it went, he punted out of his own end zone.
Of course.
And it just bounced and
he punted it right to Colorado Springs.
Well, there was the returner was like, kind of like, might as well put a circus tent over the guy.
It got literally lost in the clouds.
He was just like circling around and the ball hit and then it just rolled. And so, but that's
what's the distance? What are they?
98 yards.
98 yards.
So
man.
that was the first thing that came into my mind when you were starting to talk about stats that seemed to be unrealistic.
Yeah.
A 98-yard punt. You'd go, that never happened.
No way.
Nah, that never happened, but it did in 1969.
Still not as insane as what we got earlier this past football season, right? Didn't we get the butt punt?
Yeah.
That was in the end zone.
That was
one of these teams.
Miami?
Was it Miami?
It was your team.
They punt the ball into the rear end of one of his own players.
Yeah.
The up.
That was against Buffalo.
That
was
protector.
That was that crazy. I think it was that crazy Buffalo game that went
super hot one.
The super hot one where the Buffalo players were just like laying all over the field like it was. It was terrible.
Yeah, the butt punt was crazy, but a 98-yard punt is pretty dang impressive. What was that guy's name again?
Steve O'Neill. Which school?
O'Neill.
Texas A&M. Yeah.
He's an Aggie.
He's an Aggie.
Even better.
Yeah.
So I saw this Sid Luckman holds the season record for touchdown passes per attempt at 13.9% in 1943.
Wow.
So it wasn't necessarily high volume, but my guy was finding the end zone quite a bit. 877-881-1053.
It's that Sid Luckman you said, right?
Yeah, that was Sid Luckman.
He might be we start talking about, remember there's a stat that there's never been a 4,000-yard passer for the Bears. They've never had in the history.
They've never had a 4,000-yard passer.
Never had it in the history.
Jay Cutler never threw for 4,000 yards.
I don't think it was never a 4,000-yard passer in the history of the Chicago Bears.
Okay, we're gonna have to fact check that.
Oh, you're calling me?
I would love for you to be wrong on that. If Jay Cutler didn't throw for 4,000 yards in a Bears uniform, then that is shocking.
Seriously,
and that does sound like a stat that is fake. But
Train like Jay Cutler just came up on my screen here.
Train like Jay Cutler?
Train like Jay Cutler.
Just learn how to be a bleep hole. And
just smoke cigarettes all day.
Just rip heaters.
Yeah.
Now, this next stat is one that garnered up one of my favorite Chris Arnold sounds of all time, because Matthew Murphy, in regards to stats that feel fake or sound fake, but they're actually real. Larry Fitzgerald, wide receiver, Arizona Cardinals, has more career tackles than he has drops.
Yeah.
Which is pretty amazing when you consider that he was a wide receiver. He did not play defense. It was not on his job description on his LinkedIn to tackle people. But he still managed to tackle more people than he did drop the ball. And that's because he had a lot of John Skeltons and Kevin Cobbs throwing him the ball. So interceptions were obviously going to happen. And he would have had one more career tackle had he not had to weave through the sidelines of the Pittsburgh Steelers when trying to chase down James Harrison in that Super Bowl.
That was incredible.
But that particular Larry Fitzgerald stat, having more tackles in his career than drops, it absolutely put Chris Arnold in a blender a couple of years ago during the nosebleed seats.
Do you know he is what I think this is the wildest stat about him. He has more
sex than anyone in the history of football.
No, it's more batted down passes than. How do I explain this? He's had more. Nobody gets picks off of him. He's either batted down or incompletions. It's like he doesn't. You throw to him, it's a completed target. He's got more. I got to look it up. It's a crazy stat where you throw it to Larry Fitzgerald, he doesn't drop the ball.
I love
I'm hamstrung right now. I'm just handcuffed, hamstrung.
Chris
was
Arnold,
trying
one of my
so
favorite
hard.
human beings in all of the world, and a 3-time Hall of Famer, and a comedic genius.
Okay, Jay Cutler, when he was at Denver, threw for 4,500 yards.
That's what a texter is saying. In the 817.
But never with the Bears.
What is he doing with the Bears?
Never did it with the Bears. He threw for 3,600, 3,200, 2,300, 3,000, 26, 38, 36, 1,000, and then 26.
All with the Bears? Damn.
All
he
with
was
the Bears.
a lot longer than I thought
the only
he was.
time he ever threw.
God.
Only time he ever threw for 4,000 yards was with the Broncos in 2008.
That's fantastic, dude. I should have known that with your Broncos shirt on that you're wearing today.
Yeah.
You know your Broncos.
I am all about the Broncos today.
You're Mr. Unlimited.
I am me and Sean Payton. You know that.
Good Broncos country. Let's ride
Let's
with Brian
ride.
Broaddus.
Let's ride.
All right, the 972 texted one in that absolutely, I was like, this has to be not real. Like, this stat is fake, and I'm not going to get butt cracked on this one. I went and fact checked it, and it turns out it's 100% accurate. 972. Jim Harbaugh has more career rushing yards as a quarterback than one of the greatest athletes of all time, Bo Jackson, who was a running back.
Did you check that one?
I checked that one. Now you can double check, okay? You can or triple check potentially.
Yeah.
But I believe that is 100% accurate, and it's by it might be a yard difference. I think it literally is like a yard difference. But Jim Harbaugh does have more career rushing yards than Bo Jackson, which is pretty amazing. And yes, a lot of people texting in about how my gosh, Chicago is just absolutely cursed. To be an offensive player in Chicago,
they're talking about
where your career goes to die.
Their current quarterback. Everybody's talking about him being the MVP or potential MVP.
I think that is certainly an overstatement. I mean, Vegas is telling you he's nowhere close to being a favorite. I think you can get him at plus 2,000 right now. I think that's actually a nice bet. I've talked about that. Him and Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is probably, he might be plus 1,000, plus 1,200 at this point. Trevor Lawrence to be MVP, which I think is a solid bet for him as well. I mean, you're getting really nice plus odds on two guys that, let's not act like Justin Fields wasn't running all over everyone last year with nobody offensively as a teammate that was worth a dang. And everybody knew he had to run the ball. Every defense knew it. And there he is, 80 yards. Once again, I'm watching him. Scott Hansen's telling me on my red zone. There he goes. All of a sudden, Justin Fields, he's bigger, stronger, and faster than everybody. Can't throw. He might run his way to an MVP. Got some weapons now. We'll see.
We'll
see he's a historically bad pocket passer, according to the metrics when you see what he's done in the NFL. Now, at Ohio State, he was able to throw the ball around. But running the ball, he's the best rushing quarterback in the sport right now. And Lamar Jackson proved that if you're that, then you could be the MVP. Now, Baltimore won a bunch of games that year, and that certainly helped things. And I don't know if the Bears are going to be able to win many games, but that division's up for grabs. Unless, of course, you talk to Brian Broaddus, who's riding that lion like you've never seen before.
I'm riding the Lions. I think the Lions are the team myself.
Yeah, I know you do. You have them. What do you have? You have them winning a playoff game, or do you have them
I do have
playing
them
in the title game?
I do have them winning a playoff game. I do.
Brad Johnson, Marcus Mariota, stat that sounds fake. Only quarterbacks to have ever thrown touchdowns to themselves. Now, the Brad Johnson one, I don't recollect, but Marcus Mariota, I do recollect that one when he was in Tennessee, and it was down near the goal line, and he throws the ball, and it bounces back up in the air. He catches it, and then falls into the end zone. It was pretty cool. Tom Brady has thrown for over 56 miles in his NFL career, and those are cool for sure, but those are compiler stats. Like, he played 100 years.
Played a lot
I'd
of
like to
years.
think he threw a couple of miles, you know? Yeah. Let's see. We have Ken O'Brien, only NFL quarterback to throw over 100 touchdowns and never rush for a single one. He's the ultimate pocket passer. Ken O'Brien.
Yep.
Didn't have wheels.
He was part of that 1983 draft.
Jerry Rice having 208 career touchdowns is pretty dang amazing. And his level of compiling is more impressive because at 40 years old to be running around and still having impressive wide receiver production seasons is nothing to scoff at. So Jerry Rice has a ton of those. What are you wowing about over there?
The Jim Harbaugh thing is actually accurate.
Yeah, it's 1 yard?
5.
By 5 yards?
5 yards.
Jim Harbaugh has how many rushing yards in his career?
2,787.
Which is about 2,700 more than I would have thought he had. I didn't know he was kind of running around out there. Over 2,000 yards for his rushing career. That's not bad as a quarterback, Jim Harbaugh.
Right.
And, and then what does Bo Jackson have?
2,782.
5 yards.
Yeah, 5 yards.
Wow, dude. Bo Jackson. I've always thought he was, a 5-yard penalty away from being just as good of a runner as Jim Harbaugh. I always considered that.
Probably caught a holding call or two on the way. Took some yardage away.
This can't be true about Barry Sanders, can it? The 616 texting in that he never had a negative yard gain. He never
lost a yard.
Never.
That's false.
That can't
check
be true.
out a playoff game he had against the Green Bay Packers. It was negative 13 for rushing for the day.
I like this one. Sticking with Detroit and your Lions, 214. The Lions have had 2 separate 30-year droughts without a playoff victory.
Oh.
2 separate 30-year runs. That's a tough thing to pull off right there. That's a level of incompetence that only the Lions can really claim
all that
to have.
All that will be washed this year.
Okay, yeah.
All that will be washed.
Okay, Jared Goff's going to get it done.
Yeah.
How about Gronk? He was a top 5 wide receiver and top 5 offensive tackle at the same time, according to 2012 metrics. He had 90 catches, almost 1,400 yards. He had 17 touchdowns, which led the NFL that year. In that same season, Pro Football Focus had him graded out as the 4th best run blocker in the entire league, and that includes offensive tackles. So what Gronk was doing at one point was just truly patently insane. Really is.
I think that the thing about him, that's one of those careers, or that's one of those times where people probably misevaluated him because of the whole party situation in college. That he was like, probably people were saying a lot of bad things about him oh man, you don't want, this guy's a headache to have to deal with. But as a player,
right.
Like he's like Belichick tells a story about when he came to visit him and he was so hungover and all that,
Yeah, it's the legend of Gronk, man. Yeah. He was able to get away with it. All right, biggest L, biggest dub coming up in 20 minutes, but college football and fried delicacies, that's what Texas does. Next right here in the nation.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
Download the Odyssey app and listen all day wherever you are to The Fan.
RJ Choppy here. It is time for the Make This the Summer sales event at one of the best dealerships in all North Texas. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell, and it is time to join the Platinum family. Just like so many else have done by finding yourself a brand new ride for the summer. GM Andrew Beck and his team are ready to serve you on site right now during the Make This the Summer sales event. All you got to do is go to PlatinumCDRJTexas.com or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Don't miss incredible Macy's Black Friday and July specials while supplies last. Like 65% off stunning Effie Fine jewelry, 50 to 70% off designer suits, blazers, and pants for him. And select small appliances from Bella, Black & Decker, and more, now $30 and under. Or get an extra 25% off with your coupon or Macy's card. Download the Macy's app for even more great deals. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
Can't beat the final boss? Been there. Gaming is fun and all, but in real life, there's one mission you'll never lose. Saving lives by donating blood with Carter Blood Care. In just 1 hour, you can save up to 3 lives. Patients in your community. Now that's a real win. Level up your life. Donate blood with Carter Blood Care. Find a donation location near you at carterbloodcare.org.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being pitched that you need to buy a new air conditioner, pump the brakes and call the On-Time Experts for a free second opinion. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell, and that means they're focused on making your system work. So don't buy that new AC system before you have to. Call the On-Time Experts, 214-267-2007, 214-267-2007, theontimeexperts.com, theontimeexperts.com.
Colos, I'm here to bring you the good news. Cousins Barbecue has expanded their all-you-can-meat deal. Now it's Monday to Saturday, 6 days a week, all day. You can get your prime Texas barbecue, the quality and the quantity that you desire. 3 DFW locations. Stop in and tell them Chia Follow sent you.
Have you tried dieting and exercise and feel there is something holding you back? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
It's summer, baby! Yeah! Beat the heat at Baby Doll Saloon. Baby Doll Saloon is the ultimate after-work happy hour spot. A true home away from home. Daily buffet Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Plus our stadium buffet Monday through Friday from 4 to 10 p.m., Saturday from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday from noon to 10 p.m. Baby Dolls is your sports headquarters, including all pay-per-view fights with no extra cover charge. There's always something fabulous happening at Baby Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings. 4th of July is all about the red, white, and blue bag. I'm talking about Kingsford Original Charcoal. Whether you're grilling burgers or veggies, Kingsford Original Charcoal delivers the smoky, wood-fired flavors true barbecuers crave. It also makes grilling easy because it lights faster, has a long burn time, and provides consistent performance for a great cook. So fire up the grill this 4th with Kingsford Original Charcoal. Kingsford.com. Kingsford Original Charcoal lights faster and delivers consistent performance compared to nationally available charcoal in the USA.
It's your last chance to shop July 4th savings at Lowe's. Right now, save on select major appliances. And when you buy more, you save more. Get up to an additional $1,000 off select major kitchen appliances. Plus, right now, when you buy a Craftsman B20 string trimmer or blower for just $99, you'll get a select Bear Tool free. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 7/12. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Buy more, save more. Valid on appliances $396 or more. While supplies last. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match, only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
The all-new Nissan Ariya is a fully loaded EV. It's brimming with style and power.
Up to 389 horses of it.
Innovation and intelligence.
E-Force all-wheel drive.
It'll pin you to your seat.
Your very plush seat.
The all-new, all-electric Nissan Ariya. E-Force cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. E-Force and 389 horsepower available on Platinum Plus. Nissan calculation using 1-foot rollout testing with long-range battery and E-Force only in sport mode with E-Step off. These results are for comparison only and should not be attempted on public roads. Drive responsibly. See nissanusa.com for details.
Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your car today to Junk for Joy. Hooray! Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your car today to Junk for Joy.
Donate your card today at junkforjoy.org. You'll get a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
Donate your car today to Junk for Joy.
Donate today and your car will be picked up by tomorrow.
This segment of the fan is brought to you by On Time Elmer.
Exceptional HVAC techs, call Elmer.
If you believe in always doing what's right for the customer, then we are going to give you
paid time off and vacation, a flexible schedule,
weekly payroll,
and no layoffs in the shoulder season. Are you exceptional?
Apply online at elmer.com.
This segment of the fan is also brought to you by Window Nation and Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Yes, Broadus, of course I have the State Fair of Texas Big Tex Choice Awards Food Competition semifinalists for 2023. Obviously, I have that, and we'll get to it in just a second.
Did you know who Pete Maravich was?
Pistol
Pete Maravich?
Yeah, one of the most legendary round ballers of all time.
Okay. Just want to make sure. LSU guy, by the way.
Yeah, LSU guy.
Yeah,
Go Tigers.
his minted card, his basketball card.
Yeah.
It was a what they call a Gym Mint 10 from a card grader, a PSA thing, sold for $552,000.
How about that?
Yeah, how about that?
$500,000
for a Pistol Pete. The Maravich card was the fifth most expensive vintage pre-1980 basketball card behind the 1948 Bowman George Michael rookie card, which went for $800,000, and a 1961 Fleer Wilt Chamberlain rookie card, which went for $670,000.
Wow, dude! Look at that.
Imagine having the type of cash where you could just kind of go, man, you know what? I'm a kind of an LSU guy. I like Pete Maravich.
Sure.
Let's dump a lake house on this
Give
card.
you a little, the direct deposit's coming.
Yeah.
It's on the way. The wire has been sent.
Yeah.
No, that is
1970
pretty cool.
mint card. See,
you went to college with him, man. You guys were homies.
Homies.
Or I guess you were a little bit before him.
I was. Yeah.
He got there after
he
you.
was afterwards. His dad Press was his coach there. But
Press
was his name. Matter of fact,
did he invent the press?
No, he
in
did.
Basketball.
His name was Press though. Press Maravich. It's funny that the where he played basketball is basically a rodeo arena on campus now, like livestock show rodeo place. So you're talking about State Fair.
Yeah.
So like the place where he played is
their old basketball arena is now where they do rodeo stuff.
Rodeo, yeah, cattle and stuff like that.
A little FFA action.
Yeah.
I got involved in that in my senior year of high school. Huge regret. Not me personally. I dated a girl that was an FFA thoroughbred.
Oh,
and
she was, or the animal she showed.
She, well, I'd say both. She showed the hell out of those goats and those cows.
Do you become attached to those things?
Heifers and stuff. Not me, not at all. No, there was no attachment for me.
I always
but I would assume, yeah, you're around those animals.
I mean, these kids,
long enough.
These kids do this and they get $50,000-$60,000, or maybe more. Maybe I'm underselling this.
You might be.
You always see that at the state fair, the grand champion and all that, and I always wondered about these kids do such a great job of raising these animals to the point where they make thousands of dollars, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then they have to like hand over the bridle to somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll get to these state fair options here in just a minute because the State Fair of Texas is throwing out some semifinalists. They're adding to the menu as they do every year, and so
are you a fair person?
I am not. I do love the food. But the heat and all the people and the waiting and the expenses involved is just it's too much for me. It's not my thing. But I do salivate over the food, and the food's gotten me out there a couple of times. I've been there, done that. But I think I'm hanging them up until I get forced by I guess my kids at some point
or take another job. 3 or 4.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good point. But the Big 12 preseason media poll is out.
Oh.
Who do we think is
Texas.
number one in the Big 12
Texas.
that they think is going to win it? Texas received 41 first-place votes. They are the 1 seed, according to Big 12 football media members, that Texas will be winning this conference. It was a really good conference last year. And I got a lot of people telling me TCU is about to watch out. Watch out for them to go from the national championship to 5 or 6 wins. That seems like, I guess it's plausible. They lost a lot of talent, but a precipitous fall like that would be a huge bummer for the Horned Frogs. They come in at number 5. They're projected to finish 5th according to Big 12 media members. And then K-State's number 2. Oklahoma is number 3. I don't know how much Oklahoma loves out there right now.
Not
in terms
much.
of how much they're going to perform well this upcoming season. And then Texas Tech is considered to be the 4th best Big 12 football team this upcoming year. So I guess they're predicting Baylor, Oklahoma State, and the new UCF Golden Knights coming in to not play all that well. Then you have Kansas, Iowa State, BYU.
So now we have the BYUs, the Central Florida Cincinnati's in this right now.
Cincinnati, yes. Yeah.
Cincinnati.
They're 13th out of 14.
What?
According to the media preseason poll.
Wow. How about Houston?
Houston is 12th.
Where is Oklahoma State?
7th, as you're in your Oklahoma State bright orange today.
I am. Go Pokes.
Yeah.
So, West Virginia's last, right?
West Virginia is dead balls.
Okay, West Virginia being last because their coach is definitely on the hot seat. From what I saw like college hot seat coaches.
Oh, did you?
And he was number one.
Got a little summer hot seat going on.
Yeah, a little number. Is this the year though? Does Texas kind of put everything together and find a way not to lose to a Kansas or an Iowa State or somebody like that? And
you would think, man.
Wreck their season. Maybe TCU. Had a couple of those happen to them here lately.
Yeah, for sure.
Where they get on a great run and then all of a sudden they lose one of those games that they go to Lawrence or Manhattan,
I just can't trust
and
them.
you're like, what the? Well, Manhattan's a little bit different because of Kansas State's pretty good, but they seem to always lose that one type of game where you're just like,
how'd you do that?
Jack Trice Stadium there at Iowa State, and they decide not to play very well that night.
Yeah, I mean, and when your conference is supposed to be maybe a little bit down this year, you would think, hey, like as long as Quinn Ewers stays healthy, and they got quite the quarterback room there, as we know, Arch Manning, and even though I don't believe he would even be the second string when it comes to the depth chart going into this actual season. Now, I am surprised to see that you have the starting prices of season tickets for the Texas college football programs. Does it surprise you that Baylor is the most expensive ticket, and then it's A&M, and then it's Texas in terms of universities in the state and what their ticket situation is looking like?
Baylor's seating capacity a lot less than those other two stadiums that you mentioned.
Oh, okay. So they got to make up for that some way, somehow.
I would think so.
Okay.
I would think so.
So I saw that and I was like, okay, wasn't really expecting Baylor to be the
I think
most expensive.
When you start to talk about the biggest in the conference, I know Texas A&M is well over 100, and I think Texas is slightly below that. Maybe Texas is way below that, but I know they're both bigger than Baylor. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm getting some breaking news here. It looks like our guy, Luka Doncic, has got down on one knee and proposed to his longtime girlfriend, Anna Maria Goltez, in Slovenia.
There you go.
On a very apropos day. You want to know why today's special?
July 7th, right?
7/7, and it's the year 2023. 7/7/23. Luka 77, Jordan Brand. It's all coming together. I wonder if he's had this date circled. He was like, no matter who I'm dating at this point,
this is
on
a
this
longtime
day,
girlfriend?
I'm getting down on the knee. Apparently, that's what the headline reads.
Did we never see her at the arena or anything like that? They never panned to the
Good for her, man. She's
sidelines.
staying out of the limelight. She's letting him. He goes
Yeah.
to work, and then when he comes home, she's ready to be the I guess now fiance.
There you go. Congrats, Luke.
As I assume she said yes. And kudos to them.
What if she turned him down?
That would be I mean, you don't fumble a bag like Luka, okay? Yeah, that's not a.
We've seen
you're not turning down the Don.
We've seen people sell their Apple stock and stuff like that before.
Yeah.
We've seen that happen. Anything's possible.
No, this is good, man. This is good because now Luka really is going to have to level up his maturation game. Off the floor, like the responsibility. What comes on the plate of having to be the husband and the man of the house. He's going to have to grow up in a big way. That's what you want, man. You want your superstars to they got that one rock. You know what I'm saying? Just like your quarterback.
Well,
I'd love for my quarterback to be, married guy.
Yeah,
go get married and be an adult.
We saw what, like with Dirk, his wife would send him to the arena with the
to-go plate.
To-go plates.
Leftovers from the cookout.
There you go.
Maybe you get that. Maybe and who knows? I don't know what her cooking wheelhouse is, but dial up a couple of these lean protein meals for our guy, year round, because maybe, now that he's got a lovely lady at home, he might get the consistent, healthy home-cooked meals. He's not swinging through the drive-thru after the game because it's a Hail Mary. Everybody knows. Single guy, late at night after work, are you going home to cook something, or are you going home to swing through the drive-thru? This might save his physique. Marriage might actually do him well.
Well, let's be honest though. He's dating the gal, and he's choosing unhealthy lifestyle of eating habits.
It's not the point here.
So,
Ross,
I mean,
okay?
so you think that's going to change?
It's a good point, but it's not a point that I need
But
right
you know what I'm
now.
talking about? Don't you feel like if you're trying to get a woman, you wouldn't like just
Yeah, but now she's going to take
like
on
load
that,
up on pizza
that
and beer all the
wifey,
time?
motherly caretaker role. You know, she was
Or maybe
she was
not.
in girlfriend status for so
Yeah.
long. Now she's graduated into fiance and pretty soon wife status, and now her responsibilities kind of go up a little bit.
So if you're thinking like, hey, Luca, you don't need to be eating that pierogi, you know?
Yeah, like, hey, maybe lay off the pierogi, honey.
Yeah.
I got a
lot of pierogies that going on here.
I got a breast waiting for you at home. Lean, mean protein machine.
Oh, okay.
Biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Luka Doncic just got himself a lifelong victory. That is the early nominee for biggest dub of the week, and it is breaking news. Our guy, the Don, Luka Doncic, is now married on the court to Kyrie Irving for the next 3 years. Off the court, he's going to have a lovely bride. That's fantastic. Biggest L, biggest dub. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? I promise we will save the State Fair food for a later segment in the program. But biggest L, biggest dub coming up next right here in the Nation.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. If you owe money to the IRS, stop what you are doing and listen to this, because you could qualify right now to save a ton of money, headaches, and hassle. We are the Tax Relief Helpers, and we can help you keep more cash in your pocket and immediately put a stop to penalty fees, liens, wage garnishment, and other nasty tricks by the IRS. With one phone call, you can find out in just minutes if you qualify to finally put a stop to your IRS tax debt nightmare.
I owed $48,000 in taxes and penalties.
app. AUDACY. Get in the game and download it today.
The Rangers open up a 3-game series against the Nationals tonight in Washington, D.C. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 5:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with a once-in-a-year July 4th savings. See all of them at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
All right, so Luka Doncic just got engaged to be married to his lovely lady, and
nice dress.
I was making the case that this is actually going to be good for the physique of Luka. He's going to have a more structured lifestyle. He's got the husbandly responsibilities, and so wifey's going to take care of him. She's going to keep that food on the table. He's not going to be hitting the drive-through after these games. So I made the argument that it's going to help his body. The counterpoint has been inundated here on the truckwreck.com fan text in regards to getting married, and usually you don't get in better shape as you get married.
You give up.
Now the best point though is from the 254, who says he will be getting in wedding shape now though. So at least for the next, I don't know when this wedding is going to be. It's probably going to be a huge bash. It's probably, I would assume, next summer, maybe roughly around the same time where it's off season and he can go celebrate. So for the next 12 months, he's got to be in tip-top condition because he's building up to the day that is the most photographed day of yourself ever, right? The wedding day.
Mm-hmm.
So, and those pictures last a lifetime. He's going to want to make sure he's dialed in. And then maybe he just picks up these habits, creatures of habit. Great athletes are, great competitors are. So I think this is ultimately a win for the Luka physique and overall health and condition.
Do we know that if he gets married overseas, is there like a traditional, do we wear like a tux? Or do we,
I don't know.
Do we
I don't know
like
what the Slovenian wedding traditions are.
Or could we all be wearing like, we all be looking like Jokic's brothers, with the sweats and the jackets and stuff like that,
And maybe you get to wear that bright ass shirt you got on.
I'd go with this bright ass shirt if they let me.
I think he might let you.
Yeah.
The 817 says you gain 20 to 30 pounds after you get married. I don't know. I mean, maybe over time, but not immediately. I think in the immediate, I think this is going to be a hot Luka summer, as Brandon from Fort Worth just texted in. Right now, though, it's time for this.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
And the 817, good point. The additional nighttime cardio he's about to get in as well is real. I mean, this guy's gonna be burning calories at all hours of the day. Congratulations, Luka Doncic. Probably the early nominee for biggest dub of the week here. It is biggest L, biggest dub. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? 877-881-1053. The 817 got a victory because finally got their money for a job that they weren't paid for, that they had been fighting for 2 or 3 weeks. You ever get that? Maybe this is one of those players. I believe in the 817. This might be one of those players that played for Antonio Brown's Arena League team.
Could very
Didn't
well
get the paycheck that he was deserved, and then finally,
Have you ever had that
it.
situation where you do a job and you think you're getting paid for it, and all of a sudden it, like, and then they tell you, and then they tell you, then somehow they find the funds to pay you.
I do love these Sunday BetQL shows me and Walchuck are doing. They are fun.
You feel like you're doing them for free?
I'm not quite sure if I'm doing them fully for free,
It's
partially
close.
for free, but we're gonna have to parse through some things at some point.
Do you feel like you'd be at a
but I do it
different-
for the love of the game.
Do you feel like you'd be in a different tax bracket if they just kind of?
I don't know that it would get me all the way there. We got to sort of crawl before we walk here, Broadus, financially. But yes, we'd be much closer.
So
we'd be much closer to the different tax bracket.
So you're trying to, like, we've all been together now, what, about a year, right?
Yes.
Still trying to do good radio?
Doing the best we can. It is a Mail It In Friday, though. Dawson will be back next week. Walchuck's out for the next week, and I believe Lucius will be back on Monday as well. But we got Broadus, we got myself, Eric Chiafalo, and Larry D. Flores. 214, biggest up. Best friend just skydove out in Caddo Mills and did not splat onto the ground.
That's encouraging.
Okay, 214. That is, I would never do the skydiving stuff.
No, I have no desire to. I hate flying. So hey, if you can jump out of a plane, a small plane, and navigate all that, good for you.
Okay, so this is why, like, the skydiving and anything of that nature is not really totally for me. The same way the roller coasters aren't. And this is another reason why. Talk about an L. Did you see the 8 people that were stuck upside down on a roller coaster for upwards of 3 hours earlier this week?
Upside down?
Upside down, dude.
Oh, blood going to your head.
You're
kind
on
of thing?
I mean,
for 3 hours?
3 hours, bro.
That's Blackoutville right
this
there.
This is like, I will never. I mean, this adds to the list of reasons why I'm not a roller coaster guy. I just wasn't quite built for it. I got to take Dramamine just to, like, walk around at Six Flags, let alone get on one of the rides. But the idea that there's even a chance that I could find myself upside down hundreds of feet up into the air while high schoolers are trying to figure out why this roller coaster is not working, it doesn't make any sense to me. So shout out to Walchuck, who obviously will be going to Disney World in the next couple of days, and he'll be, most assuredly he'll be caught upside down at one point.
He'll be able to like with the.
That's one of the biggest.
You have to be
of the
this tall to ride the rides. He'll be okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see, 940 biggest dub, getting that extra coin as wifey just started an OF.
Oh,
how about that? Going on the offensive.
Okay.
OnlyFans. Shout out to the 940, man.
Yeah.
Whatever floats that boat. Whatever floats that boat
is okay. At one time, I kind of understood what. Has OnlyFans changed, or is it still?
I think its bread and butter is sort of the explicits.
Yeah,
but it's more than
you're
just
not going
that.
on there and giving like cooking lessons, are you?
Actually, I think some people are. Yeah.
Oh, really? So you could go OnlyFans and like, hey, I'm preparing.
Keep it chill. You can start a book
garlic
club or
steak
something
today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
You could do the Brian Broadus OnlyFans, where you're just barbecuing or whatever, making sandwiches.
Yeah, okay, let me ask you that question, though. Your wife's doing that. We said, hey, you're taking a dub, right? But
well, he said that. I didn't say that. I just read what he said.
Could you live with that?
No, absolutely not. Of course not.
Okay.
What do I look like? I'm Adam 22 or something?
I just was asking the question because I was kind of thinking that, hey, I know you appreciate the extra money, but dudes like me, like joining and stuff. Come on.
For sure.
I wouldn't do that.
469 Biggest L, LASIK surgery on Monday. Biggest dub, though, it's covered full by my insurance. Congratulations to you, sir.
Called an L on the LASIK?
I guess just because, I mean, ultimately you have to go through the process of getting a laser in your eyeball. And then, I don't know.
I've had it happen, and I would do it again.
Yeah, I want it bad. I want it bad.
Are we allowed to solicit people to try and sponsor us and do stuff? If you're a LASIK person, can I say, hey, I wish you would kind of join up.
There's a plug-ola, payola thing, but you didn't go to radio school, so I don't think you have to abide by those standards. I'm just kidding. You do actually have to abide by those
I do have to, but I can't.
But you don't know what the standards are. You know, it's constantly, it's a moving line, Broadus.
They send us information all the time, but I can't ask people who are LASIK doctors to jump on board with us, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
I can't do that?
No.
Okay.
No. Well, I don't know. Maybe you can. If you're a LASIK person, holler at Broadus. And holler at me, dude. Because I mean,
I've had it happen. I've had it happen before. I've had it from a LASIK before, and I'd love to do it again.
Yeah, you got to re-up every 15 years or so, right?
That's exactly right.
Okay, here's some sound. The biggest party. Now, apparently, this is a party that's been going on for years on July 4th. This was not one that I was familiar with. I was introduced to this white party from Michael Rubin, who is a billionaire CEO for Fanatics, and apparently a bit of a bridge between celebrities, and so everybody kind of knows him and likes him. And he throws these huge July 4th parties. This one seemed like the biggest one ever, and it was a who's who of superstars. And then inexplicably, I saw new Dallas Maverick Grant Williams there. I was a little bit surprised. I was like, okay, what doesn't belong amongst Tom Brady and Kevin Hart and Beyonce and Jay-Z? Oh yeah, I don't think Grant Williams belongs, but he must know Michael Rubin.
Yeah.
You know who didn't get the invite though? Who I think probably deserved it? Big name, huge name, Stephen A. Smith.
You got a little beef with my man Michael Rubin. You know, there was this shindig in the Hamptons, a star-studded event in the Hamptons.
You say that right?
I'm seeing Beyonce and Jay-Z there. I'm seeing J-Lo there. I'm seeing Lala Anthony and Kim Kardashian, Lori Harvey, Justine Skye, Haley Bieber, Kendall Jenner. I mean, the list goes on and on. I see the outfit on Kim. I see the fellas there. Micah Parsons, James Harden was there. Joel Embiid was there. Jason Tatum was there. Tobias Harris was there. You know, Tom Brady was there. Michael Rubin, I ain't get no invite, man. That's all right, though. Thought I was your homie. Now you act like you don't even know me. All right, I understand, Michael Rubin. I understand. All right. Look a good time. I don't know who looked greatest. No one ever looks better than Beyonce to me, just so you know. But J-Lo is right there. Kim Kardashian is right there. You know, I mean, you gotta give credit where credit is due. You know, I hear Taylor Rooks was there. She's in this industry. She's in the sports industry. How Taylor Rooks get invited, but I ain't get invited? Well, we know the answer to why that is. I don't look like Taylor Rooks.
You don't, bro.
Okay, I understand. I would have invited her before me, too. I ain't gonna lie.
He gets it, yeah.
She's got a bright future in this business, by the way. Anyway.
Thank you for that nugget there at the end. Stephen A. Smith not getting the invite. I do think he was spurned. That's a snub. He deserves to be on that list.
There's 400. There's 400 to get invited, from what I understand, and 350 actually show up.
Wow.
So there's 50 that don't go at all.
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah.
Like, you know, there's
So
superstars.
you eliminate-
Taylor Swift was probably invited, but she's on tour right now.
Yeah, next year what you do is the 50 that turns you down, they don't get an invite, and you
recycle the next 50.
You bring Stephen A. onto the roster.
620 biggest dub. Wife got promoted with a big raise. My L though is that she won't let me quit my job. He wants to become a stay-at-home dad.
That's not a bad gig.
It's a good move, man. One of my
gig.
buddies had his dad was a stay-at-home dad, and it looked like he was living his best life all the time. So if you can work that one out, kudos to you. We're going to get to the bottom of this Luka Doncic physique situation, getting married, and we might have just the person to ask as we welcome in Odyssey's own Trista Crick. We go around the sports, gambling with her, all the sports, the NBA, the Mavs, what's going on with Damian Lillard. She puts money in our pockets, and we'll get to the bottom of this Luka physique as he's getting married next right here in the Nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck Boxes. If it's a job worth doing, it's a job worth WeatherGuard. There's been a lot of speculation as to where DeAndre Hopkins and Dalvin Cook will land, but no official destinations with training camp right around the corner. I'll predict the AFC East will get even stronger this offseason as the Patriots will link DeAndre Hopkins to a one-year deal, and Aaron Rodgers' Jets will sign Dalvin Cook. I'm Zach Gelb.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools.
WeatherGuard, the name that stands for unmatched security in truck boxes, is now making a name for itself on the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series circuit. WeatherGuard is the official sponsor of the safety and security work crews at Speedway Motorsports tracks across the country. Engineered to meet the demands from job sites to race sites, WeatherGuard truck boxes feature double welded seams, weather-tight seals, and high security latches and locks. If it's a job worth doing, it's a job worth WeatherGuard. Learn more at weatherguard.com/truck.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 800-730-8405 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check. As easy as, that's 800-730-8405.
Life is unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one may be injured in a car truck wreck accident due to someone else's negligence. That's when you need an experienced public injury attorney to fight for your rights and get you the compensation you deserve. It's where Frankel & Frankel come in. I'm Gavin Dawson, and for over 25 years, Frankel & Frankel have been the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. They've helped countless clients win their cases and get the compensation they deserve. Frankel & Frankel truly care about their clients. They understand the emotional and physical pain that comes with being injured, and they will do everything in their power to ease your burden. They'll guide you through the legal process, answer any questions you may have, and fight tirelessly for your rights. Don't let someone else's negligence go unpunished. If you or a loved one has been injured, contact Frankel & Frankel or visit truckwreck.com. They offer a free consultation, and you don't pay anything unless they win your case. Frankel & Frankel, experienced, compassionate, dedicated to their clients. Visit truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Frankel & Frankel, attorneys you can trust. Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
If you're within 10 years of retirement, listen up, because I know you're seeing what's going on with the stock market and you want answers. This is Sean Sharif sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trades and Wealth. Jeff, is there anything we can do to offset our losses?
Well, you might be surprised that there is. If your goal is income in retirement, you may qualify for an upfront bonus of up to 25% for opening an account and guaranteed growth of up to 10% per year for income. That'll certainly offset some of these market losses, but keep in mind it's designed for income in retirement. So if you like the thought of getting a check every month that you can't outlive, this could be a great option for a portion of your assets.
I can get up to 10% per year guaranteed?
That's exactly right.
If you're within 10 years of retirement and want up to a 25% bonus just for opening an account and up to 10% per year income growth, call Trades and Wealth today. Call 469-579-3500. Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Paid advertisement.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs that will significantly reduce the amount you owe if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief has helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. For this free information, call 800-786-3400. That's 800-786-3400.
Have you tried dieting and exercise and feel there is something holding you back? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
She's a part of the Odyssey family. BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 Eastern Time weekdays and WFAN 660 on Sundays. Don't forget NBA podcast Heat Check with Trista Crick, and she joins us now here in the G-Bag Nation on a good old-fashioned Mail It In Friday. Trista, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Appreciate the time. Appreciate the time very much. I got to come out of the gates, home of the Cowboys. Is there any part of Trista Crick that would admit to being a Cowboys fan?
Yeah, I'd say I would say 95% of me would admit that. The 5% is the fact that the losing continues to persist, that Mike McCarthy is going to be running, being the play caller, and it's going to be running the ball with what running back, I don't know.
Okay, so you don't seem too optimistic about what I can say our Cowboys are going to be doing this season?
I just don't know, guys. As the league gets modernized and goes one direction, and Mike McCarthy wants to, be basically like Mike Zimmer, run the ball and play defense. I just don't know how that's going to work. I don't know why you would pay your quarterback and Dak Prescott all that money just to give the ball to somebody else. I know that his interceptions were way up last year, and that was a big source of contention, but I think he's a really good quarterback. I think giving him more weapons, not less, and having a scheme that fits him, I don't know. I'm just a little bit, I would say, pessimistic about Mike McCarthy in general.
Trista, you and I share the same thoughts about Mike, and I know everybody here thinks I hate the man. I don't hate the man. I just have a lot of questions about the offense, and hopefully Brian Schottenheimer will help him. But let me ask you this, though. Is Dak Prescott unfairly treated in the media to you?
I think so, yeah. I think that Dak, because he's the quarterback of America's team, is held to a different standard than other quarterbacks. You look at and I like Jalen Hurts a lot, but Jalen Hurts, outside of last year, had a lot of question marks in regards to whether he could pass to both sides of the field. So we can't just put Jalen Hurts above Dak Prescott like very easily off of just one season and one bad season for Dak. And I think it's because of Dallas. I really do. I think he's much better than many pundits would say. I think Dallas in general is a punching bag for football fans. It kind of makes me sick. But it is what it is. You have to kind of continue to persist. I think he's built with really good something happened. I don't know if you guys heard it scream, but I think he's built with really good, his mental capacity for handling all that criticism is very high. He seems to have an amazing head on his shoulders. But yeah, I would say so.
You're at the NBA Summer League things. Which one are you in? Vegas? Which city are you in?
I'm in Las Vegas.
How is that to cover? Do you get a lot? I think that would be great for all the connections that you have to talk about the stuff that you do for your shows.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's two gyms. So there's the Thomas and Mack, and then there's the Cox Center. They're essentially connected by a breezeway. You can watch either game. Right now you got New Orleans and Minnesota that's playing in the small gym, and I think maybe it's Milwaukee and Denver playing in the big gym. I can't tell. I haven't gone to the big gym yet. So yeah, you've got every GM of every team, not just walking around these gyms, but walking around every hotel on the Strip. I had a nice long conversation with the former GM of the Portland Trailblazers last night, talking about all this Dame drama. So yeah, I think from a connection standpoint, it's great, but for a basketball standpoint, it's really great too. You get to see some of the guys who are going to really shape the league moving forward, right? Like Henderson plays tonight. I believe he plays at 4. So it's Houston versus Portland, and you're going to see maybe 4 guys who are going to become some of the major, I guess, faces of the NBA in the future. You would hope. You got Amen Thompson, you got Jabari Smith, you have Scoot, and you got Shaden. So, yeah, I think from a basketball standpoint, it's elite. But in terms of seeing the people that maybe you don't see all year because they're not all together, it's kind of a convention too.
Odyssey's own Trista Crick joining us here in the G-Bag Nation. You can check out her NBA podcast, Heat Check with Trista Crick. She is out in Vegas for the NBA Summer League right now. So are you going to get to watch Wemby's debut?
I am. So they sold it out. 17,500 tickets have been sold for what is essentially an exhibition event. You walk in right before you enter the front doors, and there's like 30, 40 scalpers there just scalping tickets to come see Wemby. So, yeah, I'm going to go see it, but it's going to be insane. Probably the most packed environment that we've had for Summer League. Maybe ever. Probably ever.
Yeah, this one's huge. I mean, sold out. I saw tickets. Somebody spent close to $900 to have a pretty good seat for a Summer League game, which is pretty insane. Now, what are your expectations, Trista, for year one Wembanyama? Are you taking any season-long over-unders? I believe his points is set for like 17.5 points on the season. You making any Wemby bets?
You know, I think that Wemby's going to be a really good NBA player, but you see, and I watched this when he played in his final game in France, you can see that even with his height, his slight frame does affect him when it comes to how other players are able to defend him, right? And his hops aren't exactly out of this world, so he got blocked, I think, 3 or 4 times in that final game. I think the bodies in the NBA game will certainly be an adjustment for him, just like they are for Chet. I think there's going to be a similar adjustment for both of those guys going to the next level, because are they 5s? Like, are they 4s? Can they defend more athletic, faster, rangy 4s if you play them at that position? It's going to be really fascinating to watch. I don't think he's going to win Rookie of the Year. I think I'd probably give that to either Scoot. Now that Dame is asked out, I think Scoot is probably my favorite pick for Rookie of the Year. But in terms of points per game, I do like the over 17.5. He's going to get a lot of usage, and the Spurs aren't going to be very good. They are going to be super fun.
Trista, when you look at our Dallas Mavs here, I know you do a lot of work on TikTok and stuff like that with the clips and stuff, and and just kind of keeping up with you that way. Where do you find the Dallas Mavericks in the NBA pecking order going into this upcoming season?
I think they got better, but ultimately this is not a contending team at this moment, right? You do what you can do. You operate at the fringe, and they didn't have a ton of cap space outside of, once you signed Kyrie Irving, the amount that you could go out and what you could do. Trying to get Matisse Thybulle, that was obviously would have been a great pickup because defense on the perimeter was so needed. I feel like Tim Hardaway Jr. will get moved. You do move on with Davis Bertans, so that was huge. And you still get Derek Lively, and you needed a rim protector. So it feels kind of like there's at least a direction, whereas last year it didn't. But truthfully, I still think that this is a play-in team.
Trista Crick with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So what did you learn about the Damian Lillard situation?
So, the thing is, Dame has got one destination in mind, right? According to his agent. The problem with that to me is that implicitly will limit your leverage and what you can get done. When the Miami Heat know that that's the only place that Damian Lillard will play, what incentive do they have to give you their best offer? It's basically, we can give you dog caca with some, cherries and whipped cream on top, and you have to take it because what else are you going to do? I think Dame probably and his team should have told Jody Allen, the owner of the Blazers, and Joe Cronin, the GM, quietly, hey, I need to be moved, and these are the places that I want to go. But last year, here at Summer League, actually, he signed a 4-year max deal, putting him at $63 and $64 million when he's 35 and 36 years old. And he said to the team at that point, after they drafted Shaden, listen, I want to be a Blazer for the rest of my life. Sign me to a long-term extension. I'll even take a trade kicker, increase the price of my salary. If you trade me somewhere else, I don't want to go anywhere else. I want to be here. And then less than 12 months later, a little less than 12 months later, he's saying it's only the team that just went to the final is where I'll go. I think it's bonkers. According to what's going on with people that I'm talking to, Joe Cronin's going to make this last as long as it takes in order to get a good deal. Maybe this thing stretches all the way into the season. And you know what? Who cares if Damian Lillard doesn't play? Why? Because this team is tanking. It's better that he doesn't play.
Krista, you're from Portland, and so you kind of take this personally. Though, is Cronin does he owe Dame anything, or does he owe himself just to try and get the best damn deal he can make? I mean, they don't owe Dame anything to try and move him right to Miami. Is that? I mean, as a Portland native, do you feel like, are you mad at Dame for what's going on right now?
I think the first level is an understanding that Dame wants to move on, and that's fine. And he should want to move on. This team is rebuilding, and they rebuild it just like the Green Bay Packers did by drafting Jordan Love, and you knew that the writing was on the wall, right? So I understand that as a fan. But for Joe Cronin, he's only been in this job 18 months. So what responsibility does he have? He has a responsibility to the fans to put a product on the court that's going to be competitive and fun in the future and not just right now. He's got a requirement and a responsibility to the players that are still on the team to get them draft picks and players back that they can compete with down the line. And then he's got to do the right thing for the franchise, because this is the best player that the Blazers have had in a very long time. It's probably the number one asset that they've had since the number one overall pick in 2007, which could have turned into Kevin Durant. So if you're not getting anything back and you're Joe Cronin and you've been in this job 18 months, you're setting yourself up to be fired. That's just plain and simple. The responsibility to Dame and to get Dame to his intended destination only goes so far, and it really goes less far after he asked out when there were no real trades to be made because free agency had already begun, extensions had already been signed, so players can't be traded now until at least the deadline. And they signed Jeremy Grant to a $170 million deal over 4 years, making him one of the most overpaid fours in the league. So it's kind of like, all right, we'll trade you, but we still have to get the best deal that we can. And now all of the tomfoolery from his agent telling other teams that he's not going to go anywhere else. We already know what time it is with Dame Lillard. We know what type of player he is. He's not James Harden. He's not going to sit out. It would be very counter to his character if that took place.
Trista, you're involved with that mixer in New York when knowing all those sports teams as well. What at the Rangers, the Texas Rangers here, we're trying to focus on trade deadline stuff. What are you hearing about the Mets? Are they legitimately going to move on from some of these pitchers, and would they consider dealing in, potentially starters to the Texas Rangers if they could?
That's a great question. What the Mets, as far as I understand from Steve Cohen's perspective, what he wants to do is he wants to build through the farm system. That's the best way to build a winner long term, organically, right? But he's the richest guy in Major League Baseball, so he's going to, in the meantime, spend on positions of need, which happen to be those two pitchers, right? Scherzer and Justin Verlander. So I don't think he's going to move on from them. I think he's happy to spend the money in the meantime while trying to build something organically. I do not see the Mets being sellers at the deadline, though. I know that's probably sad for Rangers fans, but ultimately, do you really want another Mets pitcher?
Yeah, it's a good point.
yeah,
Good
no
point.
question about
Yep,
that.
good
We are
point.
desperate times, though, Trista. I will say this pitching staff, this bullpen, everything right now starting to fall apart at the seams heading into All-Star Week, and we're grasping at straws. We're trying to fix this problem, and maybe a guy like Scherzer could, but we've had another problem here locally over the last couple of years: the physical condition of our guy Luka Doncic. Now, he just got down on one knee and proposed to his lovely girlfriend. She said yes. He will be getting married, I imagine, sometime in the next year. Now, I made the argument, Trista, that was going to be good for the physical physique of our guy Luka, because now he's got the stability. He's going to be more regimented, and he is going to be trying to be in tip-top shape for wedding season. My guess is this is going to be the best physical version of Luka we get. Would you agree or disagree? Because the texters are telling me I'm way wrong, and as soon as you get married, you get larger generally.
So you think it's going to be a short-term shredding for the wedding season? I don't know.
At the very least.
So here's what I think about Luka. It kind of feels like every year Luka's in the best shape of his life. It's kind of like Ezekiel Elliott. Every year Ezekiel Elliott is in the best shape of his life. I've seen 4 straight years of tweets and videos of that. I don't see Luka Doncic taking his physique seriously. He's just so talented. That's going to be a key piece, I think, for his longevity moving forward. But yeah, ankle issues, knee issues are something very, very concerning to me if I'm a Dallas Mavericks fan. So no, I don't think Luka's going to be like losing significant amount of weight for his wedding season, though.
Okay, another swing and a miss for me. It's okay. I appreciate you, Trista. Thank you so much for giving us some time. Enjoy Vegas and enjoy Wemby's debut.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on, guys.
Yes, ma'am. There she goes, Trista Crick, the Odyssey #1 sports betting personality. You can catch her NBA podcast Heat Check with Trista Crick. Appreciate her hopping on with us. Now to the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day. And I will sneak in, don't worry, I'll sneak in, if possible, the State Fair potential food items that are going to be added to the menu. But I would like to wish you, in regards to this top 10, happy National Macaroni Day. That's next right here in the nation.
They poke fun out of mutual.
has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Happy National Macaroni Day, ladies and gentlemen. We got the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day. Walchuk is out. He's officially made it to Austin. He is going to see the Blink-182 folks tonight for their show in Austin with his sister. Yeah, they're very good. They're very good.
Are they a 90s
Highly
type
recommend.
band? 2000s band? What are they?
Yeah, I guess it would be like late 90s,
Anybody
early
you
2000s.
compare them to?
Yeah, I mean, who would I compare him to? I mean, it was that whole run. I'm not good at this, but
I'm sorry.
There was the Good Charlottes, there was the Blink-182s, there was the Simple Plans, there was the Newfound Glories. I don't know. Maybe Carter, who claims to be a music snob, would be able to help me out back there. At least give me some level of thumbs up to say I'm going down the right track here. But I guess he's not going to give me that. So that's the best I got for you.
Yeah.
But Blink-182 is the real deal, and Walchuk's fired up to go watch them. And then he's going to go on a cruise, so he will not be here. I will be handling the top 10 at 420 duties, the Wooly Bully list duties for the next week or so. So hopefully I don't ruin this thing.
Oh, I see we've started the running of the bulls.
What do you mean?
In Pamplona, Spain. We've started the running of the bulls. See what's going on there?
Yeah, I do. I see bulls chasing human beings.
Yeah, that's the whole idea.
That's the whole idea?
Yeah, and usually...
they just got to like decrease the population once a year. They just send the bulls to handle.
It's one of those things where those bulls run through the streets. If you notice, it's kind of like cobblestone kind of streets.
Yeah, it's on Bally. I'm seeing this on Bally right now, but it's not live. They were just running highlights. They were just running. Highlights.
This festival
you
is
won't
huge.
catch me running with bulls.
No, they run them to the stadium, and it's sad but true. There's always somebody that gets killed along the way, and it's usually somebody from Illinois. Seriously, like every year you read, like
it's always somebody from Illinois getting trampled.
Somebody from Illinois gets something bad.
You would think the Bulls would have respect for their fellow Chicago.
They don't.
Friends.
They really don't. They just run right, and they're on those.
I'm surprised it's only one. One casualty a year. When you have
there's more than
rabid
that.
bulls chasing human beings on foot.
Yeah,
that's insane. That's I'm going to need the details on that because that just doesn't even make sense.
Go back if you want to fall down the rabbit hole. Go back and watch like on YouTube, like they have like the bulls winning a lot of these things.
Yeah.
Like the bulls like getting into people, like raising them up and just trampling
just
on
launching them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot going on there.
Well, today's list is going to be the best things to put in your mac and cheese, okay? So you have the mac and cheese, like one thing that you always see is like, lobster mac. Like a lobster mac is like a high-falutin way to have, crab mac and cheese, whatever it is. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite item to put
Can I throw one in there for
the
you?
mac and cheese? I would love for Broadus to throw something in my mac and cheese.
How about some brisket?
How about some brisket? Yeah, like brisket or like a pulled pork.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm going to go with with chopped brisket, I think.
Would just be
smoked
fantastic.
chopped brisket. And if you could actually get the chopped brisket to be in the mac and cheese and then smoke them all together, that put a little smoke on mac and cheese is not a bad thing.
Dude, we've done we've seen it's well played out at this point. Yeah. The smoked queso.
Yeah.
Have not run into many people smoking the mac and cheese.
I'll tell you another one.
Seems like a good move.
If you're a little Cajun in you, go with the andouille sausage. Kind of dice that up a little bit. That sausage that you like that I make.
Yeah, like Walchuk's fingers.
Yeah, the andouille sausage. It's got a little bit more fat content to it.
Walchuk actually has slipped one of his fingers into my mac and cheese before.
Has he by accident? Was this at the Cowboys?
It added some flavor.
Was this at the Cowboys?
Was that the Cowboys? Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
You punish that mac and cheese.
Why wouldn't I, dude? Jerry is laying it out on a home game.
That is not overrated, by the way.
No.
That mac and cheese in the press box is not overrated
I think
at all.
they're just doing breadcrumbs in theirs.
Yeah.
Right? Like a little
panko.
breadcrumb.
Little panko.
Panko.
Mm-hmm.
877-881-1053. Don't overcomplicate the mac and cheese. Black pepper, that's it from the 214. 512 Hatch Green Chilies. 214 fried chicken on that mac and cheese. Now we're talking.
That sounds like that bowl that they make at KFC. That bowl with the potatoes and the mac.
That's their mash bowl.
That bowl, but you put everything in that bowl.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
It's like an everything bagel, but it's an everything bowl.
Yeah. And it's like somebody that's
The foundation, I
Yeah.
believe, is the mashed potatoes. Then you get the layer of mac and cheese. Then you get the corn.
Yeah.
Then you get the fried chicken.
It's got a name.
And then
I'm
gravy.
sure somebody on the text will tell us what that thing's called.
A lot of people sending in bacon. And
bacon's not bad.
Bacon's always a good second fiddle
Smoky
to a main
flavor
dish.
to it. Yeah.
A buffalo chicken in the 940. How about that? A buffalo chicken mac and cheese. I had not
That
considered
is
that.
not bad at all.
That sounds like that could be a huge win.
Mm-hmm.
Shrimp coming in hot. $4.69.
Yeah.
The jalapeno in the mac and cheese. The jalapeno
I
mac
tell you
and
what,
cheese. That's delicious.
The Hatch chili. Did somebody say that earlier?
Somebody said Hatch chilies. Green.
That right there is a chef. That's somebody that pays attention. When you put Hatch chilies in.
Now, is that a just a flavor thing, or is that bringing heat to the table?
It's bringing a little heat to it, but if you could put Hatch chilies on a cheeseburger,
okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Gives
right.
it a little kick.
I'm down for a good old fashioned kick.
Yeah.
469 is going ghost pepper sauce and smoked jalapeno mac.
That's a little
taking
intense.
it up.
That's intense for me right there.
Yeah. I don't know if my T levels are high enough.
After you did that
Something like
gummy
that.
thing, you just did that kill you on heat stuff?
You watched me die and come back to life.
Seriously,
Right
Lazarus.
here in the studio.
You were Lazarus. Yeah.
Little nitro.
That was I would never do that. I can't believe that kind of ruined you for about an hour.
Yeah, it tore me up, man. Absolutely tore me up. It was painful. Yeah. It was genuine pain. Same way you experienced last week with the sack toss.
That
I
hurt.
watched you limp your way out of the studio that
It hurt
day.
for a couple of days.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Happy National Mac and Cheese Day, ladies and gentlemen. The best things to put in the mac and cheese. 817 says sriracha. Another 817.
Sriracha is a good call too.
Truffle oil.
Okay, now this is where I'm struggling with truffle oil. You're talking to a guy that watches video after video of actually watching dogs and pigs find real truffles, whether that's in France, and the truffles grow. It's like a fungus, so it grows like mushrooms, but it's in the ground. It's in a wet kind of an area, but there's dogs and pigs that dig them up. Now, the black market for white truffles and black truffles is huge in these like New York's and famous places with these restaurants and
Wow, the mystique of the truffle, I had no idea.
Hundreds of
It's a
thousands
black
of
market
dollars.
item.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars for little 10 ounces or 18 ounces of truffle. And so the truffle oil, you gotta be careful with that, folks. If you think you're buying it off the counter or the shelf and it's truffle oil, it's probably something that's manufactured that's not really truffle oil. And that's
okay. They're selling you a bill of goods and
truffle
you're
oil.
getting got.
Yeah, I've watched so many specials about how truffles are manufactured, harvested, and where they go, that likely you're not. It's kind of like Wagyu, the beef,
Yeah, we're getting a knockoff Wagyu.
Yeah,
9 times out of 10.
Just be careful with your truffle oil.
No,
Be
I
careful.
appreciate it. That's a PSA right there. That's
be careful.
educational. Thank you, Broadus.
Yeah, don't overspend on something that's not actually truffle oil.
I wasn't familiar with the truffle oil.
Oh man, truffle.
More of a truffle butter guy myself.
People get robbed. Like there's people that they're in the market of that and how they do it in like New York. That go to these various restaurants and they do it on they do it so low key because they're afraid they're going to get robbed. Like somebody's going to hijack them and take all the truffles.
Am I the only one that's taking it back here about the truffle? I mean, what we just learned over the last 3 minutes here from Broadus is this is mind-blowing stuff here. I had no idea the elusiveness of pure, good old-fashioned, tried and true truffle.
Yeah.
This is
probably went about 3 minutes
news
too
to
long
me.
on that.
No, not 3 minutes too long. That was 3 minutes just right.
Yeah.
Okay. This guy is probably feeling a little bit.
I don't want people to get taken.
He's been getting got. This guy's been getting taken for probably years.
Don't be taken.
Don't be taken. Well said. Yeah, someone just texted in the 254, and it's a great point. I keep trying to think of something stupid to put in mac and cheese, but it just keeps making sense to put it in mac and cheese. So much goes with it. The official list here, according to Ranker, a.k.a. America, is top 10 best things to put in the mac and cheese. You have crab on the outside looking in. Wasn't expecting that, man. Wasn't expecting
real
that at
crab.
all.
Real crab. Don't again. We get fooled with crab.
Yeah, we get a lot of the fake crab. Imitation. Yeah, there you go. Imitation. The shrimp is also outside looking in. That's a surprise. And then cayenne pepper is number 11.
Yeah.
First one outside looking in.
That gives it a little kick and a little color.
Okay, that'll do it for the OLIs. Here we go into the official list of lists. Number 10, caramelized onions. I don't think I've had that before,
Okay.
but a caramelized onion on anything usually
Let me tell you
makes
what,
it better.
if you're going to do caramelized onions, that you have to pay attention. Have to pay attention. Caramelized onions are not one of those things that you like, oh, we're just going to dice up some onions, stir it around, and hope for the best. You have to sit with that thing 20, 30, 40 minutes.
Damn.
Even break it down maybe an hour.
Whoa.
To make it almost like a jam-like consistency.
I don't know if I have the stamina for that.
Yeah. Well, you have to sit with it's like making roux. You know, when you take oil and flour and you make it that color for your base of your it's caramelized
grind.
onions. Yeah, you just don't throw it together and hope for the best. You have to sit with it and stir it constantly while you do it.
It's commitment, man.
Yeah.
I have a newfound respect for caramelized onions. Next time I'm at a place and they're caramelizing these onions, I'm going to say, hey, I appreciate what you're doing back there.
It's a big effort to do. It's a big ask.
Love big asks.
Big ask.
9, hot sauce. Just a little hot sauce in the mac and cheese. I think that's a good play on a lot of stuff.
Always good play.
Broccoli coming in at number 8 over crab. You're telling me most of America would rather have broccoli in their mac and cheese than crab in their mac and cheese? Imitation or not.
Yeah.
Give me the crab.
Yeah.
Pulled pork number 7. Now we're talking.
Yep.
That to me, that's a top fiver. Sausage. And sausage has come in quite a bit here on the truckwreck.com fan text.
Yeah.
That comes in at number 6.
Andouille.
It's like a little dirty it up, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just little dice of andouille sausage will give that a little grease flavor you're going to like.
Okay, now we get into the top 5, the who's who of best things to put inside your mac and cheese. Number 5, beef hamburger. Absolutely.
That's like a hamburger helper.
Yeah.
Hamburger, and nothing wrong with hamburger helper.
Not at all.
It is good.
It is good.
And especially when you get the
Glad
double.
you didn't say great. I'm glad you said good.
No, it's good.
Right where it needs to be.
Double portions, good.
Good.
Yeah.
Hamburger on anything. If you just want to throw beef into anything, honestly, I'll say yes. Number 4 is ham. I would actually rather have the beef than the ham personally, and the sausage, and the pulled pork. I think ham is getting too much love on this list.
Maybe a specialized ham, like an Italian ham, not just straight,
a unique sort of
prosciutto or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Specialized ham.
Number 3, lobster.
Okay. Yeah.
Lobster mac.
If you can ball that way, ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ball hard.
Yeah.
Number 2. This feels like a no-brainer. This feels like a half-ass number 2. This feels like it should go without saying. Garlic. I mean, doesn't garlic go for? Anytime you're cooking, don't you have a little?
I'll tell you what I would do. I would take the lobster, cook it in butter and garlic, and then put it in the mac and cheese. Yeah. That's how
I think that's the play right there.
That's how I'd get there.
Number 1, I don't think the text will disagree. It's bacon.
Yeah.
I think that's
crumbled.
enough said.
Crumbled bacon is good in everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no question about it.
Nope.
All right, there it is, your top 10 list of the day. Walchuk back at the end of next week.
Did a good job with that, by the way.
Cruising. Thank you.
Yeah,
We're 1 for 1.
Yeah.
Wait till next week.
I kind of felt like this might be a little bit of a disaster.
You thought you didn't think that was going to be a good one? I should have asked you on the front end what your confidence meter is.
Well, anytime I talk about food way too much. I'm sorry to all the listeners. I hope I didn't overwhelm you.
It's 105.3 The Food, man. Yeah. That's our wheelhouse. All right, coming up next, let's go around the rim. Vegas Summer League. We have the Wemby debut. All sorts of things to get to, including Grant Williams being the agitator. Maybe lacking some self-awareness. Around the rim next right here in the Nation.
Coming up Monday.
This segment of the Fans brought to you by Elite Health Center and Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with a once-in-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax. Enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Man, shout out to all the Tolos that showed out and showed up in a huge way at the Firehouse Tour.
Yeah, I heard that was incredible.
It was, yeah. I mean, I wasn't there, but I was living vicariously through the fellows and the Tolos and all the pictures.
That's great that the guys got to go out, and even better, the Tolos showing up.
Yeah.
That's just so cool. You guys and gals don't understand when we get to see you guys at remotes. And how cool it really is. Those times we were, when we kept going to Rally House, and we'd be taking pictures like all the way. Like, we're back. We'd have to scramble back over because everyone was taking pictures with you and stuff. And
that was fun, except for that time that I had to do the two-face where I had half a beard and half a shaved face for the bet payoff. That wasn't that fun. I got a lot of weird looks.
Everybody kind of you got weird looks, but nobody said anything.
No, they loved it because it was something that they were able to laugh at.
Yeah.
And so I had to eat that for an entire.
We had a remote where Gavin got his Walt the Barber shaved his head, right?
He gave him the Brian Broaddus. He put the cul-de-sac up top.
Yeah.
Little Scalp Island.
Well, I'm glad that Sean and RJ and Bobby got out today.
Me too. It's cool because they never really get to go out into the community with the early start time. But that's leg one of the Firehouse Tour. There will be for the next couple of months, at least one Friday of the month for the next 3 or 4. They'll be at a local firehouse hanging out with Tolos, providing all the C4 energy drinks and the
we're out next week
burritos.
Too, right?
Yeah, we'll be at Hurtado on Tuesday, and then we'll be at the ballpark next Friday. For the return of Rangers baseball at Globe Life Field.
That's cool.
It's going to be an awesome week, and once again, thanks to the Tolos for showing out and showing love to Sean, RJ, and Bobby this morning for the Firehouse Tour. That was awesome in Grand Prairie. All right, we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. And on Wemby's debut night, the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Joe Pompliano, my Italian brother on Twitter, lets us know that not one but 2 seats in the lower bowl for Wemby's Summer League debut tonight in Vegas went for $850 each on StubHub. That's 3 times more expensive than the same seats in the same arena the following night when, of course, Wemby is not playing. So he's already bringing the eyeballs, and the expensive butts are being put in those seats, and they're doing it voluntarily. So Wemby, he's must-watch already. Tonight's the debut. Will be a ton of fun. Tomorrow we'll get the Mavericks, and good news all around today for Wembanyama. Because it looks like there will be no charges filed against his security team or anything like that for what went down in Vegas the other night.
That seemed like that seemed like a real big misunderstanding right there, right?
Well, we got to see the video now. TMZ has the video, and you can tell Britney Spears is, she's kind of quickly walking up.
She's trying to get there
from behind. Yeah. She's trying to get his attention, Wembanyama's attention. I think she puts her hand somewhere on his back somewhere.
Did his shirt move
He's
a little
giant.
bit?
Yeah. And she's coming from a place of I'm Britney Spears, everybody knows me kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, but you're also talking about a guy in Victor Wembanyama who is now living in the United States for the first time, and he wasn't really, all in on the Britney Spears era, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So
this is where
what would he have a clue? I'm more offended. I mean, does Britney Spears not have a security team? Is her security guy allowing?
I think she outran her security team.
I think Wembanyama's security team is better than Britney Spears' security team, and I didn't have that on the bingo card.
I will tell you what happened. What I think happened. Anytime you approach somebody from behind, like we saw it in tennis several years ago. Many years ago, Monica Seles got stabbed on a tennis match. Crazy guy jumps out of the crowd and stabs her from the back. So it just, to me, if you approach one of these celebrities from behind like that, if he was facing her and all that,
head-on collision,
I'm sure he would have gone. She'd have been able to say, "Hey, Wemby, Brittany, hi, I just wanted to, and he'd have been able to oh, yeah, cool, yeah, great." But the fact that she was running and they were moving and it was from behind, I understand why the security guy did what he did. You just never know when somebody, like, again, that Monica Seles thing happened on a tennis match, and all of a sudden they beefed up security around, tennis players sitting there, but sitting there between points.
Right.
So I can understand why there was a big misunderstanding there.
Yeah, I can as well. It looks like it'll end up being some level of no harm, no foul. It's not like
hopefully they'll get to
Brittany
meet.
was hurt necessarily. Yeah,
hopefully they'll get to meet.
Victor Wembanyama and a fan. I can already see the caption now. NBA Rookie of the Year betting. Wemby is the favorite at -200. Scoots +350, and then Chet Holmgren +500. And he is considered a rookie because though he was drafted last year, he was injured, had the foot injuries, put on some weight, looked pretty good in that first game. I think that's the best. I think that's the best value bet. +500 for Holmgren to be Rookie of the Year.
A lot of pressure on Wemby.
Yeah, tons of pressure on Wemby for sure.
Trista Crick was with us earlier. She thinks
she likes Scoot. She likes the Scoot bet at +350.
She likes Scoot. She thinks Scoot's,
that's a good one.
She thinks Scoot's going to get a lot of run. Wemby's going to get a lot of run. They're gonna throw him out there and let him grow. Let him try and figure this all out. But any one of these guys, these top 5, 6, 7, 8 guys, throw them out there, let them play.
Agreed.
It should be an interesting class.
Now, as it comes to the Mavericks, I did want to note a couple of things here, and the first of which is Tim McMahon. He was on the Hoop Collective, and he was talking about the trade.
That's his podcast, right?
He's part of the Collective. I believe it's Brian Windhorst,
and then our guy
Tim Bontemps or Zach Lowe.
I think Lowe's on there too. I think all those ESPN cats.
Yeah, might be a revolving door. But either way, McMahon, who's super plugged in, obviously, with the Mavericks, talking about Reggie Bullock being traded to the Spurs and the whole Grant Williams deal. Quote, you might find some people around the Mavericks facility who would whisper that moving on from Bullock in the trade, one benefit is that Jason Kidd cannot play him over Josh Green anymore. Because that might have been a point of contention a little bit, where Jason Kidd's playing the veteran Bullock when Josh Green probably the better player even last year.
You talk to people with the Mavs within the organization, they will tell you that Bullock was at the end. They should have moved on from him a lot sooner than they did, but that he was at the end. And again, they're just not saying that because he's now gone. That's something that's one of the reasons why you move on. That maybe we tried to get rid of him last year. Nobody wanted him. But they signed a contract extension, right? Didn't he get a $10 million something deal from the Mavs? And
well, they just opted. They opted in.
Right?
Yeah.
So there you go. But they've kind of they felt like that he was near the end there.
Well, the Mavs got Grant Williams as they moved on from Reggie Bullock, and he was on Twitter last night making fun of Donovan Mitchell in Cleveland, who had posted some pictures of him working out, off-season workouts, and he's doing some straight bar bench press, and in the middle of that bar is like a pad, so the pad will hit his chest when he benches. And so Grant Williams quoted it and said, "Chest pad, brother? How old are we?" Kind of calling him out, like, really, Donovan Mitchell, you're gonna use a chest pad while you bench? And so that's Grant Williams. That's his personality. He's the agitator. That's what he likes to do. He likes to go, forehead to forehead with Jimmy Butler, even though he probably shouldn't. Well, then Donovan Mitchell responded to Grant Williams with a screenshot, and it's the screenshot of Grant Williams last year for the Celtics chirping at Donovan Mitchell in a tie ball game with 0.8 second remaining. And Grant Williams is at the free throw line. And Grant Williams tells Donovan Mitchell, I'm going to make both of them. I'm going to make both of them. He, of course, goes on to miss both of them, and then the Celtics lose in overtime.
Yeah.
And so that was all the response that Donovan Mitchell had to do, was just screenshot that moment, and everybody knows what he's talking about. Grant Williams, the agitator, I think he lacks a little bit of self-awareness. It'll bite him sometimes. He's an imperfect hero for us, but we need him, and I'm glad he's here.
We need him.
All right, let's get you baseball ready, ladies and gentlemen. Around the bases we go here on your home of the Rangers, a baseball roasting of our guy Mikey B, and we get you set Rangers Nationals with Jared Sandler next right here on The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
28 minutes away from Rangers pregame right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation. Mail it in Friday style, hanging on by a thread with just myself, Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, Larry D. Flores, Carter Freeman's coordinating the video, per usual. Walchuk on vacation. Lucius out with some family, back next week. And Dawson, family vacation as well. He'll be back on Monday. Until then, we party with you until we give way to Jared Sandler and Matt Hicks. We'll hang out with Sands here coming up in about 10 minutes live from Washington. Mike Bassick will be in the booth for some Bally play-by-play color analysis tonight. So I'm looking forward to seeing and hearing that. It'll be Cody Bradford on the bump for your Texas Rangers. So we'll see how he's rocking and rolling. But
done a nice job.
Yeah, I mean, he's
thrown him in a lot of different situations, and he has not blinked one bit. You know, he just has been as steady as he could be.
He's like out there playing with no eyelids.
Yeah,
that's how you got to be sometimes.
Oh,
if you want to get out alive,
you want to get out alive,
according to Mike Tomlin, at least.
Yeah, exactly.
That's his favorite thing after a game. Steelers head coach. You know, we didn't blink. These guys were, they cut off their eyelids or whatever before they took the field today.
I like Mike Tomlin.
Me too. He's one of the best.
Why would I wish that Mike Tomlin was my coach?
That's because you're a guy that likes to win football games.
No, I mean, and nothing against McCarthy. I'm just saying I like Mike Tomlin as a coach. Was he like 15 straight years winning seasons?
I think it's 15 straight years of not losing seasons. He'll give you a good 8-8 when that was possible. You said of winning. He's just never had the losing season. He'll end up 500 sometimes. Yeah. But he'll never go below 500.
Yeah, but he was in a stretch last year where he was 4 or 5 games under at the end of the year, and they ran off several to get to 500.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, the Rangers, of course, limping into this final series before All-Star Week. We did get cool news for Adolis Garcia. He will, of course, be participating in the Home Run Derby, but he's also going to be a starter in the All-Star game. So he will be one of the starting outfielders for the AL All-Star squad. 5 of the 9 players in the AL starting lineup are going to be Texas Rangers. So that's pretty cool. Thanks to a couple of injuries there in the outfield, Adolis Garcia will be he'll be a starter. So that's super cool. But otherwise, not a great series versus these Boston Red Sox. It's been a long month or so for these guys. Man, they've had almost no days off. One game off, I believe. Or one day off, and in the last 27 games, and these guys, they look a bit exhausted right now. Not much is really clicking. We talk about the pitching, which is obviously a huge problem. Evaldi wasn't great last night. Then the bullpen surrenders a bunch, and you're leaving guys stranded plenty offensively. So a lot to get cleaned up here. But it is interesting taking on a Nationals team. Certainly a good team to, when you need a confidence booster. And you go see the Nationals, not a bad deal. And this is probably a team that you might be having some back channeling going down. I know a lot is focused when it comes to the MLB draft this weekend. We can ask Jared about that as well coming up here in a couple of minutes. Rangers picking 4th. We chatted up with Chris Young, Rangers general manager, earlier in the week about the draft. He's super fired up. Looking forward to seeing what the Rangers do there. But, of course, lurking is that trade deadline. We know bullpen arms, really any type of arm, the Rangers can use it right now. They've already made the move for Aroldis Chapman. But, I mean, could the Rangers and Washington Nationals be a potential trade partner scenario come August 1st? They got some relievers. I mean, between now and then, you could see them moving on from any one of these 3 guys, maybe more. Carl Edwards Jr., Hunter Harvey, Kyle Finnegan. These are all dudes that are, pretty solid when it comes to bullpen arms, and I believe Washington will be a team that's open to selling. So maybe there's some back channeling going on right now. As we've seen earlier in the month, we had the Rockies and the Angels making trades between each other in the middle of a series, which was pretty funny. But yeah, maybe you get some of that tonight with Washington, but hopefully the Rangers can come out of here. Broaddus is saying he needs a full-on sweep to feel even halfway decent going into the break.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm the Ranger guy that's on the bandwagon, cheering the most right now, but I kind of feel like that they don't need to lose 2 or 3 games to the Nats going into the All-Star
No,
break.
they got to go at least 2 and 3 here, if not a full sweeper.
Go if they could get the full sweep, then everybody can kind of go their separate ways, and we can all watch the All-Star week together. Everybody kind of catch their breath, but it's important now. I mean, you've got to this lead. I believe on June 24th, it was like 7 games. It was a pretty substantial lead, and now we get through July, and now it's a 2-game lead. And the Mariners did you a favor last night beating the Astros, but I just don't want this thing to be where all of a sudden it's a 1-game lead or tied or something like that. Something crazy going in the second half, especially when you had a 6-game lead, just basically 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, seems. I mean, just the other day before the Astros series.
Yeah.
And thank goodness the Astros ended up losing last night, so it remains a 2-game lead in the division right now for the Rangers. Obviously, a long way to go. It's going to be a challenging month in July for sure with some of the opponents. But Washington right now, hopefully this is a get right series, and hopefully Bradford absolutely crushes it as he's done a couple of times so far this year in multiple roles. As you mentioned, Broadus. But before we get to Jared, I do want to fire off this clip here. It is the G-Bag of the Day champion. It is our guy, Mike Bassick, being called out by a former GM of the Mets who made the trade for Baskey years ago. Here's the clip.
Steve, we got a teammate here at 105.3 The Fan by the name of Mike Bassick, somebody that pitched for your New York Mets for a couple of years there, was involved in the Roberto Alomar trade. Basically, I just wanted to give you the chance, the platform, to express how much Mike really hampered your teams those 2 years and how much you just wish he would have never been with the team.
I mean, unbelievable. I mean, listen, people don't know this, but Bassick was the main player in the deal. Robbie Alomar was the throw-in.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Bassick was the target of that trade. We sort of camouflaged it with interest in Alomar, but we gave up all those prospects who listen. Bassick was the key factor there going after it, and then he was so underwhelming when we got him that he didn't last very long with us. And Alomar was somewhat underwhelming too. So Bassick, so what we did, we thought at some point Bassick might give up a record-setting home run somewhere along the way, which is why we really targeted him as well. Figured, we want pitchers who are going to set records, even if they're sort of the dubious records. We want that guy.
You just made 4 promos for the station. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Steve.
Former Mets general manager Steve Phillips, he traded for Baskey years ago, and he was in his bag this morning with Sean and RJ. That was outstanding content.
I'll tell you what, and I appreciate Bobby just going right at it, Bobby throwing the question, and Steve Phillips kind of getting what the whole idea was about.
Absolutely,
making
man.
a joke about it, and Bassick's okay with that.
He's cool.
Bassick's not gonna.
He totally gets it, man. He absolutely does. He'll be in the booth tonight for Bally, but the man in the booth for 105.3 The Fan, Jared Sandler, joins us next right here in the Nation.
RJ Choppy here. It is time.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation and Franco. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franco are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franco for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Thank you, Larry D. Flores here in the G-Bag Nation, and courtesy of Blue Nail Roofing, we head out to Nationals Park and welcome in our guy, Jared Sandler. Jared, how excited are you to get away from that Red Sox series?
I'm very excited. I'm so excited to talk to you guys, though. I've loved hanging out with you guys this week. I don't know why.
Appreciate that, man.
It's been a lot of fun.
Appreciate that. Hey, let me ask you a question to get this thing started, Jared. What Trevor Williams are we going to get tonight? Are we going to get the one that's won 3 of his last 5 starts, or the one that wasn't very good to start this thing?
Hopefully the latter. I think what you will get is a guy who gives up home runs and doesn't strike out a lot of guys. So when the Rangers have faced guys like that this year, they have tended to fare pretty well. And I know that profile I just presented seems like a pitcher anyone would do well against. But, Trevor Williams' numbers aren't horrible by any means.
Right.
He's got a ERA just over 4.25, which isn't great, but it's certainly not on the cusp of getting demoted or DFA'd or anything like that. So, I feel like the Rangers offensively are, on the verge of snapping out of some stuff. But, I feel like this is a good matchup for the Rangers tonight.
I kind of feel like that, watching the Rangers play here this year, that Cody Bradford has done everything that they've asked him to do. And he hasn't flinched one bit about any opportunity that they've given him.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I've really enjoyed watching him pitch, to be honest with you. I think he's someone who could impact this team in the second half of the season, be it as a spot starter. If the Rangers were to, have another injury in the rotation and they need someone to fill in, he's a guy that I'd feel good about, with what we've seen so far. He's acquitted himself nicely out of the bullpen. So, I really like him. And, I think he's someone who does, as you mentioned, he pitches with, a lot of confidence, a lot of conviction. Doesn't seem like the moment's too big for him. I mean, heck, he made his major league debut against arguably the best team in baseball in the Atlanta Braves, and a team that is known to crush lefties, and Bradford's a lefty. And, his final line might not look spectacular, but, I thought he competed really well against the Braves. And then faced the Orioles his next start. Probably shouldn't have given up any runs were it not for a couple of misplays in the first inning, but did well against them. And, no matter what he's been asked to do, it seems like he's done a really nice job.
All right, so we got the draft coming up this weekend. Of course, I need to ask you some questions there. But is this a situation where the Rangers are playing a team that could end up being like potential trade partners with at the end of the month?
Yeah, no, I think you look at their bullpen. I don't know that there's anyone in their rotation. I doubt the Nationals would be keen on trading Josiah Gray, all-star for them. But if you look at their bullpen, they got some guys who are really throwing the ball well. And you take a look at like a guy like Kyle Finnegan, for instance. He's someone who kind of jumps out. Hunter Harvey's another guy who's done a really nice job. And these are the types of guys, and Finnegan and Harvey, for instance, who they're not going to cost you a whole lot, right? They're not going to cost you nearly as much as what Aroldis Chapman cost you. And so, but these are guys who help your bullpen. These are guys who help bridge the gap from, where you are to where you're trying to get to. And, not everyone needs to be an Aroldis Chapman headline stealing type acquisition to help this bullpen. And the Nationals have a few guys who I think could be in that equation.
Jared, if I could follow back up, why do you feel that it would not cost the Rangers that much for these types of pitchers?
Well, they're just not, I think track record has something to do with it. And these guys aren't super studs, right? Hunter Harvey was a first-round pick, I think, if I'm not mistaken, a decade ago. And he's been really, really good this year.